Traversing the realm of mortal cultivation, Ng brimmed with anticipation for the future as he successfully activated the check-in reward system. Ding. Check-in at Qishuan Gate successful. Reward, Superior Martial Arts, Divine Transformation of the 100 Changes. Ding. Check-in at Tainan Mountain successful. Reward, Transcendent Martial Arts, Indestructible Golden Body. Ding. Check-in at the Blood-Colored Forbidden Land successful. Reward, Spiritual Martial Arts, Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven's Hand. Years later, gazing at the fleeing cultivators beneath the vast sky, Ng's tears streamed down his face. I wish to cultivate and wield spells. Why must I be forced to use my fists to defeat everyone present? I truly desire to cultivate. It is not my intention to belittle you even without your spells. I cannot break through your defenses. Chapter 1. A Talent of Extraordinary Proportions. Where am I? Heavens, could I have crossed over? Ng surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and the group of people clad in ancient garb, astonishment flooding his heart. Yet, before he could ponder further, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Kaixiao Mountain, Qishuan Gate, entrance trial. I have actually traversed into the world of mortal cultivation. Upon sorting through the memories in his mind, Ng's face gleamed with joy, for this was indeed a world of cultivation. To embark on the path of cultivation meant that divine abilities and eternal life would no longer remain mere illusions. Summoning thunder and lightning, commanding wind and rain. The methods of immortals would become readily attainable after embarking on this journey. Having lived as a mere mortal in his past life, Ng was determined to pursue the path of immortality in this lifetime. Now, I shall announce the specific requirements for the entrance trial. The cliff ahead is the bone refining cliff. Your task is to traverse the bamboo forest on the slope and ascend the rocky wall to the summit of the bone refining cliff. Whoever reaches the top of the cliff before noon will become an inner disciple of Qishuan Gate. Of course, those who arrive late but demonstrate commendable performance during the trial may still enter Qishuan Gate, albeit as registered disciples, declared the headmaster of Qishuan Gate, Master Yue, as he surveyed the youths before the bamboo grove. However, as Ng glanced at the distant, treacherous cliffs, which were perilously easy to slip from, a wave of unease washed over him. Having spent his previous life in the city, he possessed no experience in climbing rocky walls. Moreover, given the steep and precarious nature of these cliffs, a moment's inattention could lead to a disastrous fall. Although Qishuan Gate is merely a mundane martial arts sect, hidden within the sect's Divine Hand Valley is a guest elder who possesses cultivation techniques. If I wish to step onto the path of immortality, I must give it my all. Fixating his gaze on the distant bone refining cliff, Ng resolved within himself. Ding. The system has detected the host's fervor and hope for the future, activating the check-in reward system. Congratulations, host. Check-in at Qishuan Gate successful. Reward, Superior Martial Arts, Divine Transformation of the 100 Changes. Since this is your first check-in, the system will bestow upon you the complete knowledge and experience of the Divine Transformation of the 100 Changes at the Great Achievement level. A system? A check-in reward system? Ha ha ha, my external aid has finally arrived. Ng's heart soared with elation. In the next moment, he felt a torrent of knowledge flooding his mind, filling him with extensive experience and understanding of the superior martial art, Divine Transformation of the 100 Changes. Crack, crack, crack. Ng could even sense a miraculous transformation occurring in his legs after the strengthening of his bones. They seemed more adept at executing this superior martial art. The Divine Transformation of the 100 Changes is a premier martial art in the world of martial heroes once mastered. It allows one to traverse great distances effortlessly, and at the small achievement level. One can scale walls as easily as walking on flat ground, and the system has directly imparted the great achievement level of Divine Transformation of the 100 Changes to me. My inner energy continuously circulates within. Capable of neutralizing external forces, and in dire situations, I can evade capture with the agility of an eel. As Ng savored the mastery of the Divine Transformation of the 100 Changes, his eyes sparkled with delight. With such an exquisite martial art, and the inner strength of the great achievement level, reaching the summit of the bone refining cliff before noon would be a breeze. Now, Ng's aspiration to become an inner disciple of Qishuan Gate seemed almost effortless. All right, time is of the essence. You may set off now, Master Yue announced, glancing at the sun and clapping his hands to signal the beginning of the trial. In an instant, nearly everyone shot forth like arrows released from a bow. Ng, being among the foremost, felt his inner energy surge as the Divine Transformation of the 100 Changes enabled him to navigate the complex terrain of the bamboo forest with unparalleled ease. running without the slightest hindrance. Meanwhile, Han Li, who had been slow to react to the commencement of the trial, stood agape, his expression dazed. Wait, it has begun? That person in the lead is running far too swiftly. As the child of destiny, Han Li was astonished, quickly joining the throng rushing into the bamboo grove. The other participants were equally stunned by Nji's astonishing speed. No way. How can an ordinary person move so fast? Unbelievable. That individual is even leaving behind afterimages as he runs. He must be a disciple of a master with prior martial arts training. It is simply unfair for him to participate in this trial. The youths participating in the trial were both shocked and indignant, perceiving the situation as unfair. However, Master Yue and Protector Wang were equally astonished. How is this possible? At such a young age, he has already cultivated a martial art to this level. A martial arts prodigy. He is undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy with the prowess he has demonstrated. Even I would find it exceedingly difficult to catch up. The nearby inner disciples could not help but express their disbelief as they gazed at Nji's distant figure, leading the group by a wide margin. They could hardly fathom that this youth, barely 10 years old, eclipsed even Master Yue and Protector Wang. Could it be that such a martial arts prodigy truly existed in this world? Despite his tender age, his martial arts mastery was nothing short of astonishing. It is worth noting that Master Yue is the head of the 100 Forging Hall, one of the 4 inner halls. Even he felt inadequate in comparison. This young disciple of a master could likely rival the vice sect leader, or even the sect leader himself. Incredible. Is there truly such a talent in this world? After so many years of training in Qishuan Gate, I have achieved nothing. A newly initiated youth can already rival the vice sect leader and the sect leader. The inner disciples present were increasingly astounded, even contemplating aligning themselves with Nji. After all, a talent of such caliber, having reached a level comparable to the vice sect leader and sect leader at such a young age. What might he achieve after a few more years of cultivation? He could very well lead Qishuan Gate to sweep away all factions within the kingdom of Yue and restore the former glory of Qishuan Gate's dominance over the entire Jingzhou. Protector Wang. You all stay and observe this trial. I shall seek out the sect leader immediately. Such a young prodigy can only have his position within the sect determined by the sect leader. Master Yue spoke solemnly, immediately channeling his inner energy to execute a lightness skill and depart from bone refining cliff. Protector Wang and the many inner disciples nodded in agreement, none believing that Master Yue's reaction was excessive. After all, the emergence of such an extraordinary talent was simply astounding. At merely 10 years of age, he had already attained martial arts prowess on par with the vice sect leader and sect leader. For such a prodigy, they naturally wished for the sect leader to personally address this matter, demonstrating their commitment to valuing talent. Chapter 2. Is this person a monster? Climbing this precipice marks the completion of my trial. At this moment, Nji has already arrived at the base of the cliff. For someone of his remarkable prowess in the art of transformation, traversing the bamboo grove took him merely a brief moment, without even a drop of sweat. Before him, the bone-refining cliff loomed as a vertical precipice of approximately 100 meters, its surface adorned with jagged rocks, appearing exceedingly perilous. Fortunately, several ropes, each as thick as a wrist, descended from the summit, with knots spaced every 3 to 5 meters, providing climbers with leverage and a chance to rest. Cheating. He is undoubtedly cheating. How dare he bring his master to participate in the entrance trial and stand out so prominently, stealing all my thunder. Just wait until I officially enter. I shall deal with you then. After all, not everyone possesses a deputy sect master as a brother-in-law like I do. In the bamboo grove, the already overaged Wu Yan, who exceeded the recruitment standards of the Seven Mysteries Sect, glared at Nji's back, his face marred with resentment. According to his brother-in-law, Deputy Sect Master Ma, as long as he secured the top position in the entrance trial, he would not only gain admission to the Seven Mysteries Sect, but could also leap into the Hall of Seven Absolutes, becoming a core disciple. Wu Yan, confident that his age surpassed all the participants in the trial, believed his physical strength and skills were superior to everyone else's, and had always been certain he would be the first to reach the summit of the bone-refining cliff. Who could have anticipated the emergence of this prodigious contender, who not only eclipsed his glory but also deprived him of the rightful opportunity to become a core disciple? How astonishing it is that you, at such a young age, possess such incredible martial prowess. Rest assured, our Seven Mysteries Sect has always valued talent immensely. When the sect master arrives, he will personally make arrangements for you. If all goes well, you will at least enter the Hall of Seven Absolutes as a core disciple. Deputy Sect Master Ma, in his 60s and clad in a purple robe, expressed his admiration for Nji's performance. Yet, deep within, he couldn't help but feel sorrow for his brother-in-law. Wu Yan, with his age surpassing the entrance standards, should have easily reached the summit of the bone-refining cliff and entered the Hall of Seven Absolutes. But now, with Ji, a dark horse of extraordinary skill, on the scene, Wu Yan's chances of entering the hall would surely be met with whispers and doubts. As Deputy Sect Master Ma contemplated, he couldn't fathom why his brother-in-law Wu Yan lacked such extraordinary martial talent. However, a moment later, noticing that Ji seemed indifferent to him, he felt a surge of irritation. How could this newcomer be so arrogant before even formally entering the sect? With this thought, Deputy Sect Master Ma conceived the idea of testing Ji's martial skills. Even if he inadvertently injured Ji, it could be dismissed as an unavoidable outcome of a sparring session. As for the notion that he might not be able to defeat Ji, that thought didn't cross his mind. Despite being in his 60s and recently married to Wu Yan's 18-year-old sister, his martial prowess and combat experience were formidable. Yet, the true reason Ji was ignoring Deputy Sect Master Ma was that he had just received a notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully reached the bone-refining cliff and checked in. Reward: superior martial art Great Stone Slam and its mastery bestowed upon you. Checked in successfully? The bone-refining cliff can also be checked in? Does this mean I can check in at other locations within the Seven Mysteries Sect as well? Hearing the system's prompt, Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon after, he felt a surge of warm energy coursing through his body, fortifying his muscles and bones, making his hands feel immensely powerful. As he practiced the Great Stone Slam, he sensed an overwhelming reservoir of strength within him, capable of slamming down even a bull. Boom. In a moment of exuberance while practicing the Great Stone Slam, Ji couldn't resist hurling a colossal boulder, taller than a man, which shattered a sturdy rock pillar of 30 to 40 meters high on the bone-refining cliff, producing a thunderous roar. Is this person a monster? Deputy Sect Master Ma was left dumbfounded. His initial intention to test Ji's skills evaporated in an instant. He could hardly believe that a mere 10-year-old boy possessed such astonishing agility and terrifying strength that even he felt a shiver down his spine. The thought of his 60-plus-year-old body enduring such a blow, even with his energy shielding him, would surely spell disaster. He would be left unable to enjoy the company of his young wife, let alone walk. Deputy Sect Master Ma, we heard a tremendous noise just now. What happened? When Protector Wang arrived at the bone-refining cliff with two inner disciples, their faces were filled with astonishment. The noise had been colossal, akin to a mountain collapse. They had rushed over to ascertain the situation. Nothing much. Just this young friend here practicing his martial arts and accidentally breaking one of the rock pillars on the bone-refining cliff. Deputy Sect Master Ma waved his hand dismissively. Feigning calmness, Protector Wang and the others quickly surveyed the area, confirming the presence of a shattered pillar amidst the previously numerous towering rock formations. Instantly, their eyes widened in disbelief. These pillars were at least several tens of feet high, robust, and massive. How could mere human strength shatter them? A prodigy. Truly a prodigy. Is this Ji really only 10 years old? He never mentioned such extraordinary martial prowess during registration. In that instant, Protector Wang and the two inner disciples felt a mix of emotions, realizing their years had been in vain. At the same time, they anticipated the arrival of the sect master, eager to see how he would arrange for this unparalleled talent. As for the other trial participants, their interest had long since waned, and Ji's brilliance overshadowed everything. The sect master is here. The sect master is coming. Shortly thereafter, Protector Wang spotted several figures gracefully navigating through the branches of the trees, approaching the bone-refining cliff, and his excitement surged. Deputy Sect Master Ma also looked over, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He too was eager to discover how the sect master would arrange for this prodigious talent. Chapter 3. I didn't expect you to be such a sect master. What is your name, and how old are you? Upon reaching the summit of the bone-refining cliff, the sect master of the Seven Mysteries, Wang Juechu, cautiously inquired of Ji, filled with nervous excitement and anticipation, fearful that his tone might not convey enough warmth and kindness. 10 years old, Ji from Danyu village. Excellent. What an extraordinary demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Upon hearing Ji's response, Wang Juechu clapped his hands and exclaimed in admiration. Ji, however, felt a wave of exasperation within. Is he treating me like a child? I merely answered a question. How does that render me extraordinary or heroic? Perhaps my remarkable qualities are too dazzling, which is why the leader of the Seven Mysteries Sect speaks so highly of me. Ji mused, increasingly convinced of this notion. Indeed, exceptional individuals attract attention wherever they go. Ji, I have heard from Master Yue that you are a disciple with an extraordinary mastery of a profound martial art. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate it for me? The leader continued. Of course, do not misunderstand me. I do not doubt your abilities. I merely wish to ascertain whether I am worthy to guide you. Should your talents truly be as impressive as reported, I intend to summon my 3 reclusive masters to personally mentor you. As he spoke, the leader's eyes sparkled with unmasked anticipation and eagerness. He had heard from Master Yue about this remarkable youth named Ji, whose skills were said to be so extraordinary that even the 3 vice leaders might struggle to capture him. Now, having encountered this prodigy in person, Wang Juechu could hardly contain his excitement. A 10-year-old with the prowess of a vice leader, or even a sect leader, foretold a resplendent future for the Seven Mysteries Sect. Since the leader wishes to assess my abilities, why not engage in a friendly spar? This will allow you to truly appreciate my strength. Very well. You may take your leave, and I shall pursue you. Wang Juechu replied with a hearty laugh. To his astonishment, he soon witnessed Ji move like a phantom, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Truly a prodigious talent. It seems I must give my all. I cannot allow this genius to think less of me as the sect leader. With renewed determination, Wang Juechu adopted a serious demeanor and exerted all his strength to chase after Ji. However, how could he possibly catch up to someone as adept as Ji, who had mastered the art of evasion? Moreover, he had allowed Ji to gain a head start. It appeared he had no choice but to employ that technique. As Wang Juechu struggled to keep up, a sense of frustration welled within him. Blushing slightly, he retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket and consumed the elixir within. Finally, he cast a fierce glance back at Vice Leader Ma and Master Yue, as if to warn them not to divulge his little secret. The others were left utterly dumbfounded by this unexpected revelation about their leader, just as they thought the leader, now enhanced by the secret potion, would surely capture Ji. An unforeseen incident occurred. What kind of chi is this? Why does it slip through my grasp, as if a swirling force is dissipating my strength? Wang Juechu's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that even after closing in on Ji, he would still be unable to seize him. After several attempts, every time he made contact with Ji, his hands merely slid past him, failing to grasp anything. I cannot catch you. Wang Juechu eventually conceded to the harsh reality. As the leader of the Seven Mysteries Sect, his martial prowess was outmatched by that of a mere 10-year-old novice. Although he could have captured Ji using his full strength, doing so would undoubtedly harm this extraordinary talent. Moreover, having consumed the secret potion, he decided to end his pursuit there. At the same time, having confirmed Ji's astonishing gifts and martial skills, a wave of excitement surged within Wang Juechu. Ji, may I ask if you would consider joining the Seven Mysteries Sect? No, you are already destined to be part of our sect. Ahem, let us depart. I shall introduce you to my 3 reclusive masters. With their guidance, your future in martial arts will be limitless. However, just as Ji prepared to follow the leader, an untimely voice interrupted. Wait, he cheated, you cannot accept him. Having finally reached the summit of the bone-refining cliff, Wu Yin panted. His eyes filled with barely concealed resentment as they bore down on Ji. Slap. To his surprise, Vice Leader Ma swiftly appeared beside Wu Yin, delivering a resounding slap to his face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Sister, why did you hit me? You should be punishing that little brat for cheating and learning under a master. Wu Yin stood in shock, unable to believe that his own brother-in-law had struck him, his mouth now tasting of blood. Silence. Vice Leader Ma retorted, delivering another sharp slap to Wu Yan's face, causing him to lose 2 more teeth. Our sex prodigy is not someone you can insult. Have you lost your wits? He scolded, while beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. He had never anticipated that his brother-in-law would be so foolish as to insult Ji. It was well known that even he himself would not dare provoke this remarkable child. The terrifying sight of Ji shattering a thick pillar over 30 meters high was still vivid in Vice Leader Ma's memory. Should this little demon become displeased, who knew when he might end up crippled for life? Leader, Ji, I sincerely apologize. My brother-in-law may have been overwhelmed during the trial and lost his senses. Speaking nonsense. I will ensure he receives proper education. Vice Leader Ma knocked Wu Yin unconscious with another slap and hurriedly apologized to Ji and Wang Juechu, adopting a submissive demeanor, utterly oblivious to the sweat pooling on his forehead. Wang Juechu observed Vice Leader Ma's anxiousness, as if he feared something, and found himself momentarily stunned. He did not recall Vice Leader Ma ever showing him such deference. The only explanation was Ji. Vice Leader Ma was evidently afraid of this 10-year-old prodigy. It appeared that Ji was astonishing not only in his martial skills. Taking note of Vice Leader Ma's reaction, Wang Juechu felt a surge of surprise and intrigue towards Ji. Although he did not know where Ji had acquired such skills, he did not believe him to be an infiltrator or a threat to the Seven Mysteries Sect. After all, the sect had been in decline for too long. It was hardly worth anyone's effort to use a prodigious talent to scheme against them. Hence, Wang Juechu believed that Ji must have encountered some extraordinary opportunity, which was quite normal for someone of his caliber. However, he would not pry into Ji's past. He only desired for Ji to belong to the Seven Mysteries Sect. In fact, in the not-too-distant future, Wang Juechu hoped that Ji might inherit the position of sect leader from him. Chapter 4. Arrival at the Seven Mysteries Hall. Wang Juechu could never forget the former glory of the Seven Mysteries Sect. When the first sect leader, Master Qijue, established the sect, it dominated the entire Mirror State, its fearsome reputation resonating across several surrounding territories. Had it not been for Master Qijue's demise and the lack of capable successors, how could the Seven Mysteries Sect have fallen into the shadows of a third-rate force? Even though there were still 3 reclusive masters within the sect, legendary figures of the martial world, Wang Juechu felt powerless to restore the sect to its former glory. They were advanced in age and could fight for the sect, yet they could not protect it. This had long left Wang Juechu in despair. However, Ji's arrival ignited a spark of hope in Wang Juechu's heart. With Ji's extraordinary talent, he can undoubtedly compensate for the lack of outstanding successors in the Seven Mysteries Sect. As long as Ji does not meet an untimely end, he can ensure the sect's prosperity for decades to come. Come, Ji, I am certain my 3 masters will take a great liking to you upon meeting. Wang Juechu was filled with anticipation for the future. Yet, Ji suddenly shook his head and smiled, saying, I wish to wait until they reach the summit before departing. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the youths still climbing. Wang Juechu seemed to have realized something, smiling softly. Very well. We shall wait until they all reach the top before leaving. In Wang Juechu's view, this might simply be Ji's vanity at play, wishing to show off among his peers. The thought made Wang Juechu find this prodigious young talent all the more endearing. However, if Ji were to learn of Wang Juechu's thoughts, he would likely be at a loss for words. He was not one to seek validation through boasting in front of a bunch of youngsters, as it offered him no sense of accomplishment whatsoever. The reason Ji wished to stay was simply to observe the world's destined child, Han Li, the fearsome figure of Li Feiyu, and the ill-fated Zhang Tai, who would one day be turned into a puppet. Noon soon passed. At this moment on the bone-refining cliff, apart from Wu Yin and the other 6 who arrived on time, the rest were deemed unqualified. Yet, the sect leader Yu was mumbling to himself, casting furtive glances at Deputy Master Ma, hesitating to announce the results. Why do you look at me? Just announce it. As for Wu Yin, this trial had clearly left him dazed. He might as well settle down as a rural landlord. Seeing Yu's repeated glances, Deputy Master Ma felt a surge of anxiety, exclaiming loudly. At the same time, he cautiously cast sidelong glances at Ji and Wang Juechu, fearing their dissatisfaction with his handling of the matter. However, Ji never deigned to glance at Wu Yin, showing no interest in such a minor character. What are your names? Ji approached a pair of unqualified youths who had been dragged to the bone-refining cliff by inner disciples and inquired. I am Han Li. I am Zhang Tai. The 2 replied in low voices, seemingly downcast. Yet, unlike the head-down Han Li, Zhang Tai gazed eagerly at Ji, as if pleading for something. Zhang Tai, along with many others, recognized the extraordinary talent of this youth who had participated in the trial alongside them, knowing he was highly regarded by the sect leader. Thus, Zhang Tai hoped this prodigy could lend him a hand, advocating for him to remain in the Seven Mysteries Sect. Han Li, Zhang Tai, you are quite impressive. Ji remarked. Master, I believe their performance was commendable. Why not accept them as registered disciples? Ji scrutinized the fated child Han Li and his close companion, then turned to Wang Juechu. Of course, that is no problem. From this day forth, Han Li and Zhang Tai, you shall be registered disciples of the Seven Mysteries Sect. I hope you will work diligently and repay Ji for his support and recognition. Wang Juechu replied heartily, readily acquiescing to Ji's request. Wang Juechu felt a swell of pride in Ji's ability to win hearts at such a young age. With such ambition and exceptional talent within the Seven Mysteries Sect, how could its future be anything but bright? However, Ji protested, I have not. I merely wish to observe my good friends. After all, even if he did not speak up, sect leader Yu had already intended to accept these 2 as registered disciples. Indeed, upon witnessing Ji and the sect leader's agreement to accept Han Li and Zhang Tai as registered disciples, sect leader Yu rejoiced, exclaiming, Ji, Master, you both have remarkable vision. Their performance in the trial was indeed commendable. I had planned to accept them as registered disciples all along. Most onlookers merely smiled faintly, taking Yu's words with a grain of salt, believing he was merely currying favor with Ji, this prodigious talent, and the sect leader. Upon learning he would indeed become a registered disciple, Han Li cast a grateful and curious glance at Ji. Zhang Tai looked at Ji with sincere gratitude, as if willing to sacrifice anything for him. Very well, all 7 who passed, except for Wu Yan, shall enter the 100 Forging Hall to study our sect's martial arts. Han Li and Zhang Tai will follow the instructors to solidify their foundations. After 6 months, they may ascend to the inner sect and proceed to the 100 Forging Hall for further training. Wang Hufa, distribute silver to these unqualified individuals and send them home. Ultimately, sect leader Yue made a decisive proclamation announcing the results of this entrance trial. Ji did not linger on the bone refining cliff and soon accompanied Wang Juechu back to the Seven Mysteries Sect's main hall, the Seven Mysteries Palace. Located at the summit of the Sunset Peak on Caixia Mountain. Beneath the Seven Mysteries Palace, the sect is divided into inner and outer gates, each containing 4 halls. Among these, the 100 Forging Hall and the 7 Absolute Hall belong to the inner sect's 4 halls, while the remaining 2 are the Offering Hall and Bloodblade Hall. The outer sect's 4 halls are significantly inferior to the inner sect's, namely the Flying Bird Hall, Gathering Treasure Hall, Foresees Hall, and Outer Blade Hall. Throughout their journey, Wang Juechu provided Ji with a detailed overview of the Seven Mysteries Sect structure. After traversing the numerous barriers of Sunset Peak, they finally arrived at the summit. Look, there is our Seven Mysteries Palace. Wang Juechu pointed into the distance, pride evident on his face. Before them stood a magnificent stone hall, occupying several dozen acres atop Sunset Peak. Flanking this grand bluestone hall were 3 smaller bluestone structures. To erect such a magnificent complex of 1 large and 6 smaller bluestone halls on this perilous mountaintop speaks volumes of the Seven Mysteries Sect's former splendor. Yet, what truly exhilarated Ji was the familiar notification sound from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully arriving at the Seven Mysteries Palace. Check-in successful. Reward. The supreme martial art of the secular world, 6 Meridian Sword, along with its first-level cultivation enlightenment. Reward. 15 minor elixirs and 3 major elixirs. Chapter 5. A martial arts legend. The 6 Meridian Sword is regarded as a divine skill in secular martial arts, capable of manifesting 6 distinct types of true qi. At its highest level, regardless of whether it sweeps or merely points, wherever the force of the finger reaches, it is as if an invisible divine sword strikes, vanquishing foes unseen. At the first level of cultivation, one can acquire the Shaoshang Sword Qi, its sword force robust and vigorous, akin to thunder splitting the heavens amidst great storms. What a remarkable 6 Meridian Sword. With such a secular divine skill, even a Qi refining stage cultivator could contend with it. As Ji closed his eyes, feeling the enlightening energy of the first level of the 6 Meridian Sword, he was filled with fulfillment and joy. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense the dramatic changes occurring in the Taiyin Lung meridian of his hands, with a continuous surge of sword qi surging forth, ready to unleash a thunderous strike. Furthermore, the minor and major elixirs are precious pills that can enhance one's power. The minor elixir is a secret medicine of the Buddhist sect, capable of increasing one's power by 3 to 5 years, depending on the user's physical condition. The major elixir is also a Buddhist secret medicine, which can augment one's power by 8 to 15 years, again based on the user's physical state. With 15 minor elixirs that can enhance power by 3 to 5 years, and 3 major elixirs that can increase power by 8 to 15 years. If I consume them all, wouldn't I instantly gain 100 years of power? As Ji pondered this, he couldn't help but be taken aback. In this new life, he was merely 10 years old. If he possessed a century's worth of martial prowess at such a tender age, he would surely be regarded by all as a grotesque old monster who had returned to youth. Wang Juechu, the current leader of the Seven Xian sect, possessed considerable martial skills and seemed to sense the shift in Ji's aura. However, the change was so subtle and swift that Wang Juechu did not delve deeper into it. Instead, he smiled and introduced Ji. Beneath the Seven Xian Hall lies the retreat of our sect's masters and my 3 esteemed uncles. He reminisced. The reason our previous leader relocated the once declining Seven Xian sect here was the discovery that within the Sunset Peak, 2/3 of it comprises natural caves. Whenever our sect encounters a life or death crisis, the mechanisms set by the former leader, Li, can cause the entire mountain to collapse, burying all intruders beneath the rubble. Wang Juechu spoke with pride, his words laced with respect for the ingenious Li. Subsequently, Wang Juechu led Ji from a hidden chamber within the grand Seven Xian Hall. descending the artificial steps into the heart of Sunset Peak. Within the cavern, a gentle breeze wafted, and flickering lights illuminated numerous stone chambers designated for the sect's masters to meditate. Upon reaching the innermost area, they encountered 5 closed caverns marked by numerous scratches. 3 were sealed tightly by massive stones, leaving only a small opening in the lower left for the passage of sustenance. Wang Juechu, current leader of the Seven Mysteries Sect, requests the 3 esteemed uncles to emerge. Wang Juechu declared with a voice that resonated through the enclosed cavern, almost overwhelming anyone who might be in deep meditation. Suddenly, a massive stone blocking one of the caverns was forcefully displaced, revealing a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, with muscles rippling like cast iron. Has the Seven Mysteries Sect reached a critical juncture? The giant exclaimed, his voice thunderous and his gaze piercing as it fell upon Wang Juechu. Simultaneously, the stones sealing the other 2 caverns were also moved aside, allowing a cultured scholar and a gray-clad swordsman to step forth. Unlike the imposing giant, the scholar and swordsman appeared unremarkable, yet their piercing eyes betrayed their extraordinary capabilities, revealing a depth of martial intent that could discern the weaknesses of the human soul, poised to strike with lethal precision. Indeed, the foundation of the Seven Mysteries Sect was formidable. These 3 figures were legends within the martial world, and Nji could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. He distinctly sensed their extraordinary nature. Calling them legends was no exaggeration. According to Wang Juechu, the youngest among them was already over 70, yet they all appeared to be in their 40s, a remarkable sight. Please, esteemed uncles, do not be alarmed. The Seven Mysteries Sect is not facing annihilation. Rather, we have discovered an exceptionally gifted disciple, merely 10 years old, who even surpasses me in talent. It is my hope that you will emerge to guide this prodigious talent and help revive the glory of our sect, Wang Juechu explained humbly, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he seemed anxious about the giantess' potential wrath. Upon hearing that there was no impending doom, the giant's muscles and bones began to contract with audible cracks, his form transforming into that of a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard and a serious demeanor. You called us forth just for one gifted disciple? Do you realize that our time is limited? We have been straining to maintain our powers, holding back the tide of destruction. Yet here you are, awakening us for a mere talent. I have seen many prodigies. How many truly reach the pinnacle of martial arts? The bearded man chastised Wang Juechu, who lowered his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Nji couldn't help but stifle a laugh, taken aback by the unexpected humility of the esteemed sect leader. You must be the young prodigy that Juechu speaks of. Indeed, you appear youthful. I hear of your exceptional talent. Might you demonstrate it? The cultured scholar, gently shaking his folding fan, addressed Nji with a smile. His words drew the attention of the bearded man, Wang Juechu, and the gray-clad swordsman, their gazes filled with scrutiny, anticipation, and a hint of curiosity. Of course, Nji replied, his smile radiant and innocent, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance. He then began to channel the robust energy within him. The mastery of his diverse martial techniques harmoniously converged without conflict, as if a mysterious core energy regulated the balance and flow of his abilities. What transpired next astonished both the legendary martial figures and Wang Juechu. Nji raised his hand and pointed into the distance, producing a soft pop. The gray-clad swordsman squinted. A small hole had appeared on the previously sealed stone of the cavern. The onlookers' pupils dilated in shock, disbelief etched across their faces. How is this possible? A mere gesture can yield such power, piercing through a solid stone barrier. The scholar, inspecting the thoroughly penetrated stone, was filled with incredulity. As he regarded Nji, his eyes trembled, scarcely able to believe that such unfathomable strength belonged to a boy no older than 10. Could he be an ancient spirit in youthful guise? The bearded man stammered, his gaze vacant as he recalled the true rulers of the secular world, those lofty cultivators with their interminable lifespans and ageless visages, wielding countless unfathomable powers. From Nji's display, the similarities were striking. After all, what ordinary child could attain such martial prowess at 10 years old? He was nearly on the brink of legendary status. My heavens! No wonder the usually disrespectful deputy sect leader, Ma, would show such reverence towards Nji. It turns out this young lad I have taken under my wing possesses such remarkable talent and formidable strength. To effortlessly pierce through a stone several feet thick. Imagine if he directed that at a person. Wang Juechu felt a chill run down his spine. Memories of the bone-refining cliff flooding his mind. He understood that this prodigious talent was nothing short of monstrous. Having just entered the sect, Nji had already reached heights that would take countless martial artists a lifetime to attain. As the leader of the Seven Mysteries Sect, he felt unworthy to guide such a being, and even those three legendary figures before him would likely find it difficult to instruct him. He was simply too powerful, possessing a formidable cultivation that should not belong to one of his age. Even a mere flick of his finger harbors a lethal force that is difficult for the sect leader to withstand. If it were possible, Wang Juechu would even marvel at him as the strongest prodigy throughout history. I am unworthy to instruct him. The burly man with a beard was the first to shatter the silence, sighing as he turned to return to the stone cave to continue his seclusion. The three martial legends had little time left. Rather than exhaust their energies teaching a peerless prodigy whom they could hardly guide, it would be wiser to continue their seclusion, preserving their vitality for a few more years to solidify the foundation of Qishuan's sect. The scholar with the fan and the gray-clad swordsman understood the burly man's sentiment, nodding in agreement. Such a prodigy was beyond their capacity to instruct. He had his own vast sky and opportunities. To bind him to teach trivial skills would be to mislead a rising star of the martial world. This realization left Wang Juechu somewhat flustered, his expression betraying a hint of panic. If there was no one in Qishuan's sect to guide such an extraordinary talent, did that not imply that Anji would leave Qishuan's sect? Yet he had hoped for Anji to inherit the position of sect leader, leading Qishuan's sect back to its glorious reign over the martial world of Jingzhou. The junior, though blessed with unique encounters, possessing profound skills, was still inexperienced and naive to worldly affairs. I earnestly implore the three venerable seniors to teach me. I will forever be grateful. Anji humbly sought guidance, for he understood that the mentorship of a martial legend was a rare opportunity. The birth of each martial legend is steeped in the sedimentation and baptism of time, their experiences and insights far surpassing those of a newcomer like him. Thus, Anji was willing to be guided by them, even if their cultivations were not significantly superior to his own. Ultimately, after a discussion, the three martial legends decided to accept Anji as a disciple in memory of Wang Juechu's late master. In this way, Anji would be both a member of Qishuan's sect and a junior to the sect leader, allowing the three of them to guide him on his martial path. Anji bowed to his senior brother and the three uncles. In the martial world, excessive formalities are unnecessary. After a simple greeting, Anji officially became a member of Qishuan's sect. Wang Juechu and the three martial legends were increasingly fond of Anji, a prodigy of unmatched talent, who humbly referred to them as brothers and uncles. Their eyes brimmed with satisfaction and pride. With such a gifted talent in Qishuan's sect, how could they fear its future prosperity? Three uncles. I have a small amount of elixir that can enhance one's power. I wonder if it would be beneficial to you. Anji quickly embraced his new role, presenting a small blue porcelain vial. As the cork was removed, a fragrant and unique aroma immediately filled the air. Wang Juechu and the three martial legends, being individuals of considerable cultivation, instantly sensed the remarkable properties of the elixir, their spirits shaken. This elixir is truly astonishing. Could it be the legendary miraculous pill? I can distinctly feel its benefits for us, capable of consolidating our foundations and even extending our peak fighting capacity for several years. When the three martial legends glanced again at the blue porcelain vial in Anji's hand, their eyes were ablaze with fervor. This small elixir is indeed a priceless treasure. Wang Juechu also gazed intently at the blue porcelain vial. Unlike the three martial legends whose peak powers could only be maintained, he felt that this elixir could elevate his martial prowess further. However, they ultimately restrained their expressions, exchanging glances filled with resignation or wry smiles. A prodigy truly lives up to their reputation, blessed with such fortune, to casually possess such a miraculous elixir. Anji, keep this elixir safe for yourself. It would have little effect on us, given our advanced age. You are still young, with a promising future ahead. Perhaps one day, you will tread the arduous path of cultivation. The three martial legends spoke with genuine concern for Anji, expressing their heartfelt wishes. They hoped that the unfulfilled dreams of cultivation they could not realize might be achieved by Anji, the most brilliant junior they had ever encountered. Seeing the three martial legends genuinely caring for him, rather than fixating solely on the elixir, warmed Anji's heart, affirming that his choice to join Qishuan's sect was indeed correct. Meanwhile, Wang Juechu gazed longingly at the blue porcelain vial in Anji's hand, his mouth moving as if he wished to speak. The burly man with a beard among the three martial legends noticed this, and, unable to contain his frustration, delivered a swift kick. With eyes wide open, he scolded, "Look at you. Do you think you deserve to use Anji's elixir? After living for so long, you still can't compare to a 10-year-old junior in cultivation. With your lacking talent, I would consider it a waste to give you any miraculous elixirs." The dignified sect leader of Qishuan's sect, Wang Juechu covered his backside and dodged, his face a picture of grievance. His expression seemed to say, "Are you still my uncle? How can you compare me to this extraordinary young prodigy? Is there any basis for comparison between us? Besides, I am the leader of Qishuan sect. Am I truly that useless?" Chapter 7. The deputy sect leader misleads me. Have you heard? Our Qishuan sect has produced an extraordinary talent. How could anyone not have heard? The news has spread throughout Qishuan sect. The sect leader has gained a junior disciple who is merely 10 years old. It is terrifying. To be the sect leader's junior at such a young age, confirmed by the 3 esteemed seniors who are secluding themselves within our sect. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. I have been at feignating for 2 years, and even after performing outstandingly to enter the Waijin Hall, I am still an outer disciple. Yet a generation's prodigy can directly become the sect leader's junior, which is truly enviable and jealousy-inducing. Soon, the news of Angie becoming the sect leader's junior disciple spread far and wide. Whether within the inner or outer sect, over 4,000 disciples of Qishuan sect, spanning several miles of Caixia Mountain, were astonished by Angie's youth. Even the spies from the Wild Wolf gang stationed around Caixia Mountain were left dumbfounded by the news. All felt it was utterly unbelievable. "Sect leader, we demand an explanation. What does it mean to have a junior disciple appear out of nowhere? The Elder Council must investigate thoroughly. We cannot allow someone to occupy such a high position without justification. After all, which of the disciples from our Qijua Hall is not a genius?" Soon, feeling threatened, the elders of the Elder Council stormed toward the Qishuan Hall at Sunset Peak, marching in with an imposing presence to demand answers. They were the only organization within Qishuan sect capable of challenging the sect leader and the 3 deputy leaders. For any major events or changes within Qishuan sect, they had the right to intervene and question the sect leader. Thus, their arrival was anything but subtle. They even waited for some elders who were abroad overseeing Qishuan sect's secular affairs to return, delaying their actions for several days before launching this confrontation. "You all arrived just in time. I was about to formally announce this matter," Wang Juechu replied with a faint smile. Within the Qishuan Hall, several hall masters and protectors had gathered, awaiting the unfolding of events. Each of them stands as a pillar of the Seven Mysteries Sect, possessing formidable martial prowess, capable of holding their own in the realm of martial arts. Clearly, unlike the Elders' Council, which arrived uninvited, they had all been summoned by Wang Juechu. "Sectmaster, you certainly make a grand display, but you must understand, the Seven Mysteries Sect is not solely yours. Justice lies within the hearts of the people. Your reckless actions, masquerading under the names of the 3 esteemed elders who are in seclusion, to create a fictitious junior brother, what are your true intentions?" Several elders from the council spoke with righteous indignation, unperturbed by the notion that all would side with the sect master. It is important to note that most elders hold supervisory roles over various branches, their connections intricate and their backgrounds robust. Wang Juechu's desire to disrupt the established order by promoting a junior brother to counter them is but a foolish dream. They would resolutely extinguish any thoughts of Wang Juechu undermining the rules of the Seven Mysteries Sect to prevent future troubles. However, Vice Sect Master Ma was drenched in cold sweat, frequently glancing at the innocent and quiet Ng. He feared that this little troublemaker might, in a fit of displeasure, charge into the crowd like a tiger among sheep, potentially harming several elders. "Enough. How can you question the prodigy of our Seven Mysteries Sect?" Vice Sect Master Ma suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at the multitude of elders, his voice booming with authority, resonating within the grand hall of the Seven Mysteries Sect. "You, Vice Sect Master Ma." The elders' expressions shifted dramatically, their faces painted with disbelief as they regarded him. They could hardly fathom that this once contrary old man, who had always stood with them against the sect master, had now seemingly turned traitor. What could have caused this cunning old fox to change so drastically? It was utterly bizarre, with his shrewd nature. How could he so ardently support the sect master? Something was amiss. There was surely more to this than met the eye. The elders exchanged glances, each reflecting uncertainty. "You think that just because you outnumber me, I, Ma Biao, am afraid? And Ji is an unparalleled genius of our Seven Mysteries Sect. Not only is he our sect master's junior brother, but I would have no objections even if he were to become sect master himself. Anyone who dares to question our sect's prodigy should beware of my wrath." In that moment, Vice Sect Master Ma exuded an air of dominance, showing no regard for the elders' expressions. Yet those familiar with his temperament found his behavior increasingly peculiar. Soon, someone reacted swiftly, their expression changing drastically, cursing Vice Sect Master Ma in their heart. This old fox. No wonder he has changed his tune. It was never the sect master he supported, but rather that mysterious junior brother who has suddenly appeared. How could he not forewarn us about such critical information? Always coveting the position of sect master, he is now flattering the sect master's junior brother. This person undoubtedly has an extraordinary background. Just then, Ng stepped forward, addressing the council. Elders, do you believe I am unworthy of being the junior brother of my esteemed sect master? How could that be? Nonsense, nonsense. We merely think that such a significant matter should be discussed with us before any decisions are made, as it concerns the entire Seven Xian sect. Several elders, drenched in sweat, hurriedly defended themselves. They knew well the character of Vice Sect Master Ma. To receive his favor, Ng must possess a remarkable lineage. Faced with such an exceptional individual, likely to cause a seismic shift within the Seven Xian sect, these seasoned men were loath to offend him. Yet, amidst their defense, they couldn't help but silently curse Vice Sect Master Ma for not sharing this crucial intelligence with them. Very well, I was beginning to think you were questioning my abilities. Ng nodded, then casually gestured towards the stone floor of the Seven Xian Hall. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed throughout the hall. It was as if the very ground beneath them had erupted, revealing a fissure spanning several meters, shattering the once sturdy stone into fragments. Gasping, the various disciples, protectors, and guests within the Seven Xian Hall could not suppress their astonishment. Even the elders and the three vice sect masters were left utterly speechless by the spectacle. If I recall correctly, it seems the sect master's junior brother merely pointed, and then, one individual stammered, struggling to articulate their thoughts. Yet, realizing their slip of the tongue, they quickly covered their mouth in horror. Nonetheless, the implication was clear. Instantly, nearly everyone turned to Ng, their eyes wide with disbelief and awe. They finally understood why such a young individual was granted the privilege of becoming the sect master's junior brother. Such extraordinary abilities resembled those of legendary cultivators. Not only could he fulfill the role of junior brother to the sect master, but many even felt that allowing Ng to assume the position of sect master would be a humble concession. My esteemed junior brother possesses talent bordering on the monstrous, and his strength is extraordinary, as I trust you have all witnessed. Therefore, the purpose of gathering you all here is not only for you to meet Ng, but also to announce another significant matter. Our Seven Xian sect is poised for a resurgence to its former glory, Wang Juechu declared with fervent intensity. A resurgence? Does this mean you intend to lead our Seven Xian sect to reclaim dominance over the vast Jingzhou? Excitement rippled through the crowd, as they had long suffered in decline, yearning to avenge their past disgrace and reclaim their rightful place in Jingzhou. It is said that when a secular martial arts faction can dominate a province, it may even attract the attention of cultivators and serve them. As astonishment morphed into elation, no one doubted the Seven Xian sect's potential to once again sweep through the martial world and dominate all of Jingzhou. Ng's presence instilled in them a newfound confidence for the future. The ability to create a fissure in the stone floor with a mere gesture was nothing short of divine prowess. He could effortlessly vanquish mere martial artists. Even the legendary figures of the martial world would find such an onslaught formidable. Moreover, this was merely a casual display of Ng's capabilities. The senior members of the Seven Xian sect brimmed with optimism for what lay ahead. Sect Master, as we embark on this revival, let my Bloodblade Hall take the lead and eradicate the Wolf Gang. Indeed, the Wolf Gang has been rampaging for far too long, incessantly encroaching on our Seven Xian sect's territories and businesses. They must pay the price. Let my Seven Absolute Hall take the lead in battling the Wolf Gang. They are a band of ruthless scoundrels, not mere martial artists to be trifled with. In an instant, numerous high-ranking members within the Seven Xian Hall eagerly volunteered to take on the task, all wishing to earn merit in the sect's revival. The Wolf Gang, which had long been at odds with the Seven Xian sect, quickly became the target of their collective wrath. You need not quarrel. I have already made arrangements for this matter. At this juncture, I shall no longer conceal the truth from you. The three esteemed elders of the Seven Mysteries Sect, who have secluded themselves in the realm of life and death, have indeed attained the legendary status of martial arts. Should even one of these elders take action, the Wolf Gang would be effortlessly annihilated. Wang Juechu declared with pride. The exhilaration of revealing a secret that had been bottled up for years surged within him, especially upon witnessing the astonishment etched on the faces of the senior members of the Seven Mysteries Sect. The legendary status in martial arts. The three elders of our Seven Mysteries Sect, who have been in seclusion, are all masters of this unparalleled caliber. It is utterly astonishing. I had thought that our sect's fortunes had dwindled, allowing even a band of brigands to rampage within our territory. Yet, it appears that our Seven Mysteries Sect still possesses such formidable strength. Consequently, under Wang Juechu's directives, News of the impending war between the Seven Mysteries Sect and the Wolf Gang spread like wildfire. Every disciple of the Seven Mysteries Sect was acutely aware of this sensational news. Even Han Li and Zhang Tai, who were engrossed in their studies of basic martial arts knowledge at the academy, were filled with awe upon hearing it. To think that our Seven Mysteries Sect harbors 3 legendary martial artists and is on the brink of engaging in battle with the notorious Wolf Gang. It is thrilling. I have heard that this is all thanks to Ji, whose emergence has prompted the 3 reclusive legends to return from their seclusion, willingly dedicating their remaining lives to fortifying a prosperous Seven Mysteries Sect for him to inherit. Han Li and Zhang Tai discussed animatedly in the bustling academy of the Seven Mysteries Sect, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. Were it not for their status as named disciples under Dr. Mo of the Divine Hand Valley, who strictly forbade them from wandering, they might have been tempted to follow Ji into battle. As martial artists, one should relish the thrill of slaying foes. The monotony of mere scholarly pursuits is unbearable. Dr. Mo has mentioned teaching us a certain mantra. I wonder if it pertains to superior martial arts. Zhang Tai, what do you think about seeking out Ji and requesting his support to leave the Divine Hand Valley? I believe it could work. After all, it was his benevolence that allowed us to remain in the Seven Mysteries Sect to learn, and if we offer our service, he would surely oblige. Zhang Tai was filled with excitement, convinced that Han Li's idea was feasible. Had their studies not been ongoing, he would have rushed to serve Ji immediately. However, Han Li suddenly furrowed his brow and retorted, "No, we cannot hastily offer our service to Ji." "Why not?" Zhang Tai inquired, puzzled, as it was Han Li who had initially expressed the desire to secure Ji's favor. Han Li, with a resigned gesture, explained, Ji is hailed as the prodigy of our Seven Mysteries Sect, endowed with teachings from 3 legendary martial artists, destined to inherit the vast legacy of the sect. Who wouldn't want to ally with him? The crux of the matter is, we lack talent, ability, and valuable offerings to garner his attention. I believe that if we truly acquire skills from Dr. Mo, we could repay Ji's kindness once we have achieved mastery. Han Li's words enlightened Zhang Tai. They were still young, lacking in martial prowess. Rushing to Ji's side now would likely hinder rather than aid him, potentially leading to disappointment. It would be wiser to diligently refine their skills and return to repay him once they had achieved proficiency, thus honoring Ji's previous kindness. Zhang Tai would never forget that it was Ji who had personally chosen to retain them during the entrance trial, allowing them to stay in the Seven Mysteries Sect. Without him, they, hailing from impoverished backgrounds, would have been dismissed like others who failed, destined to live ordinary lives. This immense favor was one Zhang Tai vowed to repay with utmost sincerity. Han Li, you are correct. However, with so many disciples in the Seven Mysteries Sect, there must be numerous formidable individuals eager to ally with Ji. We must strive to be even more diligent so that we qualify to serve him and repay his kindness. Perhaps in the future, we might even become his trusted aides. Zhang Tai declared with resolute determination, filled with hope for the future. Han Li's dark eyes scanned their surroundings, and a different thought occurred to him. In a sect teeming with martial experts, there was but one adept healer, Dr. Mo. Given that martial artists inevitably incur injuries in battle, if I could master even a fraction of Dr. Mo's medical skills, I would undoubtedly earn Ji's regard. Chapter 9. Striking awe into Mo Jiren. It has been some time since I joined the Seven Mysteries Sect, yet I have yet to visit Han Li and Zhang Tai. While they discussed how to repay Ji, he too thought of them. According to the information Ji had received, although Han Li and Zhang Tai had been designated as named disciples of the Seven Mysteries Sect by him, they had not escaped their original fate, still being taken under the wing of Dr. Mo from the Divine Hand Valley as named disciples. Mo Jiren was originally the founder of the renowned martial arts faction, the Surging Dragon Society, in the prosperous land of Yue. He possessed deep resources, having acquired a scripture detailing cultivation techniques, the Changchun Jing. Unfortunately, he encountered difficulties while practicing the longevity technique recorded within, causing his lifespan to dwindle rapidly. He has long sought to seize the body of a gifted individual to start anew. Sighing, Ji soon arrived at the Divine Hand Valley, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. This marked his first visit to the Divine Hand Valley since joining the Seven Mysteries Sect. In this world, apart from those with considerable cultivation, few could inflict wounds upon him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully arrived at the Divine Hand Valley and checked in. Reward: the inferior worldly skill-transforming bone soft palm and its perfected mastery. Instantaneously, Ji felt a surge of profound energy within him. As he practiced with his palms, he could distinctly sense the forceful vigor contained within this technique, manifesting as both strength and grace. erupting with intensity. In the midst of this sensation, there was even a hint of power that could fortify one's physique. However, should this transforming bone-soft palm strike a person, they would find their bones rendered weak, tendons severed, and internal organs ruptured, leading to a swift demise 2 hours later. Unless one possessed a miraculous elixir that could revive the dead. Not even a formidable practitioner of the Yuanying stage in the realm of cultivation could effect salvation. What a vicious and malevolent technique. Particularly with my mastery of the transforming bone-soft palm, I can control the timing of the technique's explosive force. I could incapacitate the recipient in an instant or allow the latent energy to erupt after 2 years, leading to a tragic demise without a trace. As Ji reveled in the potency of his newfound skill, his eyes sparkled with amazement. If the members of the Seven Mysteries Sect were to learn of his mastery over such a treacherous and enigmatic technique, it was likely that none would dare approach him again, for a mere light touch from him could leave one oblivious to whether they had been struck by the transforming bone-soft palm, unaware of when the hidden energy within would erupt, resulting in a swift and silent end. With such capabilities, I must surely have a proper encounter with Imojiren. A subtle smile graced Ji's lips. Having acquired this inferior worldly skill, it would be remiss not to fully unleash and practice it diligently. Ji, I know you. The prodigy of the Seven Mysteries Sect, the junior disciple of the sect leader. Imojiren, having just emerged from his secluded meditation, immediately recognized Ji, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Upon closer examination, Imojiren's gaze upon Ji resembled that of one beholding a rare and exquisite treasure, evoking both repulsion and dread. Without further ado, receive my strike, and I shall forgive the malice you have displayed towards me, Ji retorted coldly. Imojiren, well aware of his temperament, could discern that he coveted his very being. He would never extend kindness to someone audacious enough to covet his form as a candidate for possession. Imojiren chuckled lightly. Ji, your talents are indeed remarkable. Yet you must temper your arrogance. I am merely a skilled physician, and my mediocre martial abilities cannot possibly contend with yours. Boom. Ji's aura surged, and an overwhelming force upheaved the earth and stones within a radius of 3 yards. His expression was icy. Imojiren's countenance gradually grew grave. He understood that this prodigy of the Seven Mysteries Sect had lost his sanity, seeking trouble for no apparent reason. My roots lie far away in lands long vanished. This child cannot possibly discern my identity, Imojiren thought, increasingly perplexed by this enigmatic figure. Suddenly, an arm soared into the air, accompanied by a cascade of blood. Imojiren was momentarily stunned. Whose arm was that? Then he beheld the gruesome sight of his own left shoulder, mangled and severed. In an instant, his pupils constricted. He could scarcely fathom that this young prodigy of the Seven Mysteries Sect had attained such terrifying prowess. Even he, who had practiced immortal cultivation techniques, had no chance to react before losing an arm. Such a prodigy must possess a spiritual root of great caliber, capable of transcending to immortality. If he could become my furnace, aiding me in seizing control. At that moment, the frail and aged Imojiren's eyes flickered with an unsettling excitement, utterly indifferent to his severed limb. Indeed, he was preparing to usurp a new life. This frail body was riddled with wounds. He cared not. However, the hidden excitement within Imojiren was soon eclipsed by the horrendous spectacle of his lost arm disintegrating into pus and smoke. On the ground, where his left arm had fallen, there was no trace left, only a tattered sleeve and some steaming, oozing matter. What malevolent technique is this? Imojiren's heart trembled. A fear he had not felt in years engulfed him, as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. He could hardly imagine that had Ji targeted his body, he would have been utterly doomed. This is my unique divine skill, the bone-transforming soft palm. Anyone struck by my palm force will have their essence converted into my true energy, their life and death resting in my thoughts. I care not for your past identity or future ambitions. I have but one request. Do not awaken my wrath. With that, Ji strode towards Han Li and Zhang Tai, who were observing from a distance. However, upon seeing the fearsome Ji approach, both Han Li and Zhang Tai instinctively recoiled 2 steps. How terrifying. Is this truly the prodigy we know as Ji? I cannot say for certain, but I believe Ji's severing of Dr. Mo's arm was justified. There is something peculiar about him. Perhaps Ji is here to aid us. Fear glimmered in the eyes of Han Li and Zhang Tai, who began to comfort themselves. The display of Ji's formidable power was far beyond what they could withstand. Why, after just a few days apart, do you fear me? Ji, now before them, broke into a radiant smile, revealing a row of pristine teeth. And no, Master Ji, Zhang Tai stammered, lowering his head in uncertainty over how to address the illustrious figure before him. Standing before him was a prodigy who seemed to have emerged from myths and legends, renowned throughout the Seven Mysteries Sect, causing his heart to race and his face to flush crimson. Even the typically composed Han Li stood silently, avoiding the gaze of this resplendent prodigy. What manner of behavior is this? If you are to fight for me in the future, will you not soil yourselves? And Ji jested. Now, lift your heads and look at me. My injury to Mo Jiren was for good reason. He is not from Jingzhou and his origins are suspect. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives within our Seven Mysteries Sect, so be wary. As Ji spoke, he patted Zhang Tai's shoulder, intending to offer words of encouragement. To his surprise, Zhang Tai trembled violently at the touch. How exasperating. You must change this timid disposition of yours. From now on, simply call me Ji Go. Titles like Master or Lord feel rather awkward. Ji Go, Zhang Tai and Han Li cautiously echoed, feeling a newfound closeness to Ji, as if the distance between them had diminished. Excellent. Ji beamed. From now on, you shall diligently cultivate under Mo Jiren's tutelage. I expect you both to demonstrate your worth, as I would not wish for the two I championed before the sect leader to possess no merits. At this moment, Ji noticed Han Li, the silent one, had seemingly referred to him as Ji Go as well. Intrigued, he scrutinized the dark-skinned lad. Rest assured, Ji Go. Han Li and I will strive diligently and be of service to you, Zhang Tai declared, glancing at Han Li for affirmation. Han Li nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Ji turned his attention to Mo Jiren, who was preparing to retreat for healing. Remembering an important matter yet to be addressed, Ji called out, Mo Jiren. Hand over that black scripture you are concealing. Mo Jiren, who had long regarded the Changchun scripture as a treasured possession, immediately stiffened at the command. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, utterly bewildered by how the prodigy of the Seven Mysteries Sect had perceived the scripture concealed within his grasp and specifically requested it. Destroy it. I cannot allow this child to acquire the secrets of immortality. A frenzied thought surged within Mo Jiren's mind. Hey, what are you pondering? Your movements are dreadfully sluggish, Ji's voice pierced through Mo Jiren's reverie. Startled, Mo Jiren shivered involuntarily as he felt the scripture being extracted from his grasp. In that moment, his expression contorted with rage, his right hand seemingly coated in silver, swelling as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique, the Silver Demon Hand. To strike down Ji. Oh, the scripture is called Changchun scripture. It appears you wish to become immortal. Ji teased, perusing the text with a nonchalant demeanor. Wholly unperturbed by Mo Jiren's impending wrath, Mo Jiren was momentarily stunned, examining Ji's youthful, rosy face and the earnestness with which he read. Feeling an inexplicable hesitation to act against him. Humiliation. Mo Jiren felt a profound sense of disgrace. The illustrious founder of the Jingjiao Society, one of the three prominent martial factions in the prosperous land of Lianzhou, had once poisoned an immortal cultivator. Yet, he found himself utterly disregarded by the talented scion of the Qishuan sect, despite having activated the state of his demonic silver hand. The prodigy from Qishuan did not cast even a fleeting glance in his direction. Such an affront was intolerable. What is it that you desire? Mo Jiren, seething with anger, fixed his gaze on Ji, his voice low and intense. Do not be hasty. I have discovered that you, Dr. Mo, possess remarkable talents. Ji exclaimed, perusing the tome titled Changchun Jing. It contains a cultivation method called Changchun Gong with 8 tiers. It even records 4 spells and a method for crafting talismans. Are you preparing to embark on the path of immortality? Mo Jiren, witnessing Ji's nonchalant demeanor, could not restrain his astonishment. Shouldn't you be shocked that I possess a cultivation method? This is a means to extend one's lifespan, to wield spells, to ascend as a transcendent being above mortals. To his surprise, Ji waved dismissively. The text is overly verbose, the spells are few, and it lacks even 12 tiers. Who would covet such a cultivation method? Besides, if the remnant soul in your sea of consciousness had a superior cultivation technique, it wouldn't have fallen victim to a mere martial artist. With that, Ji casually tucked the Changchun Jing into his bosom. Mo Jiren, initially taken aback by Ji's audacity, felt a surge of rage reddening his eyes. If you disdain the Changchun Jing, then return it to me. What does it mean to silently stuff it into your own clothing? I have witnessed shamelessness, but yours is unparalleled. Wait, how do you know about the situation in my sea of consciousness? At Ji's words, Mo Jiren staggered back in shock. The remnant soul of an immortal cultivator residing in his sea of consciousness was his greatest secret, one that no one, not even his beautiful wives or daughters, had ever known. He never anticipated that everything would be laid bare before the gifted scion of the Qishuan sect. It was as if he had no secrets left to hide from Enji. How terrifying. Such audacity and formidable prowess at such a young age. Could he be a prodigious disciple from a family of immortal cultivators? The thought sent chills down the spine of Yu Zitong, the remnant soul, who trembled at the prospect of falling into Enji's clutches. He would never forget the ruthless law of the jungle in the world of immortal cultivation. Once, at the 7th stage of qi refining, he had been gravely injured over a mere spiritual herb, leading to his demise at the hands of an ordinary person. Now, as a remnant soul, he feared being used by this enigmatic prodigy of the Qishuan sect to refine soul banners and be trapped in eternal torment. How did I know there's a remnant soul in your sea of consciousness? Is it not evident to anyone with eyes? And Ji retorted, now, stop dawdling. Take me to your secret chamber and reveal all your treasures. With the realization of encountering a genuine immortal cultivator, Imojiren felt despair wash over him. He stiffly led Enji to retrieve his long-cherished collections. Meanwhile, unwilling to surrender easily, Imojiren communicated with Yu Zitong in his sea of consciousness. We must devise a plan, or we shall both perish. Yu Zitong responded coldly, if we do not think of a solution, we are doomed. You would do well to behave, for perhaps this prodigy might take a liking to you and consider you as his loyal servant. It is known that the scions of immortal factions often treat their servants well, and this may be our only chance. Imojiren fell silent. If even Yu Zitong, who looked down upon mortals, could find no way out, they might indeed face a grave decision. Yet, the thought of becoming another's servant was intolerable to him. Even if the other was an immortal cultivator, Imojiren would not yield. After all, he had once poisoned an immortal with mere mortal strength. He had his own dignity and pride. Lord Enji, this is the Ghost Head's 7 blades, a magical artifact. Please take a look. Lord Enji, this is the soul guiding bell that can control corpses, and here is the method for crafting corpse puppets. Lord Enji, these are the few spiritual stones left by Yu Zitong, of a green hue. They might be what attributes spiritual stones. In the end, Imojiren capitulated to reality. True to his formidable nature, he swiftly adapted his demeanor, projecting an air of flattery and goodwill, devoid of any stiffness, flowing seamlessly. Enji smiled at this transformation, contemplating how he could grant Imojiren a more dignified demise. After all, Imojiren's frail and decaying body would not endure for long. It would be better to let him shine in his final moments. Chapter 11. 4 years of growth, have you heard? The Wild Wolf Gang is preparing to launch a final confrontation with our Qishuan sect. A final confrontation? Do they even have the right? One scoffed. Our Qishuan sect boasts a squad of 5 sorcerers, each capable of slaying multiple purple-robed commanders. If it weren't for our esteemed Prodigy treating the Wild Wolf Gang as a sharpening stone, they would have been obliterated long ago. Indeed, the 5 sorcerers trained by the illustrious Enji are fearsome. The purple-robed commanders are equivalent to our guild leaders, yet they can be dispatched with ease. In the past 4 years, the Qishuan sect had undergone a monumental transformation, with experts emerging one after another. Within the territories controlled by the Qishuan sect, every individual took pride in being affiliated with it, walking with their heads held high. Among them, the 5 mysterious sorcerers nurtured by the Prodigy Enji attracted the most attention. They emerged approximately half a year ago and dealt a devastating blow to the Wild Wolf Gang, slaying several purple-robed commanders, who were akin to guild leaders, and even eliminating 3 renowned experts equivalent to elders of the sect. The martial world was astounded, unable to fathom the Qishuan sect's immense strength. The older generation of warriors featured 3 legendary figures, while the younger generation unveiled 5 previously unheard-of sorcerers. As for Enji, the prodigious scion of the Qishuan sect, he was viewed as a terrifying, otherworldly figure, not to be judged lightly, lest one provoke the wrath and severe retribution of the entire sect. Regrettably, the criteria for becoming a sorcerer remained a mystery, yet their formidable prowess was undeniably alluring. I have heard that the method to become a sorcerer involves the Qishuan sect's Prodigy establishing martial arts halls throughout the towns under their control. Within these halls lies a shadow wall inscribed with mysterious incantations. Those who master them may join the Qishuan sect and become powerful sorcerers. Wait a moment. One of the listeners interjected, your words remind me that we too have a similar place. My goodness, I've been so consumed with killing that I almost forgot. Let's go take a look. Throughout the sprawling Songhai Mountain, which the Qishuan sect occupied for over 10 miles, stood stone tablets inscribed with the first 3 tiers of the Changchun Gong incantation. Many diligently studied these, aspiring to become mysterious and powerful sorcerers. The sorcerers, in essence, are merely cultivators, albeit with a name altered by Ng. Thus, it is implausible that everyone possesses the aptitude for spiritual roots. Moreover, to cultivate the eternal spring technique, one must possess a wood spiritual root among their own. Ng has shown remarkable benevolence by so readily making such a precious cultivation method public. Within the Valley of Divine Hands, Han Li was filled with myriad sentiments. He felt as though Ng's actions had shattered some long-standing unspoken rule, which was utterly astonishing. While martial arts manuals are revered as treasures, seldom shared, the value of a cultivation method is immeasurable. Yet, Ng has chosen to proceed in this manner. If Ng truly regarded the cultivation method as a treasure, would you ever have the chance to cultivate? Would you have 4 sorcerers under your command? Consider yourself fortunate. Moreover, I find it perplexing that Ng claims I possess 3 spiritual roots, a quality superior to your 4-rooted self. Yet, none of my 3 roots include the wood attribute, rendering me incapable of practicing the eternal spring technique. It is utterly infuriating. Zhang Tai, a robust figure standing at nearly 6 feet tall, displayed an expression of disbelief as he spoke. Thanks to the superior martial arts elephant armor technique imparted by Ng and the elixirs crafted by Han Li, Zhang Tai had distinguished himself, achieving the 7th level of the elephant armor technique in just 4 years. It is noteworthy that this exceptional skill is notoriously difficult to master, with ordinary individuals often failing to attain significant progress in their lifetime. Yet, Zhang Tai had surpassed the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, those most challenging to cultivate, rendering him virtually invincible beneath the legends of the martial world. His formidable defensive capabilities and muscular strength ensure his undefeated status, while the subsequent ease of further cultivation leads to rapid growth in his prowess. Now, at the tender age of 14, Zhang Tai has already attained a position equivalent to that of a hall master within the Seven Mysteries Sect. However, his imposing appearance belies the fact that he is merely a youth. Come, let us deliver medicine to Ng. Also, inform him of the Wild Wolf Gang's intention to engage in a decisive battle. Han Li slung the medicine box over his shoulder and, accompanied by Zhang Tai, ventured into a bamboo grove near the Valley of Divine Hands. At the end of the grove lay a deep spring, adjacent to a bamboo hut. Xiao Li Tizi, you have arrived. Ng, seated by the tranquil pool, opened his eyes, a glimmer of mirth illuminating his dark, bright gaze. Han Li has now acquired the fabled celestial treasure, the heaven-controlling bottle, destined for him. Moreover, thanks to the inferior heaven-transforming dew that the bottle can currently produce, Han Li is capable of cultivating a plethora of millennium-old spiritual herbs. Thus, with the continuous supply of these precious herbs, Ng's cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds, achieving mastery in the 6 sword energies recorded in the Divine Sword of 6 Paths. Ng's cultivation has become increasingly profound. Upon employing the Heavenly Eye technique, it is as though I beheld a blazing sun, nearly blinding my vision. Rumor has it that Ng does not practice the cultivation techniques of immortals, focusing solely on martial arts. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that he is even more unfathomable than the 5 cultivators, instilling fear within me. Gazing at Ng, both Han Li and Zhang Tai couldn't help but feel astonished. For reasons unknown, despite their burgeoning strength, they always felt diminutive and instinctively trembled in Ng's presence. It seemed that no matter how formidable they became, a mere gesture from Ng could lead them to an untimely demise. Ng, this is the new conduit opening pill I have refined. It will greatly benefit your cultivation of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Han Li suppressed his astonishment at Ng's prowess and retrieved from the medicine box a set of gold needles and a vial of conduit opening elixir. Han Li was quite adept at the task ahead, swiftly inserting the gold needles into Ng's exposed skin, targeting the major acupoints across his body. As Han Li assisted and the conduit opening elixir dissolved upon entry, Ng, with his eyes closed in meditation, instantly felt the surge of spiritual energy washing over his 8 extraordinary meridians and body's fine meridians. In an instant, the previously perfected 6 Meridians Divine Sword showed signs of further enhancement, the speed of the sword energy circulation becoming increasingly rapid and elusive. Xiaoli, your elixir is remarkably effective. It may be somewhat of a hardship for you to remain by my side. Perhaps I shall send you to a cultivation sect in the future to experience the vastness of the world. Ng slowly opened his bright, profound eyes, smiling at Han Li. There is no rush. Recently, the Wild Wolf Gang has announced its intent to engage in a decisive battle with my Seven Mysteries Sect on the Falling Sand Slope. I have also heard that the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, Jia Tianlong, seems to have enlisted the aid of a suspected cultivator known as the Radiant Elder. intending to annihilate my Seven Mysteries Sect in one fell swoop. What are your thoughts on this, NG? NG donned a white and black robe, chuckling. The ant attempting to shake the tree is merely delusional. However, we must keep an eye on that radiant elder, for every cultivator equates to a treasure. Let us set a date for their challenge. It is time for our Seven Mysteries Sect to sweep through the martial world of Jingzhou and dominate the region. Chapter 12. Mortals should not engage with immortals. A significant announcement has emerged. The Seven Mysteries Sect is set to engage the Wild Wolf Gang in a decisive battle at Falling Sand Slope. Good heavens, a decisive battle. How could the Wild Wolf Gang, typically at a disadvantage, dare to challenge us? Indeed, they have been relentlessly crushed by the Seven Mysteries Sect over the past 4 years, having lost a majority of their elite fighters. What strength do they have left? Swiftly, the news of the impending battle between the Wild Wolf Gang and the Seven Mysteries Sect spread like wildfire throughout the martial world of Jingzhou. Not only martial artists, but even ordinary citizens were intrigued and astonished. For over 4 years, the Wild Wolf Gang has been embroiled in open and secret conflicts with the Seven Mysteries Sect, consistently suppressed and rarely achieving victory. Now they audaciously proclaim their intent to engage in a decisive battle against the powerful Seven Mysteries Sect, which many consider to be madness. You are merely short-sighted. The leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, Jia Tianlong, is a formidable figure in the martial world. How could he seek his own demise? I have heard that Jia Tianlong dares to challenge the Seven Mysteries Sect because he has enlisted the aid of a divine being. The mention of a divine being sent shockwaves through the crowd. A divine being. Could it be the legendary immortal capable of flight and possessing boundless longevity? Incredible. Jia Tianlong has managed to secure the assistance of a divine being. The Seven Mysteries Sect may be in peril. I have also heard this news. The divine being Jia Tianlong has summoned is said to be the Radiant Elder, a figure of exceptional skill. It is rumored that many martial artists in Jingzhou have confronted him over his despicable actions of plundering gold and women, only to be swiftly dispatched by a gray light that took their heads. Truly terrifying. In no time, the name of the Radiant Elder resonated throughout the martial world of Jingzhou, evoking both fear and astonishment. Whenever this name was mentioned, it incited both awe and dread, leaving many to lament the formidable Seven Mysteries Sect. Mortals should not engage with immortals. No matter how powerful a mortal martial force may be, how can they withstand the formidable might of a divine being? Falling Sand Slope, the battleground for the Wild Wolf Gang and the Seven Mysteries Sect's decisive clash. As the undisputed king of the martial world in Jingzhou, the Seven Mysteries Sect arrived early at the location. Junior brother, do you truly believe you can prevail against that Radiant Elder? He is, without a doubt, a genuine cultivator. Turning to glance at the massive assembly of nearly 10,000 members of the Seven Mysteries Sect behind him, the sect leader, Wang Juechu, couldn't help but ask quietly, why all the concern? What of cultivators? According to Xiao and Ji, they are merely slightly more powerful humans. Indeed, thanks to the teachings bestowed upon us by Xiao Anji over the past 4 years, including the profound martial arts technique Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield, the secret method Muscle and Bone Refinement, the advanced 3 Green Peaks of Tai Yue, and the superior 7 Injuries Fist, I hold firm in my belief that I can vanquish that Golden Light Sage. Furthermore, there are the Lesser Elixir of Return and the Vitality Pill, not to mention Zhuge's Divine Crossbow. It suddenly dawned on me that Xiao Anji resembles a treasure trove, possessing everything one could desire. The gray-clad swordsman expressed his sentiments deeply. The burly man with a bushy beard shot a displeased glare at Wang Juechu, clearly not in agreement with his words. In truth, the 3 legendary figures of the martial world did not entirely concur with Wang Juechu's assertions, perhaps due to their own profound cultivation, which instilled in them a sense of invincibility against cultivators. Indeed, those who reach the realm of martial legends are individuals of remarkable will, great fortune, and unwavering determination among mortals. Without a heart that aspires for greater strength and a spirit that seeks invincibility, how could one be deemed a martial legend? I merely inquired, and it is only natural for my junior to gather nearly 10,000 disciples of the Seven Xian Sect. I felt a twinge of anxiety. The sect leader of the Seven Xian Sect cast a glance at his uncle, feeling quite aggrieved, muttering softly, "Brother, do not fret. I summoned so many disciples merely to prevent the Golden Light Sage from fleeing." Anji, witnessing his brother's pitiful expression, could not help but chuckle. Zhang Tai and Han Li, loyal confidants by Anji's side, shared in the laughter, yet none dared reprimand them, for one was the newly appointed head of the inner sect's Diamond Hall, and the other had inherited all of Dr. Mo's medical skills, becoming the leader of the Sorcerer's Guild. Before long, the Wild Wolf Gang appeared at Luosha Slope. With thousands of members, their banners waving and an imposing presence, they seemed formidable. However, upon closer inspection, they paled in comparison to the nearly 10,000 silent disciples of the Seven Mysteries Sect. Upon witnessing this, the Wild Wolf Gang leader, Jia Tianlong, felt a tightening in his pupils, sensing the dire nature of the situation. Sage, I did not anticipate the Seven Mysteries Sect to amass such a formidable array. With even 5 suspected cultivators among them, Jia Tianlong expressed, glancing anxiously at a short, gnome-like figure beside him. To his surprise, the Golden Light Sage, who had initially felt apprehensive and was ready to flee, suddenly brightened at this sight. Instantly, the courage and confidence within him surged. He waved dismissively and proclaimed, "Merely a crowd of mundane mortals and street sorcerers, of no consequence. Their tricks may deceive you, but not me. Their solemn formation merely reflects their fear of me. The Seven Mysteries Sect is nothing but a swarm of ants." The Golden Light Sage, resembling a primary school student in stature, walked forward with his hands behind his back, eyes filled with disdain and pride. Seeing this, Jia Tianlong felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. His previously rigid face broke into a slight smile as he began to rally his gang, declaring, "Do not be intimidated by the Seven Mysteries Sect's display. Their multitude is merely a facade of fear instilled by the sage. The Golden Light Sage is a renowned earthly deity from our Jingzhou, possessing formidable powers. No mortal should dare contend with the divine. Regardless of how many the Seven Mysteries Sect gathers, they are but insignificant insects against a true celestial being. The Wild Wolf Gang shall triumph." The thousands of Wild Wolf Gang members, hearing their leader's words, found reason in them and erupted in raucous cheers. "The Wild Wolf Gang shall prevail. The Wild Wolf Gang shall prevail." The imminent clash between the Wild Wolf Gang and the Seven Mysteries Sect naturally drew the attention of numerous martial artists. Many stood at a distance, observing the tense confrontation at Luosha Slope, listening to the excited and thunderous cheers of the Wild Wolf Gang, and contrasting it with the solemn and grand presence of the Seven Mysteries Sect. Many martial experts couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the Seven Mysteries Sect possessed no extraordinary qualities. The rumors of their mysterious sorcerers not being actual cultivators appeared to hold true. The outcome of the Wild Wolf Gang's victory over the Seven Mysteries Sect seemed inevitable, a lamentable fate for a sect that had brought prosperity to our Jingzhou. Indeed, the members of the Wild Wolf Gang were notorious for their ruthless nature, devouring their prey without a trace. One could only hope they would be defeated. How could mere mortals stand against an earthly deity? Were it not for the Golden Light Sage's presence among the Wild Wolf Gang, I would not stand idly by as the Seven Mysteries Sect faced annihilation. I would undoubtedly join the fray. The crowd's expressions were somber, as if they foresaw the Seven Mysteries Sect meeting a bloody demise amidst the swirling sands. "Come now, all of you. What are the esteemed disciples of the Seven Mysteries Sect, the legends of the martial world, and the mysterious sorcerers waiting for? This sage has always been magnanimous. Do not blame me for the heavy casualties if you fail to seize this opportunity." The Golden Light Sage, with his hands behind his back, boldly declared as he approached the front line. He looked down his nose at the members of the Seven Mysteries Sect with disdain, feeling increasingly superior over the pitiful mortals. Should he succeed in defeating these renowned martial experts of the Seven Mysteries Sect, the Wild Wolf Gang had promised him 3 times the agreed amount of gold. As a seeker of pleasure in the mortal realm, the Golden Light Sage was naturally tempted by such a vast sum of wealth. Therefore, he was determined to obtain this significant fortune. "Please, my 3 esteemed uncles, venture forth to test this cultivator's mettle. Additionally, Shaoli, lead your sorcerers to encircle the battleground. We must not allow the Golden Light Sage to escape at a critical moment." Anji instructed his 3 legendary martial figures, and Han Li with a smile. As for the Golden Light Sage, Anji had only cast a few indifferent glances, his eyes reflecting a sense of disregard, as if observing a mere ant that could be crushed with a flick of his finger. Having cultivated to his current level, Anji was acutely aware of his own strength. He could effortlessly eliminate a Qi refinement stage cultivator with a mere gesture. The opponent would not even have the opportunity to cast spells or utilize magical artifacts. What of a few mere mortal warriors and street sorcerers? Even if you encircle me, what can you accomplish? Can you breach my Golden Light protective talisman? The Golden Light Sage declared, holding a yellow talisman between his fingers, raising his hand to unleash the Qi refinement talisman. With a tremor in the air, a bell-shaped golden light enveloped the Golden Light Sage, appearing impenetrable. The onlookers marveled at the sage's miraculous technique, exclaiming in awe, "The Golden Light protective talisman. Good heavens! Is this the method of a deity? How extraordinary!" The efficacy of the Golden Light protective talisman, upon which the Golden Light Sage relied, was indeed formidable. The experts of the Seven Sect were in dire straits. Not merely in trouble. This talisman was a celestial artifact, beyond the reach of mere mortals. And the Seven Sect was destined for calamity. Many widened their eyes in astonishment. While marveling at the cultivator's abilities, they offered silent condolences for the Seven Sect. However, at that moment, an unexpected sound erupted with a thunderous bang, accompanied by a violent whirlwind of dust and debris scattering in all directions. The bell-shaped golden light that had enveloped the golden light sage was suddenly caved in by a terrifying depth of at least an arm's length. Caught off guard, the diminutive golden light sage was so startled by the massive commotion and the shocking sight that he collapsed onto the ground. "Are you still human?" The golden light master gazed with trembling eyes at the towering figure of a man, resembling an iron tower, standing outside the bell-shaped golden glow. This formidable giant stood over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging and shimmering with a dark sheen, giving him a fearsome and menacing appearance. Akin to a colossal black iron titan. This titan was none other than the bearded warrior of the Seven Sect, known by his real name, Ganshinhong, who was once titled the Pillar of Heaven in the martial world during his early years. "Huh, little one, you possess quite a unique appearance. But do you believe that, hidden within this indestructible golden light, you are safe from my wrath?" Ganshinhong sneered menacingly. In stark contrast to the pale-faced golden light master encased within the bell-shaped golden glow, the black iron giant seemed to embody the archetype of a villain bullying a helpless child. Just as the golden light master was bewildered by the intentions of this titan, a roar erupted, echoing like a ferocious tiger's roar through the mountains, nearly causing him to lose his senses. Boom, boom, boom. The golden light master then felt the protective golden talisman being struck repeatedly by a relentless barrage of blows, akin to a torrential downpour. Dazed and frightened, he found himself in a state of utter panic, especially when he finally discerned the situation outside, his eyes widening in shock as he turned pale. "Why do you also possess the bell-shaped protective golden light? Could it be that you are also a cultivator?" he exclaimed, for he now saw that the titan, Ganshinhong, was enveloped by a similar layer of golden light, forming a protective bell that safeguarded his physique. However, unlike the golden light master's talisman, Ganshinhong's protective golden light was denser and more refined, adorned with a vividly carved image of a fierce white tiger. It seemed as if, at any moment, the tiger would leap forth from the golden bell, tearing through everything in its path. A cultivator? As a martial legend, how could I abandon martial arts for the path of cultivation and forsake my true nature? Allow me to make you understand your fate. This technique is known as the Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield, Ganshinhong declared, launching another fierce assault against the golden light master. At that moment, the resilient golden talisman was distorted and deformed under the impact of the formidable Tiger Roar Golden Bell Shield. This technique had been imparted to Ganshinhong by Nji, and its power could rival that of a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Otherwise, how could Nji have entrusted his master uncle to engage in battle against the golden light master? No, this cannot be. How could the Seven Sect possess such profound martial arts? How could a martial legend be so powerful? They are cultivators, lofty beings who look down upon the world. Why are they being oppressed by a mere mortal? Even a martial legend should be just a mortal. Jie Shenlong, the leader of the Wolfpack gang, watched the unfolding scene with a heart full of disbelief and concern. Indeed, the master excels in swordsmanship. Once he draws his sword, Ganshinhong's head will surely roll. Regardless of his legend, how could he compete with a cultivator? Jie Shenlong thought, his spirits lifted at the prospect of the Golden Light Master's renowned sword technique. He believed that the Golden Light Master was merely feigning weakness. As soon as the opportune moment arose, the master would surely unleash his sword technique and claim the heads of Ganshinhong and the other 2 martial legends, along with the 5 mysterious sorcerers. Then, just as he anticipated, the master produced a treasure. He was about to employ his sword technique. The Seven Sect's defeat was inevitable. Jie Shenlong's eyes sparkled with fervor as he fixated on the Golden Light Master. However, his excitement was abruptly shattered when 5 fiery orbs, the size of fists, hurtled toward the master. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the Golden Light Master, shielded by his protective talisman, was instantly engulfed by the blast. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the astonished and anxious gazes of the onlookers. Chapter 14 is all a facade, a mere illusion. Fireball technique. You are all cultivators. The Golden Light Master, now dazed and disbelieving, struggled to comprehend that 5 cultivators had been lying in wait within a mere martial sect. Initially, he had thought they were just charlatans posing as sorcerers. Why have you chosen such a fallen path? Is it not better to cultivate in the realm of immortals? Why must you come to the mortal realm to oppress others, you deceitful tricksters? Overcome by despair, the Golden Light Master found himself surrounded by 5 cultivators. With the imposing titan looming nearby, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he lamented his fate. His protective talisman had been shattered, leaving him defenseless against these shameless deceivers. What was even more despairing was that as he reached for the secret box containing his treasured sword talisman, it was destroyed along with his protective shield, leaving him no opportunity to wield his sword. Yet, the Golden Light Master's words struck the gathered crowd like a depth charge, igniting a fervor among them. What? Cultivators? The mysterious sorcerers of the Seven Sect are actually cultivators. How could this be possible? These lofty beings, who look down upon mortals, how could they be content to remain within a mundane martial force and serve it? It was utterly inconceivable. Whispers of disbelief filled the air as many gazes turned wide with astonishment. They had never anticipated that Ji, the pride of the Seven Sect, was a powerful cultivator who had personally nurtured the other 5. In an instant, numerous martial artists recalled Ji's martial academy and the publicly shared sorcerer techniques. They connected the dots, realizing that the cultivation methods leading to sorcerer status were, in fact, supreme techniques for cultivating immortality. To their astonishment, the very methods that countless martial ancestors had yearned for were right before them. Immortal cultivation techniques. Mastering them would elevate one to the status of a transcendent being, a divine immortal. I can't hold back any longer. I must join the Seven Sect immediately. If not, I will join their academy. I must try out these immortal cultivation techniques. Before long, the crowd of martial artists observing the showdown between the Wolf Pack Gang and the Seven Sect surged forward, eager and impatient. In just a few breaths, they flocked like a deluge, hastening to join. It was evident that with their support and participation, the Seven Sect would swiftly grow stronger in the days to come. Having lost their only reliance, the Wolf Pack Gang could no longer pose any threat to the Seven Sect. It's over. All is lost. Jie Shenlong stared blankly at the bound Golden Light Master, his body succumbing to weakness as he knelt upon the ground. He could never have anticipated the brazen and shameless nature of the Seven Sect. With 3 legendary figures of the martial world, 5 cultivators, and an unfathomable master among them, they could effortlessly annihilate his wild wolf gang with a mere snap of their fingers. Yet, the Seven Sect has remained entangled with his gang, even offering to engage in a decisive battle on the falling sand slope. They even displayed a serious demeanor when the wild wolf gang summoned the Golden Light Master for support, seemingly preparing to exert their utmost effort. However, all of this was a ruse, an elaborate facade. Jia Tianlong felt close to tears from the deception. What merits had he possessed to warrant such scheming and mockery from the Seven Sect? The 3 legendary martial figures, 5 cultivators, 1 master, and nearly 10,000 elite members of the Seven Sect were all merely acting, toying with his emotions. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have dared to vie for territory with the Seven Sect or challenge them to a duel. Would it have been so difficult for them to reveal their true power and foundation earlier? Were they afraid that Jia Tianlong would refuse to kneel and surrender? How dare they look down upon him? Here he was, kneeling, and he challenged anyone to try to lift him up. Soon, this grand battle, which should have been recorded in the annals of Jingzhou, dramatically came to a close. Many claimed Jia Tianlong had gone mad, pursuing the proud scions of the Seven Sect while kneeling. Even in pursuit, he ran on his knees. Yet, the higher-ups of the Seven Sect exchanged knowing glances. Amused, Jia Tianlong was quite intriguing. After 4 years of play with them, he had proven himself perceptive and astute. He realized that the most influential figure in the Seven Sect was their prodigy, Ji. Indeed, if Jia Tianlong could earn Ji's favor, he could turn his fortunes around and embark on a remarkable new life. After all, the esteemed reputation of the Seven Sect throughout the Jingzhou martial world was largely due to Ji. Listening to the higher-ups' words, Jia Tianlong's eyes sparkled with determination, solidifying his belief in kneeling until the end. Kneeling was not terrifying. What was truly frightening was standing while remaining unchanged from his kneeling position. It was better to kneel gracefully, enhancing his chances of being valued by the prodigy of the Seven Sect. Moreover, he and the Wild Wolf Gang had become a laughingstock across the world. Now, seeking Ji's recognition to initiate a new life was his sole wish. However, Ji's focus was entirely on the Golden Light Master at that moment. What do you intend to do? Let me remind you. I am part of the Yi family from the Qin Yi Ridge, a lineage of cultivators. Our clan boasts hundreds of cultivators, with several even at the foundation establishment stage. Ymir Chi refinement practitioners are courting death by offending the Yi family. The Golden Light Master, stripped of his garments and confined in a small dark room, shouted in desperation, "Oh, a member of the Yi family from Qin Yi Ridge? Yet I found a copy of the Qin clan genealogy on you." And Ji mocked, flipping through the genealogy at a table outside, his voice echoing into the dark room. Upon hearing this, the Golden Light Master turned pale, suddenly recalling that all his belongings had been stripped away, leaving him with nothing. Chapter 15. What merit do I, Han Li, have? Brother Ji. Now that the Golden Light Master has confessed his origins, how shall we deal with him? Zhang Tai inquired, looking at Ji. Under their coercion, the Golden Light Master had revealed the truth. He was originally from the Qin family, one of the two prominent cultivation families in Qin Yi Ridge. Over the years, the Qin family had declined, losing their Golden Core ancestor and with only a few foundation establishment practitioners remaining. In contrast, the Yi family, though devoid of a Golden Core ancestor, still had 5 or 6 foundation establishment practitioners. Thus, the Qin family was extinguished. The underqualified and lowly Golden Light Master managed to escape with some treasures from the Qin family. Aware of his possession of valuable treasures and the impending pursuit from the Yi family, he refrained from returning to the cultivation world after fleeing Qin Yi Ridge, instead reveling in the mundane world, hoping to live a carefree life. Encountering me appears to be your destined calamity. Given Mo Jiren's recent promising performance, it seems his frail body can no longer endure, so let us send the Golden Light Master to him for possession. Glancing at the spoils collected from the Golden Light Master, Ji waved his hand. Zhang Tai immediately seized the Golden Light Master like a chick. Yet, upon hearing the term possession, the Golden Light Master erupted in terror, pleading and screaming, "No, please, I do not wish to be possessed. Spare me. I have told you everything. Please, no." However, Ji feigned ignorance, his gaze fixed on the spoils on the table. These were treasures obtained from the Golden Light Master. Unlike the predetermined fate where the Golden Light Master would be reduced to ashes by Han Li, leaving little behind, he had instead provided Ji with numerous precious items and even disclosed the location of his treasure trove. The Ascension token allowed entry to any place hosting an Ascension assembly, granting access to one of the 7 great cultivation sects of the Kingdom of Yue, Huangfeng Valley. The Golden Rainbow Scripture, akin to the Long Spring Scripture for Qi refinement, recorded the Golden Rainbow technique from the 1st to the 12th layer, along with methods for wind control technique, fireball technique, material manipulation technique, and the Golden Light Protective Talisman. The Flying Sword Talisman, crafted using 1/10 of the power of a Golden Core practitioner's treasure, served as both talisman and treasure, becoming completely ineffective once its power was depleted. Ji meticulously assessed the treasures acquired from the Golden Light Master, feeling exceedingly satisfied, not to mention the existence of the Golden Rainbow Scripture, which provided him with additional cultivation methods. The Flying Sword Talisman alone was enough to make countless practitioners covetous. The talisman, sealed with 1/10 of a Golden Core treasure's power, was a formidable weapon among Qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners. Furthermore, the Ascension token was extraordinary, as it not only allowed entry to Huangfeng Valley, but also granted a precious foundation establishment pill capable of helping Qi refinement practitioners break through to the foundation establishment stage. Truly, cultivators are treasures in their own right. The Golden Light Master, formerly of the Qin family, was indeed a member of a family once known for its Golden Core practitioners, still possessing talismans. And this Ascension token, Brother Ji, when do you plan to attend the Ascension Assembly and join Huangfeng Valley? Han Li, having gleaned much information about the treasures from Ji, was filled with joy. The thought of Ji soon becoming a foundation establishment practitioner thanks to the foundation establishment pill made Han Li even more exhilarated. Nothing thrilled him more than seeing Ji grow stronger. "I will certainly go to Huangfeng Valley, but you must come with me," Ji replied with a smile, simultaneously pushing the Golden Rainbow Scripture, Flying Sword Talisman, and Ascension token toward Han Li. "Brother Ji, what are you doing?" Han Li was momentarily taken aback. "Here are the refined and improved translations of your text. Here, take it. I have no use for it. For me, practicing martial arts is far more gratifying. The path of immortality may not be suited for me." Ji chuckled as he rose to his feet, patting Han Li on the shoulder in an encouraging manner. With a reward system for attendance, he had thus far devoted himself exclusively to martial arts, achieving remarkable results with minimal effort. Consequently, despite harboring a slight fantasy about cultivating immortality, Ji found the sheer thrill of unleashing his fists upon cultivators far more exhilarating. "Brother Ji." Han Li stared blankly at Ji's departing figure. He could scarcely believe the trust and generosity Ji had shown him. Even though Han Li had never mingled within the realms of immortality, he clearly understood the value of such treasures. One merely needs to consider that a single golden rainbow scripture could incite chaos in the secular world. Not to mention the coveted flying sword talismans that even foundational cultivators covet, and the Ascension Decree allowing entry into Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 great sects of the Yue Kingdom, which not only signifies a brilliant future, but also presents an opportunity to become a formidable foundational cultivator. Yet, Ji exhibited no hesitation or regret, bestowing them all upon Han Li without a second thought. What merit do I possess to deserve this? Taking a deep breath, Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of reverence and gratitude toward Ji. He suddenly realized he might never be able to repay Ji for his kindness. Despite Ji frequently referring to him as a brother, devoid of any condescension, the more this was the case, the more Han Li felt indebted to him. He was not devoid of sentiment. On the contrary, Han Li was a person of delicate emotions, deeply loyal to those he held dear. Brother Ji, I will steadfastly accompany you for the rest of my life. Han Li's eyes shimmered as he gathered the treasures from the table. Meanwhile, Dr. Mo's soul transference ritual was fervently underway. The protagonist of the event, Dr. Mo Ju-run, was elated at the prospect of shedding his frail body, particularly upon learning that Ji had entrusted him with the soul of the cultivator, Jin Guangshang Ren. Mo Ju-ren was overjoyed. See, old Mo, I told you serving a cultivator would not be in vain, especially one as profound and powerful as Lord Ji. It's simply a stroke of fortune you could never have imagined. Within Mo Ju-ren's consciousness, the remnants of Yu Zitong's soul were basking in triumph. I might have the fortune of serving the Lord, but your days are numbered, Yu Zitong. Once I seize the body of Jin Guangshang Ren, you shall languish in this decrepit shell of mine. Mo Ju-ren chuckled sinisterly, reveling in the thought. Little did Yu Zitong anticipate Mo Ju-ren's ruthless nature, leaving him momentarily speechless. Soon after, Yu Zitong erupted into a frenzy of curses and desperate howls within Mo Ju-ren's consciousness. Chapter 16, Junior Brother. You must not abandon your senior brother, the treacherous and shameless Mo old thief. You wish to leave me to fend for myself. Even if I perish, I will not spare you. Yu Zitong was engulfed in despair and fury, wreaking havoc within Mo Ju-ren's consciousness. Mo Ju-ren, though suffering immensely, could not suppress a more sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At last, he would be free from the torment of Yu Zitong. From henceforth, he would be a carefree and decisive cultivator. However, Ji's presence interrupted Mo Ju-ren's ecstatic laughter and dreams of the future. What are you laughing about? Focus on nurturing your spirit and discuss the soul transference with your dear friend, Yu Zitong. You will be companions in the realm of immortality, mentors and friends alike. Do not disappoint me. At Ji's words, Mo Ju-ren's maniacal grin froze in place. Even Yu Zitong, who had been wreaking havoc in Mo Ju-ren's consciousness, fell silent, astonished. Neither had anticipated that Ji intended for them to continue their spiritual integration, sharing a single body. No, my lord. Please do not allow Yu Zitong to remain in my consciousness. I will go mad. I beg you, my lord. Mo Ju-ren pleaded. After enduring Yu Zitong's incessant whispers and roars for years, he was utterly exasperated. Haha, thank you, my lord. Thank you for sparing my life. Yu Zitong sneered. Old Mo, you think you can abandon me? Not a chance. This is tit for tat. Had you not once poisoned me, I would not have been forced into your consciousness. Mo Ju-ren was inundated with the obnoxious laughter of Yu Zitong resonating throughout his consciousness. He wanted to implore Ji to reconsider, but Ji simply waved his hand, stating, You two must learn to coexist. As a senior cultivator, Yu Zitong may prove beneficial to you. Seeing Ji's unwavering intent, Mo Ju-ren could only resign himself to his discontent. Days later, the soul transference ritual commenced as scheduled. With no prior experience in soul transference within the Qishuan sect, many high-ranking members attended the event, their eyes filled with curiosity. During this grand occasion, the relationship between Mo Ju-ren and Yu Zitong had eased, with Yu Zitong even imparting a technique known as the Blood Arrow Soul spell, a far simpler and safer method than the one he had previously taught Mo Ju-ren. Mo Ju-ren could not help but curse Yu Zitong for the past. Had he not become Ji's servant with a ready cultivator to transfer into, he would have doubted his survival had he utilized Yu Zitong's previous flawed method. With a sharp bite to his tongue, a splash of blood imbued with mystical incantations sprayed onto Jin Guangshang Ren, and a dual-colored glow swiftly entered the latter's head. This glow was the merged essence of Mo Ju-ren and Yu Zitong's souls. The secret of soul transference was indeed terrifying. This was the legendary realm of Immortality, where cultivators existed in a realm of the miraculous and the strange. It was a pity that we, mere martial artists, lacked the aptitude for immortality. Otherwise, we could serve under Dr. Han Li as practitioners. The hundreds of high-ranking members of the Qishuan sect sighed deeply, revealing their admiration and envy for the cultivators. Why cling so desperately to the path of immortality? Martial artists can carve out a new realm as well. After all, I am but a martial artist, and Ji proclaimed, his words resonating powerfully, capturing the attention of the assembly. Yet, upon hearing Ji's declaration, the high-ranking members could not help but smile wryly. Talented one, please spare us your consolation. The path of martial artists is fraught with challenges. The lifespan of mortals is fleeting, and even if one reaches the pinnacle of martial arts, it might only yield a century of life. The three esteemed elders had transcended the mundane, cultivating a new atmosphere within the mythos of martial arts. Yet not everyone possessed such talent or opportunity. The hundreds of high-ranking members of the Qishuan sect lamented, their hearts growing heavier. In this era of flourishing cultivators, the martial artists, seemed destined for obsolescence, perhaps even relegated to mere servants for the practitioners. This is the realm of cultivation, a world of martial arts where power reigns supreme and brutality permeates every corner. Once Mo Jiren adapts to this new corporeal form, I shall temporarily depart from Jingzhou to venture into Lanzhou. At that time, I will leave behind a divine martial art that will enable practitioners to cultivate to a level where they can contend with those in the Qi refinement stage. There is no need for you to worry. I am not merely comforting you. In truth, the three esteemed masters have already been imparted with the techniques of mundane martial arts by me. Otherwise, Master Gan Xinhong would not have been able to stand toe-to-toe with the Golden Light Master at Luosha Slope. And Ji expressed his plans for the future. The Qishuan sect has gradually come into its own, and naturally, he cannot remain here indefinitely. Rather, it would be more prudent to follow the traces of fate, visiting various significant locations in the destiny of the fortunate child Han Li to collect rewards. What? Junior brother, you intend to leave? Why is that? Our Qishuan sect is flourishing, and this is the glorious moment to unify the martial world of Jingzhou. Would it not be better for you to stay and help your elder brother strengthen our sect? By the way, do you think I, as your elder brother, am untrustworthy, holding on to the position of sect leader without passing it on to you? It is entirely my fault. I shall prepare the succession ceremony for the sect leader right away. Regardless, you must not abandon your elder brother. Can you bear to do so? Wang Juechu, upon hearing Ji's intention to depart Jingzhou, became immediately distressed, even speaking with a hint of tears in his voice. The current prosperity of Qishuan sect is largely due to Ji, a fact that Wang Juechu, as the sect leader, understands better than anyone. It is precisely because of this that Wang Juechu finds it increasingly difficult to let go of Ji. He knows that Ji requires a broader horizon. The small Qishuan sect and Jingzhou are mere obstacles to his soaring ambitions. Yet, Wang Juechu cannot bear to part ways, for years of camaraderie cannot be easily dismissed. Ji has brought him so much inspiration and surprise over the years. I'm sorry, elder brother, and to the three esteemed masters as well, I will return in the future. Ji displayed an apologetic expression. He understands the affection that Wang Juechu, his somewhat foolish elder brother, has for him. But life entails more than just emotions. It involves poetry and distant horizons. Having traversed into this splendid world of flourishing cultivation civilization, how could he not embark on a journey and explore? Then, junior brother, before you leave, could you impart a mundane martial art to me as well? The three esteemed masters have all received your specialized teachings. How can I, as the sect leader of Qishuan, remain without a proper martial technique? Wang Juechu rubbed his hands together, his eyes shimmering with anticipation as he gazed at Ji, completely shedding the earlier sorrow and urgency of trying to retain him. Very well, I shall grant you a formidable technique, the lesser merchant sword cultivation method. Ji sighed in resignation. Chapter 17. Just a servant. It has been nearly a decade since I last returned to Lanzhou. On a passenger ship bound for Jiyuan City in Lanzhou, Mo Jiren gazed into the distance, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Who would have imagined that years ago, after being betrayed, he not only survived, but also poisoned a cultivator? After so many years, Mo Jiren never expected to return to his homeland, especially as a cultivator. From what I have heard along this journey, the Jingzhou Association you founded seems to be deteriorating in recent years. Even Jiyuan City, the headquarters of your association, has seen various forces rise. However, Ji remained unaffected by the nostalgia of returning home. His focus was solely on the Jingzhou Association. He understood that he did not immediately seek out the location of the Ascension Conference because he intended to bring Imo Jiren back to Lanzhou, allowing him to develop the Jingjiao Association as a force of Qixuan sect. After all, Lanzhou is undeniably one of the wealthiest and most prosperous regions among the 13 states of the Yue Kingdom. Rest assured, my lord, as the leader of the Jingjiao Association, I anticipated the decline of our power due to my prolonged absence. Once news of my return spreads, the Jingjiao Association, which once commanded 1/3 of Lanzhou and boasted over 60,000 disciples guarding various territories, shall regain its former glory. Imo Jiren's eyes sparkled with determination as he made this promise to Nji. He was astute enough to discern that Nji's intention in granting him the Golden Light Master's body and the Long Spring technique was purposeful. Now, Imo Jiren fully understood that this talented youth aimed to use him as a foundation to sweep through Lanzhou. Given the current trajectory, Nji might even leverage both him and Qixuan sect to dominate other martial forces across the states. As the ship prepared to dock, a cacophony of shouting erupted from the dock, where a large group was embroiled in a fierce brawl. Everyone attack! Beat them to a pulp. The remnants of the Jingjiao Association, which had once numbered over 64,000 members, had dwindled significantly, exhausted from managing various branches, and now sought to monopolize Jiyuan City, merely a delusion. From today on, the East City Dock belongs to our Tianba sect. The leader of Tianba sect bellowed as members of the Jingjiao Association were forced to retreat. Many of them burned with anger. Yet the ferocity of Tianba sect left them feeling utterly powerless. In the current turmoil of the martial arts scene in Lanzhou, the Jingjiao Association, bereft of its founder, faced continual oppression from two other major forces. Not only were many experts being lured away, but others were also being assassinated. The remaining experts were too occupied suppressing the branches across various regions to adequately defend Jiyuan City. Thus, it had become increasingly difficult for the Jingjiao Association to maintain its dominance over Jiyuan City without allowing other forces to stake their claim. Tianba sect. What a formidable Tianba sect. All of you shall perish. Imo Jiren's eyes blazed with fury. He had not anticipated that just as he vowed to revive the Jingjiao Association, he would encounter such a humiliating situation. With the assistance of the clear wind technique, Imo Jiren swiftly soared to the dock. Against these ordinary mortals, Imo Jiren, as a cultivator, was akin to a tiger among sheep. He even deemed it beneath him to employ offensive spells. With the prowess of his demonic silver hands, he unleashed a torrent of devastation, cleaving through numerous opponents, leaving severed heads and limbs in his wake. Demonic silver hands. It's the demonic silver hands. Quickly, notify the Duba Mountain Villa to inform the sect leader that an expert from the Jingjiao Association has returned to Jiyuan City. Witnessing Imo Jiren unleash his wrath, the disciples of Tianba sect were paralyzed with fear. They had never envisioned that the Jingjiao Association still harbored such a terrifying expert. Under the might of his demonic silver hands, the members of Tianba sect were as fragile as eggs against a rock. Every member of Tianba sect was utterly horrified by Imo Jiren's brutal and bloodthirsty tactics, fleeing for their lives in desperation. Meanwhile, the Jingjiao Association members who arrived for support were equally astonished. Why does this short figure possess the unique technique of our leader, the demonic silver hands? It was terrifying. This dwarf's mastery of the demonic silver hands was even more profound than that of Yan Ge, the leader's eldest disciple. No one among Tianba sect could contend with him in a single clash. With his singular prowess, he faced off against hundreds of Tianba sect members, defeating them soundly and forcing them to flee. His combat strength was indeed astonishing. As the supreme guardian of the Jingjiao Society, Ma Tiankong swiftly regained his composure and commanded his subordinates to encircle the fleeing members of the Tianba sect. Although his sworn brother, Imo Jiren, was missing, he felt a profound duty to safeguard the legacy left behind by Imo, including his wives and daughters. This was the least he could do as a brother. Were you about to deliver a message? Inform me of the location of the Duba Mountain Manor. I shall personally seek them out, Imo Jiren declared, having seized the leader of the Tianba sect, crushing his arm as he spoke with a chilling demeanor. The leader screamed in agony, unable to withstand the pain for even a moment before yielding. Please, my lord and Master Han, allow me to exterminate the Duba Mountain Manor at once. Bloodied, Imo Jiren bowed respectfully to Nji, who was slowly approaching by boat, and then, with a gust of wind at his feet, he departed from the dock in a flash. The efficacy and power of the wind control technique, one of the mystical arts of cultivation, were vividly demonstrated at that moment. However, Ma Tiankong and the members of the Jingjiao Society were left in a state of shock, their eyes gradually reflecting disbelief and horror. They could hardly fathom that the blood-soaked, fearsome dwarf would show such deference to two young boys. This could only imply that these two seemingly inconsequential youths possessed an unimaginable lineage and background. Esteemed ones, it is an honor to meet you, Ma Tiankong greeted. May I inquire where you hail from, and what is the relationship between you and the dwarf who has mastered the esteemed art of the Jingjiao Society? As the passenger boat docked, Ma Tiankong promptly led his followers to greet them courteously. The members of the Jingjiao Society scrutinized Ji and Han Li, struggling to believe that these two young boys could command such respect from a fearsome dwarf, merely passing through from Jingzhou. As for that dwarf, he is but a servant, and Ji replied nonchalantly. He then proceeded to walk through the dock, littered with severed limbs and blood, entering the city, leaving Ma Tiankong and the others utterly stupefied. Chapter 18. Surely I am seeing things. Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at Jiyuan City. Check-in complete. Reward, superior secular divine skill, 5 poisons chi technique, along with its complete mastery imparted. As Ji set foot in Jiyuan City, the familiar notification echoed within his mind. The 5 poisons chi technique was a profound and intricate poison art. Once its energy struck an enemy, it would instantly inflict them with 5 lethal poisons, causing them to suffer grotesque and sudden deaths. The 5 terrifying types of poison energies included weakness, bodily rupture, blood clotting, dizziness, and lethargy. It was not merely the full force of the 5 poisons chi that spelled doom. Even being struck by one type was enough to ensure a gruesome demise. An excellent martial art, and Ji mused, thoroughly pleased with the reward from his check-in. With the 5 poisons chi technique, he had essentially acquired 5 debilitating auras to weaken his foes. Once struck, the enemy would be ensnared by these negative effects, their combat efficacy plummeting, rendering them easy prey. Brother Ji, are we leaving already? Shouldn't we wait for Mo Jiren to return? Han Li inquired, noticing Ji turning to depart immediately after arriving in Jiyuan City. We shall seek him out directly. After imparting a martial skill, we will make haste to find the location of the Ascension Conference, and Ji stated, soaring into the air, effortlessly bypassing Ma Tiankong and his companions, who were eager to engage in conversation. Han Li, with a resigned sigh, employed the wind control technique to follow swiftly after Ji, leaving Ma Tiankong and the members of the Jingjiao Society in sheer astonishment. What remarkable skill! Such agility rivals that of legends in the martial world. They were left dumbfounded, realizing that these youths, despite their tender age, possessed extraordinary martial prowess. It finally dawned on them why the fearsome dwarf showed such utmost respect toward these two young men. They must possess an extraordinary background to command such loyalty. Master Han, what brings you here? Mo Jiren, having spotted Ji and Han Li in the distance, was taken aback. My objective is accomplished. I will now impart to you a martial skill before departing. I shall only recite it once. Your understanding will depend on your innate aptitude and fortune. Ji stated calmly. With that, he transmitted the verses of the 5 poisons chi technique into Mo Jiren's ears, who listened intently, even instructing Yu Zitong in his consciousness to assist in committing this invaluable martial skill to memory. Develop it well, and do not let me down. Mo Jiren expressed his gratitude with deep respect. Watching the retreating figures of Ji and Han Li, he was overwhelmed with feelings of appreciation and excitement. Through his exchanges with Yu Zitong, he understood that the 5 poisons chi technique was an art that rivaled the scriptures of chi refinement in value and power, far surpassing his renowned skill, the magic silver hand, by hundreds or thousands of times. Indeed, the wisest decision I ever made was to poison you, Yu Zitong. Otherwise, how could I have aligned myself under the auspices of my lord and gained such a powerful technique and favor? Mo Jiren lamented. Yu Zitong, overhearing, was furious. You, Mo Jiren, dare to insult me in my lord's absence. It seems sharing the 5 poisons chi technique with 71 errors was a wise decision on my part. You can practice it now. Mo Jiren was left speechless and astonished. He had not anticipated that Yu Zitong would retain such a trick up his sleeve. It appeared he had never abandoned the desire to undermine him. Although Lanzhou is one of the wealthiest states in the country, there is but one location for hosting the Ascension Conference. Hence, after Ji and Han Li departed, they immediately sped toward Tainan Mountain, the sole venue for the event. However, when they were still over 30 miles from Tainan Mountain, Ji suddenly noticed a tremendous commotion in the distance. Good heavens, that is the Foundation Establishment Master, Qing Yan, one of the key figures in the Tainan Mountain Small Assembly. What is happening? Who is he battling? The magnitude of this disturbance suggests that his opponent is also a Foundation Establishment cultivator. It is a Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Yi family of Qin Yiling. reportedly fighting over a piece of fire essence copper, with the outcome of their duel determining who gets it. Nearby the battlefield, numerous cultivators had gathered, intrigued by the spectacle. Given the proximity to the renowned gathering place for cultivators at Tainan Mountain, the spectators numbered 200 to 300, a diverse mix of independent practitioners, disciples from minor sects, and members of prominent cultivation families. Fire Essence Copper, Yi family of Qin Yiling? And Ji mused, surprised to encounter a spiritual material here, as well as a cultivator from the Yi family, which had been responsible for the downfall of the Qin family. Brother Ji, what do you suggest? Shall we observe from the shadows and seize the opportunity to kill and claim the treasure? Han Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he watched the fierce conflict between the two Foundation establishment cultivators above, fully aware of the harsh realities of the cultivation world, where lives could be forfeit over a single treasure. Although Han Li had never mingled in the world of cultivation, he adapted remarkably quickly. To him, the conflict between two tigers would inevitably lead to one being injured. At that moment, he could seize the opportunity to strike, and the fire essence copper would be easily within his grasp. Most importantly, every cultivator was a moving treasure, not to mention a foundational stage cultivator. Do you consider me strong? And Ji retorted with annoyance. Though his combat prowess was extraordinary, and he could almost claim invincibility against Qi refinement cultivators, it did not imply that he could easily defeat a foundational stage cultivator. After all, the gap of an entire realm was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Ji Gu, you can't kill them? Han Li asked, somewhat taken aback. In his memory, Ji had always been undefeated, with no one ever managing to make him falter. Yet now, Han Li realized things had changed. Ji was no longer invincible and omnipotent. He too had his limits. This revelation filled Han Li with joy, as he felt he might finally have the chance to catch up to Ji, instead of always being left in his shadow, unable to rely on him. However, upon seeing the delight and excitement in Han Li's eyes, Ji couldn't help but press his lips together and said helplessly, "All right, since you trust in my strength, let me show you how I can take one down." As he spoke, Ji's figure suddenly soared into the air, clenching his fists. The 5 poisonous energies surged within him, and he directly smashed down the foundational stage cultivator from the Yi family. Boom. Instantly, the Yi family's foundational stage cultivator plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a tremendous commotion. All present were left in a state of shock. What just happened? Did I just see a foundational stage cultivator being struck down by a punch? How could a foundational stage cultivator be repelled by a mere fist? Surely, I must be seeing things. Chapter 19. A single blow to the foundational stage cough, cough, cough. What on earth happened? Why was I suddenly struck down? The Yi family's foundational stage cultivator, Yi Nankai, struggled to rise from the ground, astonished and enraged. He had been gaining the upper hand in the battle against Master Qin Yin when unexpectedly, someone had attacked him. Hey, Brother Yi. Has the Qin family of Qin Yi Ridge been completely wiped out? Ji suddenly appeared before the foundational stage cultivator Yi Nankai, flashing a radiant smile. What nonsense are you talking about? The Qin family was clearly destroyed by scattered cultivators. As he stared at Ji, who had appeared out of nowhere, Yi Nankai felt a chill run down his spine. He could not fathom how this impossibly youthful boy had silently approached him. He also could not comprehend why anyone would inquire about the demise of the Qin family, which he believed he had nearly annihilated. Denial is unnecessary. You simply need to know that the Qin family members are now my subordinates. You, Yi family, slaughtered my subordinate's entire clan. How do you suppose I should deal with you? Ji's eyes flashed with a cold light as the 5 poisonous energies surged violently within him, surrounding him in a vibrant aura that made him appear extraordinary. Yi Nankai was taken aback, never anticipating that this young and terrifying boy could unleash power comparable to that of a foundational stage cultivator. He aimed to quickly channel his internal mana to retrieve talismans and artifacts for defense and counterattack. However, the 5 bizarre and domineering powers erupted within him at that instant. Blood coagulated, flesh tore, his mind became dizzy, movement slowed, and he felt an overwhelming weakness enveloping his entire body. What kind of sinister technique is this? A storm of panic surged within Yi Nankai. Boom. In the next moment, Ji's fist struck the already weakened Yi Nankai, shattering him into a cloud of blood mist. Fragments of broken bones scattered across the ground. Yet Ji paid them no heed as he directly picked up a storage bag and Yi Nankai's mid-tier foundational stage flying sword artifact from the ground. It seemed that when dealing with cultivators, it was best to achieve a decisive blow or weaken them with the 5 poisonous energies before delivering the final strike. Otherwise, once they unleashed their spells, artifacts, talismans, formations, or puppets, the situation would become troublesome. Remembering the pressure Yi Nankai had just exerted on him, and Ji couldn't help but feel a chill. Death, he is dead. The foundational stage cultivator of the Yi family, Yi Nankai, was thus brutally slain. However, the 200 to 300 observers present were all struck with disbelief. They could hardly believe that such a powerful foundational stage cultivator, regarded as the pinnacle of a cultivation family, could perish so swiftly. Yi Nankai had been dominating the fight against Master Qin Yan, after all, and yet, this formidable figure had been dispatched in mere moments by that young, terrifying boy, using just 2 punches. One punch sent Yi Nankai crashing to the ground. Another punch reduced him to a mist of blood. How could a foundational stage cultivator be killed so easily? This person must be a youthful-looking, formidable golden core old monster. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. To slay a foundational stage cultivator with just 2 punches, how could such a powerhouse exist near Nanshan? From their earlier conversation, it seemed this elder was avenging the Qin family's destruction. The Yi family was surely in grave danger now. The nearby 200 to 300 cultivators were profoundly astonished by Ji's displayed strength. Many turned pale at the sight of Yi Nankai's demise, instinctively retreating as they murmured amongst themselves. They were unaware of whether the Qin family of Qin Yi Ridge had indeed been vanquished by the Yi family. However, they could clearly see that the Yi family would likely take significant action in the near future. After all, within the borders of the state of Yu, apart from the Yin family of Guyu Mountain, which possessed a golden core cultivator, the highest combat strength of other cultivation families was merely at the foundational stage. With one of their main pillars suddenly slain, the rapidly developing Yi family would undoubtedly seek retribution. A monumental battle between the two sides was inevitable. Meanwhile, Master Qin Yan, standing atop a green jade flying sword, looked on as Yi Nankai was reduced to blood mist, his heart quaking with trepidation. The Yi family of Qin Yi Ridge had truly committed a grave error by provoking such a fearsome individual, with such overwhelming strength and a youthful appearance. It was evident that this was a golden core ancestor who had attained eternal youth. Master Qin Yan was filled with dread as he hurriedly descended from the sky, cautiously approaching Ji. Fearing that a moment of carelessness might incite the wrath of this remarkably likely golden core elder, the youth spoke, "Esteemed senior, this piece of fire essence copper was originally acquired by me. However, Yi Nankai insisted on forcibly purchasing it and sought to duel with me. Now that Yi Nankai has met his demise at your hands, he has received his just deserts, and it has also allowed me to vent my resentment. I humbly request that you accept this fire essence copper as a token of my gratitude." As Qin Yan Jinren spoke, he produced a fist-sized piece of fire essence copper, adorned with natural fire cloud patterns, and presented it to Ji. Ji was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Yan Jinren would regard him as a revered elder simply because he had slain Yi Nankai. Nevertheless, since the treasure was being offered, Ji felt compelled to accept it. He graciously accepted the piece of fire essence copper and offered a few words of commendation. "You are quite remarkable. Should the Yi family of Qin Yi Ridge trouble you in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall be residing in Tainan Mountain for some time." Upon hearing this, Qin Yan Jinren's face lit up with joy. The Yi family of Qin Yi Ridge boasted 5 foundation establishment cultivators. If they sought retribution, he would be helpless to resist. Having the protection of this seemingly golden core elder was indeed fortuitous. Yet, amidst his gratitude, Qin Yan Jinren suddenly noticed that the esteemed elder was departing on foot. Moreover, his form flickered and wavered, leaving behind multiple afterimages, which was quite astonishing. Was it no longer fashionable for golden core cultivators to fly? Chapter 20. The Golden Core Forgotten in the Sect Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at Tainan Mountain. Check-in complete. Reward: the transformative martial art Indestructible Golden Body and the pinnacle of its cultivation. Indestructible Golden Body. Ji was somewhat astonished. Just the name alone signified the extraordinary nature of this martial art. Furthermore, Indestructible Golden Body was the first transformative martial art to ever emerge. What is a transformative martial art? Ji began to examine the system's explanation. Burning seas and splitting mountains. The great martial art that allows a human body to shake the very fabric of nature is known as transformative martial art. Anyone who masters a transformative martial art can wield immense power, capable of influencing the entirety of nature, able to cause mountains to crumble and the earth to crack with mere gestures. Such terrifying strength could rival that of foundation establishment and golden core cultivators. This journey had truly been worthwhile. Not only had he obtained fire essence copper, which even foundation establishment cultivators coveted, but he had also acquired a transformative martial art. and Ji sighed in admiration and subsequently found a tavern with Han Li in the expansive Tai Nen meeting to rest. They also took the opportunity to inspect the treasures within Yi Nankai's storage bag. As they slowly retrieved the items from the bag, the room quickly became cluttered with various spiritual materials, treasure chests, magical tools, talismans, and some corpse minerals. And Ji and Han Li glanced over the contents before perusing the books, only to realize the magnitude of their newfound wealth. A mid-grade magical flying sword for Foundation establishment was a given. As for the talismans, there were 50 Fire Dragon talismans in a stack, 50 Hurricane talismans in another, 50 Thunder talismans, and 3 Flying talismans. With such an abundance of talismans, aside from a few special ones, and Ji speculated that most were likely prepared by Yi Nankai for clearing out large groups of weaker foes. Additionally, there were numerous wooden, jade, and stone boxes sealed with talismans, nearly all containing alchemical materials such as dark cloud grass, white sword lotus, desolate spirit insect dried bodies, and fragments of the shell of the blue bareback armor beast, among many others. What delighted in Ji the most were several cultivation techniques and secret spells, including Yi Nankai's primary cultivation scripture, lacking moon mysterious light scripture, which could be cultivated all the way to the later stages of golden core, as well as string light escape technique, melt gold refined fire art, and fixed light mysterious sword refining notes, among others. With such a substantial bounty, it undoubtedly meant that in Ji's influence could expand once more, almost rivaling that of certain immortal families. However, Han Li, gazing at the treasures strewn about the room, could not help but cast a complex look at Ji. Brother Ji, did you not say that one should only strike when their target is at their weakest and most relaxed? Why did you not wait until they were both severely weakened before making your move? Moreover, you chose to engage the one who was in a favorable position. Han Li felt a sense of absurdity. It seemed to him that Ji was applying double standards. The principles he taught Han Li were one thing. Yet when it came to Ji's actions, he employed an entirely different set. This left Han Li feeling somewhat slighted. I merely wished to showcase my strength. I did not expect to actually kill him. Ji laughed heartily, then stuffed Yi Nankai's storage bag into Han Li's arms. These items were of little use to him. It would be better for Han Li to take them, as they would rapidly enhance his strength. Humph. Han Li pouted at Ji's gesture, but chose not to acknowledge him. Yet, deep within, he felt a warm sensation, as if a delightful current flowed through him. Was this what friendship felt like? A smile involuntarily graced Han Li's face, his eyes radiating joy. He could not help but feel Ji's kindness. However, Han Li genuinely wished he could assist Ji. Yet, the gap between them was so vast that Han Li felt helpless. Meanwhile, several key figures from the Tai Nen meeting were gathered together, intensely discussing something. The topic of their discussion was, unsurprisingly, related to Ji. Qing Yanjinren, can you confirm? That youth with black hair and a youthful visage, is he truly a golden core cultivator? It should be so. Yi Nankai was one of the top-tier cultivators among early Foundation establishment practitioners. If he was killed with a single punch, then that person must indeed be a golden core cultivator. Yet, it does not make sense. When has a golden core cultivator engaged in battle with their flesh alone? Shouldn't they rely on magical tools instead? Indeed, I have noticed a point of suspicion as well. That youth never lingered in the air at any point. Even his initial surprise attack on Yi Nankai was launched from the ground, and the killing blow was also delivered on the ground. As the Foundation establishment cultivators of Tai Nen meeting discussed this, they could not help but wear expressions of confusion and doubt. They simply could not fathom why a being capable of effortlessly slaying Foundation establishment cultivators would not take to the skies and instead engage in such bewildering hand-to-hand combat. This was indeed rather unconventional. Since they could not reach a conclusion, it would be better to test that youth. If he were a golden core old monster, then they would treat him with the utmost respect. If not, well, they would promptly expel him from the Tai Nen meeting. Allowing someone who had killed members of the Yi family of Qin Yi Ridge to remain here would only invite enmity from the Yi family against the Tai Nen meeting as well. The several Foundation establishment figures of the Tai Nen meeting nodded in agreement. As for Qing Yanjinren, he naturally concurred. After all, he had initially intended to sell the beloved fire essence copper to Yi Nankai. The unexpected appearance of Ji not only led him to gift the fire essence copper, but also risked losing the friendship of the Yi family of Qin Yi Ridge. This was utterly unacceptable. Thus, they had to ascertain Ji's strength. Otherwise, they would be at a significant loss. Esteemed Elder, I am Tsang Songjinren, one of the key figures of the Tai Nen meeting. Recently, I have refined a damaged magical tool. Might you accompany me to the skies and assist in testing the capabilities of this repaired artifact? If the senior agrees, a generous reward will surely follow upon the successful completion of the task. Master Tsongsong spoke respectfully. He was one of the few influential figures within the Tainan Association, a cultivator in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. To ascertain whether this mysterious youth was indeed a golden core cultivator, it was imperative that they did not send someone in the early stage of Foundation establishment to compete. Testing the missing artifact? Certainly. However, I inadvertently left my golden core behind at the sect before departing, so I fear I cannot assist you in testing the artifact. Instead, how about we test it at the very spot where I vanquished Yinan Kai yesterday? And Ji was not oblivious to their intentions, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. With the indomitable, unbreakable golden body technique, he was no longer the person he once was. Previously, he could eliminate a formidable Foundation establishment cultivator with a mere ambush. And now, fortified by the astonishing defensive capabilities of the unbreakable golden body, he had nothing to fear from the incomplete artifacts wielded by Foundation establishment cultivators. Chapter 21. The Artifact of Restoration. The Su Yun banner left the golden core at the sect. The Foundation establishment cultivators were momentarily taken aback. Could a golden core cultivator truly be so peculiar? It was one thing for such a powerful figure to defeat a Foundation establishment cultivator with sheer physical prowess. But to leave without their essential golden core? Are all golden core cultivators as eccentric as you? The truth would soon be revealed through testing. Master Tsongsong exchanged glances with the other Foundation establishment cultivators, acquiescing to Nji's suggestion. The members of the Tainan Association were astonished to see the influential figures alongside the one who had dispatched Yinan Kai with a single punch. What was transpiring? Where were these notable figures and that senior heading? Curiosity piqued. Some members could not resist following them, eager to uncover the truth. Suddenly, an explosive piece of news spread like wildfire. What? Master Tsongsong was requesting that the senior assist in testing the artifact of restoration. An artifact of such caliber could only be crafted by a golden core cultivator. Could it be that the one who felled Yinan Kai with a single blow was actually a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator? It seemed highly plausible. Otherwise, how could he agree to test the might of the artifact? Regardless, this remarkably youthful senior must undoubtedly possess extraordinary combat prowess. Indeed, let us hasten to witness this. I have never before encountered the power of an artifact. The news swept through the ranks of the Tainan Association's cultivators with remarkable speed. Everyone was astonished, quickly rallying their companions to depart from the Tainan Association and venture into the outside world. Many mortals, drawn by tales of celestial encounters, gasped in awe upon witnessing the figures soaring through the skies, their excitement palpable as they chased after them. Meanwhile, the influential figures of the Tainan Association had swiftly set up a simple Yin-Yang 5 elements reversal array near the testing site. This array not only possessed concealment capabilities, but also had the power to bewilder the senses and perceptions of living beings, rendering them oblivious to the barriers imposed by the formation. This artifact, known as the Su Yun banner, was fortuitously acquired and recently restored with various rare materials, capable of exhibiting at least 1/5 of its original power. However, I have yet to test its true strength, so I kindly request the senior to proceed with caution. Upon successful completion, I can offer the senior a sea-sinking pearl and 5 pounds of 1,000-year cold iron as a token of gratitude. The sea-sinking pearl is a rare treasure birthed from the vast ocean, embodying water attributes spiritual energy, beneficial for practitioners of water-based techniques. As for the 5 pounds of 1,000-year cold iron, it is a legendary material scarcely found in the mundane world, highly coveted by cultivators of the Foundation and Golden Core stages alike. Fear not, feel free to activate the artifact. Nji gestured for Han Li to keep his distance, smiling at Master Tsongsong. Observing Nji's relaxed demeanor, Master Tsongsong could not help but nod inwardly. In his eyes, this youthful senior was most likely a highly skilled Golden Core cultivator. Otherwise, those who relied on deception would certainly be panicked and contemplating escape at this crucial moment. Then I shall begin. Master Tsongsong's eyes gleamed with seriousness as he regarded Nji as a Golden Core cultivator. Thus, he would unleash the Su Yun banner to its unprecedented formidable potential. Buzz. Soon, a white banner adorned with azure cloud patterns soared into the sky, rustling fiercely as Master Tsongsong executed his incantations, causing the very air to vibrate. Onlookers sensed an overwhelming, terrifying aura brewing. Should they dare to rush into the arena at that moment, they might find themselves paralyzed by the might of the artifact, the Su Yun banner. How terrifying! Is this the power of the artifact of restoration? It is almost unimaginable to consider how fearsome its complete form would be. I hope this mysterious, youthful senior can withstand it. After all, 1/5 of the artifact's power is merely its minimum output. Indeed, Master Song had never deployed the Su Yun banner to its maximum potential, and the senior had not even brought his golden core, which may pose a challenge in withstanding its full might. Within a 30-mile radius, the cultivators of the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages were abuzz with discussions. Without exception, they were all captivated by the formidable presence exhibited by the Su Yun banner. Boundless white mist gradually spread from an unknown origin, nearly coalescing into a mass that threatened to engulf Ji. Within this mist, something seemed to be stirring, revealing indistinct azure ribbons that swam like celestial dragons. Yet, the true terror of the Su Yun banner had yet to manifest. Look, the foliage and bushes enveloped by the white mist began to transform. My heavens! They instantly turned to ash. Had I not seen a tree there moments ago, I would scarcely believe it could vanish so completely, silently, and cleanly. Is this the horror of the artifact of restoration, the Su Yun banner? The mist seems capable of reducing all to mere dust. Those azure ribbons, akin to celestial dragons navigating the white mist, surely harbored even greater terror. The mist appeared to be their domain, allowing them to unleash even more formidable ferocity. Many spectators, witnessing the foliage disintegrating into dust, could not help but swallow hard, their hearts racing with fear. If faced with such a terrifying artifact, they would surely meet their demise within a heartbeat. Jigu, you must not act recklessly. In the distance, Han Li watched the obscured white mist. His eyes filled with anxiety and concern. He clenched his fists, deeply worried for Nji's safety. Others might be unaware, but as Nji's close friend, he understood his true capabilities all too well. He had not forgotten that Nji had relied on ambush and luck to defeat Yunnan. In a strict sense, Nji did not even qualify as a foundation establishment cultivator, nor even a Qi refinement cultivator. He was merely a simple martial artist. At present, Nji is enveloped by the power of the Su Yun banner, which possesses at least 1/5 of the might of a golden core treasure, causing Han Li to be consumed with worry and anxiety. Could that golden light be the manifestation of golden core energy? However, the master of the Su Yun banner, the esteemed Song, can clearly perceive the situation within the mist through his divine sense. At this moment, Nji is indeed ensconced within a shimmering sphere of golden light. The white mist of the Su Yun banner and the azure dragon, emerging from the cloud patterns, cannot even touch him in the slightest, let alone inflict any harm. Unexpectedly, the venerable elder's profound cultivation leaves the onlookers astounded. Even at 80% of the Su Yun banner's power, I cannot approach you, exclaimed Song, who stood upon a vivid tapestry of golden leaves. With his mid-stage foundation establishment divine sense, he has discerned that the protective golden sphere surrounding Nji consists of an astonishing 3 layers. The fact that even at 80% power, the Su Yun banner cannot breach a single layer of golden light fills Song with both astonishment and deep contemplation. However, Song's remarks incite a considerable stir among the gathered cultivators. What? This terrifying white mist, which even we foundation establishment cultivators struggle to resist, cannot approach the elder. How can this be? They gasp. It is essential to note that this is a golden core treasure. Even 1/5 of its power is sufficient to astonish golden core experts. This is utterly inconceivable. The elder has left behind the crystallized essence of his cultivation, the golden core, within his sect, yet still showcases such extraordinary prowess. Surely, he must be at least a mid-stage golden core patriarch. Several foundation establishment cultivators, who maintain a friendly rapport with Song and share the role of spokesperson for the Tainan Assembly, are utterly astonished. In past years, they have witnessed the immense power of the Su Yun banner. Moreover, according to hints dropped by Song, it is likely that the Su Yun banner is an ancient treasure when undamaged. Such treasures typically possess singular abilities and can be wielded without refinement, yet exhibit formidable power. All of them have experienced the might of the Su Yun banner, yet none could claim victory. Even another spokesperson of mid-stage foundation establishment could only evoke 80% of the Su Yun banner's power, ultimately meeting defeat. Yet, the casual remarks of these spokespersons have stirred up a tempest among nearly 200 Qi refining cultivators. A golden core cultivator? The formidable elder who struck down Yunnan with a single punch is, in fact, a legendary golden core cultivator. They exclaim in disbelief. Oh heavens! I had even practiced a pupil technique, mistakenly assuming the elder was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How blind I was. The Qi refining cultivators are overwhelmed with excitement, unable to tear their gaze from the mist. To encounter such a grand entity, which they may never touch in their lifetimes. They yearn to etch this moment in their minds as a source of inspiration. However, Some astute individuals remain contemplative, reflecting on the words of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Suddenly, their eyes widen in astonishment. He left the crystallized essence of his cultivation, the golden core, within his sect? How can he still unleash such astonishing combat prowess? He struck down Yi Nankai with a single punch and withstood the Su Yun banner without a scratch. This elder must be a monster. No, even a monster would see their strength diminished without their core. Many cultivators are lost in thought, their expressions transformed into astonishment as they gaze at the mist. At that moment, Song Song has summoned the full power of the Su Yun banner. Instantly, the white mist begins to swirl violently, as if animated, and the azure dragon nearly takes on its true form, its roar reverberating like thunder. Terrifying vibrations emerge from the depths of the mist, threatening to obliterate everything, reducing all matter to the tiniest particles. Some cultivators who are slightly closer are affected by this overwhelming force, immediately bleeding from their ears, noses, and eyes. Appearing ghastly and terrifying, the crowd, frightened, swiftly retreats, gaining a renewed understanding of the Su Yun banner's dreadful might. Indeed, the Su Yun banner possesses remarkable attributes. The roiling mist incessantly seeks out weaknesses, intent on disintegrating the flesh into particles. Meanwhile, the azure dragon exhibits an incredibly domineering presence, with fearsome destructive power, surging forth at the slightest hint of vulnerability. Alas, my perfected indestructible golden body shield comprises 5 layers, which an ordinary person might not discern. Song Song's attempts to harm me still lack the necessary intensity. And Ji chuckles softly, gradually stepping out from the mist. As for the azure dragon that roams and roars around him, and Ji pays it no mind. He has already comprehended the Su Yun banner's capabilities. It is far from sufficient to harm him. Venerable Elder, Song Song acknowledges, recognizing that his supplementary artifact has no effect on Ji. And he cannot help but smile wryly as he retracts the artifact, since it is a damaged, ancient treasure serving as a supplement. Song Song cannot store it within himself, and must instead place it in his storage bag. He then retrieves 2 items from his bag, the promised Hai Chun Pearl and 5 pounds of Qianzai cold iron. At the moment these treasures are unveiled, not only the Qi refining cultivators, but even the Foundation establishment cultivators reveal expressions of envy and desire. The Hai Chun Pearl, a treasure of water attribute, proves immensely beneficial even to those Foundation establishment cultivators without water roots, applicable in alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation. As for the 5 pounds of Qianzai cold iron, it requires no further elaboration. For a typical early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to amass such a quantity of Qianzai cold iron, it would likely take over 100 years. Is this what it means to be a golden core cultivator? Merely testing a low-level cultivator's artifact yields such rich rewards. The Hai Chun Pearl. I primarily cultivate water attribute techniques. With its aid, reaching the 12th layer of Qi refining is within reach. The Qianzai cold iron is also an exceptional spiritual material, top tier for crafting artifacts or creating puppets, truly envious. Many cultivators fixate on the 2 treasures in Ji's hands, their faces flushed with excitement. Yet, some rational individuals merely scoff at these people's foolishness. You dare covet the possessions of a golden core cultivator? Truly, you court death. Indeed, even those few Foundation establishment cultivators do not entertain such thoughts. How can you insignificant beings, akin to ants, not comprehend the gravity of your situation? Reckless ants abound. As a golden core cultivator is not someone we can easily gaze upon or covet without risking our very lives. Speaking of which, the Yi family of Qin Yi Ridge should soon arrive seeking retribution for Yi Nankai's demise, shouldn't they? As this thought circulates, many cultivators' eyes glimmer with anticipation and excitement. They can hardly wait to witness the shock and fear on the faces of the Yi family when they discover their adversary is a golden core cultivator. Chapter 23. Blinded by ignorance, who dares to slay Yi Nankai of the Qin Yiling Yi family? Arrogant wretches, reveal yourselves and face your demise. Not long after, a furious shout echoed from the horizon. Indeed, the Qin Yiling Yi family was profoundly enraged by the loss of a pillar of their foundation, a foundational stage cultivator. This time, they dispatched 2 foundational stage cultivators to seek justice, bringing with them a prized artifact from the Yi family, ensuring they could suppress the villain with absolute certainty. However, before the furious Qin Yiling Yi family could make a move, the leaders of the Tainan Small Council could no longer remain passive. The revered Master Tsangsong and several foundational stage cultivators immediately took to the skies, gazing down upon the swiftly approaching members of the Qin Yiling Yi family. Unleashing a surge of formidable magical energy, boldly, they proclaimed, How dare you show disrespect to your elders? What is the Qin Yi Ling Yi family to challenge us before our venerable master? Blinded by ignorance, you shall surely meet your end. Those who commit numerous injustices will inevitably perish. If you had not annihilated the family under our elder's command, would he have deigned to eliminate Yinan Kai? Withdraw your artifacts and surrender, or the Qin Yi Ling shall face utter destruction. The foundational stage cultivators glared fiercely, their anger palpable. They were undeterred by the two foundational stage cultivators sent by the Qin Yi Ling Yi family. Even if the ancestors of the Qin Yi Ling Yi family had once produced golden core cultivators, what of it? They boasted 6 foundational stage cultivators. Not to mention the presence of a venerable elder of at least mid-golden core status behind them. The Qin Yi Ling Yi family was but a mere flicker in the face of their might. Master Tsongsong retorted, "What do you mean by this? Are you attempting to shield the vile perpetrators who harmed foundational stage cultivators? Do you wish to wage war against all cultivation families? Remember your place. You are merely scattered cultivators. Without our support, you are but insignificant creatures awaiting slaughter. Now, step aside or assist the Qin Yi Ling Yi family in capturing the culprits." Yi Nanshan's demeanor was haughty as he coldly replied. Another foundational stage cultivator from the Yi family stood expressionless behind him, indicating that this operation was led by Yi Nanshan's. The son of the Qin Yi Ling Yi family's decision-maker, known for his exceptional talent and cultivation. With the family's prized artifact in hand, Yi Nanshan's felt his confidence swell. However, upon witnessing Yi Nanshan's attitude, Master Tsongsong was consumed with rage. "How dare you speak such arrogance before your elders? I shall see who dares to trouble the Tai Nan Small Council when I capture you." In the midst of his words, Master Tsongsong produced a rare artifact, the Su Yun banner, which unfurled in the wind, rapidly expanding to several meters in size. A cloud of white mist, capable of shattering all things, swiftly gathered in the sky, transforming into a pressure that bore down upon Yi Nanshan's and his companion. Within the depths of the mist, several azure-scale dragons brewed a fearsome wrath. "Master Tsongsong, have you lost your mind? You dare to use a rare artifact against me, regardless of the outcome. The Tainan Small Council will face obliteration for opposing cultivation families. You must atone for this," Yi Nanshan exclaimed, his face a mixture of shock and fury. He did not foolishly withstand the might of the Su Yun banner. Instead, he swiftly retrieved a treasure from his storage bag, the exclaiming spear. With a flick of his fingers, he activated a mysterious talisman inscribed with the image of a spear, and in an instant, a platinum exclaiming spear materialized in the void, swirling with potent energy as it surged toward Master Tsongsong. This spear was a treasure only golden core cultivators could forge, boasting 1/10 of the power of a golden core artifact. "You think a mere talisman can intimidate me? My Su Yun banner can unleash at least 1/5 of a golden core artifact's might. Yi Nanshan's of the Qin Yi Ling Yi family, surrender at once." Master Tsongsong scoffed. From the white mist, 6 ferocious azure-scaled dragons erupted, their overwhelming power shattering the exclaiming spear, sending it hurtling back. The sound of splintering echoed as cracks marred its surface. The remaining 5 leaders of the Tainan Small Council recognized a prime opportunity and unleashed their artifacts. The overwhelming magical energy distorting the very air, subduing the 2 foundational stage cultivators of the Qin Yi Ling Yi family. "I refuse to submit. Tsongsong, you wield that rare treasure, yet you will face retribution. The downfall of the Tainan Small Council will commence because of you. To dare oppress the Qin Yi Ling Yi family through sheer numbers will only hasten your demise." Yi Nanshan roared defiantly. Talismans swirled around the 2 foundational stage cultivators of the Qin Yi Ling Yi family, shimmering with vibrant colors to protect them. But under the suppression of the 6 foundational stage cultivators from the Tainan Small Council, they swiftly disintegrated, before they could even retrieve their defensive artifacts. Yi Nanshan and his companion were overwhelmed and forced to the ground in utter humiliation. "Yi Nanshan, it was I who personally obliterated Yinan Kai. Do you have any objections?" Approaching them was Anji, surveying Yi Nanshan as he lay prostrate in the dirt. It's you. How dare you? Wait until my father arrives with the artifact that suppresses our family's fortune. I will see if you can remain so rampant." Yi Nanshan glared at Anji, his heart burning with humiliation and rage. He longed for his father to receive news of his defeat and arrive with the artifact to capture the villain and traitors. Suddenly, Master Tsongsong descended and slapped Yi Nanshan across the face. The once fair and handsome visage of Yi Nanshan turned crimson, half of his face swelling from the blow. He stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom such humiliation. Yet, Master Tsongsong's next words plunged him into despair. "Blinded by ignorance. How dare you speak to a golden core elder in such a manner? Quickly summoned the head of your Qin, Yi family to apologize, or calamity shall befall you. The wrath of an elder will cause mountains to crumble. Chapter 24. The Alliance of Immortals, a Golden Core Cultivator. You are actually a Golden Core Cultivator. Both Yi Nanshan's and another foundational stage cultivator from the Yi family displayed expressions of sheer disbelief and horror. They could scarcely comprehend that the very villain responsible for the demise of Yi Nankai and their Qin Yi family was, in fact, a Golden Core Cultivator. They scarcely recalled having offended such formidable beings. Even those late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators with a chance of advancing to the Golden Core stage were never ones the Yi family wished to antagonize. Yet, they found themselves beset by such an unexpected calamity. Had they known that the assailant was a Golden Core cultivator, Yi Nantian would never have dared approach. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what grievance my Qin Yi family has committed to warrant such hostility? Though Yi Nantian possessed a certain pride, he was not foolish or reckless. Observing the youthful visage of Nji, he became increasingly convinced that this was indeed a Golden Core cultivator skilled in maintaining their youth. A bitter realization settled within him, compelling him to seek understanding of this entire situation. Otherwise, without resolving this enmity, even if his venerable father arrived with treasures to suppress the clan's fate, it would be futile. For no matter how powerful the artifact, it could not enable the Yi family to triumph over a Golden Core cultivator. Moreover, only a Golden Core cultivator could truly unleash the full power of such artifacts. The Qin family of Qin Yi Ridge, which had been obliterated by your Yi family, had one individual under my command. Since you have annihilated his entire clan, I naturally must assist my subordinate in seeking justice. As he spoke, Nji directly retrieved the storage bags belonging to Yi Nantian and his companion and tossed them to Han Li. The flying talisman, the Xian Sheng spear, was also captured by Master Tsong, transformed back into talismans, and handed over to Nji. With such assets in hand, Nji was confident that his vision of establishing a sect of cultivators would soon materialize. After all, in the near future, the state of Yu would face an invasion from demonic forces. Without a personal sect as a safeguard, how could one hope to endure? Realization dawned on Yi Nantian, and he lowered his head with a wry smile. Good and evil eventually reap their rewards. The Yi family had once believed they could easily dominate the declining Qin family, only to discover that the Qin family possessed such a terrifying backing. Had they known that the Qin family had someone serving under a Golden Core cultivator, and that this individual was willing to help them, the Yi family would never have dared to commit such a grave error. May I ask, esteemed elder, how do you intend to deal with my Qin Yi family? What price must we pay to earn your forgiveness? Understanding the inevitability of their doom, Yi Nantian began to plead for a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, the legacy of the Yi family, built over hundreds of years, would likely be reduced to ashes. For a faction lacking a Golden Core cultivator, such an entity could dictate their very existence with a single word. I am preparing to establish the Alliance of Celestial Masters, welcoming all cultivators to join. Foundation establishment cultivators, upon passing an assessment, may obtain the title of counselor and participate in the highest internal meetings of the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Your Qin Yi family shall be the first to join my alliance. And G's words carried an irresistible weight. According to the information he had gathered, the Ascension Conference would take place in over 3 years at the upcoming Towning Conference. Thus, Nji intended for Han Li to enter Huangfeng Valley using the Ascension token, necessitating a personal visit to the valley's location. However, having lingered in Town and Mountain for some time with Han Li, he still had matters to attend to. The establishment of the Alliance of Celestial Masters was precisely the purpose of his stay. Alliance of Celestial Masters? Internal meetings? Counselor? Yi Nantian inquired. May I ask, esteemed elder, if my Qin Yi family were to join the alliance, would we have the opportunity to obtain the title of counselor? If so, I shall do my utmost to persuade my father to ensure the entire Qin Yi family joins the alliance to serve you. Hope glimmered in Yi Nanshan's eyes as he gazed intently at Nji, fearful that Nji might deny the Yi family such an opportunity. Nji smiled slightly. I have stated that any Foundation establishment cultivator who joins the alliance and passes the assessment will indeed receive the title of counselor. Upon receiving this assurance, astonishment flooded Yi Nantian's face. This not only meant joining a force backed by a Golden Core cultivator, but also gaining a certain degree of influence within it. How could the Qin Yi family refuse? Especially since they had exterminated a member of the Qin family under the Golden Core cultivator's command. Naturally, they would willingly become a model for the cultivators of the state of Yu and be the first to join. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you. Amidst their profuse gratitude, Nji allowed Yi Nantian's clan uncle to return and convey the news. This uncle was, of course, the second Foundation Establishment Cultivator accompanying Yi Nantian. However, the 6 Foundation Establishment Cultivators from the town and conference could no longer contain their eagerness. After exchanging glances, Master Tsongsong quickly spoke up. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, whether we can join the alliance you are establishing? To speak candidly, we 6 possess the ability to host the Ascension Conference every decade, providing top-quality disciples to the 7 foremost sects of the state of Yue. Thus, we have significant connections with these 7 sections. If we were to join your side, we would wholeheartedly recommend you to the Golden Core cultivators of each sect for fruitful discussions." Hearing this, Ji chuckled. His intention in founding the Alliance of Celestial Masters was to embrace all cultivators. As long as one was a cultivator, they were welcome. How could he possibly refuse Master Tsongsong and the others? "If you 6 wish to join my alliance, I would be more than happy to accept you. Furthermore, I can ensure that 2 of the mid-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivators from the town and conference receive counselor titles." The 6 mid-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivators from the town and conference were among the first that Ji had interacted with, and their performance had been commendable. Ji was willing to support them. Had it been according to his original standards, only late-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivators would qualify for the counselor title. Even in exceptional cases, the criteria would only be lowered to mid-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivators, and each sect could only have one such exception, by allowing the town and conference to have 2 mid-stage counselors. Ji was undoubtedly expressing immense trust and appreciation. "Thank you, Alliance Master." The entire town and conference declared, "We are willing to join the Alliance of Celestial Masters and serve you." After a brief exchange, all 6 representatives from the town and conference agreed to align themselves with Ji. They were elated, scarcely able to believe that they had gained a Golden Core cultivator as their backing without having to pay a substantial price. Especially since within the alliance founded by this Golden Core cultivator, they would wield considerable influence. "Alliance Master is a bit too much. From now on, you may call me Chief Justice." Ji raised his hand and declared. Chapter 25. Over 4,000 cultivators Jr., Yi Sichuan, head of the Qin Yi family, pays respects to the esteemed elder. Though Qin Yi Ridge may have been somewhat distant from the town and conference, a Foundation Establishment cultivator could traverse the distance with their artifact in a matter of hours. Upon arriving at the town and conference, Yi Sichuan and 2 other Foundation Establishment cultivators hurried to the central tower, their demeanor respectful. "State your Qin Yi family's decision." Ji instructed Yi Sichuan and the 2 other Foundation Establishment cultivators to ascend the tower for a meeting, speaking directly. Based on the information he had received from Yi Nantian, Yi Sichuan, the head of the Qin Yi family, was indeed a rare late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator. "If fortune smiles upon me in the future, perhaps I may ascend to the esteemed rank of a Golden Core cultivator, one who commands respect wherever I may tread. Thus, I hold great admiration for Yi Sichuan, the head of the Yi family in Qin Yiling. The elder, setting aside past grievances, graciously forgives the Yi family's transgressions against the Qin family, a gesture that resonates deeply within the hearts of all members of the Yi family, leaving them profoundly grateful. From this moment forth, the Yi family of Qin Yiling willingly offers their services to the elder and pledges allegiance to the Alliance of Celestial Masters without hesitation. Moreover, we are prepared to present our ancestral treasure, the Xian Sheng spear." As Yi Sichuan spoke, he produced a long spear of a lustrous platinum hue, adorned with an intricate array of square and circular patterns, exuding an aura of sharp, metallic energy. This spear, the Xian Sheng, is a treasured artifact bequeathed by an ancestor of the Qin Yiling Yi family, a Golden Core cultivator. Although its powers have waned due to previous modifications into talismans, the diligent efforts of the Qin Yiling Yi family have revitalized it to a degree, restoring a significant portion of its former vitality. While it may not possess its full strength, it can still unleash a formidable force of around 70 to 80%. Therefore, should the supplementary treasure, the Su Yun banner, clash with the Xian Sheng spear, it would likely be swiftly vanquished. "Excellent. It is rare to find such sincerity from your family," Yi Sichuan acknowledged. "From this day forth, you shall hold the title of a council member within the Alliance of Celestial Masters, granting you the right to participate in our highest council meetings and wield a degree of influence." Ji nodded, accepting the Xian Sheng spear into his possession. However, he soon realized that he lacked the spiritual energy necessary to refine a Golden Core artifact, rendering him unable to incorporate it into himself. Thus, with a sense of resignation, he passed the spear to Han Li for safekeeping. Ji couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. He longed for a treasure he could wield himself. Observing the adeptness of cultivators wielding flying swords and casting treasures, he felt a pang of envy. It was indeed the mark of a Golden Core elder to remain unfazed by the Xian Sheng spear, choosing instead to entrust it to a subordinate. Surely, the elder's own refined artifact must surpass the Xian Sheng by leagues. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Sichuan, Ji's act of giving the Xian Sheng spear to Han Li stemmed from his own inability to utilize it. Artifacts differ from ancient treasures. They cannot simply be wielded by anyone. Only through meticulous refinement can their true potential be realized. As time passed, numerous cultivation families and sects with close ties to the Alliance of Celestial Masters began to send Foundation establishment cultivators to pay their respects to Ji. Upon learning of the Alliance's particulars, many expressed their willingness to join, recognizing the advantageous position of having a Golden Core cultivator as a protector. Furthermore, with several factions aligning themselves with the Alliance, those who refrained from joining risked isolation and vulnerability. Regrettably, these newly allied factions lacked the decorum displayed by the Qin Yiling Yi family. Few offered artifacts, with most merely presenting spell tomes, cultivation manuals, talismans, and spiritual herbs. Han Li, acting as Ji's steward, meticulously organized the resources of the Alliance, expressing mild disdain for the stinginess of these cultivation factions. He even suggested to Ji the audacious idea of disguising themselves to raid their rivals' empty strongholds. "Be content, my friend. Refrain from thoughts of violence." Ji replied, "The tomes, manuals, and resources we have accumulated are already sufficient for hundreds of qi refining cultivators." Ji watched Han Li with a mix of exasperation and affection, realizing that he must temper Han Li's impulsive tendencies. After all, times had changed. Han Li was no longer the isolated soul of his predetermined fate. He now had Ji by his side and the formidable alliance of celestial masters at his disposal. "When will you send me to Huangfeng Valley for training? Did you not mention that they would grant a Foundation establishment pill to those holding the Ascension Order? Surely, they possess recipes and herbs for Foundation establishment as well. If I can establish myself within the country's premier sect, it will undoubtedly yield continuous benefits for you and the Alliance." Han Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation, convinced that joining Huangfeng Valley would significantly aid Ji. "Patience. First, we shall dispatch resources to Mo Jiren's Jingjiao Association and the Qishuan sect in Jingzhou. Only then shall we embark for Huangfeng Valley." Ji contemplated, having already formed a plan. Han Li nodded, beginning to tally the number of cultivators and their strengths within the Alliance. Remarkably, the Alliance of Celestial Masters boasted over 4,700 practitioners, an astonishing figure that rivaled even the most prominent sects in the nation. However, most of these were qi refining cultivators, hardly noteworthy. Notably, over 40 were Foundation establishment cultivators, forming a respectable force. As for those of higher caliber, Ji, as a counterfeit Golden Core cultivator, would have to fill that role. The Qin Yiling Yi family, the Magician Lu family, the Baijiuan Gongsun family, and the Tongtian Gate of the Lianyun mountain range, 7 cultivation forces had already joined the alliance I established, with more scattered cultivators arriving continuously. However, this strength was still insufficient to withstand the impending demonic invasion of the nation. It seems I must focus on expanding the alliance upon Han Li's return from Huangfeng Valley. Chapter 26. Divine Armaments, Demonic Blades, and I Techniques. Jianzhou, the second largest state within the borders of the nation, is replete with towering mountains. Nestled in the central region of the Taiyue mountain range in western Jianzhou lies Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 foremost cultivation sects in the country. According to Ji's intelligence, Huangfeng Valley is home to over 10,000 cultivators, the majority of whom are qi refining practitioners. However, it boasts an astonishing number of Foundation establishment cultivators in the hundreds, not to mention their illustrious Golden Core and nascent Soul Elders. Should they choose to target the Alliance, it could be obliterated in an instant. Yet, Ji's purpose for visiting Huangfeng Valley was not to instigate conflict. He had no intention of waging war against the cultivators there. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully arriving at Huangfeng Valley. Check-in complete. Rewards, Divine Armament, Secret Refinement Scroll for the Purple Dust Sealing Cloak. Rewards, Demonic Blade, Secret Refinement Scroll for the Evil Jade Blazing Demon Blade. Rewards, Creation Martial Art, Silent Demon Eye, and its Pinnacle Cultivation Guidance. Listening to the familiar chime of the system, Ji found himself momentarily stunned, captivated by the unexpected turn of events. The occurrence of receiving 3 rare treasures in succession is truly an extraordinary event. Moreover, each of these rewards is anything but simple. They include divine weapons and enchanted blades. To top it off, there is even the exceedingly rare I technique of transformative martial arts granted to Angie. It is worth noting that even within the realm of cultivation, Such high-level eye techniques and bloodline secrets are incredibly scarce, as expected of a martial art of transformative caliber. It feels as though within the mere opening and closing of my eyes, I could unleash a terrifying power that could devastate 1,000 miles. Feeling the tingling and even burning sensation emanating from his eyes, Angie could not help but clench his fists. Gradually, he began to sense an unparalleled and formidable force coursing through his gaze. It was as if he held dominion over life and death with the mere flicker of his eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, all life withered, and vitality extinguished. The ominous radiance within his demonic eyes would pose a significant threat even to those in the nascent soul stage should they inadvertently be struck by it, let alone those in the golden core and foundation establishment stages. Angie was confident that he possessed over 90% certainty that he could annihilate an early-stage golden core cultivator with the ominous light of his demonic eyes. The power of the demonic eye of extinction is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, the secret refinement scrolls for the purple dust sealing robe and the evil jade fiery demon blade are exceedingly intriguing. Astonishingly, they contain no recorded refining techniques and require no crafting at all. One merely needs to place the materials for these divine weapons and enchanted blades into the secret refinement scroll. And with a trace of divinity or demonic essence belonging to the weapons, the embryonic form of the divine weapons will gradually coalesce. Once all necessary materials are gathered, they will ultimately take shape. Angie was utterly amazed by the existence of these two secret refinement scrolls. The novel and straightforward approach to crafting divine weapons and enchanted blades truly broadened his horizons. Undoubtedly, the presence of such secret refinement scrolls signifies an extraordinarily advanced and sophisticated level of crafting knowledge. Otherwise, how could such a bewildering method arise? Completely discarding the traditional techniques of weapon crafters? Simply placing materials into the scroll is astonishingly convenient. Just as you possess the Ascension Order from Huangfeng Valley that has not re-emerged for centuries? At that moment, a Foundation establishment cultivator riding a flying sword descended upon the green mountain where Angie and Hanli stood. It seemed that Huangfeng Valley placed great importance on the Ascension Order. After all, it represented their credibility and dignity. Barely half an hour had passed since the patrolling disciples departed when a Foundation establishment cultivator from Huangfeng Valley came to meet them. Respected Senior, it is indeed I who has come bearing the Ascension Order, seeking to join Huangfeng Valley, Hanli stated with a calm demeanor and a respectful bow. As the chief steward of the Ascension Alliance, he was already accustomed to encounters with Foundation establishment cultivators. He displayed no signs of emotional upheaval upon the appearance of the Huangfeng Valley cultivator. In the past, during the establishment of the Ascension Alliance headquarters at Tainan Mountain, which Foundation establishment cultivator would not respectfully address him as Chief Steward Han. Thus, Hanli maintained a high standard of composure. In the presence of the Huangfeng Valley cultivator, he appeared remarkably mature and composed, unperturbed by the situation. If you would kindly accompany me to Huangfeng Valley to meet the sect leader, the cultivator, Wu Jinren, responded with an unchanged expression and a smile. Clearly, as a Foundation establishment cultivator of Huangfeng Valley, he possessed considerable experience and had encountered various individuals, allowing him to respond with such ease and calmness. Little Li, you should follow this esteemed Jinren into Huangfeng Valley. Keep the Splendid Spears talisman safe, along with these communication talismans and fire dragon talismans. In the sect, do not neglect your own worth. Train diligently, and if anyone dares to bully you, fight back. If you cannot win, make sure to inform me, and I shall personally reason with them. Angie spoke while continuously retrieving various talismans, artifacts, and spiritual herbs from his storage bag and stuffing them into Han Li's arms. To be able to utilize the storage bag, Angie had even gone to great lengths to cultivate the esteemed 5 elements celestial scripture to the 3rd layer of qi refining. Of course, Han Li played a significant role in this. Without the spiritual pills he crafted from millennium-old herbs, Angie would likely have needed several years to attain such cultivation. However, as Wu Jinren watched Angie produce treasures one after another, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. May I ask your esteemed name and the cultivation family or sect from which you hail? Wu Jinren inquired with a look of astonishment directed at Angie. He was keen to discover which faction could afford such extravagance, allowing 2 youths, merely 14 or 15 years old, to travel with such a bounty of treasures, and conduct themselves so ostentatiously, as if they were eager for others to covet their riches. Did he not notice that the 2 Huangfeng Valley disciples responsible for patrolling nearby were already staring in wide-eyed astonishment? Even Wu Jinren felt his heart race. His gaze was fixated on the Splendid Spears talisman. After all, this was a rare treasure with 1/10 the power of a golden core artifact. Even as a foundation establishment cultivator of Huangfeng Valley, he felt envious. A mere remote faction, hardly worth mentioning. I kindly ask you to escort my brother into Huangfeng Valley to meet the sect leader, so I may rest assured about his future, Angie said with a gentle smile, waving his hand as if he truly lacked any significant background. Yet, the more he behaved this way, the more Wu Jinren felt that Angie's origins were extraordinary. His demeanor was humble and friendly, and he did not dare to lose any semblance of decorum. For Angie was precisely the type of individual Wu Jinren had encountered many times before. Those whose backgrounds were dazzlingly impressive would often feign modesty, presenting themselves as unremarkable. Those unaware could easily fall into their trap and suffer dire consequences for offending them. Wu Jinren, with his discerning eye, would never commit such an error. Rest assured, both of you, Huangfeng Valley is a harmonious family. There will be no instances of bullying, Wu Jinren said with a warm smile. He then guided his flying sword, leading Han Li into the concealed Huangfeng Valley hidden within the Grand Formation. Chapter 27. Does Yi Lanting truly intend to revoke my grandnephew's allocation of Foundation establishment pills? It is crucial to understand that should he miss this opportunity, he would have to wait another 13 years for a chance at Foundation establishment. How many 13 years can a Qi refining cultivator afford in their lifetime? He would miss the most golden years of cultivation. In the Grand Hall of Huangfeng Valley's main peak, an elderly man with a white beard appeared agitated. It seemed he was quite dissatisfied with the distribution of Foundation establishment pills within Huangfeng Valley. Yi Shidi, you must understand that it has been 400 to 500 years since anyone has entered with our Huangfeng Valley's Ascension Order. Your grandnephew, while indeed talented, received the lowest overall evaluation in this allocation of Foundation establishment pills. Thus, we must revoke his allocation. He must receive no less than the treatment due to an Ascension Order holder, remarked the middle-aged man with the surname Morong. Speaking leisurely and without concern for Yi Shidi's anxious and angry demeanor. Sect leader Shi Xiao, I have brought the holder of the Ascension Order at that moment. Wu Jinren and Han Li appeared at the entrance of the Grand Hall. The numerous Foundation establishment cultivators within the hall turned their gazes, their attention almost entirely focused on Han Li. Curiosity, contemplation, and keen interest flickered in their eyes. Clearly, most believe that the allocation of the Foundation establishment pills will lead to considerable turmoil. Are you the outsider who possesses the Ascension token? Allow me to assess your qualifications and cultivation. Master Yue was already in a fit of rage. Upon seeing the one who had usurped his nephew's share of the Foundation establishment pills, he immediately approached Han Li, seizing his wrist with one hand while the other reached toward his dantian. However, Han Li, who was always wary of strangers, promptly unleashed a golden protective talisman, blocking Master Ye's hand. Master Ye's eyes bulged with fury, clearly taken aback that this young man dared to defend himself so vigorously. Had it not been in the main hall of the peak, he would have shattered that protective talisman with a slap. The sect leader, Zhong Lingdao, glanced at Master Yi with exasperation before addressing Han Li. What is your name and lineage, and what is your cultivation level? Where do you hail from? Han Li responded without hesitation. I am Han Li, possessing the 4 spiritual roots, currently at the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage, from the secular realm of Jingzhou. However, before the sect leader could utter a word, Master Yi scoffed, for spiritual roots, and yet a mere loose cultivator. Do you even deserve a Foundation establishment pill? Sect leader, I believe it would be the greatest fortune for him to be accepted into our Huangfeng Valley. With his qualifications, he will likely never have the opportunity to break through to the Foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. It would be better to reserve the pill for my nephew. Zhong Lingdao hesitated. Though he was the leader of Huangfeng Valley, one of the 7 major sects of the Kingdom of Yue, he was still merely at the late stage of Foundation establishment. In discussions with his peers, he found it challenging to assert any dominance. You intend to seize my Foundation establishment pill? Han Li was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the previously amiable Wu Jinren would speak of Huangfeng Valley as a warm and harmonious family, with no instances of bullying. Yet, he found himself confronted with such a situation upon meeting the sect leader. One of Huangfeng Valley's Foundation establishment cultivators was attempting to snatch away the pill that rightfully belonged to him. Wu Jinren, is this what you refer to as a harmonious family? Han Li looked at Wu Jinren with astonishment, as if to express his disbelief. Wu Jinren's face turned awkward. He had never expected to encounter such an unfortunate event. After assuring Han Li outside, he felt slapped in the face upon entering Huangfeng Valley. Thus, he grew somewhat angry, fixing his gaze on Master Yi and stating, Master Yi, what do you mean by this? The holder of the Ascension token is entitled to a Foundation establishment pill quota. This is a rule that none of the 7 sects has ever violated. Do you wish for Huangfeng Valley to lose its credibility and become the laughingstock of all cultivators in the kingdom of Yue, providing entertainment for the other 6 sects? Master Ye's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He understood that Huangfeng Valley could not break this rule. Otherwise, even if his sect leader Zhong Lingdao did not cause him trouble, those Golden Core elders would certainly deal with him. In frustration, he flicked his sleeve and shot Wu Zhenren a glare, as if chastising him for his meddling. "Hanli, is it? We of Huangfeng Valley will indeed allocate a foundation establishment pill to you. However, considering your qualifications and background, it is highly unlikely that you will ever have the need for such a pill, and even if you do, you may not be able to achieve foundation establishment. How about this? After you receive the foundation establishment pill, you hand it over to me, and I will personally take you as my disciple, providing you with some spiritual pills, magical artifacts, and talismans as compensation. What do you say?" Master Yi was not willing to give up, looking at Han Li and trying to persuade him. In his view, it was sheer waste for a loose cultivator to desire such a treasure as a foundation establishment pill. A mere token gift would suffice. "Master Yi, you are being exceedingly unreasonable. Is this how you treat a newly admitted disciple?" Wu Zhenren interjected angrily. He had long been displeased with Master Yi. Were it not for Han Li's reluctance to reveal his identity and background, he would have thoroughly scolded Master Yi to instill some fear in him. How could someone with talismans at their disposal possibly be compared to the like of the Jianzhou Yi family, which had never produced a golden core cultivator? This elder is jesting. I have sworn that anyone wishing to be my master must defeat my elder brother. Otherwise, I cannot agree, Han Li replied. His tone was humble and respectful. However, upon hearing this, Master Ye's eyes immediately lit up with intrigue. He sensed an opportunity. Master Yi believed Han Li was inclined to compromise. Yet, he felt too bashful to accept outright, and could only express his intent in this manner. "I understand. May I inquire about your elder brother's name and where he resides? Please, do not hesitate to speak. I, Yi Lanting, shall go challenge your elder brother to a duel. Regardless of the outcome, I am willing to accept you as my disciple." Yi Lanting, Master Yi, was elated internally, though he maintained a facade of righteousness. After all, how profound could the cultivation of a teenager's elder brother be? Even if Han Li's brother were a remarkable talent, he could at most have perfected the 13th layer of the qi refining stage. With his prowess as a foundation establishment cultivator, defeating him would be a piece of cake. "My elder brother's name is Ji. You can find him at the Tainan Mountains Tainan Gathering, where he is quite renowned." Han Li responded with utmost deference. The Tainan Gathering? Upon hearing this familiar name, Yi Lanting's eyes sparkled with delight, for the cultivators there, aside from the leader being a foundation establishment cultivator, mostly consisted of loose cultivators and disciples from cultivation families, nearly all at the qi refining stage. This merely confirmed his suspicion that Han Li was indeed inclined to accept his conditions, albeit indirectly, adding an extra layer to the negotiation. He understood that young people are often concerned about their pride. Chapter 28. Did I come to the wrong place? Then, sect leader and esteemed brothers, I shan't impose further. To fulfill Han Li's challenge, I must promptly head to the Tainan Gathering in Lianzhou to duel with his elder brother. With a knowing glance exchanged with Han Li, Yi Lanting smiled broadly and bowed to the foundation establishment cultivators in the hall before striding away with purpose. He had initially anticipated some difficulties in securing the foundation establishment pill for his nephew, yet it was resolved with such ease. Although Han Li's qualifications were somewhat lacking, and he was merely a loose cultivator, he had a good heart, understanding the importance of goodwill. Perhaps he could treat him a bit better in the future, not wanting to extinguish the youthful innocence in this earnest young man. A flying sword streaked gracefully through the clouds. Yi Lanting stood atop the sword, filled with contemplations. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Huangfeng Valley, the foundation establishment cultivators looked at the humble and compliant Han Li, reflecting on Yi Lanting's fortuitous luck in so easily securing a foundation establishment pill quota from the holder of the Ascension token. There were indeed some foundation establishment cultivators who felt sympathy for Han Li. Yet, as cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, they had witnessed such scenarios all too often. The cultivation world was indeed a place of stark selfishness and cruelty. Without a background or strength, a small person is destined to suffer. They can only survive by relying on the powerful. Where lies hope? Come forth quickly and engage in a duel with me, regardless of victory or defeat. I shall accept Han Li as my disciple. Do not hide any longer. If I were to seek revenge, even 100 lives would not suffice for you to escape. After a brief period, Yi Lanting hurriedly soared on his flying sword towards Tainan Mountain. Without wasting words, he directly sent his voice across the land. A mere qi refining stage cultivator was not worthy of his prolonged presence. He was eager to symbolically defeat his opponent and return to Huang Feng Valley for rest. After all, the spiritual energy enveloping Huang Feng Valley was rich and abundant, incomparable to Tainan Mountain. Who dares to call my name? The chief judge of the Master of Immortals Alliance. Yet, as Yi Lanting's voice faded, a furious roar echoed from Tainan Mountain. Suddenly, a powerful aura from a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator surged forth, confronting Yi Lanting. Yi Lanting was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. However, the formidable aura of the late Foundation establishment cultivator was undeniably real, while he himself was merely at the mid-Foundation establishment stage. Instinctively, Yi Lanting prepared to bow and explain himself. Arrogant wretch, how dare a mere mid-Foundation establishment cultivator call my name? Have your eyes gone blind? Is the true name of a golden core cultivator something a lowly insect like you can utter? Yet, several more angry roars echoed from Tainan Mountain. Yi Lanting soon found himself bewildered, realizing that 5 or 6 late Foundation establishment cultivators had soared into the sky. Moreover, there were countless other Foundation establishment cultivators launching into the air from various parts of Tainan Mountain. Under the clear blue sky, an array of colorful magical artifacts filled the air with their dazzling powers. Have I come to the wrong place? Yi Lanting's eyes widened in disbelief. A growing number of Foundation establishment cultivators ascended into the sky, from an initial 2 to 10, then 20, 30, and even 40. Each of these cultivators wore serious expressions, glaring at him and surrounding him completely. Yi Lanting felt utterly overwhelmed. He could hardly believe that Tainan Mountain harbored so many Foundation establishment cultivators. After all, it was not a place rich in spiritual energy. Before he could process this bewildering reality, a voice crashed down upon him like ice. I implore the esteemed members to vote. This audacious scoundrel dares to openly provoke the Master of Immortals Alliance, and has insulted the Chief Judge and the Grand Overseer. If we do not suppress this blind fool, where lies the dignity of our Master of Immortals Alliance? Where lies the authority of our Chief Judge? A resonant voice echoed through the heavens. This voice was immediately met with the approval and response of the vast majority of Foundation establishment cultivators. I implore the esteemed members to vote. To uphold the dignity of our Master of Immortals Alliance. I implore the esteemed members to vote. To uphold the dignity of our Master of Immortals Alliance. I implore the esteemed members to vote. The authority of the Chief Judge cannot be challenged. In an instant, a chilling aura filled the skies above Tainan Mountain. The eyes of every Foundation establishment cultivator in the Master of Immortals Alliance were cold and resolute. Over 40 magical artifacts soared through the heavens, their colorful brilliance painting the sky, as an overwhelming magical pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. No, it cannot be. Before Yi Lanting could defend himself, he turned pale under the oppressive force of over 40 Foundation establishment cultivators, coughed up blood, and plummeted to the earth. As he fell, his eyes were filled with despair and confusion. How could he believe that merely coming to challenge a chi refining stage would lead to such calamity? Over 40 Foundation establishment cultivators. Even in Huang Feng Valley, such a force rarely gathered. Yet he, Yi Lanting, had stumbled upon them. Yi Lanting was tormented. Who are you? Why are you wearing the attire of Huang Feng Valley and provoking the dignity of the Master of Immortals Alliance? Who instigated you to stir conflict between our Master of Immortals Alliance and Huang Feng Valley? Qin Yiling, the head of the Yi family, coldly questioned. Other Foundation establishment cultivators hovered in the sky, gazing down at the immobilized Yi Lanting with icy expressions. I am a cultivator from Huang Feng Valley. I was not instigated by anyone. A disciple holding the Ascension Order called Han Li entered our mountain gate. He said that if I could defeat his brother and Ji in the upcoming minor battle, he would grant me a quota for the Foundation establishment pill held by the bearer of the Ascension Order. I truly did not mean to provoke your Master of Immortals Alliance. Mired in dirt, Yi Lanting explained in a disheveled manner. Faced with the pressure and intimidation of over 40 Foundation establishment cultivators, he was on the verge of tears. He merely intended to come out and bully a weak opponent before returning to Huang Feng Valley. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter a gathering of over 40 Foundation establishment cultivators from the Master of Immortals Alliance? Having exchanged only a few words, he was suppressed and forced to cough blood. His situation was utterly tragic. Even now, speaking, he could only lay in the dirt. Where could Yi Lanting seek justice? Chapter 29. The one who plays the fool to devour the tiger. Such audacity. To covet the Foundation establishment pill of Grand Overseer Han, you deserve this outcome. Blind fool. You even wish to challenge our Chief Judge. Even if our Chief Judge were to cast aside the crystallization of his entire cultivation in the Golden Core stage, he could still effortlessly crush you. However, as Yi Lanting explained, the rage of the Foundation establishment cultivators in the Master of Immortals Alliance only intensified. Their eyes widened with fury, and a formidable aura pressed down from the sky, nearly suffocating Yi Lanting. W. Watt, Grand Overseer Han. Han Li is actually the Grand Overseer of your Master of Immortals Alliance. And in Ji, Han Li's elder brother, is a golden core cultivator. How is this possible? Yi Lanting's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could hardly accept the reality before him. After all, Han Li was merely a scattered cultivator with the trashy aptitude of 4 spiritual roots, and his cultivation was only at the 9th level of Qi refining. What merit did he possess to hold the position of Grand Overseer among such a multitude of Foundation establishment cultivators? And how could he possibly have a golden core cultivator as an elder brother? This was simply impossible. What is happening? Why is everyone neglecting the construction of our Master of Immortals Alliance headquarters and soaring into the sky? At that moment, Ji's voice drifted over. His figure was still 10 miles away. Though his voice was not loud, it reached every ear with clarity. Greetings, Chief Judge. In an instant, over 40 Foundation establishment cultivators hurriedly saluted the leisurely arriving Ji. Their movements and words were remarkably synchronized, indicating they had practiced together. Hearing this commotion, Yi Lanting laboriously raised his head from the dirt. He longed to meet the Golden Core cultivator. Driven by an insatiable curiosity regarding what manner of individual would befriend a Qi refining period practitioner of such dismal talent. However, Ji was still a considerable distance away. Lying over 10 miles from him, Yi Lanting soon found himself overwhelmed by the formidable aura of more than 40 Foundation establishment cultivators, pressing his head into the earth. Honorable Judge, this Foundation establishment cultivator claims to hail from Huangfeng Valley and seeks to challenge you. According to his account, Chief Steward Han stated that should he triumph over you, a Foundation establishment pill would be awarded to him. In my view, this is a blatant case of arrogance. An attempt to forcibly seize the Foundation establishment pill quota from Chief Steward Han. It is evident that he has been cunningly lured to our alliance of celestial masters. Seeking a lesson, Yi Sichuan approached Ji respectfully, recounting the events with precision. Meanwhile, those Foundation establishment cultivators who had felt uneasy about suppressing the Huangfeng Valley practitioners found their spirits lifted upon Ji's appearance. The 7 major sects of the Yue Kingdom loomed large in their minds, untouchable. Yet, the rumored mid-stage golden core cultivator Ji instilled within them a newfound confidence. In the absence of the legendary nascent soul masters, golden core cultivators represented the pinnacle of power within the cultivation world. Moreover, their alliance of celestial masters stood for righteousness. The Huangfeng Valley cultivators were brazenly attempting to usurp the Foundation establishment pill quota rightfully held by Chief Steward Han. How could the alliance of celestial masters refrain from teaching them a lesson? Even if the situation escalated throughout the entire cultivation world, they would undoubtedly garner support from other cultivation factions, including the remaining 6 sects. After all, throughout history, no one among the 7 major sects had ever dared to openly seize the Foundation establishment pill quotas from those holding the Ascension Order. If Huangfeng Valley sets such a precedent, their reputation would plummet, and they would face condemnation from the other 6 sects. It turned out that he had been summoned by Xiao Li, and Ji nodded with a smile, having anticipated that Han Li might encounter such unjust treatment. In the predetermined course of fate, when Han Li entered Huangfeng Valley with the Ascension Order, he had been targeted by a Foundation establishment cultivator and lost his Foundation establishment pill quota. However, Ji had not expected that he had provided Han Li with talismans to intimidate the nefarious. Yet, Han Li still feigned weakness and humility to deceive the instigator. It seemed Xiao Li's nature was not easily changed. He preferred to play the role of a fool to ensnare others, if he did not handle this matter properly. Ji feared that Xiao Li's elaborate act and schemes would go to waste. Shaking his head helplessly, Ji approached Yi Lanting. Through some conversation, he grasped Yi Lanting's background and suddenly looked down at him, asking, "Do you know who I am?" May I inquire who you are?" Yi Lanting responded, somewhat dazed. He looked at the young man before him, who was of similar age to Han Li, and wondered if he too had a golden core brother. "I am Han Li's elder brother. W. What?" Yi Lanting's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Ji. He could hardly believe that this incredulously youthful individual was indeed the golden core cultivator. A golden core practitioner in their teens. Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. Throughout history, no one had ever heard of such a prodigious existence. An old monster. This person must be an ancient being skilled in maintaining a youthful appearance. Or perhaps they have consumed rare treasures, which is why they appear so young. It must be that. As Yi Lanting's mind raced, He quickly formed conclusions and firmly believed them. Yet, the thought of having offended this golden core powerhouse's younger brother, while even daring to challenge him, filled him with bitterness. With his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he could hardly contend with a golden core cultivator. He might not even stand a chance against a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Was he not inviting humiliation upon himself? Had he known that Han Li was a master of disguise and had a golden core elder brother, he would not have dared to come for a mere foundation establishment pill, let alone for 10. With this in mind, Yi Lanting could not help but raise his grimy head, gazing up at Ji with eyes filled with desperation and humility. He had provoked a golden core cultivator and boasted of competing with him, even attempting to seize the foundation establishment pill belonging to this golden core cultivator's younger brother. Yi Lanting had effectively offended this esteemed member of the Alliance of Celestial Masters to the utmost degree. He could only hope for a magnanimous response from his formidable adversary, pleading for his life. Predecessor, all of this is the fault of the younger generation. I implore your forgiveness. If you can spare me, I am willing to comply with any request within my power. Yi Lanting begged humbly. It was not that he was unaware of the futility of using Huangfeng Valley's reputation to intimidate. He truly had no means of doing so. Even within Huangfeng Valley, offending a golden core cultivator would yield him no favorable outcome. Moreover, Ji was not even one of Huangfeng Valley's own. With over 300 foundation establishment cultivators in Huangfeng Valley, his presence was insignificant. If he were to perish, it was unlikely that Huangfeng Valley could take any significant action against this golden core cultivator. After all, the golden core practitioners within Huangfeng Valley were few and far between. It was hardly worth risking a life of a mere mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator for a confrontation with a golden core master. Yi Lanting valued his life. He did not wish to die. Thus, he fervently pleaded, willing to offer everything. Chapter 30, The Seed of Annihilation. Are you willing to fulfill all my conditions? Your family must also belong to a cultivation lineage, correct? I require your family to join the alliance of celestial masters that I am establishing. Furthermore, within Huangfeng Valley, you shall obey Han Li's commands. By virtue of his status, Han Li is the chief steward of our alliance of celestial masters, as a mere mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It is your honor to serve at his side. And Ji stated directly, his resolute tone leaving no room for Yi Lanting to refuse or negotiate. Yi Lanting felt a pang of bitterness within. He had not anticipated that in pursuit of a foundation establishment pill quota, he would not only fail to obtain it, but also jeopardize his own fate and that of his family. Yet, feeling the pressure from the 40-plus foundation establishment cultivators upon him, and remembering that this golden core cultivator was Han Li's elder brother, clarity struck him like lightning. Golden core cultivators were notoriously difficult to curry favor with. What he faced was not calamity, but an unexpected fortune. Within the vast expanse of Huangfeng Valley, with over 300 foundation establishment cultivators, he alone would be a member of the Alliance of Celestial Masters, able to serve Han Li closely. And Han Li had a doting elder brother. Yi Lanting realized he was stepping into a realm of unprecedented opportunity. Without hesitation, he expressed his gratitude profusely, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed predecessor. It is an honor for my family, the Yi family of Jianzhou, to join the alliance of celestial masters you are establishing. I will return and discuss the shift in our family's priorities. I hold great admiration for Chief Steward Han Li and am more than willing to serve him." Excellent. And Ji nodded in satisfaction. However, I find myself unable to place my trust in you immediately. Coincidentally, I have recently mastered a unique ocular technique that allows me to implant a seed of the Tao within a person's body. With just a mere thought, the bearer of this seed shall be engulfed in overwhelming terror. I have yet to test this ocular technique in battle. It seems rather fortunate for you. As Ji spoke, his eyes suddenly lost their luster, becoming dim and devoid of life, transformed into a haunting shade of gray, resembling the void of oblivion. Within those chilling gray orbs, intricate tree-like patterns began to emerge, as if the very eyes were on the verge of fracturing. This, Senior, there is no need for that. Yi Lanting felt a surge of fear within, particularly upon witnessing Ji's suddenly transformed and eerie gaze. He experienced a tremor that resonated from the depths of his soul. For cultivators, such terror undoubtedly signified an unparalleled danger. He would rather forego such a benefit. No, I would never betray you, Senior. Alas, Yi Lanting had no control over the situation. He immediately trembled, his eyes widening as if confronted by an unspeakable horror in both his vision and spiritual realm. Those were eyes devoid of any sparkle or sheen, cold and filled with an ominous aura of death and extinction. They lurked deep within Yi Lanting's consciousness, and whenever he focused his awareness there, He felt as if he were plunging into a glacial abyss, on the brink of becoming a lifeless corpse. This was the formidable power of Nji's perfected void demon eye technique. Not only could his eyes unleash a devastating void light capable of withering all life, but they could also implant a seed of the void within other entities, continuously siphoning their vitality to strengthen the seed, responding to Nji's will. When unleashed, the void light contained within the seed could instantly obliterate all vitality of its host, leaving only a lingering aura of desolation to terrify any observer. How terrifying! Is this the power of a golden core cultivator? It is too fearsome. What kind of eyes are these? Even though the judge did not cast a glance in my direction, I felt a chill run down my spine. The recently ascended golden core ancestor of the Yunjin Mountains Tongtian Gate had never instilled in me such a sense of dread. It is truly terrifying. It seems that many of you suspect that the judge possesses at least mid-stage golden core cultivation, or perhaps even late stage. The 40-odd foundation-building cultivators from the Celestial Alliance displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. For many of them, it was their first encounter with Nji's formidable abilities. Yet, despite Nji not targeting them, they were all profoundly affected, their minds losing their composure. The might of a golden core cultivator is indeed astonishing. Late-stage golden core? The words of the Tongtian Gate's leader caused numerous foundation-building cultivators to fall into contemplation, their gazes flickering. After all, the golden core ancestor of Tongtian Gate had only recently passed away 13 years ago, a timeline far shorter than those ancient families with a history of golden core cultivators. Therefore, the leader's words carried immense authority and persuasive power. They had only recently had a golden core cultivator stationed at their mountain gate, possessing a far deeper understanding of golden core practitioners than they did. This is precisely why Tongtian Gate chose to join the Celestial Alliance. Their comprehension of the terrifying nature of golden core cultivators prompted their desire for protection. Now, the leader of Tongtian Gate has claimed that the judge of the Celestial Alliance is likely a late-stage golden core cultivator. How could this not excite them, igniting a spark of brilliance in their eyes? It is known that the legendary nascent soul cultivators do not emerge lightly. The pinnacle powers of the 7 great sects of the state of Yue are hardly more than this. A late-stage golden core cultivator. This golden core practitioner of the Celestial Alliance is suspected to be a formidable late-stage golden core cultivator. Compared to the 40-odd foundation-building cultivators present, how could Yi Lanting not comprehend the significance of such a powerful figure? His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. He had even forgotten that he had been implanted with a seed of the void capable of controlling his very life and death. For nearly every late-stage golden core cultivator possesses the opportunity to reach the legendary nascent soul stage. Once one steps into the nascent soul realm, they gain an astounding lifespan of over 1,000 years. The other divine abilities and supreme powers are beyond description. Otherwise, how could they become the foundation of the 7 great sects of the state of Yue? For a brief moment, Yi Lanting felt as though he had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, to be recognized by such a powerful entity who would assist him in testing the ocular technique. Soon, Yi Lanting departed, his heart alight with fervor as he soared into the skies on his flying sword. Within 3 days, several foundation-building cultivators from the Yi family, his clan in Jianzhou, would come to reside within the Celestial Alliance. In truth, had it not been for Nji's desire to bolster the influence of the Yi family within Jianzhou, Yi Lanting was even prepared to move the entire Yi family to the headquarters of the Celestial Alliance. Chapter 31. The release of the Celestial Alliance's potential dragon list. Have you heard? The Celestial Alliance has released 2 major lists, and those who make it onto these lists are all exceptional cultivators with remarkable potential. Could it be the legendary Potential Dragon List and Golden Scale List? I have heard that to ascend to the Potential Dragon List, one must possess at least mid-stage foundation-building cultivation. Not only that, the most frightening aspect is the Golden Scale List, which only Golden Core cultivators can enter, and it requires at least mid-stage Golden Core cultivation or higher to qualify. How terrifying! The criteria for these lists are so high. The judge must possess the ambition to sweep across the realm and dominate all. Indeed, the judge is currently at the pinnacle of the Golden Scale List, having reached the astonishing late-stage Golden Core realm. The rise of our Celestial Alliance is inevitable. 3 years later, the news of the Celestial Alliance spread across several states in the state of Yue among loose cultivators and cultivation families, eliciting shock and admiration. No one could have anticipated the meteoric rise of this previously obscure Celestial Alliance. With virtually no prior development or accumulation of resources, it surged forth like thunder, instantly gaining fame throughout the realm. This led to the emergence and growth of the Celestial Alliance without encountering any significant obstacles or setbacks, expanding its influence tenfold within 3 years. By the time the Celestial Alliance entered the public eye in the cultivation world, it had already become a formidable entity. No other force dared to provoke or suppress it. Upon the announcement of the potential dragon list, those who had not seen it were left in astonishment. I could hardly believe the Celestial Alliance's foundation had become so formidable, boasting a staggering 97 foundation-building cultivators listed on the potential dragon list. It is worth noting that all of them are the mainstay cultivators of their respective families, with the weakest among them being mid-stage foundation-building cultivators. Moreover, those ranked higher on the potential dragon list are all foundation-building cultivators poised to achieve golden core status, true potential dragons. Within the cultivation world across several states, people were left in shock and awe. The Celestial Alliance's recently unveiled potential dragon list genuinely astonished nearly all cultivators. While they were aware of the Alliance's strength, they had no idea of its true magnitude. Most cultivators are aware that the Zhangxian Alliance possesses a formidable golden elixir stage practitioner, alongside an astonishing number of foundation establishment stage cultivators. However, recent data from the Zhangxian Alliance's Qianlong list reveals a staggering level of prosperity. There are already as many as 97 cultivators in the mid to late foundation establishment stages. And what of those in the early foundation establishment stage? It is feared that their numbers may well reach at least 200 to 300. The total count of foundation establishment cultivators is nearing a scale that could rival the 7 top-tier sects of the Yue Kingdom. The rise of the Zhangxian Alliance is truly unfathomable. With such growth, how can the 7 major sects afford to remain indifferent? Some find this utterly incredulous, their eyes wide open, expressing their astonishment. In truth, this sentiment is not isolated to this lone rogue cultivator. The vast majority of cultivators, upon seeing the names and backgrounds of those 97 formidable foundation establishment practitioners on the Qianlong list, display expressions of disbelief. Logically, the Yue Kingdom is the territory of the 7 top-tier sects. They could never allow such a force, nearly on par with the 8th sect, to rise so abruptly. Do you truly believe the 7 sects do not wish to curb the Zhangxian Alliance? Its rapid ascent has left them no time to react. Moreover, some major sects see the matter as distant, trusting that the nearby sects would handle the Zhangxian Alliance's affairs. Furthermore, it is essential to recognize that the Zhangxian Alliance is primarily composed of cultivation families, followed by second- and third-rate sects and rogue cultivators. Many from these cultivation families have relatives practicing in the 7 major sects, even holding significant positions, thus ensuring that the Zhangxian Alliance cannot simply crumble. A glimmer of understanding sparked in someone's eyes as they articulated their long-held views. Many nodded in agreement, as this individual spoke with undeniable accuracy. Cultivation families represent an immensely powerful force. Their numbers are vast, spread across the 13 provinces of the Yue Kingdom. Within the 7 top-tier sects, their kin often practice and even hold positions such as elders. For the sake of their family's development, they would undoubtedly provide cover for the rise of the Zhangxian Alliance and create favorable conditions for it. They prefer to diversify their stakes rather than concentrate them in one place, a customary approach for these ancient lineage cultivation families. I believe that aside from the support of the cultivation families, the 7 sects' indifference towards the Zhangxian Alliance stems from their belief that it poses no significant threat. Consider this. An alliance boasting around 300 foundation establishment cultivators is composed of numerous cultivation families, second- and third-rate sects, and rogue cultivators. Moreover, nearly every late foundation establishment cultivator enjoys a voice in the Alliance's highest council, and even some mid-foundation establishment cultivators wield such power. A loose and unstructured organization like this has never been seen in the cultivation world. How could the 7 sects possibly regard them as a concern? If a single top-tier sect were to engage the Zhangxian Alliance in battle, chaos would likely ensue, leading to their swift dispersal. However, some voiced differing opinions, igniting a spark of insight among many. Indeed, while they perceive the formidable foundation of the Zhangxian Alliance, which likely boasts at least 300 foundation establishment cultivators, the organization itself is far too disorganized, filled with factions of varying intentions, including many rogue cultivators. Should they confront the ancient and established 7 top-tier sects, the Zhangxian Alliance would likely crumble like a paper tiger. Yet, certain individuals, hearing the fervent discussions, could not help but shake their heads with a rueful smile. The cultivators of the Yue Kingdom's 13 provinces truly overestimate the 7 sections. We are as eager as anyone to address the Zhangxian Alliance. Its emergence not only disrupts our control over regional resources, but also unsettles the overall dynamics of the Yue Kingdom. However, the three Golden Elixir stage practitioners from the Blade Forge, Greatsword Sect, and the Clear Void Sect, who set out to suppress the Zhongxian alliance, not only failed, but suffered injuries. Had it not been for the restraint shown by the Golden Elixir practitioner of the Zhongxian alliance, the three from the Blade Forge, Greatsword Sect, and Clear Void Sect would have faced nearly a decade of recovery. The Blade Forge, Greatsword Sect, and Clear Void Sect are all among the 7 top-tier sects of the Yue Kingdom. Thus, nearly every Foundation establishment stage cultivator from these sects has heard the news. It is both astonishing and deeply disheartening. As long as the Golden Elixir practitioner of the Zhongxian alliance remains alive, the alliance is indeed a force comparable to the 7 top-tier sects. The prowess of the Zhongxian alliance's presiding judge, who managed to injure 3 Golden Elixir practitioners single-handedly, attests to this. Even more astonishingly, the 3 Golden Elixir practitioners from the Blade Forge, Greatsword Sect, and Clear Void Sect were unable to breach the protective barrier of the presiding judge of the Zhongxian alliance. Chapter 32. This is unethical. To withstand the assault of 3 Golden Elixir practitioners without so much as a scratch, the presiding judge of the Zhongxian alliance may well be on the brink of the nascent soul stage. The high-ranking practitioners of the 7 top-tier sects are filled with emotion and nostalgia. The nascent soul stage. That is a new realm with a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Even for the top-tier sects of the Yue Kingdom, the nascent soul stage remains profoundly mysterious and unattainable. Typically, unless a sect faces an existential crisis or is targeted by other nascent soul practitioners, their own nascent soul practitioners tend to remain aloof from worldly affairs. Some individuals spend their entire lives within their sects, never once laying eyes on their own nascent soul practitioners. Nascent soul practitioners are thus seen as transcendent, enigmatic, and unfathomably terrifying beings. According to the Golden Scale list released by the Zhongxian Alliance, the method by which the presiding judge withstood the attacks of the 3 Golden Elixir practitioners is known as the Indestructible Golden Body, is it not? It seems so. The Indestructible Golden Body lives up to its grand title. I have heard that after the Golden Elixir practitioner from the Clear Void Sect returned to their sect, severely injured, they solemnly stated that even their full-powered strike was unable to breach the defenses of the presiding judge of the Zhongxian Alliance. Upon hearing this, many high-ranking practitioners from the 7 top-tier sects could not help but change their expressions. The Indestructible Golden Body is indeed terrifying. Many gasped in awe. They could hardly fathom that such an unprecedented defensive technique could be so astounding. Even the full-force strike from the early Golden Elixir practitioner of the Clear Void Sect was unable to break through. Such a formidable individual is surely on the cusp of the nascent soul stage. One can only wonder what monumental changes will unfold in the Yue Kingdom's cultivation world once the presiding judge of the Zhongxian Alliance ascends to the nascent soul stage. Some sighed, seemingly envisioning a future filled with turmoil. However, there is no need for concern. Each of our 7 sects boasts a profound foundation in the nascent soul stage, having endured the test of time, with formidable strength and inscrutable methods. Even if the presiding judge of the Zhongxian Alliance were to reach the nascent soul stage, it would not shake our 7 sects standing. He still has 500 years to go. A mid-foundation establishment practitioner from the Spirit Beast Mountain spoke confidently. As he spoke, there was a gleam in his eyes. Indeed, the practitioners of Spirit Beast Mountain possess such confidence because their expertise lies in the taming of various spirit beasts, even though the foundational strength of their nascent soul practitioners has since dissipated. However, the spiritual beast cultivated by those in the nascent soul stage possesses the same level of cultivation. Moreover, the lifespan of spiritual beasts far exceeds that of humans, making them more than sufficient to guard the mountain gate. With the imminent opening of the blood-colored Forbidden Land, one cannot help but wonder the intentions of the Celestial Alliance in releasing the Hidden Dragon and Golden Scales rankings at this time. It is said that this opening of the blood-colored Forbidden Land will lead to a closure for 60 years, a full cycle of a decade. Indeed, for 60 years, there will be no opportunity to gather the materials required for Foundation establishment pills, prompting our 7 sects to prepare to eliminate the quotas of other factions, reserving them solely for ourselves. However, with the burgeoning power of the Celestial Alliance, it seems even if they manage to revoke the quotas of various cultivation families in second or third-rate sects, they will inevitably have to concede some quotas to the Celestial Alliance. Soon, the conversation shifted to serious matters. As the high-ranking cultivators of the 7 major sects engaged in discussion, a hint of resignation washed over them. Foundation establishment pills significantly enhance the chances of Qi refining stage cultivators advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Generally, apart from those with heavenly roots or mutated roots, it is rare for Qi refining cultivators to succeed in reaching the foundation establishment stage without the aid of foundation establishment pills. Yet, within the entire realm of Yue, only the blood-colored Forbidden Land harbors the various spiritual herbs and medicines needed for these pills. However, the spiritual herbs within the Forbidden Land are not inexhaustible. Each opening necessitates a prolonged closure to allow the ecosystem within the secret realm to recover to a certain extent. Otherwise, forcing the opening would yield no viable materials for refining foundation establishment pills. In this context, all cultivators in the realm of Yue will find themselves deprived of a single foundation establishment pill over the next 60 years, resulting in a significant reduction in the number of new foundation establishment cultivators in the future. Thus, even if the 7 sects monopolize the quotas of other cultivation families and lesser sects, they must ensure they gather enough spiritual herbs to stockpile sufficient foundation establishment pills. The emergence of the Celestial Alliance, a formidable force likely to contest their quotas, is understandably unwelcome. Nonetheless, despite their reluctance, they must concede some quotas to the Celestial Alliance. In the prosperous city of Jiyuan, located in the affluent region of Lanzhou, Anju convened the Golden Core cultivators of the 7 major sects to discuss the quotas for the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Friend, it seems that you are the only one daring to engage the Golden Core cultivators of the 7 sects in a worldly tavern for such important discussions over the years. The Golden Core cultivator from Tianke Fortress sat silently to the side, his expression somewhat peculiar. The other 6 sects' Golden Core cultivators exchanged bemused smiles before beginning to relish the atmosphere of the mundane world. Having spent much time in closed-door cultivation or traversing the cultivation realm, it had indeed been a while since they had immersed themselves in the mundane world. Their state of mind seemed to have shifted slightly. However, Anju would not divulge that he had chosen this place out of necessity, as he was unable to fly. Moreover, the current Jiyuan had been reclaimed as the stronghold of the Shocked Worm Association, exerting its influence over several surrounding states within the martial world. With the backing of the Celestial Alliance, their development had been remarkably smooth. Hence, while negotiating, Anju also sought to observe the surroundings. I am not a person of arrogance or hubris. I am aware that the Celestial Alliance is still relatively weak and cannot compare to your 7 sections. Therefore, my demands are modest. Each of your 7 sects should yield 1 quota. The Celestial Alliance requires 7 individuals to enter the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Anju spoke plainly, his figure cloaked in a hooded robe that obscured his face and features. He could have chosen not to pursue this, nor did he need to seize the quotas from the 7 prestigious sections. After all, with Hanli present, the Celestial Alliance essentially possessed control over all the spiritual herbs within the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Hanli, armed with the unparalleled treasure, the Celestial Bottle, could easily accelerate the maturation of spiritual medicines. In the past, during his time at the 7 Mysteries Sect, Hanli had the ability to transform ordinary herbs into millennium-old spiritual medicines. Should they acquire seedlings or seeds of the spiritual herbs from the blood-colored Forbidden Land, the Celestial Alliance would be guaranteed a continuous supply of foundation establishment pills from that point onward. The notions of closing the Forbidden Land for ecological restoration or the rarity of the required spiritual herbs were trivial concerns for the Celestial Alliance. Were it not for the desire to enter the blood-colored Forbidden Land for the sake of a visit, Anju would not have sought quotas or concealed his appearance. Anju felt a sense of helplessness. The 3 Golden Core cultivators from the Blade Workshop, the Giant Sword Sect, and the Pure Void Sect had been injured by him and would likely avoid the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Thus, should they recognize his appearance, it would be an issue. However, the 7 Golden Core cultivators before him were different. They might very well bear the responsibility of unlocking the seals of the blood-colored Forbidden Land and opening the secret realm. To expose his identity now would be irrational, and Anju could hardly send them back to recuperate, for that would be unethical. Chapter 33, 9 Heavens, Thunderstep Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Check-in successful. Rewards: Spiritual Martial Art, Great Wilderness, Prison Heaven Hand, and its minor achievement bestowal. Rewards: Creation Martial Art, 9 Heavens, Thunderstep, and its major achievement bestowal. At the entrance of the secret realm of the blood-colored Forbidden Land, Anju listened to the system's prompt in his mind, momentarily taken aback. He had brought 6 other Qi refining members of the Celestial Alliance to this place, primarily to obtain check-in rewards. However, Anju did not expect to successfully check in without entering the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Well, success is success. He thought he would check in at various locations within the secret realm later, which should yield some minor rewards. With my chi refining cultivation level, entering should pose no problem. As for the golden scales ranking that listed the late-stage golden core cultivation, it merely corresponded to my martial arts achievements. With such thoughts, a smile graced Yue's face, while the 6 chi refining disciples of the Celestial Alliance behind him wore expressions of utmost caution. As prominent members of the Celestial Alliance, those selected to participate in the blood-colored Forbidden Land were all cultivators at the 13th level of chi refining. Just a step away from establishing their foundations and stepping into the foundation establishment stage, capable of igniting true fire within themselves, refining materials, and crafting advanced magical artifacts. They were well aware that the number of chi refining cultivators within the Celestial Alliance was vast, with many more stuck at the 13th level than just the 6 of them. They had each expended significant resources to secure their quotas and had been advised by the Celestial Alliance members to follow the instructions of the Hooded Man without question. Otherwise, even if they managed to survive the blood-colored Forbidden Land, they would have nothing to show for it. And that Hooded Man was, of course, Yue. Yet, aside from myself, a cultivator of golden core status, it seemed there were similar individuals in other sects as well. Yue began to assess the teams of the 7 major sections. Indeed, within the team of the Hidden Moon sect, he spotted a veiled woman surrounded by admirers. She was likely a golden core cultivator from the Hidden Moon sect, and along with the leading golden core cultivator, they had sent 2 representatives this time. The foundation of the Hidden Moon sect is quite remarkable. However, the cultivation technique she practiced seemed to be called Pure Woman Reincarnation Technique, and her current cultivation fluctuated at the chi refining stage, thus allowing her entry into the blood-colored Forbidden Land. Otherwise, even a nascent soul cultivator would not be able to enter this secret realm, as it might even lead to its collapse. Yue gradually withdrew his gaze. One must not deceive a friend's spouse. If the predetermined trajectory of fate remains unchallenged, the female cultivator of the Sunu reincarnation technique in the golden core stage is destined to become Han Li's companion in the future. This realization left Yue reflecting on Han Li's fortunate circumstances. Not only does he have an extraordinarily powerful elder brother, but he may also acquire a golden core wife. With this thought, Yue began to search for Han Li amidst the ranks of the Huangfeng Valley team. It seemed as though they shared a telepathic connection. For Han Li's gaze met Yue's from afar. Han Li paused momentarily, and then a look of surprise illuminated his eyes. Brother Ji, it's Brother Ji. He actually came, and it appears he intends to enter the blood-colored Forbidden Land as well. My goodness, can martial artists truly be this audacious? I heard that Brother Ji can defeat 3 golden core cultivators single-handedly. Yet he is still entering the blood-colored Forbidden Land to vie for resources with a group of chi refinement cultivators. How magnificent. No wonder he is Brother Ji. He walks a path unlike any other. Han Li quickly masked his surprise and nodded towards Yue. He had faith in his judgment and would never mistake his longtime companion, Brother Ji. Even though he is now a cultivator of Huangfeng Valley, he has frequently returned to the Celestial Alliance over the past 3 years. Thus, Han Li was certain that the person was indeed his Brother Ji. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to exercise caution. After all, there were 7 golden core cultivators from the 7 major sects present. Should they discover Brother Ji's identity, it could jeopardize his plans. This was something Han Li was determined to prevent. Does this fellow know the Hooded Man from the Celestial Alliance? Such an odd aura. He appears to be merely at the 11th level of chi refinement. Yet I sense something unusual about him. Among the ranks of Huangfeng Valley, Xiang Zhili noticed the secret exchange between Han Li and Yue. For he, in truth, is regarded as the strongest in the human realm. However, in his quest to find ascension paths or suitable ascension nodes across the human realm, he chose to remain incognito, traversing the unique regions of the human world. The blood-colored Forbidden Land in the Tiannan region of the Yue Kingdom evidently piqued his interest. Otherwise, he would have no reason to be a mere chi refinement disciple in Huangfeng Valley. It seems old ghost Xiang has noticed me. Such perceptive ability is befitting of the strongest cultivator in the human realm. It appears I must remain discreet for the time being, as I cannot contend with him at present. Nevertheless, his aim should solely be to stabilize the spatial nodes for ascension to the spirit realm. I doubt he will concern himself with the struggles of ordinary cultivators. Yue also caught sight of Xiang Zhili. However, he remained silent, pretending as if nothing had occurred. This demeanor was quite in line with the mysterious and composed nature of his hooded persona. Meanwhile, the golden core cultivators from the 7 major sects had begun to work in unison to unlock the entrance to the blood-colored Forbidden Land. 7 artifacts, each of which could only be crafted by golden core cultivators, soared into the sky, their powers, ribbons, gigantic swords, staves, and seals, filling the air with a kaleidoscope of colors. After several hours, the outermost layer of the barrier was weakened, and a passageway, approximately 10 feet in height, opened, suspended in the void. The cultivators from the 7 major sects, along with those from the Celestial Alliance, promptly filed in. The 9 heavens thunderstep. Upon entering the Forbidden Realm, Ng surged into the sky like a bolt of purple lightning. Previously, he had restrained his impulses in the presence of the golden core cultivators from the 7 major sects, hesitating to attempt this exceedingly rare and extraordinary martial art. Now, having arrived in the desolate blood-colored Forbidden Land, he could no longer contain himself. As the 9 heavens thunderstep erupted in its perfected form, Ng felt an inexplicable connection to the infinite depths of the cosmos. His muscles trembled with intensity as purple and white currents of electricity danced across his skin, flickering and vanishing. In that moment, Ng became akin to a beam of light, a flash of electricity, a thunderclap. In every direction, wherever the heavens extended, he could reach the heights of the 9 heavens in an instant. How domineering! The 9 heavens thunderstep is not merely a technique for movement, but an astonishing method for body refinement. As he unleashed the full potential of the 9 heavens thunderstep, beads of sweat poured from Ng's forehead, his bones feeling as if they might shatter from the strain, causing him immense suffering. Yet, countless currents of electricity coursed through him, intertwining with a mysterious essence that fortified and nourished his body. Had he not previously cultivated body tempering techniques, Ng might have doubted whether his physical form could withstand the instantaneous execution of the 9 heavens thunderstep. Chapter 34, The Dog System. Remarkable. Truly deserving of its status as a martial art of creation. In an instant, the entire blood-colored Forbidden Land lay within my vision. At the apex of the blood-colored Forbidden Land, Ng's gaze transformed into a dull, desolate void, a pair of obliterating demon eyes. He gazed down upon the ancient blood-colored Forbidden Land, its origins lost to time, his heart brimming with joy. Although the 9 heavens thunderstep imposes significant strain and damage on the body, as long as he can endure it and recover afterward, it undoubtedly qualifies as a top-tier body refinement martial art. Moreover, Ng possessed a solid foundation in body training, not to mention the enhancement provided by the perfected Tiger Howl Golden Bell Shield, which had already reached a state of great perfection. The enhancement from the perfected martial art of creation, the indestructible golden body, would sufficiently counterbalance most of the burdens imposed by the 9 heavens thunderstep's eruption. Now, it seems I simply need to choose a place to descend. High above the blood-colored Forbidden Land, countless bolts of lightning danced around Ng, vanishing into the void, occasionally unleashing blinding arcs of purple electricity or chains of lightning. In that moment, Ng stood like a deity atop the heavens, commanding the thunder and lightning. However, he was panting heavily, his energy rapidly depleting. At present, his body seemed to linger in the void, not plummeting instantly. In truth, every passing second imposed tremendous strain on his physical form. Just the thought of plummeting from this height to the ground made Ng hesitate. If I fall like this, will I survive? Furthermore, with the added speed of the 9 heavens thunderstep, if I cannot withstand it, I worry that I may shatter upon impact. The mere contemplation of this chilled his heart. Fortunately, he had previously attained the perfected indestructible golden body of the martial art of creation. Otherwise, should he attempt the treacherous 9 heavens thunderstep directly, he feared he might meet his demise. Meanwhile, after entering the passageway to the Forbidden Realm and being randomly transported to another location, Xiang Zhili sensed something amiss and looked up towards the sky. A look of curiosity gradually crossed his features. Was there something that just shot up? Is there thunder in this Forbidden Realm? This only intensifies my anticipation. Perhaps I will indeed discover a stable ascension node this time. Xiang Zhili's eyes gleamed. He then, appearing as a benevolent old gentleman, scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and made his way towards the core of the Forbidden Land. As for Ng's presence, he could not perceive it. The distance was too great. The 9 heavens thunderstep, in accordance with the natural order, unleashed thunder that soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Even the most formidable cultivators in the divine transformation stage can find themselves caught off guard, unable to sense the specifics of their surroundings. This is precisely why the side effects of the 9 heavens thunderstep are so severe. Great power comes with an equally great cost. Boom. This time, however, Xiang Zhili could no longer remain composed, for he had witnessed a bolt of thunder plummeting from the heavens, a dazzling golden radiance descending directly into the depths of the mist-laden secret realm. The tremendous roar resonated like a cataclysm, a sound so profound that even a typical cultivator, provided they had not lost their hearing, would be able to perceive it. Yet, for the vast majority of cultivators, who were far from the core of the secret realm, the sensation was not particularly intense. They merely noted an unusual disturbance. But for Xiang Zhili, everything was vividly palpable, as if he were witnessing and hearing it firsthand. The perceptive power of a divine transformation cultivator is indeed remarkable. The force of that thunderbolt rivaled the full-powered strike of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could such anomalies arise in this ancient secret realm, accessible only to qi refining cultivators? Xiang Zhili's pupils constricted slightly, surprise coursing through him. Yet, this was swiftly followed by a surge of excitement and elation. For someone like him, who had traversed numerous secret realms, encountering such an extraordinary anomaly was undoubtedly exceptional. Having roamed the human realm for many years, he had gathered enough experience to suspect that deep within this secret realm lay the remnants of a treasure left behind by a certain spirit realm cultivator who once descended into the human world. After all, the human realm had once been a place where spirit realm cultivators could manifest. However, since the ancient human realm had battled against the encroaching demonic energy from the demon realm, it had become ravaged by invasions from both spirit realm cultivators and demonic entities. Otherwise, why would Xiang Zhili be wandering throughout the human realm in search of a reliable ascension node? If he were to randomly choose an ascension node, he might find himself meeting an untimely demise before even catching a glimpse of the spirit realm. In ancient times, a cultivator of his caliber would not only have ascended to the spirit realm, but could have easily progressed further in their cultivation. Unlike today, when even a formidable divine transformation cultivator fears maintaining their peak condition, worried that the human realm cannot withstand their presence, which would accelerate their lifespan's depletion. Cough, cough, cough. In the heart of the secret realm, amidst a cloud of dust, Ji coughed as he emerged from the ground's collapse. Despite his perfected, indestructible body protecting him, the terrifying force of the Nine Heavens Thunder Step had still caused significant upheaval to his physical form. His body felt as if it were on the verge of disintegration. System, have you truly led me astray? You dare bestow upon me such a perilous and seemingly flawed martial art? Who do you intend to harm? Ji thought, feeling utterly speechless. At the same time, he did not forget to consume the premium energy-replenishing pill concocted by Han Li to restore his body. Otherwise, after just 2 or 3 more uses of the Nine Heavens Thunder Step, his body would likely be ruined. Fortunately, he was not far from his destination. He needed to swiftly retrieve the treasure chest from the stone pavilion and make his escape. Such a tremendous commotion would surely have attracted the attention of that old monster. Xiang Zhili, with this thought in mind, Ji hurried toward the ancient stone pavilion, overgrown with vines and moss, not far away. Following an ancient passage within the stone pavilion, Ji soon arrived at a spacious underground cavern. The cavern was filled with bizarre rock formations and pools of water. Yet in the center stood an ancient stone pavilion. Within that stone pavilion lay a chest adorned with runes, emanating a faint golden glow. He had long heard that this chest was a trap, one that even Han Li, with his predetermined fate, had failed to obtain. Now that he had encountered it, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Boom! The great wilderness prisoning heaven hand of the spirit martial arts erupted with power. A tempest of violent energy instantly filled the entire underground cavern, as a half-finger-sized manifestation appeared in the void, nearly capable of collapsing the very fabric of this secret realm. The surrounding grotesque rocks disintegrated into dust under this terrifying force, and even the rare ink-scaled serpent lurking in the waters hurriedly fled in fear, sensing the imminent danger to its life. Chapter 35, The Sealing Magic Tower. A half-finger shook the heavens. In the void, an invisible handprint seemed to coalesce, surging with tempestuous energy. In an instant, this formless handprint began to take shape, but only partially, manifesting as a mere half-finger. Yet it was immensely powerful, adorned with mysterious patterns that channeled the forces of heaven and earth, causing the very air within the underground cavern to feel as though it had solidified with the emergence of this half-finger. The ink-scaled serpent, having dwelled here for untold ages, was utterly terrified, unable to comprehend the existence of such a fearsome entity invading its territory. It trembled, watching helplessly as the stone pavilion at the center of the pool was obliterated, with barriers and runes scattering into the void. It was time to venture into the true core area. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji reached out and retrieved the chest that had been displayed in the stone pavilion, placing it into his storage bag. This was made possible by the proficiency he had attained in the great wilderness prisoning heaven hand, a martial art of considerable caliber. Even without unleashing its ultimate move, he could still conjure an invisible handprint with various practical applications. one of which was this very act of distant capture. However, Ji had no time to explore the myriad wonders of the great wilderness prisoning Heaven Hand. Like a raging dragon, with the ground collapsing beneath him, he swiftly soared into the air, darting towards the true core of the secret realm. There, he beheld a magnificent three-tiered azure stone tower, stretching several thousand meters, exuding an aura of grandeur and splendor. Crack! As he propelled himself forward, Ji momentarily harnessed the power of the nine heavens thunder step, unleashing a torrent of chaotic violet lightning that surged through the void and his muscles. Yet, such a burden did not weigh him down. Rather, it invigorated him. The air crackled as traces of scorched energy streaked past, and in the blink of an eye, Ji arrived before the core area. Regrettably, this blood-colored forbidden land, which had only seen limited exploration by Han Li, remained shrouded in mystery for him. Inside the chest that should have been claimed by a golden core cultivator from the Moon Concealment Sect, who practiced the primordial female reincarnation technique, lay the key to entering the Azure Stone Tower. Time was of the essence, as the divine transformation old monster, Xiangji Li, might arrive at any moment. Thus, Ji, in deep contemplation, retrieved the chest from his storage bag. The intricate patterns on the chest's surface had faded, seemingly obliterated, yet with a gentle force. It opened effortlessly. Inside lay a simple object, devoid of any treasures or glimmering phenomena. This token was undoubtedly the key to stepping into the three-tiered Azure Stone Tower. Having cultivated the 5 elements heavenly canon, Ji had already pushed his chi refining stage to the 11th level, granting him considerable magical power. He began to attempt to activate the token. On one side of the token was a black engraving depicting an ancient demonic entity, while the other side illustrated a massive tortoise. If Ji's conjecture was correct, the three-tiered Azure Stone Tower should house the sealed demonic entities from ancient times. Even as the passage of time brings us to the present day, the ominous restrictions enveloping the three-tiered Azure Stone Tower instill a sense of trepidation, far surpassing the mere gusts of wind that encircle the periphery of the secret realm. Fortunately, it proves to be beneficial. A glimmer of joy flickers across Ji's expression as he distinctly senses that the token he possesses seems to have triggered something, gradually unraveling the enchantments shrouding the three-tiered Azure Stone Tower. With each step he takes deeper into the tower, the restrictions loosen, as if he were submerged in water yet not drowning. However, once Ji moves away, the enchantments swiftly reassert their dominion, the ancient power of the restrictions still palpable. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching the Demon Ceiling Tower. Check-in successful. Reward: Secret Art Whispers in Seclusion and its Consummate Mastery Bestowal. Reward: 1 sapling of the Heavenly Spiritual Root, the Demon Devouring Yuan Tree. Ji's mind resonates with the familiar chime of the system's notification, a smile gracing his lips. He had anticipated further gains within this secret realm, and indeed, his intuition proved correct. Had the essence vanished, retreating to the true core? Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiangji Li gazes at the somewhat collapsed stone hall, then glances at the nearby pit marked by scorch marks from rapid lightning strikes, intrigue igniting in his eyes. He then turns his attention to the three-tiered Azure Stone Tower, the genuine heart of this secret realm. He surmises that the force responsible for this devastation likely ventured there. As for the mist that pervades every inch of space, it poses no barrier to his spiritual perception. However, as his awareness of his surroundings sharpens, Xiangji Li gradually discerns an anomaly, a look of astonishment dawning upon his features. Is there another cultivator present? This is evidently the aura of a human. Yet, this presence seems peculiar, a cultivation level of the 11th layer of chi refinement, employing techniques seemingly meant for those possessing the most inferior of 5 elemental roots. But what accounts for the strength he exudes? The residual power here rivals that of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. This is utterly strange. I have never encountered such an unusual aura. Xiangji Li finds himself lost in contemplation. How can one of the 11th layer of chi refinement unleash the combat prowess of the nascent soul stage? Furthermore, this individual has circumvented the entry restrictions of the secret realm, directly accessing its core. How could this not astonish Xiangji Li? After all, he was able to infiltrate this secret realm due to his profound cultivation in the transformation god stage. Moreover, he has traversed the human realm for over several hundred years, witnessing a myriad of secret realms and treasures, accumulating vast experience. Yet, the scenario he faces today leaves him utterly perplexed. The individual must have entered the three-tiered Azure Stone Tower. One cannot help but wonder how much of its former restricting power remains. With a subtle smile, Xiangji Li boldly charges in. In the next moment, his expression shifts dramatically. The terrifying power of the ancient restrictions set by the celestial realm's cultivators erupts. A hidden malice piercing through the void. There is no time to evade. Cough. Xiang Zhili expels a mouthful of old blood, his eyes wide with confusion. How could these restrictions still be so potent? He finds himself in a daze. Logically, such ancient remnants should have diminished significantly in strength by now. Moreover, he is a dignified transformation god cultivator. Even without exerting his full strength, a casual breach should not result in bloodshed. It seems he must resort to his true abilities. I wonder how far I can advance. I hope the ancient restrictions have not changed much. For being trapped here for 100 or 80 years would be a grave misfortune. If I cannot locate the ascension node within, it would be a catastrophic loss. Muttering to himself, Xiang Zhili steps into the three-tiered azure stone tower. Any minor injuries are inconsequential to him, as he can recover with each breath. His pace is swift. His cultivation in the transformation god stage and centuries of seclusion have endowed him with numerous secret techniques and strategies. Despite the ancient restrictions, Xiang Zhili has encountered many over the years and has become quite adept at dealing with them. He perceives subtle movements with his formidable transformation god stage awareness. Following Nji's footsteps. Soon, Nji feels a chill creep up his spine and turns his head, sensing something amiss. I am being tracked. That old monster. Xiang Zhili has followed me. Chapter 36. Playing games, are we? Have other cultivators once breached this place? Why does he not simply retrieve the key with such ease? It appears he has pushed the restrictions to their limits, finding himself in a quandary. Clutching the token that grants entry to the demon ceiling tower, Nji moves swiftly. Before long, he discovers a corpse sprawled on the ground, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Realizing that it is highly likely Xiang Zhili is in pursuit, Nji hurriedly collects the body and its belongings, sparing no time to linger, anxious to evade his pursuer. Despite his formidable strength, he can contend with only early-stage nascent soul cultivators at best. In contrast, Xiang Zhili is a seasoned transformation godmaster, and Nji does not wish to be caught in close quarters. As for the corpse he has collected, there will be ample opportunities to study it later. What could explain the continued potency of these ancient restrictions after thousands of years? Logically, if they were meant to suppress ancient demons, their power should have diminished significantly by now. What could be the situation? Is it possible that treasures brought by the celestial realm's visitors are concealed deep within? As Nji ventures further into the three-tiered azure stone tower, even Xiang Zhili begins to feel the strain. Countless thoughts flash through his mind, racing with possibilities. If he were to withdraw now, he could escape unscathed. However, to persist until the end would likely require a lengthy passage of time. The ancient remnants and their formidable restrictions are not easily unraveled. May I inquire if you are a cultivator from the southern heavens? I am Yue, the elder from Huangfeng Valley of the Yue Kingdom. I did not expect to encounter a kindred spirit within this secret realm. Might I request your assistance? This ancient restriction is indeed formidable, and I am willing to offer 10 essence nurturing pills as recompense. Given that you have arrived here, you must possess at least late-stage nascent soul cultivation. You have undoubtedly heard of the essence nurturing pill. It can nurture the nascent soul of our nascent soul cultivators, purging impurities from the natural spiritual energy within, thus refining our magical power. This greatly benefits the enhancement of our cultivation. Suddenly, Xiang Zhili's voice booms, as if a tiger or leopard's roar reverberates within his throat, directed towards Nji. The ever-shifting ancient restrictions in this domain possess the power to sever spiritual awareness. Thus, communication can only occur through voice. Xiang Zhili recognizes that if he continues on this path, reaching the deepest depths of the three-tiered azure stone tower is utterly impossible. At most, he can progress a little beyond the halfway mark before finding himself in an awkward predicament, necessitating the expenditure of many years to reach his goal. Yet, having roamed the human realm for so long, with his lifespan dwindling, he is naturally reluctant to squander time. He surmises that beneath the ruined stone hall lies the key to entering the three-tiered azure stone tower. Otherwise, that individual could not possibly have progressed so swiftly. Of course, the mysterious individual ahead eludes his understanding. Therefore, whether or not a key exists in this place remains uncertain. However, should an opportunity arise, Xiang Zhili will not let it slip away. Moreover, he is exceedingly curious about the origin of that individual who has so cleverly bypassed the entrance restrictions of the secret realm and possesses some astonishing technique related to lightning, enabling such incredible speed. It is worth noting that even Xiang Zhili has never witnessed such a lightning-infused method of rapid evasion. The speed is truly astonishing, leaving no time for perception. It is akin to a thunderclap born of nature, perfectly in sync with the cosmos, traversing vast distances in an instant, evoking astonishment. Such a character, indeed, is no less than an ancient trickster who has roamed the realms of humanity, spinning tales wherever he goes. He even dares to claim the title of the ancestral master of Huangfeng Valley, Elder Yue, a mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, no matter how desperately he tries, could never penetrate this place. Since you wish to engage in this game, I shall unleash my prowess. And Ji's eyes gleamed with determination. Yet his steps within the demon suppression tower remained unfaltering. The old trickster, Xiang Zhili, spoke eloquently. But who could predict if he might suddenly rush forth to seize his throat? Nevertheless, since Xiang Zhili dared to engage in banter with Ji, the latter could not remain silent. If we are to jest, let us see who can outwit whom. And Ji's mind raced, and a triumphant smile soon graced his lips. Tiannan, are you truly not practitioners from the minor realm of Shanheiji? Huangfeng Valley of the Yue Kingdom, I have never heard of it. What is this nascent soul stage you speak of? It sounds akin to the cultivation realms of your Tiannan. However, the Yunine pill you mentioned seems intriguing, likely beneficial for the nascent soul cultivators of Shushan. Yet, I can sense your powerful aura, despite your attempts to conceal it. It is of no use against the cultivators of my minor Shanheiji. Your strength, I fear, rivals that of the formidable nascent soul cultivators of Shushan. I dare not approach you. And Ji responded to Xiang Zhili, his tone imbued with amazement at the latter's origins and trepidation regarding his prowess. It was as if Ji were truly a visitor from another world, having effortlessly discerned the hidden and suppressed cultivation of Xiang Zhili. Xiang Zhili was instantly taken aback. Minor Shanheiji? Shushan? What is this situation? While it is understandable not to know of Huangfeng Valley, how could he be unaware of Tiannan? After all, Tiannan is a vast territory, home to numerous nations. Could it be that I have genuinely encountered a cultivator from another world? Doubt and uncertainty clouded Xiang Zhili's mind. He could hardly believe that he might meet someone from an alternate realm. After all, he had traversed the human realm for hundreds of years, exploring numerous secret domains, yet had never encountered such a circumstance. Minor Shanheiji, nascent soul cultivators of Shushan. This truly does not align with the style of our human realm. Xiang Zhili's gaze flickered as he desperately searched his mind for any semblance of connection to these three terms. Yet, alas, he found none. Xiang Zhili's resolve wavered. His breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. If he truly encountered a cultivator from another world, then perhaps he, Xiang Zhili, would no longer need to tirelessly seek the spatial nodes for ascension to the spirit realm. No, I cannot rush. I must understand what kind of world this minor Shanheiji truly is. According to his words, the nascent soul cultivators within this realm are equivalent to my transformation stage in cultivation. If there exist beings beyond the nascent soul level in his world, it would imply that minor Shanheiji is a place that is not inferior to the human realm. All I need to discover is the method to reach that realm, and I can directly continue my ascension to new heights. Subsequently, I can return to search for the spatial nodes to ascend to the spirit realm. As long as it is not overly perilous, I am confident in my success. In that moment, Xiang Zhili's heart surged with enthusiasm, flushed with excitement. His eyes radiated passion, filled with visions of the future. He was already convinced to a large extent. Indeed, how could Xiang Zhili not believe it? After wandering the human realm for so many years, he had not been shy about confronting other transformation stage cultivators, having reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. Yet, the mysterious figure before him could effortlessly see through his cultivation level. Moreover, they communicated using a method of transmission that was profoundly enigmatic. This secretive technique was unlike the vast majority of methods he had encountered in over 1,000 years, possessing a distinctly different style from the human realm. How could this not lead Xiang Zhili to believe in the existence of minor Shanheiji? Chapter 37. Just call me Li Xiaoyao. May I inquire how you are addressed? As a cultivator from minor Shanheiji, how did you enter the secret domain within my human realm, Tiannan, of the Yue Kingdom? If you would be so kind as to share some information about minor Shanheiji, I would be willing to offer treasures from my realm in return, including the Yunine pill. As he spoke, Xiang Zhili produced a small white porcelain vial and placed it on the ground. The vial bore a long strip of red paper with the bold inscription, Yunine pill, known for its ability to purge impurities from the nascent soul and enhance its cultivation. Such pills are often passed down from ancient times and can only be found in ancient secret realms or the caves of ancient cultivators, making them quite precious. The spiritual herbs required for their refinement are largely on the verge of extinction, and their high quality results in a dishearteningly low success rate. across the entire human realm. Almost no one can still refine such pills. This place's restrictions will not damage the vial, which is an inanimate object. If permitted, I shall step back 100 paces. Once the restrictions are restored, you may retrieve the Yunine pill and verify its authenticity, with no need to fear any threats from me. I must confess, I have been fascinated by matters of other worlds during my travels in my realm. I kindly request you to share a few details. If the information proves useful to me, I can present additional treasures from my realm as a token of gratitude. Xiang Zhili was a man of action. As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals to dispel the restriction power permeating every inch of the void and quickly retreated. His eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could truly learn about minor Shanheiji, what was a mere vial of Yunine pill worth? True treasures, magical artifacts, ancient relics. Xiang Zhili had no shortage of treasures. He could easily acquire a multitude by raiding a few secret realms. Previously, he had deemed such collections beneath him, as there were few things at his level that could pique his interest. Standing at the pinnacle of the human realm, what captivated Xiang Zhili most were matters related to ascension and opportunities to continue his cultivation journey. Now, with the emergence of this unheard-of minor Shanheiji, how could he easily relinquish it after centuries of minimal gains? I cannot discern the authenticity of this Yunine pill. I am not a cultivator of the nascent soul, and who knows if it is poisoned. However, since you, Xiang Zhili, are so insistent, I would feel remiss to disregard your earnest pursuit of the Tao. Therefore, I shall reluctantly continue to outline this so-called minor Shanheiji for you. With such thoughts in mind, Nji's lips curled into a slight smile. He placed the Yunine pill into his storage bag and swiftly delved deeper into the demon suppression tower. Ensuring his safety and that his presence would not be detected by Xiang Zhili, Nji once again employed his secretive method of sound transmission. I can tell you about minor Shanheiji, but I must return the Yunine pill to Shushan for verification by the elders. Indeed, since we are discussing Mount Shu, allow me to share with you the general structure of the small realm of the Sea of Mountains. The foremost powers are the 3 holy lands, the 12 celestial sects, and the 24 major factions. Among these, Mount Shu is one of the 24 major factions. However, over 200 years ago, it was one of the 12 celestial sects. Regrettably, the direct disciple of the previous sect master, upon reaching the first stage of the primordial spirit tribulation at the age of 42, fell in love with a member of the demon race. Consequently, both were annihilated by the sect master and cast into the demon locking tower. This calamity led to a significant loss of our elite forces, leaving only one junior disciple alive from the sect master's lineage, who is now our current sect master, the Sword Sage of Solitude. It is said that he has reached at least the 4th stage of the primordial spirit tribulation, the Nirvana realm, making him exceptionally powerful. While you are formidable in your own right, I believe you may only compare to a practitioner at the 3rd stage of the primordial spirit tribulation, the Tai realm, within our small realm of the Sea of Mountains. As he spoke, Nji could not help but reveal a hint of pride. It was as if he genuinely hailed from an ancient sect rich in heritage and filled with powerful individuals. He also took some pride in his adeptness at improvisation. He chuckled inwardly, finding his own fabrications so convincing that he almost began to believe in the existence of the small realm of the Sea of Mountains. He awaited a response from Xiang Zhili, who was utterly astounded, murmuring to himself about reaching the 1st stage of the primordial spirit tribulation at the age of 42. If this individual is to be compared with my late-stage transformation god, equating them to practitioners at the 3rd stage of the primordial spirit tribulation in their realm, does that not imply that someone from their side could enter the initial stage of the transformation god at such a young age? How is this even possible? Such a prodigious talent. Or perhaps it is due to their superior cultivation environment that such occurrences happen. Xiang Zhili's thoughts raced, his eyes filled with astonishment and curiosity. He yearned to learn more about the small realm of the Sea of Mountains. As one of the 24 major factions, if Mount Shu purportedly possesses several transformation god practitioners, what of the other major factions and even the celestial sects? Especially since my own late-stage transformation god cultivation only equates to their practitioners at the 3rd stage of the primordial spirit tribulation. Does this not suggest there are 6 more realms beyond? The vast potential for growth and the prospects for cultivation left Xiang Zhili trembling with excitement, his eyes gleaming with hope. He could hardly fathom the grandeur of such a flourishing world. With a burning curiosity, Xiang Zhili hastily inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name and how you entered this secret realm in the southern territory of our human world? If you were to return to the small realm of the Sea of Mountains, when might I see you again? I am filled with longing to witness the wonders of the small realm you described." As he spoke, he prepared himself for a significant expenditure. He believed himself to be exceptionally gifted, for otherwise, he could not have become the strongest practitioner in the human realm. Yet, due to the fragmented state of the human world, he found it impossible to advance further in his cultivation. Often, he was forced to suppress his own strength, lest he accelerate the depletion of his lifespan. Now, having encountered such a magnificent world, he was determined to enter it. "Call me Li Xiaoyao," came the response. "As for how I arrived here, I am uncertain. I was searching for a sword that resonated with me on the sword-bearing peak of Mount Shu when I stumbled upon a rift in the fabric of space caused by the turbulence of the time-space river. Believing it to be my chance, I stepped through and arrived here, only to discover that this is not merely a small world, but rather an annexed secret realm of a much larger world. How extraordinary!" And Ji's tone conveyed a sense of delight, as though this secret realm represented a monumental discovery to him. Xiang Zhili, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of realization. The small realm of the Sea of Mountains was far more prosperous than the human world. Judging by Li Xiaoyao's demeanor, if the two realms could traverse freely, Mount Shu might very well invade the human realm through this secret passage. After all, the resources of a new world are not to be overlooked. But what concern is it of mine? The human realm is already shattered and cannot nurture strong practitioners. Only by entering the small realm of the Sea of Mountains can I carve out a new destiny. Chapter 38, The Wealthy Dog. Yet, how on earth did Li Xiaoyao manage to bypass so many prohibitions to delve into the third level of the Greenstone Tower? Could it be that Mount Shu possesses a notable legacy of restrictive spells? Or did he acquire the key to the third level of the Greenstone Tower in the stone hall near his fall? Suddenly, Xiang Zhili sensed something awry. He began to temper his enthusiasm and regain his composure and rationality. If what Li Xiaoyao claimed were true, then the sect master of Mount Shu must possess at least the fourth stage of the primordial spirit tribulation. Even if Xiang Zhili were at the pinnacle of the late stage of transformation god, he would have to bow his head upon visiting Mount Shu. Otherwise, he might find himself killed or imprisoned in the demon locking tower, which could confine even transformation god practitioners. In that case, it would be better for him not to venture into the small realm of the Sea of Mountains at all. With this thought in mind, Xiang Zhili could not help but ask, "Li Xiaoyao, if your demon locking tower can imprison those at the first stage of the primordial spirit tribulation, it must be a treasure of great significance, correct? We have similar treasures in the human realm known as the heavenly spirit treasures, which even I must avoid." "Huh? Are you trying to deceive me? Have you ever seen a heavenly spirit treasure? You may try to fool me, but how dare you turn the tables and attempt to mislead me?" And Ji scoffed internally. Yet, he marveled at his ability to fool the first practitioner of the human realm to such an extent. He did feel a twinge of apprehension about the day they might meet outside, where Xiang Zhili might call out, "Oh, isn't this Li Xiaoyao? Long time no see. When will you take me to your small realm of the Sea of Mountains for a visit?" "What? The small realm of the Sea of Mountains is a fabrication?" Slap. Xiang Zhili would swiftly retaliate, and Ji would fall flat. However, Ji was determined not to allow such a scenario to unfold. He was waiting for his ascension to the celestial realm. Clearing his throat, Ji transmitted a message, "Friend. The demon locking tower is a closely guarded secret of Mount Shu and cannot be disclosed to outsiders. However, since you are ultimately from outside this realm, if you could present some specialties from your human world, I would be inclined to share more with you. Of course, I do not wish to impose. I, Li Xiaoyao, am not a greedy person. I merely wish to witness the prosperity of your human realm." If Xiang Zhili were a modern individual, he would have retorted, "What do you mean you do not wish to impose? You are clearly asking for benefits." If Xiang Zhili did not have anything of worth to offer, he would likely be unable to extract any further valuable information from Li Xiaoyao. Indeed, regardless of the world, practitioners often exhibit such qualities. Yet, what does a mere treasure mean to me? As long as I can enter the small realm of the Sea of Mountains, I would willingly sell the human realm to Mount Shu. After all, I can no longer remain in this shattered world. In this broken realm, whoever remains will perish. Xiang Zhili understood this clearly, smiled, and reached for his storage pouch, retrieving an ancient treasure and placing it upon the ground. Before me lay a magnificent yet fractured spear, its ochre hue unmistakable. The broken shaft bore two ancient characters, Wushuang, which whispered of a primordial killing intent that lingered in the air, accompanied by a faint whiff of blood, sufficiently diminished, yet still testifying to its history of countless slaughters and thirst for the blood of the mighty. This Wushuang spear was an ancient treasure I had acquired from the cave of a primordial cultivator, requiring no ritual to wield. Even in its broken state, it could unleash at least half of its former might, its explosive power rivaling that of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator in the human realm. I implored my friend, Li Xiaoyao, to share more about the situation regarding the Shushan Demon Locking Tower and the minor realm of the Sea of Mountains. I have always believed in repaying kindness. As I spoke, I saw Xiang Zhili carefully dismantling the restrictions and retreating 100 paces. And Ji did not hesitate, cautiously stowing the Wushuang spear into his storage bag before hastily retreating further into the depths of the demon sealing tower. Given that Xiang Zhili was an ancient being who had lived for over a millennium, and Ji could not ascertain whether he had left any contingency on the gift. Thus, even having received the Wushuang spear, and Ji dared not inspect it immediately. Nevertheless, I had reaped substantial rewards. With the nourishing pill and the ancient treasure. Even if the situation were to be revealed, this venture into the blood-soaked forbidden land would be worth it. However, it was prudent to keep Xiang Zhili appeased. One could never predict the madness that might arise from his sense of betrayal. With this thought, Ji instinctively withdrew further into the depths of the demon sealing tower. With the token in hand, he easily bypassed the restrictions, unlike Xiang Zhili, who had to expend considerable energy dismantling them. The explosive power of the foremost cultivator in the human realm was something Ji could hardly fathom. Organizing his thoughts, he smiled as he continued to communicate discreetly. My friend, you truly are comparable to those who have reached the third stage of the nascent soul tribulation in our realm. Your generosity is indeed grand. Allow me to speak of the Shushan Demon Locking Tower. The exact time of its establishment remains a mystery, but it is likely not a supreme treasure, merely a unique structure composed of various special materials. The true strength lies in the 5 spirit pearls held by the elders of my Shushan lineage, which stabilize the tower and prevent the myriad of demons and spirits within from escaping. These 5 spirit pearls, water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth, are under the guardianship of 5 elders from my sect, tasked with maintaining the tower's seals. Among them, there exists a prodigious disciple, deeply entwined with the demon clan, along with 3 others who have not perished and are sealed within the tower. Boasting such accomplishments does not cost me anything, so I shall speak freely. My Shushan is formidable. Xiang Zhili, tread carefully. Anger me, and my master, the Sword Saint of Dugu, shall annihilate you. He is a figure of the 4th stage of the nascent soul tribulation. The demon locking tower has already sealed 5 beings of the same level. It certainly does not fear one more outsider. Though I may not be remarkable, I am surrounded by those who are. Thus, if you desire information from me, be prepared to offer treasures in return. Do not harbor any ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhili's expression froze in disbelief. The nascent soul tribulation is equivalent to a cultivator at the transformation stage, and the Shushan had sealed away 5 such beings. And what of the disciple entwined with the demon clan? That too is a being of the nascent soul tribulation, enhancing your sect's foundation. Why then suppress your own talented disciple alongside? Such foolishness. This thought brought Xiang Zhili a pang of sorrow for the Shushan of the minor Sea of Mountains. Such a waste. It is an utter squandering of potential. To ascend to the nascent soul tribulation at the age of 42 is akin to a transformation stage cultivator. In the human realm, who among those who break through to the transformation stage does so without several centuries of experience? Some, even among the demon clans, take a millennium to shatter their bottlenecks and ascend. In stark contrast, the Shushan of the minor Sea of Mountains had suppressed 2 nascent soul tribulation beings due to the divide between humans and demons, leaving Xiang Zhili breathless with despair. Wealthy indeed. Does the vastness of the world, abundant resources, and superior cultivation environment make one great? Deep within the demon sealing tower, Ji had not forgotten his primary objective, exploration. While deceiving Xiang Zhili, he continued deeper into the tower. What occupied Xiang Zhili's mind was of no concern to Ji. The tale of the minor Sea of Mountains was a fabrication, and all lies eventually unravel. Though uncertain of when that would be, Ji yearned to discover a means of escape swiftly. To be under the watchful gaze of an ancient transformation stage cultivator was quite bothersome, especially one as formidable as this. The mystery of the demon sealing tower was profound. At its deepest point, it radiated an abundance of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Ordinarily, one would expect this area to be tainted by the demonic aura of the sealed ancient demon. At the heart of the tower, Ji marveled at this paradise of lush growth, vibrant with spiritual herbs and blooming peach blossoms, suffused with vitality and spiritual energy. Were it not for the knowledge that this place likely housed an ancient demon, he might have deemed it a treasure trove. In the innermost garden of the demon sealing tower, 36 stone pavilions were arranged in a circular formation. Could this be an array? Ji noted this peculiar phenomenon. As he surveyed the area, he discovered that each pavilion contained an ancient well, weathered and cracked, its depths an inscrutable abyss. Strangely, as he approached the ancient pavilions, the spiritual energy intensified. It appeared to be an array capable of channeling the heavenly and earthly energies from the void into this space. Moreover, the ancient well at the center of the garden seemed to draw forth the chaotic and impure spiritual energy, enhancing the gathering array. The demon sealing tower comprised 3 levels. Could this ancient well at the garden's center lead to the sealed ancient demon? And Ji pondered. Logically, he was currently on the 1st level, and to reach the 2nd or 3rd levels, he would need to ascend, not descend. Yet, he had seen no pathways leading upward. Perhaps he had no choice but to attempt it. As for the demonic aura, and Ji felt no fear. He trusted in his perfected, indestructible golden body to withstand it. Furthermore, he possessed a demonic devouring tree, capable of consuming demonic energy and transforming it into nourishing essence for cultivators' bodies and souls. Its power was formidable. Otherwise, he would not have sought the ancient demon so ardently. It was the sapling of this tree that compelled him to find the ancient demon. Without it, such a heavenly spiritual root would be squandered. Friend, Li Xiaoyao, I am willing to exchange my cultivation methods for the transformation stage in the human realm for your methods of the nascent soul tribulation in the minor sea of mountains. Is that agreeable? And Ji called out, his tone urgent. Speak, my friend. Xiang Zhili remained rooted in place, repeatedly shouting into the depths of the demon sealing tower. Fear and panic began to surface in his eyes. Why was Li Xiaoyao silent for so long? Could he have returned to the minor sea of mountains? If he left, what would become of me? I have no idea how to reach the minor sea of mountains. Indeed, as long as Li Xiaoyao returns from the depths of the 3-tiered bluestone tower to the small Yu mountain sea realm, he will undoubtedly leave behind a spatial node. If I can find it before the spatial node vanishes, I too can venture into the small Yu mountain sea realm. Alternatively, Li Xiaoyao may have journeyed to the innermost depths of the bluestone tower to explore its resources and treasures. If that is the case, all I need to do is wait here. But what if Li Xiaoyao returns to the small Yu mountain sea realm? If I continue to wait like this, wouldn't the spatial node leading to the small Yu mountain sea realm disappear? Xiang Zhilin found himself in an unprecedented state of agitation and hesitation. The human realm lay in ruins, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth severely depleted, unable to sustain an existence of his caliber. Since the small Yu mountain sea realm can accommodate so many powerful beings, even those surpassing Xiang Zhilin himself, he was determined to venture there. Sitting idle was not a wise strategy, so Xiang Zhilin resolved to press forward and decipher the prohibitions, determined to re-establish contact with Enju. Even if he could not locate Enju, discovering the spatial node leading to the small Yu mountain sea realm would suffice. That was his ultimate aim. What a marvel it is that one must leap into a well to access the 3rd tier. Such spatial architecture is indeed extraordinary. The 1st tier of the demon sealing tower is a garden covered by a spirit-gathering formation, brimming with spiritual herbs and grasses. Yet the 3rd tier is an entirely different realm. Glancing at the modeled 3 characters at the edge of the ancient well in the core stone pavilion, Enju surveyed his surroundings. In this 3rd tier of the demon sealing tower, aside from the core stone pavilion, there are 36 stone pavilions, all emanating a surging demonic aura, filled with corrosiveness. Even a slight contact could potentially lead to physical mutations, resulting in the growth of demonic organs or even physical characteristics, which is truly terrifying. Even the divine consciousness and intellect could be affected, gradually plunging into ignorance, overwhelmed by violent and chaotic thoughts, losing oneself. Humans? After so many years, someone has finally arrived here. Unlike the 1st tier, each of the 36 stone pavilions does not contain an ancient well. Instead, there are 29 massive white crystals within. Within those white crystals are sealed grotesque ancient demons, each exuding a chilling demonic aura. The boisterous laughter emanated from an ancient demon whose crystal was cracked, revealing a portion of its head. This ancient demon, with a serpent's body and a leopard's head, was covered in black scales, adorned with purple fur along its back and chest, giving it an extraordinary appearance. Its bloodshot eyes were filled with madness, yet at that moment, they shimmered with joy and exultation at the prospect of impending freedom. Help me tear off the talismans from the 8 flying eaves of the stone pavilion. Once I am freed, what do you desire? Power. Immortality. I can grant you demonic artifacts. Hurry, tear off the talismans. I can hardly contain myself. My entire being trembles with excitement. The ancient demon appeared genuinely agitated, the cracks in the crystal ceiling it multiplied, exuding wisps of terrifying demonic energy. However, Enju could not help but roll his eyes at the ancient demon and said, "You must be a fool. Do you think I would simply tear off the talismans upon your request? Are all ancient demons sealed since time immemorial as foolish and impolite as you? In the future, when addressing me, you must use the word please. Do you understand? It must carry a tone of desperation, almost to the point of tears, filled with hopelessness and pleading. Upon hearing these words, not only did the serpent-bodied, leopard-headed ancient demon scowl, but the 19 ancient demons sealed within the 36 pavilions also opened their blood-red eyes, fixating on Yue with intense focus. The tumultuous demonic energy rampaged throughout the third tier of the demon sealing tower, even causing the spiritual energy emanating from the ancient well in the core stone pavilion, which supplied the suppression formation and prevented the talismans from being eroded, to dissipate momentarily. Lowly human, are you provoking us? You, an insignificant ant, I could have easily slain with a mere gesture in the past. Chapter 40. Watch how I deal with you. I advise you to obediently unseal us. Otherwise, you should already be feeling something unusual in your body, right? We are a total of 19 ancient demons unleashing our true demonic energy. Even the former guardians would suffer from this. You, a mere chi refining stage ant, will not last long even with your golden light shield. In an instant, the third tier of the demon sealing tower was filled with the enticing whispers and thoughts of the ancient demons. To them, a chi refining stage cultivator was hardly a challenge. They felt it was a waste of their strength as vanguards of the demonic invasion into the human realm. Although the golden light shield appeared dazzling, the ancient demons did not believe it could withstand their demonic whispers and mental encroachments. Seeing this, Yue could not help but curse under his breath. Are you playing games with me? You may look down upon my cultivation at the 11th level of chi refinement, but you dare to question my strength. It seems you old relics will not behave until you experience some hardship. A faint smirk graced Yue's lips as he produced the demonic devouring tree, declaring, since you refuse to acknowledge my generosity, you shall forever forego any hope of my mercy. Stay obediently sealed, and watch how I deal with you. Upon witnessing Yue's actions, the ancient demons were momentarily taken aback. They sensed a faint yet palpable threat emanating from the sapling, especially as Yue finished planting the demonic devouring tree within the third tier of the demon sealing tower. The demonic energy within the tower began to violently fluctuate. Boom. It was as if a storm had erupted. The demonic energy that had accumulated over many years, constantly eroding everything here, was suddenly absorbed by the demonic devouring tree. The 19 ancient demons, as the source of the demonic energy, felt as though they might faint from the overwhelming suction. My demonic energy. No, my demonic energy. It has been taken. All of our demonic energy has been devoured. I can feel that the spirit tree is continuously siphoning the demonic energy I emit. Impossible. How can this be? How can there be a spirit tree capable of devouring demonic energy in the human realm? And how could a mere chi refining stage cultivator control it? The eyes of the 19 ancient demons reflected horror and disbelief. Had this spirit tree existed during the previous realm war, the demonic race would never have been able to invade the human realm. This spirit tree was their nemesis, akin to a monstrous leviathan consuming all and converting it into sustenance for its growth. What astonished the ancient demons even more was that the spirit tree, which had absorbed their demonic energy, was showing signs of blossoming and bearing fruit. Pink buds soon adorned the branches of the demonic devouring tree. As the spirit tree received ample nourishment from the demonic energy, it grew significantly taller, reaching a height surpassing that of a human. You shall remain here as nutrients for the demonic devouring tree. Yue cast a calm glance at the ancient demons. He then approached some stone pavilions where the sealing crystals had shattered, revealing ancient demons whose bodies were cracked and devoid of any life, likely having perished over the ages. Not wishing to waste them, Yue directly tossed the ancient demon corpses into the secret refining scroll of the evil jade fiery demon blade. It is worth noting that such precious refining scrolls do not require specific materials. They merely need to possess a certain attribute or characteristic to be utilized. A blade forged specifically to combat the demonic tribe naturally requires the blood and flesh of the demons for its refinement. The remains of the ancient demons are perfectly suited for this purpose. Wait, are you planning to leave? No, you cannot depart. Curse it. Remove this so-called demon-devouring yuan tree. What is it that you truly desire? I beg you, please offer me some blood food. Although the seal has prolonged my life, I am on the brink of collapse. Grant me a hearty meal. Even in death, I wish to perish as a famished demon. Human, I shall comply with any demand you make. Seeing that Yue was ignoring their pleas and preparing to depart after collecting the remains of other ancient demons, panic surged among them. Some expressed their astonishment while others shouted in anger, even resorting to genuine pleas for Yue's mercy. Their pitiful appearance was truly heart-wrenching. However, they were all sealed and could not move. Do you wish to die? Do you dare to confront me with your demonic will and sound? Do you not believe I would immediately slay a few of you? With a sudden turn, Ng scolded them vehemently. His indifferent gray eyes were filled with death and coldness, instilling fear in the hearts of the ancient demons. Such terrifying eyes. It seemed as though they could drain all vitality and soul from me. Are these the eyes possessed by humans? How dreadfully sinister. The ancient demons were filled with trepidation. The more they gazed, the more they felt Ng was shrouded in an aura of mystery. Though he appeared to be merely an ant at the 11th level of Qi refinement, that golden protective shield had never been successfully eroded by their demonic energy. And those eyes, so bizarre and brimming with deathly terror, evoked an overwhelming sense of crisis. This was Ng's desolation demon eyes. Even if he did not primarily focus on mental prowess, his ocular technique significantly enhanced his mental abilities. The ancient demons' attempts to influence him with their demonic sounds and wills were nothing but futile dreams. They should strive to exude demonic energy for the demon-devouring yuan tree to absorb and grow. If upon my next visit, the yield of Lingyuan fruits does not meet my expectations, I shall slay you all and bury you in the earth for the tree to consume. Ng's tone was chilling. As he spoke, he reinforced the seals on these ancient demons with the demon sealing tower's token. However, he did not repair the original damages. Otherwise, these ancient demons would have been unable to exude demonic energy. To be honest, reinforcing the seals at his Qi refinement stage was quite challenging. With the aid of medicinal pills, Ng attempted several times before conceding defeat. It was a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, with the presence of the demon-devouring yuan tree, even if they wished to use their demonic energy to break free from the seals, they would be incapable of doing so. With this thought, Ng felt much more at ease. He paid no further attention to the ancient demon's anxious and loud entreaties, and directly leaped into the ancient well at the core stone pavilion. Upon reaching the second level, Ng glanced at the two characters inscribed on the edge of the well, realizing he had arrived at the second level of the demon sealing tower. Jumping into the well again should return him to the first level of the tower. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, Ng was somewhat astonished. There were no sealed ancient demons here. Instead, it resembled a resting place for ancient cultivators. Yet, unlike ordinary caves, this place housed a meticulously inscribed array platform, the purpose of which remained unknown. No matter, he would bring Hanli here next time for a look. Hanli, having received formal training in cultivation, possessed knowledge far surpassing that of Ng, a mere neophyte on the path of cultivation. Furthermore, with this token in hand, he could enter the blood-red forbidden land at will. The surrounding Gale prohibitions posed no obstacle to him, unlike the golden core cultivators of the seven major sects, who had to wait for the weakest moment of the restrictions to forcibly carve out a passage. Chapter 41. How could it claim to take 60 years? Nevertheless, aside from the enigmatic array platform, the second level of the demon sealing tower held numerous other attractions for Ng. This was, after all, a suspected resting and transit place for ancient cultivators guarding and suppressing the ancient demons, featuring closed meditation rooms, alchemy chambers, material rooms, artifact forging halls, and talisman crafting rooms, no fewer than 20 in total. Ng meticulously examined each room and indeed reaped considerable rewards. Dust-settling pills and snow spirit liquid were remarkable treasures, each capable of driving half-step golden core cultivators to madness. Perhaps they were less significant in ancient times, but in today's fractured human world, these precious pills that could enhance the success rate of golden core condensation by 1% were of astonishing value. Heavenly crane powder, heart-observing grass, and thousand illusions jade blue. Goodness. He discovered numerous spirit herbs and medicines that were either on the brink of extinction or already extinct. Fortunately, the ancient cultivators had not exhausted their supply. Yet even sealed within jade boxes, they had lost much of their efficacy. However, with the celestial vessel in hand, he could cultivate another batch of these precious spirit herbs. In the third level of the demon sealing tower, Ng's harvest was substantial. Were it not for the ample space in his storage bag, he would have struggled to accommodate all these items. As for truly powerful treasures, not many had been left behind. Most were likely taken by the ancient cultivators to combat the ancient demons. Even so, these auxiliary resources greatly satisfied Ng. Some of the nearly extinct ancient resources were exceptionally desirable. Moreover, with Hanli's celestial vessel, Ng harbored no worries regarding the potential loss of efficacy of these spirit herbs in his possession. The pseudo-celestial transformation elixir would instead enable them to flourish and thrive in this era. Eventually, even the rare dust-settling pills and snow spirit liquid, which could enhance the chances of ascending to the golden core stage, would circulate freely within the alliance of celestial masters that Ng established. He believed that in the near future, the alliance of celestial masters would undoubtedly witness the emergence of several golden core cultivators. And on the golden scaled rankings, there would no longer be only Ng at the pinnacle. The restrictions here were formidable. Even Xiang Zhili could not penetrate. I have planted the demon-devouring yuan tree to absorb the demonic energy and have further extended the lifespan of the entire demon sealing tower. Thus, let us leave Xiang Zhili here. Ng mused, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Having deceived a top-tier being in the transformation stage, how could Ng not feel exhilarated? Yet, if he were caught, he likely wouldn't meet a favorable outcome. Fortunately, there were numerous exits from the demon sealing tower, so Ng was not worried about confronting Xiang Zhili directly. What he feared was that upon his escape, Xiang Zhili would be waiting outside the demon sealing tower, greeting him with a grin. "Ah, fellow cultivator, are you returning to the small realm of Shanheiji?" If such a scenario were to unfold, Ng would say no more and would flee straight back into the demon sealing tower. It seemed he needed to keep Xiang Zhili calm, otherwise he wouldn't dare sneak away. Here in the demon sealing tower, he felt secure, with divine senses suppressed. But outside, he doubted he would escape unscathed. With this thought in mind, Ng prepared to seek out Xiang Zhili. Perhaps this would be his last chance to deceive Xiang Zhili, and he felt a tinge of guilt about it. Along the way, Ng retrieved the remains he had discovered previously. Holding them close, he felt and examined them. Remarkably, he discovered quite a few intriguing items. The founder of the Heavenly Talisman Sect? A peak cultivation level in the late nascent soul stage. He even created 3 major spirit talismans. No wonder he dared to explore this blood-red forbidden land and investigate the demon sealing tower. He was indeed bold and skillful. Ng exclaimed in admiration. Opening the talisman manual of the Heavenly Talisman Sect's founder, he found the 3 most important spirit talismans: the Spirit Merging Talisman, the Spirit Descending Talisman, and the 6-ding Heavenly Armor Talisman. Among these, the 6-ding Heavenly Armor Talisman was found within the relics of the Heavenly Talisman Sect's founder. The talisman is truly remarkable, a testament to the extraordinary genius of the Grand Ancestor of the Talisman Sect, who founded the sect and created the 3 great spiritual talismans. The 6-ding Celestial Armor Talisman, when employed, does not deplete the user's magical energy, but instead draws upon the ambient spiritual essence of the environment, transforming it into an ethereal armor that safeguards the user. This ethereal armor possesses a maximum of 6 layers of defensive capability, represented by 6 distinct colors. Its astonishing defensive power is beneficial even against cultivators at the transformation stage. Alas, the human realm is shattered, and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is scarce. In most locations, utilizing the 6-ding Celestial Armor Talisman may only yield a 2-colored ethereal armor. Nevertheless, that is still commendable, as it can withstand attacks from Golden Core stage cultivators. It is likely that the Stone Palace was fraught with peril or restrictions hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Otherwise, the Grand Ancestor of the Talisman Sect would not have perished within the myriad seals of the Demon Sealing Tower. Ng also felt a twinge of regret for this esteemed figure. Safeguarding his relics ensures that they will undoubtedly shine brightly in the future. After all, had the Grand Ancestor not met his demise, these 3 great spiritual talismans would have certainly gained renown in the realm of cultivation long ago. Fellow cultivator, why do you not respond? Speak, I implore you. The ancient cultivator had set so many restrictions here that it rendered my progress arduous. I shall slay every ancient demon I encounter henceforth. Upon returning, Ng soon heard the muttering of Xiang Zhili, who appeared increasingly agitated. To escape this dilapidated and intolerable world, Xiang Zhili was willing to expend great effort studying the path of restrictions. He sought to meet that cultivator from the minor realm of Shushan. If not, he must at least locate the spatial nexus through which Li Xiaoyao returned to the minor realm of Shushan. Ascend. Leave the human realm. Aside from this, Xiang Zhili desired nothing else. Fellow cultivator, please refrain from breaking the restrictions further. I have just explored the depths of the Demon Sealing Tower and hope for your understanding. However, there are still 19 powerful demon heads sealed deep within the tower, so it would be wise to maintain your distance. I plan to construct a ritual platform to communicate with the minor realm of Shushan and contact the 5 elders of my sect. This should enable us to eradicate the demons. I kindly request that you grant me some time. Everything can be settled within 60 years. Ng spoke haphazardly, yet his words held a certain rigor. Upon hearing this, Xiang Zhili was immediately taken aback. 19 ancient demons. The demon sealing tower. My goodness. He truly could not contend with such dangers. No wonder the restrictions here were so severe. It was indeed sealing away 19 ancient demons. Are you certain that it would take 60 years to resolve this? Are you jesting? Xiang Zhiling questioned, puzzled. Despite the multitude of demons in the depths of the tower, the Shushan cultivators are plentiful. 2 of our nascent soul stage could easily obliterate these decaying demons. Why claim it would take 60 years? Please, enlighten me. Chapter 42. Grand Ancestor, spare me. What do you understand? Angie replied disdainfully. The minor realm of Shushan and this human realm are not one and the same. Traversing between them is far from simple, not to mention the necessity to ascertain and balance the flow of time in both worlds. The differing energies and rules of heaven and earth require immense effort to study and resolve. Angie's tone revealed impatience, highlighting his pride and profound knowledge as a member of a prestigious sect. Xiang Zhiling nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, indeed, what you say is reasonable. I was reckless. With this realization, Xiang Zhiling's eyes sparkled. So it is true. There are so many intricacies involved in traversing worlds. The differing flow of time, the disparities in the rules of heaven and earth, the smoothing and concealing of the energies of beings from other realms. The depths of ascension are indeed profound. Fortunately, Xiang Zhiling had befriended a talented disciple from the minor realm of Shushan. Otherwise, he would likely suffer greatly when he ascends to the spirit realm in the future. Listening to your words is worth more than 10 years of study. I thank you for your guidance. However, I am curious if the spiritual materials of the human realm could be of use to you. If you do not mind, I possess 5 pieces of Dreamstone and 10 top-grade Spirit Stones, essential materials for ancient teleportation arrays. If these resources can assist you in constructing the ritual platform to and from the minor realm of Shushan, it should save considerable time. Goodness, I did not expect Xiang Zhiling to be so generous. From a distance, behind layers of restrictions, Angie's eyes widened slightly. Dreamstone and top-grade Spirit Stones, essential materials for ancient teleportation arrays, are evidently of immense value. Not to mention Dreamstone. Even just the top-grade Spirit Stones would drive Golden Core Stage cultivators to madness. After all, the human realm is broken, and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is scarce for cultivators at the Golden Core Stage. These Spirit Stones are undoubtedly the best source of spiritual energy. If utilized wisely, top-grade Spirit Stones can not only increase the frequency of Golden Core Stage eruptions, but can even prolong their lifespans under the deteriorating rules of heaven and earth. This makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Angie felt somewhat sheepish. Continuously taking advantage of Xiang Zhiling is not sustainable. Perhaps in the future, when I am stronger, I shall find an opportunity to repay him. After taking the 5 pieces of Dreamstone and 10 top-grade Spirit Stones, Angie fled swiftly. As for discussing the construction of the ritual platform with Xiang Zhiling at this moment, that was out of the question. He feared being struck down by Xiang Zhiling. Xiang Zhiling soon returned to his original position, revealing a satisfied smile upon seeing the taken Dreamstone and Spirit Stones. With these in hand, he would not need to wait 60 years to make contact with the cultivators of the minor realm of Shushan. The cultivator he conversed with from the minor realm of Shushan was weaker than him and dared not engage in direct communication. This, Xiang Zhiling understood. Prudence is not without merit. Now, he eagerly anticipated meeting the nascent soul stage experts from the minor realm of Shushan. What a prosperous world, with 3 sacred lands, 12 immortal sects, and 24 major sects of Shushan. A glimmer of longing shone in Xiang Zhiling's eyes. Outside the demon sealing tower, boom. Without hesitation, Angie executed the 9 heavens thunder step, launching himself skyward. His objective was to reach the edge of the secret realm. He could not linger here. If Xiang Zhiling emerged and discovered him without the restrictions blocking their senses, he would surely strike him down. A light sheen of sweat broke out on Angie's forehead. His entire body radiated golden light, his perfected, indestructible body now enveloped in 5 layers of protective shields, propelling him swiftly towards the earth. With a thunderous crash, Angie landed safely at the edge of the secret realm. Amidst the swirling dust, purple lightning danced like a serpent, and a coughing figure slowly emerged. It was Angie. What is this situation? No, I do not know. Where did he come from? It seems he fell from the sky. I heard the sound of thunder. The disciples of the 7 major sects, lurking at the edge of the secret realm, turned pale with fright, trembling as they spoke. The commotion caused by Angie was indeed tremendous. Upon landing, the ground trembled for miles around. Those who were lurking at the edges of the secret realm, unwilling to engage in a life-or-death struggle, were nearly scared out of their wits. Which sect do you disciples belong to? Angie bellowed. I am the ancestor of Huangfeng Valley. Where are my disciples? Hurry to the depths of the secret realm to contend for spirit herbs and medicines. With this ancestor here, what do you have to fear from the other 6 major sects? As Angie spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly surged down from the sky, wreaking havoc. The disciples of the 7 sects were immediately paralyzed with fear, their legs turning to jelly, their faces etched with terror. Ancestor, spare us. We will go to the core of the secret realm at once. We dare not slack off any longer. 2 disciples of Huangfeng Valley were so frightened they crawled away in panic. Angie's gaze shifted to the other cultivators, most of whom had at least reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. However, their cowardice or lack of powerful talismans rendered them hesitant to fight in the core area. Upon seeing their pallid faces, they cried out in desperation, "Ancestor, please spare us. We won't breathe a word. We want to disclose that you can enter the blood-red forbidden land. Please, have mercy on us." Angie looked at these terrified disciples of the 6 sects and chuckled inwardly. Yet, his expression remained cold as he declared, "You insignificant insects are not worth killing. However, while your death sentences may be averted, your lives will be made difficult. I shall cripple your cultivation as a warning. If you dare leak even a whisper of my presence, even if I have to storm your sects, I will surely eradicate you. As of now, no one among the 6 sects can contend with me." Having uttered such arrogant words, Angie unleashed 12 streams of sword energy, directly crippling their dantians and chi seas. The disciples of the 6 sects writhed on the ground, their eyes filled with despair and agony. Whether they would harbor hatred towards Angie or betray him was of no concern to him. "I am of Huangfeng Valley. I am the ancestor of the Lone Gu. Come seek me. Let your sect's nascent soul ancestors come to confront me. Kill me if you can. To enter the blood-red forbidden land, I must at least possess late-stage nascent soul cultivation. Who among the 6 sects can stop me?" Indeed, the 6 sects might not necessarily believe that the culprit was the ancestor of Huangfeng Valley. Nonetheless, the mere appearance of a suspected nascent soul cultivator in the blood-red forbidden land would undoubtedly stir significant turmoil in the kingdom of Yue. Seeds of suspicion might even sprout among the 7 sects. Amidst this chaotic and tumultuous atmosphere, the alliance of celestial masters would prosper. A slight smile graced Angie's lips as he sought a secluded spot to activate his token and leave. Otherwise, if the 7 sects united in vigilance against his alliance, how could it possibly thrive? The kingdom of Yue was destined for chaos, but Angie desired that chaos now. As the chapter unfolded, he pondered whether that old monster Xiang Zhili would leave when the secret realm closed. No matter, fleeing came first. With a thunderous boom, Angie activated the 9 heavens thunder step and soared into the sky in an instant. His immense power and the thunderous noise startled the cultivators guarding the entrance of the secret realm. Even the 7 golden core cultivators were taken aback, gazing blankly at the distant sky, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, their golden core senses keenly detected the residual scorch of lightning in the air. A terrifying presence had been nearby. Now it had suddenly departed. The 7 golden core cultivators exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in their eyes. What kind of cultivator could linger so close to the entrance of the secret realm without being detected by them? It must be a formidable nascent soul expert. Quickly, they sent messages to their sect's ancestors, alerting them of the suspected nascent soul presence near the blood-red forbidden land. The 7 sect cultivators hurriedly inscribed their thoughts onto their communication talismans, their eyes betraying heightened vigilance. Once the blood-red forbidden land closed, they would have to wait 60 years for it to reopen. They feared that a foreign nascent soul cultivator might attempt to seize the resources needed for refining foundation-building pills during this time. If such were the case, the number of foundation-building cultivators among the 7 sects would undoubtedly dwindle significantly over the next 60 years. Faced with the intrusion of other nations' cultivation forces, their situation would become dire. Could it be nascent soul cultivators from Yuanwu Kingdom, or perhaps from Jiang Kingdom or Shaiyang Kingdom? As each nascent soul ancestor received the message, their eyes opened, glimmering with contemplation. They soared into the air, riding the wind, covering vast distances to arrive at the blood-red forbidden land's secret realm. They concealed their true forms, their powerful auras restrained, sitting cross-legged in the void like ancient stone statues. They hid away, determined to ascertain whether foreign cultivation forces were preparing to meddle in the lifeblood of the Yue Kingdom's cultivation realm. Before long, as the day of the blood-red forbidden land's closure approached, many disciples from the 7 sects emerged from the passageway. The hidden nascent soul cultivators remained motionless like stone statues, focused on identifying and sensing greater threats. However, they remained unaware of the perplexing situation unfolding. Within the sea of consciousness, a translucent nascent soul opened its eyes. its gaze piercing and forceful, scanning the vast void with formidable perception. Was there nothing here? Or had the presence merely retreated after a reconnaissance? The nascent soul ancestors of the seven sects exchanged silent thoughts before falling into silence once more. They did not depart. Matters concerning the survival and legacy of their sects demanded their utmost attention and vigilance. The blood-red Forbidden Land could be considered the very root of the entire Yue Kingdom's cultivation realm. If they lost the blood-red Forbidden Land, the immediate impact might not be apparent. However, centuries later, the foundations of the seven sects and the number of foundation-building and golden core cultivators would certainly diminish. If faced with the incursion of demonic forces and foreign cultivation sects, their position would become exceedingly precarious. Yet, not all was in vain. Soon, disciples from the seven sects in the Qi refinement stage rushed out, their faces drawn as they revealed some information to their golden core cultivators. These disciples were, of course, those who had been crippled by Anji. What? A nascent soul cultivator appeared in the secret realm? How could the ancestor of the lone Gu be involved? How did he manage to enter the secret realm? The golden core cultivators of the seven sects were filled with dread upon receiving the news. Since the discovery of the blood-red Forbidden Land, it had never been heard of that any cultivator above the Qi refinement stage could enter. Even the Moon Concealment Sect, which had secretly placed a golden core cultivator into the secret realm, had only done so due to their unique cultivation method, which had temporarily lowered their power. In a secret realm teeming with Qi refinement stage cultivators, an unexpected intruder, a nascent soul stage cultivator, has breached its confines. The gravity of this situation is palpable. Yet, the golden core stage cultivators from the seven major sects chose to remain discreet, promptly notifying their respective ancestors. Such an incident was beyond their capacity to manage. Only their ancestors could address it effectively. Upon learning that the intruder was a nascent soul stage cultivator from their own Huangfeng Valley, the golden core stage cultivators were engulfed in a mixture of shock and elation. However, as they perceived the unusual movements from the other six sects, they were compelled to grimace. Regardless of the intruder's identity, the situation appeared dire for Huangfeng Valley. The news had already spread, and all seven sects were aware. Even if their ancestor could indeed navigate the secret realm, the benefits would likely have to be shared with the other sects, lest they face coercion. If not, it would imply that Huangfeng Valley had fallen into a trap. The uncertainty of fortune or misfortune loomed ominously. Li Huayuan, the leading golden core cultivator of Huangfeng Valley, could only shake his head in resigned amusement. Meanwhile, the nascent soul stage cultivators from the seven major sects, concealed within the surrounding void of the blood forbidden land, had sensed the unfolding events through their formidable spiritual awareness. The already precarious stability of the human realm began to tremble subtly, as an ominous aura brewed. On the verge of eruption, one nascent soul ancestor opened his eyes, and even the ethereal nascent soul cradling a treasured artifact within his sea of consciousness grew solemn. Is it truly you, the infamous Dugu? The seven sects had conducted extensive research on the blood forbidden land. While entry was possible, their strength was insufficient. Could it be that you have ascended to that realm, the late stage of nascent soul? As this thought resonated, the nascent soul ancestors from the six sects, Yue Sect, Qingshu Sect, and others, turned their focused gazes toward the Dugu ancestor of Huangfeng Valley. Their eyes shimmered with intensity, and the surging spiritual energy within them beckoned the vastness of the world's spiritual essence. Gradually, the spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen miles around the blood forbidden land was drawn in, forming a magnificent vortex of energy. They were gathering strength, and the nascent soul within their consciousness had opened its eyes, standing there with an expression grave enough to instill fear. If the Dugu ancestor truly made a move, the six nascent soul stage ancestors would unite to suppress him. After all, the late stage of nascent soul was indeed a formidable cultivator. Yet, the nascent soul cultivators from the six sects were not to be underestimated either. Not I, the Dugu ancestor responded, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head in exasperation. Who else could it be? Are you implying that you have been wronged? Present us with irrefutable evidence, and we shall believe you. The ability of a nascent soul to enter the blood forbidden land was no trivial matter. We hope for your honesty, as this concerns the landscape of the cultivation world in the Yue Kingdom. This situation bore peculiarities, regardless of whether it was indeed Dugu. The seven sects should exercise caution to avoid falling into the schemes of hidden adversaries. The attitudes of the nascent soul ancestors from Yue Sect, Qingshu Sect, and the others remained indifferent. They occasionally cast glances at the Dugu ancestor, as if pondering something. The air surrounding the blood forbidden land still crackled with the lingering essence of thunder. Could it be that it was truly not Dugu? Or perhaps he had accomplices. Look, the Huangfeng Valley trial disciple has harvested an astonishing bounty, gasped a voice amidst the crowd. My heavens! 3 blood jade orchids aged a century, 5 heavenly spirit fruits aged 400 years, and 6 purple cloud ginsengs aged 300 years. Suddenly, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the entrance of the secret realm. All eyes converged upon a singular figure, Han Li. At that moment, he stood adorned with over 20 rare herbs and spiritual medicines, their ages and worth staggering. Even the golden core cultivators from the 7 sects could not help but feel moved. Still denying it? Dugu, one mustn't be too greedy. A thought echoed, redirecting the questioning gazes of the 6 nascent soul ancestors back to the Dugu ancestor. The Qi refinement stage disciples from the 6 sects could only gather 4 or 5 of such high-aged spiritual medicines, while a single cultivator from Huangfeng Valley had amassed a bounty 5 to 6 times greater than theirs. How could the nascent soul ancestors not harbor suspicions regarding the Dugu ancestor? Esteemed friends, I truly have been wronged. The Dugu ancestor's consciousness swept over the gathered herbs, revealing a hint of bitter amusement on his face. Now, it seemed that clarification would be challenging. Even if these 6 nascent soul ancestors recognized his innocence, they would undoubtedly press for answers. The allure of such numerous high-aged spiritual medicines was simply irresistible. How could the other 6 sects remain unmoved? Very well. Let us each take 3 of the spiritual medicines that the disciple has obtained. However, I must insist that the true intruder remains at large within the Yue kingdom, perhaps even lurking nearby. His actions to frame me, Dugu Yue, are undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives, and I implore my fellow cultivators not to fall into his trap. Dugu Yue felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. With so many valuable spiritual medicines, the prospect of sharing with the other 6 sects was far from appealing. Yet, should he refuse, Huangfeng Valley would likely face collective animosity from the 6 sects, a dire predicament indeed. After all, while Dugu Yue was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he stood alone against the might of 3 nascent soul cultivators from Yin Yue's sect alone. How could he not feel an overwhelming sense of futility and helplessness? Recently, cultivators from Huangfeng Valley had been minimizing their excursions and focusing on their cultivation, avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Upon returning to Huangfeng Valley, Dugu Yue issued a directive. A nascent soul cultivator suspected of belonging to neither of the 7 sects had emerged in the Yue kingdom and had even infiltrated the blood-forbidden land. Undoubtedly, the stability of the Yue kingdom would soon be at risk. If only Huangfeng Valley had another nascent soul cultivator. Dugu Yue lamented. He did not believe he had offended any nascent soul cultivators. Now, having been ensnared in a trap, it was likely he was viewed as an easy target. Outside the blood-forbidden land, the ceiling of the realm had just reached its 60th year. Within the realm of mountains and seas, powerful beings were abundant. And relying solely on himself would not only risk suppression from the Shushan sect, but it was wise to gather more allies for assurance. If those ancient monsters realized he had uncovered a spatial node or a pathway to a thriving alternate realm, they would surely be exhilarated to the point of breaking free from their coffins. Xiang Zhilia glanced back at the now-vanished entrance of the secret realm, a smile creeping across his face. He had no intention of returning to Huangfeng Valley to play the part of a Qi refinement stage cultivator. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Zhilia disappeared from sight. This time, he intended to traverse the world and prepare for entry into the realm of mountains and seas. Simultaneously, he aimed to gather the elusive god transformation stage elders who were barely surviving in the abundant spiritual energy scattered across the land. Thus, Xiang Zhili gained the confidence to confront the practitioners of the Shu Mountain who had crossed over from the small sea of mountains, discussing matters of their journey to that realm. Fortunately, he remained oblivious to the fact that the small sea of mountains was but a beautiful lie. Had he discovered the truth upon exiting the secret realm, he might have scoured the world for NG, intent on eliminating him. Boom. Meanwhile, NG's figure suddenly descended from the heavens. Amidst the peaks of the Tainan Mountains, a sizable hill was crushed into a deep pit, debris flying in all directions. Finally, he had aimed accurately. NG chuckled, emerging from the swirling mist of purple lightning, casually chewing and swallowing several top-grade vitality pills. As the stronghold of the Zhangxian Alliance, the Tainan Mountains housed numerous foundational-level cultivators. The tremendous commotion startled dozens of glowing figures that shot into the sky. Upon seeing NG's presence, their eyes widened in astonishment. The chief judge, was he not just plummeting from the sky? I heard a thunderous crash, and upon inspection, a hill had collapsed. How formidable! Do you see the tiny bolts of lightning coursing across the chief judge's body? It seems he has cultivated yet another secret technique, further enhancing his power. Dozens, Then hundreds of foundational-level cultivators marveled, descending before Ng to pay their respects. The entire establishment and existence of the Zhongxian alliance relied solely on this unfathomably powerful chief judge. It was he alone who subdued numerous immortal clans and second- and third-tier factions. Without this fearsome chief judge to maintain order, the Zhongxian alliance would likely collapse in an instant, reduced to a mere collection of wanderers unworthy of the seven major factions' attention. Thus, the cultivators of the Zhongxian alliance revered Ng as if he were a deity. Ng, their chief judge, was indeed their god, an invincible legend. With his strength alone, he repelled 3 golden core cultivators from the 7 major factions, rendering them too fearful to provoke the Zhongxian alliance again. The blood-red Forbidden Land was nearly sealed. Ng instructed to contact Chief Manager Han, urging him to return promptly, as he understood the implications. A group of foundational-level cultivators respectfully followed him back to the Zhongxian alliance. Chapter 45. Alliance with the Zhongxian alliance. Currently, within the Zhongxian alliance, pavilions and towers stood tall, housing a multitude of its cultivators. Fortunately, a grand formation enveloped the area, allowing for the gathering of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, preventing a barren cultivation environment. However, the gathering formation of the Zhongxian alliance was evidently inferior to the ancient formation within the blood-red Forbidden Land's sealing tower. That formation drew forth the violent and impure spiritual energy from the void, rich in substance, yet difficult to absorb. In contrast, the Zhongxian alliance's formation extracted the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment, condensing it within their stronghold. My journey into the blood-red Forbidden Land yielded numerous gains. Not only did I acquire the Spirit Martial Arts Great Wilderness Prison Hand, the Creation Martial Arts 9 Heavens Thunder Step, and the secret technique of sound transmission, but I also planted the demon-devouring primordial tree within the sealing tower. If I am not mistaken, the spiritual fruit produced by the demon-devouring primordial tree, which absorbs demonic energy, should be a high-grade energy source, greatly beneficial for cultivation, especially for someone like me who practices martial arts. Ng considered his harvest, which naturally included the nurturing pills, the unparalleled ancient relic, the illusory dream stone, and top-grade spirit stones he had amicably exchanged with Xiangji Li. These treasures, coveted by core formation cultivators, would likely incite bloody conflicts if revealed in the cultivation world. Meanwhile, news of core formation cultivators appearing in the blood-red Forbidden Land swiftly spread throughout the entire cultivation world of the Yue Kingdom. What? In a place only accessible to Qi refining cultivators, a core formation cultivator has seemingly breached the defenses, and it is suspected to be the solitary ancestor of Huangfeng Valley. This news is truly sensational. No wonder the cultivators of Huangfeng Valley have been so low-key lately, most of them returning to their sect and rarely venturing out. Could it be that Huangfeng Valley has indeed mastered a method to break the restrictions of entering the blood-red Forbidden Land? It is highly likely. Rumor has it that the solitary ancestor of Huangfeng Valley has incapacitated several elite disciples of the 6 major factions, leading to a subtle hostility from them towards Huangfeng Valley. Heavens! If this continues, there will be no need to allocate any quotas for the blood-red trials. No matter how many powerful Qi refining cultivators there are, they will not suffice against the solitary ancestor's wrath, for he is a core formation powerhouse. People murmured in disbelief, their eyes reflecting shock and incredulity. If the solitary ancestor of Huangfeng Valley can enter the blood-red Forbidden Land, it seems that Huangfeng Valley will grow increasingly formidable. This entire realm, rich with rare treasures and resources, could well become Huangfeng Valley's private garden. The 6 major factions, originally sharing the spoils of the blood-red Forbidden Land with Huangfeng Valley, could hardly tolerate such a development. It is no wonder that the 6 major factions have begun to form an alliance. Though the alliance is quite loose, it is inevitable that they will seek to suppress Huangfeng Valley. Of course, the core formation ancestors of the 6 major factions are also aware that the one who incapacitated their elite disciples may be someone else entirely. Yet, with the perpetrator concealed, they are bound to vent their fury upon Huangfeng Valley. If they can extinguish Huangfeng Valley, the cultivation world of Yue Kingdom would be rid of one more competitor for resources. After all, the rise of the Zhongxian alliance is indeed a source of concern. The creator of the Zhongxian alliance, the chief judge, is rumored to be at the cusp of core formation. No one knows when he will ascend to that level. However, when he does, it will undoubtedly lead to a fierce competition among the 8 major powers for the cultivation resources of the entire Yue Kingdom. Given the scarcity of such resources, the 6 major factions would prefer as few competitors as possible. Now, with an opportunity at hand to suppress Huangfeng Valley, They will certainly not let it slip away. As for the Zhongxian alliance, it has yet to produce any core formation cultivators and is still not taken seriously by the core formation ancestors of the 6 major factions. The words of the hidden perpetrator were riddled with gaps. The 6 major factions knew full well that it was not the ancestor of Huangfeng Valley who entered the Forbidden Land, so why do they persist in their pressure? Inside the main hall of Huangfeng Valley's peak, numerous foundational-level cultivators seethed with anger. It was clear to any discerning eye that someone was scheming against Huangfeng Valley. Yet, the 6 major factions continued to press them, provoking their ire. I see it clearly. The one who schemes against Huangfeng Valley must be from one of the 6 major factions, and any one of them could be the culprit. This is certain. To breach the restrictions and step into the blood-red Forbidden Land, that core formation cultivator must possess at least late-stage prowess, indicating that the hidden perpetrator has significant ambitions. Today, it is Huangfeng Valley. Tomorrow, it could be Spirit Beast Mountain. I strongly suspect that the hidden perpetrator intends to dismantle each sect one by one to monopolize the entire cultivation world of Yue Kingdom. The foundational-level cultivators of Huangfeng Valley were indignant. However, they were well aware that the other 6 major factions shared the same knowledge. Nevertheless, they still faced relentless pressure from the 6 major factions, with many resource points within Huangfeng Valley's territory being violated. Whether it be the production sites of refining materials, spirit stone mines, or medicinal gardens rich in spiritual energy, the situation for Huangfeng Valley is undoubtedly dire. Senior Brother Sect Leader. Our Qi refining disciple Han Li is the chief manager of the Zhongxian Alliance. The chief judge of the Zhongxian Alliance is rumored to possess half-step core formation prowess. Perhaps we can forge an alliance with them based on this friendship. Yi Lanting addressed Zhong Ling, who sat at the head of the hall. However, upon hearing this, several other foundational-level cultivators could not help but scoff. Yi Lanting, you have indeed fallen. I have long heard of your affiliation with the Yilan Pavilion and the family behind you joining the Zhongxian Alliance. Upon meeting you today, it is indeed true. What is this Zhongxian Alliance, and what qualifies it to ally with my Huangfeng Valley? Is it merely to seize our resources? Well said. No matter how powerful the Zhongxian Alliance may be, it is merely represented by a single gold core cultivator. Even if they possess a half-step nascent soul, the foundation of the 7 major sects lies in the competition among nascent soul cultivators, and the Zhongxian Alliance has yet to earn its place among them. Enough. The sect master, Zhong Ling, suddenly interjected, stating that an alliance with the Zhongxian Alliance is not out of the question. With their numerous disciples, they could indeed alleviate some of our burdens. The sect master is wise. Yi Lanting rejoiced, for he bore the mission entrusted to him by Han Li. As long as he facilitated the alliance between Huangfeng Valley and the Zhongxian Alliance, he would undoubtedly reap the benefits. As for why he should ally with the disadvantaged Huangfeng Valley, Yi Lanting did not concern himself. He was merely responsible for executing the will of the Grand Steward and the Chief Justice. Yi Shidi, you shall negotiate the alliance with the Zhongxian Alliance. There are 3 conditions. The Zhongxian Alliance must not request aid from Huangfeng Valley nor encroach upon our territory. They must strictly adhere to our commands. And they must not use their status as allies to exacerbate conflicts with the other 6 major sects. Once the agreement is reached, Huangfeng Valley shall bestow upon the Zhongxian Alliance 3 foundation establishment pills and 1 artifact of the gold core stage. As he spoke, Sect Master Zhong Ling waved his sleeve, and a wooden box flew toward Yi Lanting. Upon successful negotiations, this foundation establishment pill shall serve as a deposit from Huangfeng Valley to the Zhongxian Alliance. Should the Zhongxian Alliance violate the agreement during the alliance, Huangfeng Valley will show no mercy, even if we face the wrath of the 6 major sects. I will report to the revered Duge Lao Zhu and ensure the Zhongxian Alliance's demise. After all, they possess only 1 strong cultivator, and a half-step nascent soul is still not a true nascent soul. Chapter 46. A Great Calamity Approaches. Sect Master, are these conditions somewhat harsh? Question to Senior Brother. The leader of the Zhongxian Alliance is a domineering figure with half-step nascent soul cultivation. Expecting him to strictly obey the commands of Huangfeng Valley seems implausible. Yi Lanting wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the weight of the situation. He had encountered the Chief Justice of the Zhongxian Alliance before, whose formidable strength could obliterate a foundation establishment cultivator with a single punch. If he approached Ji with such conditions, Yi Lanting feared he might end up with broken bones. After all, he was still a member of the Zhongxian Alliance. If he did not secure favorable terms for them, Ji would surely retaliate. Let us see what conditions the Zhongxian Alliance might propose. If they prove unreasonable, I will directly inform Duge Lao Zhu that not just anyone can covet Huangfeng Valley, Zhong Ling retorted. Do not think I am unaware of your increasingly close ties with the Zhongxian Alliance, you shitty. This is your opportunity to demonstrate your unwavering loyalty to Huangfeng Valley, and I urge you to seize it. Otherwise, the Gold Core elders within our sect will not hesitate to eliminate a few traitors before the conflict with the 6 major sects escalates. Zhongling snorted. He had not intended to say so, but Yilanting had indeed become too entangled with the Zhongxian Alliance, to the point where half of the Foundation establishment cultivators in Huangfeng Valley were aware of his associations. I understand, Sectmaster, Yilanting replied, his complexion paling as he clasped his hands in respect and turned to leave the Grand Hall. He was merely a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. If the Gold Core elders decided to execute him for treason, he would be powerless to resist. As he hastened back to the Zhongxian Alliance, he hoped that Grand Steward Han and the Chief Justice would provide him protection. Upon his arrival, Yilanting quickly met with Ji to discuss the terms of the alliance with Huangfeng Valley. They demand that we not seek aid from Huangfeng Valley, nor enter their territory, that we strictly follow their commands, and that we must not escalate conflicts with the other 6 sects. Ji listened to Huangfeng Valley's 3 conditions and laughed. At this point, he possessed at least the strength of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even against mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, he could hold his own in battle. A mere mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator thinks to command him? How absurd. It would be more appropriate for the nascent soul ancestor Elder Yue to negotiate with him directly. You can stay in the Zhongxian Alliance for now. Do not return to Huangfeng Valley. They will eventually come pleading to ally with us, and Ji declared with absolute confidence. The foundation of the Zhongxian Alliance would soon strengthen beyond its current state. The days of merely having qi refinement and Foundation establishment cultivators would soon be a thing of the past. After all, Ji had acquired numerous spiritual herbs and alchemical formulas within the Demon Sealing Tower, coupled with Han Li's miraculous heavenly bottle, which accelerated the growth of spiritual herbs. Ji had commanded several adept alchemists within the Zhongxian Alliance to assist Han Li in refining dust-settling pills and snow spirit liquor. These were treasures that significantly increased the success rate of achieving Gold Core status, making them coveted by every late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. With these, several of the 30 or so late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators on the Zhongxian Alliance's potential dragon ranking would undoubtedly ascend to Gold Core status. At that point, how could the Zhongxian Alliance lack the confidence to negotiate terms with Huangfeng Valley? However, a shocking piece of news soon rocked the entire cultivation world of the Yue Nation. The Potential Dragon Conference? The Zhongxian Alliance is actually holding a Potential Dragon Conference and inviting Foundation establishment cultivators from all around to compete. Incredible. The Zhongxian Alliance plans to re-establish the Potential Dragon ranking based on the results of this conference and reward those who rank on the list with dust-settling pills and snow spirit liquor. Dust-settling pills? Snow spirit liquor? Oh heavens, these are rare elixirs that can enhance the success rate of late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in condensing their Gold Core. Even the 7 major sects rarely possess such treasures. The Zhongxian Alliance is indeed lavish. Could it be true that their resources have surpassed those of the 7 major sects? The cultivators of the world were astounded. Even those unfamiliar with the dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquor were shocked upon learning of their uses. Elixirs that can increase the success rate of breaking through bottlenecks are precious treasures, regardless of the cultivation realm. Just look at how much bloodshed has erupted over mere Foundation establishment pills within the cultivation world of the Yue Nation. The blood-soaked Forbidden Land is a prime example. Each Foundation establishment pill's ownership and the emergence of Foundation establishment cultivators are typically accompanied by blood and fire. Now, the announcement of dust-settling pills and snow spirit liquor capable of enhancing the success rate for Foundation establishment cultivators to ascend to Gold Core status. How could the entire cultivation world remain indifferent? Countless late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators burst forth from their caves, soaring into the sky atop their magical tools, racing towards the Zhongxian Alliance. Their eyes burned with fervor, eager to ascertain the truth of the news. They all wished to confirm whether the Zhongxian Alliance truly possessed these miraculous elixirs. Even cultivators from the 7 major sects were no exception. Dust-settling pills and snow spirit liquor? Has the Zhongxian Alliance gone mad? To re-establish the Potential Dragon ranking, they offer such rewards to entice cultivators nationwide. Not only that, the Zhongxian Alliance even claimed that any Foundation establishment cultivator who ranks in the top 10 of the Potential Dragon ranking would receive dust-settling pills and snow spirit liquor. The sheer extravagance is astounding. How could this be? Where did the Zhongxian Alliance acquire so many elixirs? Could it be that the mysterious nascent soul cultivator who infiltrated the blood-soaked Forbidden Land belongs to the Zhongxian Alliance? But there aren't many materials for these two elixirs there. Regardless, I am determined to participate in the upcoming Qianlong Conference. The dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquid are rare treasures that one can hardly come by. Who knows when we will gather the materials for refining them again within our sect. This is indeed an unparalleled opportunity for ascending to the Golden Core stage. Many foundation-building cultivators from the 7 major sects are trembling with excitement. Why are there so few Golden Core cultivators in the Sioux country's immortal cultivation community? It is simply because the success rate of ascending to the Golden Core stage is exceedingly low, and the miraculous elixirs that could enhance this success rate are also challenging to concoct. The dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquid, which can significantly increase the success rate of forming a Golden Core, are bound to drive them to madness. Brother Sect Leader, we are in grave trouble. At present, the entire Sioux country's immortal cultivation realm is abuzz with discussions regarding the reordering of the Qianlong list by the Zhongxian Alliance, with the rewards for the top 10 being none other than the dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquid. Although we do not know where the Zhongxian Alliance acquired such supreme treasures aimed at foundation-building cultivators, the situation does not bode well for our Huangfeng Valley. In Huangfeng Valley, a foundation-building cultivator rushed to the cave of sect leader Zhongling Dao, his face filled with urgency. Other foundation-building cultivators, upon hearing this, gathered around the cave, each displaying a worried expression. Indeed, Brother Sect Leader, the Zhongxian Alliance previously extended a hand of alliance towards us. Yet you proposed such stringent conditions that it seems our Huangfeng Valley will have no part in this Qianlong Conference. The 6 major sects have already been pressuring us, and now we find ourselves at odds with the Zhongxian Alliance, which seeks to cultivate goodwill across the realm. Heaven help us. Our Huangfeng Valley is facing a dire crisis. Chapter 47. Please address me as Chief Steward Han in just a few days. The Sioux country's immortal cultivation community surged with fervor. Even though everyone was astonished by the Zhongxian Alliance's possession of numerous dust-settling pills and snow spirit liquids, countless cultivators continued to flock towards the Zhongxian Alliance, eager to uncover the truth. The registration area outside the Zhongxian Alliance's headquarters was bustling with a long line of applicants. Why are there so many people in line? This Qianlong Conference truly is a mix of fish and dragons. All loose cultivators should step aside. If you are not from one of the 7 major sects, dare to participate in the Qianlong Conference at your own peril. A cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain frowned. His aura was formidable, and his eyes were filled with disdain for the loose cultivators and those from smaller sections. At that moment, 2 spirit pythons burst forth from the spirit beast bag of the late-stage foundation-building cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain, their roars striking terror into the hearts of many. A foul stench assailed the senses. Upon witnessing this, many foundation-building cultivators queued for registration felt a chill run down their spines. It was widely known that the disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain excelled at commanding spirit beasts in battle, but the 2 pythons he raised were both terrifyingly powerful, each at least at the mid-stage foundation-building level. How could this not startle the assembly of cultivators? Most of them were either loose cultivators or hailing from smaller sects. Even among foundation-building cultivators, their means were vastly inferior to those of the major sections. Just the 2 spirit pythons belonging to this Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator could likely crush 5 or 6 of the foundation-building cultivators present. Thus, many cultivators, intimidated by his ferocity, lowered their heads and silently withdrew from the line, starting anew from the back. What audacity from Spirit Beast Mountain! The Zhongxian Alliance's chief judge has invited all foundation-building cultivators to participate in the Qianlong Conference. On what grounds do you command us to step aside? Exactly. What of loose cultivators? Many members of the Zhongxian Alliance were once loose cultivators themselves. Are you belittling the Zhongxian Alliance? Yet, amidst the crowd, some cultivators could not endure the humiliation and vehemently retorted, "We are all foundation-building cultivators with the chance to seize the unparalleled opportunity to ascend to the Golden Core stage. Why should we cower before the might of Spirit Beast Mountain, simply because they are one of the 7 major sects?" It was already unacceptable that nearly all sources of foundation-building pills were monopolized by the 7 major sects. Now, as one of those sects, Spirit Beast Mountain sought to display their dominance in the competition for the dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquid. How could the numerous cultivators, already dissatisfied with the 7 major sects and hopeful of forming a Golden Core, tolerate this? To hear the Tao at dawn is worth dying by dusk. For the sake of ascending to the Golden Core stage, we refuse to endure the domineering arrogance of the 7 major sects any longer. Moreover, this is the Zhongxian Alliance. not the territory of the 7 major sects. What right does Spirit Beast Mountain have to act so brazenly? Fools are often fearless. What of the Zhongxian Alliance? Without a nascent soul ancestor overseeing matters, my Spirit Beast Mountain can easily suppress you. The Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator scoffed, and in an instant, the two spirit pythons, their bodies shimmering with pale green scales, struck swiftly, ensnaring the two foundation-building cultivators who had dared to confront him. Both pythons possessed terrifying strength, each at least at the mid-stage foundation-building level, stretching over 40 meters long, slender yet resilient. With a forceful squeeze, the two cultivators were immediately subjected to excruciating pain, their bones cracking audibly. Surrounding cultivators were left aghast at the sight. The instigator, the Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator, merely chuckled coldly, striding towards the registration point without a care for the chaos he had incited. Spirit Beast Mountain is far too arrogant. We cannot endure this. Which fellow cultivator can subdue this person's arrogance? I am willing to offer a true essence pill that enhances foundation-building cultivation. No way, he is too powerful. Not only does he possess late-stage foundation-building cultivation, but he also commands two mid-stage foundation-building spirit pythons. Otherwise, I would have taught him a lesson. Many cultivators were seething with anger, their fists clenched tightly. Most were loose cultivators or from smaller sects. Yet the overwhelming foundation of a 7 major sect cultivator left them feeling utterly powerless. The foundation-building cultivators from the other 6 major sects observed the scene, some smiling silently, others frowning slightly, but none intervened. After all, the 7 major sects existed on a different level. Seeing Spirit Beast Mountain suppress those of lower status only pleased them, as it meant fewer competitors in the upcoming battles of the Qianlong Conference. Who dares to disrupt the order of my Zhongxian Alliance? An authoritative voice laden with suppressed fury rang out. Everyone turned to see Han Li, his face stern, descending from the sky accompanied by 6 foundation-building cultivators. As the chief steward of the Zhongxian Alliance, Han Li was responsible for overseeing this grand event since the alliance's inception. He would not permit anyone to violate the rules of the Zhongxian Alliance or challenge its dignity. You are the infamous chief steward of the Zhongxian Alliance. Yet you are nothing extraordinary. Oh, you have indeed advanced to the foundation-building stage. How is this possible? The Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator expressed surprise, having sensed Han Li's aura had indeed reached the foundation-building realm. Not long ago in the blood trial, Han Li had been at the peak of the qi refining stage. This breakthrough was astonishingly rapid. I, the Zhongxian Alliance, have extended invitations to all foundation-building cultivators to attend the Qianlong Conference. Why does Spirit Beast Mountain disrupt the order of my Zhongxian Alliance and insult our guests? Han Li's aura surged, the might of an early-stage foundation-building cultivator apparent. It seemed he was poised to confront the Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator at any moment. A mere rabble. Han Li, do you truly intend to cling fiercely to me from Spirit Beast Mountain? The Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator frowned, feeling disgruntled by Han Li's public humiliation of him. To him, loose cultivators and those from smaller sects were insignificant. Particularly, the chief steward of the Zhongxian Alliance daring to challenge him seriously only amused him further. He was merely an early-stage foundation-building cultivator who had just broken through. Had it not been for the consideration of the Zhongxian Alliance's chief judge, who was a half-step into the nascent soul realm, he would have surely suppressed Han Li to set an example. Impudent rogue, Han Li bellowed. In an instant, a blinding flash of white light erupted, and a platinum spear shot forth with startling speed. The practitioner from Spirit Beast Mountain was taken aback, hastily summoning 2 spirit pythons to shield himself. However, the spear's velocity was overwhelming. Before the pythons could reach him, he was pierced through his very flesh. Blood sprayed forth as he found himself pinned to the ground, disbelief etched across his features. He could hardly fathom that Han Li would dare to strike him, let alone wield such a formidable artifact without hesitation. It was well known that such treasures could unleash a fraction of the power of a golden core artifact, and to use it as punishment was beyond comprehension. Friend from Spirit Beast Mountain, upon entering the Celestial Alliance, you are expected to adhere to our rules. Should you overstep, do not blame me for ending your life here. Furthermore, refer to me as Chief Han. Should you address me by my name again, I will interpret it as a provocation against the Celestial Alliance. Han Li's expression remained icy as he beckoned, causing the Xinqing spear to transform back into a talisman and return to his palm. Chapter 48. Those who harm Han Li shall perish. Remarkable. Is this the esteemed Chief Han, who commands the Celestial Alliance and oversees hundreds of Foundation establishment practitioners even in the Qi refinement stage? He is indeed no ordinary figure. How imposing. This is the hero I envision, the embodiment of the Celestial Alliance's might. Truly, he is the epitome of perfection. He does not oppress the weak nor fear the powerful. The Celestial Alliance stands justly, worthy of its position among the 7 great sections. In comparison, Spirit Beast Mountain appears as mere mud. The surrounding practitioners were stunned by Han Li's actions. Many casual cultivators and those from smaller sects displayed expressions of excitement and admiration. They had long grown weary of the Spirit Beast Mountain practitioner's arrogance and disregard for others, having injured their fellow cultivators. Now, with Han Li's spear wounding the Spirit Beast Mountain disciple, he not only defended the Celestial Alliance's dignity, but also inspired many lower-tier cultivators. With such a clear and fair leader at the helm of the Celestial Alliance, even if they were to fail at the upcoming Hidden Dragon Conference, many wish to join. After all, individuals willing to stand up for the underprivileged, undeterred by powerful sects, are a rarity. Boldness. Dan Yang, who has dared to harm you. Speak. A practitioner, who had previously been conversing jovially with other Golden Core cultivators, suddenly erupted in fury. He descended swiftly, producing healing elixirs for Qiu Danyang. The Golden Core practitioner from Spirit Beast Mountain wore an ominous expression. Soon, his murderous gaze fell upon Han Li. You scoundrel! You have violated the hospitality owed to guests of the Celestial Alliance by injuring a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain poised to ascend to the Golden Core stage. Today, I shall enact justice and render you powerless for your tyranny. With 7 Foundation establishment practitioners at your side, you dare to harm my Qiu Danyang? Even if the chief judge of the Celestial Alliance were present, I would not be afraid. Boom. The terrifying aura of his Golden Core cultivation erupted, unleashing a violent wave that sent shockwaves through the ranks of Foundation establishment practitioners nearby, causing their faces to pale. The Spirit Beast Mountain Golden Core practitioner's expression darkened as a fist-sized cauldron, his life-bound treasure materialized from within him, hurtling towards Han Li. With the invocation of his life-bound treasure, he was resolute in his intent to cripple Han Li. Despite Han Li's 6 Foundation establishment followers furiously activating their artifacts in defense of the small cauldron, they were still forced to retreat. Coughing blood from the overwhelming pressure of the Golden Core's might, Han Li's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from the Spirit Beast Mountain practitioner. Without discernment, he had been unjustly accused and even attacked with a life-bound treasure. Bang! Han Li's Xinqing spear was struck aside by the cauldron, embedding itself in the ground nearby, while he summoned protective talismans and artifacts to shield himself. Yet, he still felt a taste of blood in his throat as he was sent flying. This cannot be. The Golden Core practitioner from Spirit Beast Mountain has injured Chief Han of the Celestial Alliance. Could these 2 factions be on the brink of war? How shameless. The Spirit Beast Mountain Golden Core practitioner has distorted the truth and used his life-bound treasure against the newly entered Foundation establishment Chief Han. How can the Celestial Alliance endure this? The situation has grown complex. Spirit Beast Mountain is one of the 7 foremost sects of the Yue Kingdom, boasting an essence soul ancestor, while the Celestial Alliance possesses only a peak Golden Core chief judge. How can they possibly stand against such a powerhouse? Han Li is surely in grave danger. Impudent fool. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from within the depths of the Celestial Alliance. Boom. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shifted as a ferocious wind swept in all directions. An invisible handprint coalesced beneath the roiling clouds, its palm distinct as if a divine hand were descending. A singular finger erupted with radiant spiritual light, the palm's imprint growing clearer, as a terrifying primal energy brewed within. One finger to imprison the cosmos. Puff! The Golden Core practitioner from Spirit Beast Mountain felt his chest collapse, blood spurting uncontrollably. No, this cannot be. Who are you? The chief judge of the Celestial Alliance lacks such power. A look of terror filled his face as he desperately summoned his life-bound treasure to fend off the descending finger. Yet, the finger resembled a monumental pillar, shattering his life-bound cauldron in an instant, sending the Spirit Beast Mountain Golden Core practitioner reeling, blood spilling forth as he turned pale. He gazed upward, his eyes wide with despair, as the colossal pillar descended. Bang! The overwhelming primal energy crashed down, obliterating the flesh of the Golden Core practitioner into a mist of blood. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. A Golden Core practitioner had perished in such rapid succession. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The Golden Core practitioners who had been conversing merrily with the Spirit Beast Mountain disciple were frozen in disbelief. Father, who are you? Today, you have slain my father. My essence soul ancestor from Spirit Beast Mountain will not let this go. This vendetta will not be forgotten. I, Qiu Danyang, swear to hunt you down. Qiu Danyang paused momentarily. Then, consumed by madness, he howled to the heavens. Ignoring the reopening wounds from the spear, he continued to rage in fury. Yet none offered him sympathy. They regarded him with cold indifference. As if echoing his sentiments, a voice rang out, cold and resolute. Han Li, my brother, is also the chief of the Celestial Alliance. I care not for the circumstances, nor do I inquire, but know this: those who harm my brother shall die. The Grand Chief of the Palm Immortal Alliance has perished. Boom. A solitary finger from the towering hand of the Great Desolation, still brimming with power, descended as if carrying the thunderous wrath of Unju, overwhelming the atmosphere with its wild energy. Qiu Danyang's impotent fury erupted in a roar, his body instantaneously exploding into a mist of blood. Root out the weeds. Do not raise a tiger for fear of its wrath. Those who harm Unju's brethren shall die. Such is the principle by which Unju conducts himself. As for the origins and consequences of this event, Unju remains utterly indifferent. Much like the actions of a golden core cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain, possessing strength, he declares what is black and what is white for those dear to him. Who dares to refute him? Who can withstand the force of his finger? In this ruthless realm of cultivation, no matter how justified you may be, you cannot withstand the oppressive might and annihilation of the strong. Fists represent the ultimate truth in this unforgiving world of cultivation. The truth is forever held within Unju's fists. Chapter 49. True Monarch of the Azure Flood Dragon Qiu. Did Daoist Qiu really fall just like that? He was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, yet he could not withstand a single strike from the Grand Judge of the Palm Immortal Alliance. How terrifying. Is this the foundation of the Palm Immortal Alliance? No wonder they dared to host the Hidden Dragon Conference and extend invitations to all Foundation establishment cultivators. Unbelievable. A single finger annihilates a golden core cultivator. Could it be that the Grand Judge has ascended to the point of founding his own sect as a nascent soul cultivator? His slaughter of us is akin to butchering dogs. The expressions of several golden core cultivators from the 6 major sects outside of Spirit Beast Mountain were filled with astonishment. In an instant, they fled thousands of miles away, their hearts pounding with fear, terrified that they too would be crushed by a descending finger. Even though Huangfeng Valley was the target of suppression, the other 5 golden core cultivators had no time to ostracize him. They gazed toward the direction of the Palm Immortal Alliance, their eyes trembling, and in a flurry, transformed into beams of light to return to their sections. They needed to promptly relay this news back home. The emergence of a nascent soul cultivator could nearly alter the entire landscape of the Yue Kingdom. Troubling news indeed. The rigorous demands for an alliance put forth by the sect master had long been sent to the Palm Immortal Alliance without a response. Now, with their Grand Judge having ascended to the nascent soul stage and become a dominant force, could it be that the sect master's stringent requirements have provoked the Palm Immortal Alliance, leading them to refuse an alliance with Huangfeng Valley? If that were the case, Huangfeng Valley would face 7 formidable factions, each possessing a nascent soul ancestor. Huangfeng Valley is in grave danger. The golden core cultivators from Huangfeng Valley wore expressions of anxiety and concern. Without hesitation, they swiftly transformed into beams of light and flew towards Huangfeng Valley, eager to inform their ancestors. When it comes to a nascent soul cultivator, they had no qualifications to negotiate as mere golden core cultivators. How to handle this matter can only be left to Ancestor Dugu of the same realm. Shaoli, are you all right? Unju, surrounded by swirling lightning and flashing purple light, soared into the air and landed beside Han Li. With concern, he cradled him in his arms, and Han Li gently shook his head, indicating that his injuries were not severe and that he would recover after a few days of rest. Then please take care of yourself. I will personally oversee the Hidden Dragon Conference during this time, Unju said, waving his hand, causing the storage bags of Qiu Danyang and his son from Spirit Beast Mountain to fly into his grasp. 2 spirit pythons roared in an attempt to flee, but Unju swiftly suppressed them and shoved them into the Spirit Beast bag, handing it over to Han Li. From this day forth, anyone daring to cause trouble in the Palm Immortal Alliance must weigh their own strength. The golden core cultivator of Spirit Beast Mountain was easily subdued by a mere finger of Unju. What more for these Foundation establishment cultivators? It is rumored that the Grand Judge of the Palm Immortal Alliance has reached the pinnacle of power, having already attained the half-step nascent soul stage. Now, with the ability to eliminate golden core cultivators with a single finger, he has surely crossed into the true nascent soul realm. The nascent soul stage represents the genuine rulers and powerhouses of the cultivation world. However, the Grand Judge's execution of a golden core cultivator and a promising disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain will surely not go unpunished by their nascent soul ancestor. Truly, it is a time of turmoil. With the 6 major sects suppressing Huangfeng Valley, and now Spirit Beast Mountain on the verge of conflict with the Palm Immortal Alliance, chaos is enveloping the Yue Kingdom. It remains uncertain whether the Hidden Dragon Conference can proceed smoothly. After all, Spirit Beast Mountain is an established top-tier cultivation sect with profound heritage. If they target the Palm Immortal Alliance, one wonders if the Grand Judge can withstand the onslaught. Many Foundation establishment cultivators who had come to participate in the Hidden Dragon Conference began to express their concerns. In the grand scheme of things, their cultivation levels rendered them unqualified to partake. Their only worry was whether they could successfully participate in the Hidden Dragon Conference. However, with the Grand Judge having eliminated a Golden Core cultivator and a promising disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, the significant loss will undoubtedly incite a quest for vengeance. As one of the 7 premier cultivation sects in the Yue Kingdom, Spirit Beast Mountain far surpasses the Palm Immortal Alliance in terms of combat capability at the Foundation establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul levels. Not to mention the disparity in the number of disciples, the newly emerging Palm Immortal Alliance stands no chance against Spirit Beast Mountain. Thus, whether the Palm Immortal Alliance can withstand the impending wrath of Spirit Beast Mountain is a pressing question, let alone the continuation of the Hidden Dragon Conference. Please remain calm and continue to register your identities in an orderly fashion. The Hidden Dragon Conference will proceed as usual. Should Spirit Beast Mountain come seeking retribution, they shall find me, and it will not concern you, Unju proclaimed loudly, reassuring the many Foundation establishment cultivators who had gathered from all corners of the Yue Kingdom. Even from Yuanwu country, Jiang country, and Cheyenne country, Unju does not fear Spirit Beast Mountain. He possesses formidable strength, with his perfected Great Desolation Hand. He can even manifest 2 fingers, unleashing the might of the 2 fingers that shatter mountains and rivers. With the power of the 2 fingers that shatter mountains and rivers, he could easily confront a mid-stage Nascent Soul cultivator without issue. Not long after, the Nascent Soul ancestor of Spirit Beast Mountain indeed sought him out. A few dozen miles away from the Palm Immortal Alliance's stronghold, the powerful aura of the Nascent Soul ancestor, true monarch of the Azure Flood Dragon, surged like a tumultuous wave, darkening the skies. Grand Judge of the Palm Immortal Alliance, I do not care whether you have ascended to the Nascent Soul realm. You have slain my Golden Core cultivator and harmed a promising disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. Today, you must provide me with an explanation. However, I, true monarch of the Azure Flood Dragon, am not unreasonable, observing the fervent hosting of the Hidden Dragon Conference by your Palm Immortal Alliance. Perhaps it would be best if you compensated Spirit Beast Mountain with a Golden Core artifact, 5 dust-settling pills, and 6 portions of Snow Spirit liquid. In this way, the grievances between the Palm Immortal Alliance and Spirit Beast Mountain can be settled. Otherwise, true monarch of the Azure Flood Dragon suddenly let out a cold snort, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. A dark token emblazoned with the emblem of Spirit Beast Mountain was thrust forth, and immediately a 30-zhang-long Azure Flood Dragon roared into the sky, coiling around him. With fierce, glaring eyes directed at the Palm Immortal Alliance's stronghold, the terrifying might of a nascent soul surged forth, radiating ominous energy. This was a powerful beast that true monarch of the Azure Flood Dragon had meticulously nurtured for hundreds of years, equivalent to a mid-stage nascent soul's combat strength. Under his command, even facing a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he was confident in his ability to suppress them, let alone the Grand Judge of the Palm Immortal Alliance, who at most is merely a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator. True monarch of the Azure Flood Dragon possesses absolute confidence. What a powerful beast. Truly, Spirit Beast Mountain has cultivated a Azure Flood Dragon that rivals a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. Just right. I shall capture it to serve as the guardian beast of the Palm Immortal Alliance. In the future, who would dare to wreak havoc here? The demonic eye of silence activated, and G's pair of gray eyes, seemingly embodying death, gazed into the distance, instantly discerning the true essence of Qing Jiao Zhenjun and his beast, the Azure Dragon. Back in the blood-red Forbidden Land, he had dismissed the foundation-building period Black Dragon. But now, the Blue Dragon nurtured by the Spirit Beast Mountain truly captivated and satisfied in Ji. After all, this was a formidable beast with the power equivalent to the early stages of the nascent soul realm. A perfect guardian for the gates, indeed. Chapter 50. And Elder Yue is truly generous. Did you feel it? Did you sense it? 2 formidable and terrifying auras suddenly surged from the direction of the Spirit Beast Mountain, filling the heavens. They are nascent soul experts. The Spirit Beast Mountain has truly come to demand recompense, and the Xiangxian Alliance is in peril. Even if both nascent soul entities from the Spirit Beast Mountain are merely at the initial stage of their realm, they cannot be resisted by the presiding judge alone. 5 Jiangchen Dan, 6 Shui Lingyi, and 1 magical artifact of the Golden Core stage. The Spirit Beast Mountain is excessively greedy. They were the ones who breached the rules first and injured the Grand Commander of the Xiangxian Alliance. Yet they dare to seek compensation from the presiding judge. Utterly shameless. The tremendous commotion immediately drew the attention of many cultivators. They gazed towards the direction of Qing Jiaozhenjun, their expressions filled with astonishment and indignation. It was the disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain who first violated the rules and caused harm on the territory of the Xiangxian Alliance, subsequently injuring the brother of the presiding judge. Yet, instead of offering an apology, they audaciously demanded compensation. Countless cultivators were incensed. However, they felt powerless. As they were far too weak, they could only lament the plight of the Xiangxian Alliance, which had provoked one of the 7 premier cultivation factions of the Yue Kingdom, the Spirit Beast Mountain. Now, with the pressure of 2 nascent soul ancestors, even if the presiding judge had seemingly ascended to the nascent soul realm, it would be futile. The disparity in combat strength was insurmountable. The Xiangxian Alliance was in grave danger. Qing Jiaozhenjun has traveled from afar, and Ji sincerely apologizes for the lack of a proper welcome. I kindly invite you, esteemed Qing Jiaozhenrun, to discuss the matter of compensation within the Xiangxian Alliance. Jiang Chendan and Shui Lingyi. All can be negotiated. And Ji's courteous voice echoed through the air. Many cultivators couldn't help but change their expressions. Was the once indomitable, just, and benevolent presiding judge truly about to become a relic of the past? Faced with the pressure of the 2 nascent soul entities from the Spirit Beast Mountain, must the presiding judge truly concede? Ha ha ha. And Dao Yu is indeed straightforward. Since you have sincerely invited me, how could I refuse? Qing Jiaozhenjun laughed heartily, then swiftly propelled himself towards the Xiangxian Alliance. It was only natural for the presiding judge of the Xiangxian Alliance to yield before the 2 nascent soul forces. Should he stubbornly resist, it would only lead to further complications for him. Now, Qing Jiaozhenjun was in high spirits. A golden core magical artifact was of little significance, but the Jiangchun Dan and Shui Lingyi, which could enhance the success rate of condensing a golden core, truly excited him. Once, it had taken him over 100 years to gather materials to barely refine a few spiritual elixirs, yet now they were within easy reach. How could this not exhilarate Qing Jiaozhenjun? If fortune favored him, the Spirit Beast Mountain might soon boast 2 or 3 invaluable golden core cultivators. As golden core experts were the pinnacle of strength in the cultivation world of the Yue Kingdom, especially in the absence of nascent soul experts. Boom. The great wild prisoning hand. 2 fingers shattering mountains and rivers. Suddenly, just as Qing Jiaozhenjun, with a smile on his face, was about to enter the Xiangxian Alliance, and Ji unleashed a fierce attack. An invisible giant handprint rapidly manifested in the void, with 2 solid fingers clearly defined, radiating spiritual light. The overwhelming might and terrifying aura of the wild pressed down, and Qing Jiaozhenjun was caught off guard, instantly hurled into the earth. You dare to deceive me? Qing Jiao, quickly subdue him. Embedded in the deep pit of the earth, Qing Jiaozhenjun was in a state of utter disarray, his mind filled with shock and fury. He never anticipated that the presiding judge of the Xiangxian Alliance, merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, would dare to strike against him. He was even more astounded by the terrifying power that erupted from the presiding judge. Even Qing Jiaozhenjun felt a chill run down his spine. Had it not been for his protective armor, comparable to a nascent soul magical artifact, he would have surely been shattered to pieces. We of the Spirit Beast Mountain have no intention of being adversaries. Withdraw now, and we shall consider our grievances resolved. Otherwise, my Azure Dragon companion will annihilate your Xiangxian Alliance, and I do not believe you will have the strength left to contend with my beast. Qing Jiaozhenjun bellowed hoarsely. All his spiritual energy was dedicated to activating his protective armor against the fearsome, great wild prisoning hand. Sweat beaded on his forehead, veins bulging, his eyes filled with terror. As a nascent soul cultivator skilled in beast mastery, he was somewhat inferior in direct combat compared to his peers. Yet this presiding judge of the Xiangxian Alliance was no ordinary opponent, though he was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. The combat power he displayed was nearly on par with the mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, which filled Qing Jiaozhenjun with anxious despair. Once his armor shattered, he would have no means to defend against this terrifying assault. Very well, Qing Jiaozhenjun, let us agree to your terms. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qing Jiaozhenjun felt a sudden lightening of pressure on his body. He instinctively exhaled, feeling as though he had regained half of his life. The 2 fingers descending from the sky were too powerful. Even a mountain struck by them would be reduced to dust. Qing Jiao Xinjun could not fathom how the presiding judge of the Xiangxian Alliance could unleash such astonishing power. However, the very next moment, he was horrified to witness his azure dragon companion being struck down towards the earth by a bolt of lightning. The cries of pain, rage, and unwillingness echoed through the heavens and the earth. "We had a deal. Why do you harm my beast companion? Deceitful scoundrel, face your demise." Qing Jiao Xinjun's eyes bulged with fury. The nascent soul within his sea of consciousness opened its eyes in anger, its face almost twisted in rage, and it shot out in an instant. The beast seal it held was unleashed, and various terrifying auras of demonic beasts erupted, striking heavily towards Nji. In the void, the 100-beast seal, a nascent soul magical artifact nurtured by Qing Jiao Xinjun for many years, unleashed a multitude of demonic beast phantoms, including dragons, wind tigers, and thunder leopards, each exuding astonishing power. However, above Qing Jiao Xinjun's head, the great wild prisoning hand descended, and the two fingers shattered mountains and rivers. Qing Jiao Xinjun's head and limbs exploded in an instant, his eyes reflecting the last remnants of despair and disbelief. He had forgotten. He was drawn in by the commotion caused when Nji hurled the azure dragon into the earth. All his attention had been diverted by the new disturbance created by Nji. He had completely overlooked the great wild prisoning hand, which had remained suspended above his head, waiting to strike. The nascent soul of Qing Jiao Xinjun emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Its eyes were filled with resentment and hatred as it recalled the 100-beast seal, which had evaded Nji's 9 heavens thunder steps, vanishing from sight. It fled, moving with incredible speed, each leap a momentary shift. This was Qing Jiao Xinjun's nascent soul, his last hope for survival. As a nascent soul practitioner, even if one's physical body is obliterated, as long as the nascent soul remains intact, there exists a chance to reconstruct the body and restore one's cultivation. However, this endeavor undoubtedly incurs a tremendous cost, and it is highly likely that the esteemed Qing Jiao Xinjun lacks the requisite resources, possibly relegating him to the option of seizing a new body for rebirth. It is no wonder that the nascent soul of Qing Jiao Xinjun emanated a gaze filled with murderous resentment. Even if he were to regain his physical form in the future, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. In Chapter 51, "You Will Never Make Me Submit," the defeated nascent soul ancestor of the spirit beast mountain fled in disgrace. Countless cultivators gazed in astonishment as they witnessed the scene of Qing Jiao Xinjun's shattered body and his nascent soul's escape, their mouths agape in disbelief. Qing Jiao Xinjun, one of the foremost nascent soul ancestors of the 7 elite immortal sects, was expected to possess myriad tactics, profound foundations, and even a formidable Qing Jiao beast capable of battling early-stage nascent souls. Failure should have been inconceivable. Yet, the outcome was utterly unforeseen. The renowned Qing Jiao Xinjun was obliterated by the presiding judge of the Xiangxian Alliance, leaving only his nascent soul to flee. However, this was not the end. Qing Jiao Xinjun's beast companion continued to engage in fierce combat with Anji, the dragon's formidable physique and terrifying power rivaling that of early-stage nascent souls, instilling fear in all. The surrounding area transformed into ruins amidst the dragon's struggles and roars. Anji, radiant with golden light, felt his true essence surging within him, and the previously dispersed 4 layers of his indestructible golden body instantaneously restored, now reinforced to 5 layers. Each layer of this indestructible golden body could withstand the full force of late-stage golden core cultivators. Though the Qing Jiao was powerful, it could not continuously unleash overwhelming ferocity. Fatigue would inevitably set in. Submit or perish. Anji, bathed in golden radiance, resembled a celestial being descending to earth, casting a commanding gaze upon the Qing Jiao. As he spoke, the phantom of the great wilderness prisoning heaven hand coalesced above him, unleashing a torrent of primal energy that pressed down with immense force. The Qing Jiao groaned and roared in anger, feeling as though it had been struck by several mountains, thrashing wildly against the ground. Submit? How can I submit? My life essence is in the hands of Qing Jiao Xinjun. With but a thought, I would perish. The Qing Jiao conveyed telepathically to Anji, filled with rage and helplessness. Submit? Does it not understand the concept of surrender? This cultivator, merely newly ascended to the nascent soul stage, is simply monstrous. Not only has he nearly beaten Qing Jiao Xinjun to death, but he also has my formidable companion, comparable to early-stage nascent souls, unable to hold its head high. Yet, the secret method of Spirit Beast Mountain for raising beast companions would never allow them the opportunity to rebel. A strand of life essence was under their master's control. With a mere thought from the master, they would meet their demise. Realization dawned upon Angie. He had not practiced the methods of beast taming and was unfamiliar with the various secrets and techniques of Spirit Beast Mountain. No wonder this Qingjiao had been roaring incessantly. It was unable to surrender even if it wished to. The moment it displayed any hint of fear or intent to betray, it would likely be annihilated by Qingjiao Zhenjuan. Very well, indeed the pinnacle of Spirit Beast Mountain S beasts. Since you refuse to submit, I shall suppress you for eternity, until Qingjiao Zhenjuan comes to redeem you. Angie's resonant voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, ensuring that from an outsider's perspective, the Qingjiao appeared loyal to Spirit Beast Mountain and Qingjiao Zhenjuan. Otherwise, upon learning of the Qingjiao's desire to betray, Qingjiao Zhenjuan would likely eliminate this traitor immediately. The Qingjiao responded in perfect accord, roaring, "Suppress me. O presiding judge of the Zhongxian Alliance, you will never make me submit. I have sworn loyalty to Spirit Beast Mountain and to my master, Qingjiao Zhenjuan. Upon my master's return, you shall pay for your actions today." The Qingjiao's defiance resounded through the heavens. Thus unfolded the tale of a human cultivator's might and a powerful dragon's unwavering loyalty. Upon bringing the Qingjiao back to the Zhongxian Alliance's headquarters, several Golden Core cultivators approached respectfully, awaiting orders. They were, notably, late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators who had once ranked high on the Hidden Dragon list, with prospects of ascending to Golden Core stage. Under Angie's clandestine cultivation, with ample supply of descending dust pills and snow spirit liquor, they swiftly broke through to Golden Core stage. However, Angie had kept this information under wraps, allowing them to remain hidden and poised for an explosive emergence. Quickly arrange the Great Formation, using this ancient treasure as the foundation to suppress this strong dragon, Angie commanded, as the Wushuang broken halberd suddenly emerged from his storage bag. The halberd hovered in the void, exuding wisps of ancient aura, as if revealing the ferocity and bloodlust of antiquity. This ancient treasure could even slay mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Using it as the foundation for the formation would effortlessly suppress the Qingjiao. At your command, the 6 Golden Core cultivators of the Zhongxian Alliance responded fervently, hastily encircling the Qingjiao, who was suppressed within the alliance. A dragon, indeed. Moreover, a creature equivalent to an early-stage nascent soul. In the realm of cultivation, this was a beast capable of dominating a territory. Yet, it had been subdued by their imposing presiding judge. Casting cautious glances at Angie, each of them felt a swell of reverence and excitement. This was their presiding judge of the Zhongxian Alliance, their benefactor that had elevated them to the Golden Core stage, an existence powerful enough to overshadow one of the 7 foremost sects of the Ute Kingdom, Spirit Beast Mountain. An ancient treasure? A fragmented ancient treasure. Yet, even in its incomplete state, its overwhelming might left me trembling. What kind of power would it possess in its entirety? Had the presiding judge utilized this ancient treasure during the battle, both Qingjiao Zhenjuan and I might have met our demise. The Qingjiao, sensing the emanating power from the Wushuang broken halberd, felt a surge of trepidation. Ancient treasures, remnants of ancient cultivators, possessed singular yet immensely potent capabilities. Spirit Beast Mountain surely lacked such formidable ancient treasures, perhaps possessing none at all, for such treasures were linked to the fortunes of ancient cultivators, unattainable by those of lesser fate. Yet, this leader of the Zhongxian Alliance, having risen in just over 3 years, possessed an ancient treasure. How could this not astonish the Qingjiao? It felt a sense of relief for not having pledged its life in servitude to Qingjiao Zhenjuan. Otherwise, it might have been struck down by this presiding judge of the Zhongxian Alliance. From this moment forth, regardless of your identity or origin, you shall strictly adhere to the rules within the domain of the Zhongxian Alliance. Otherwise, Spirit Beast Mountain shall serve as your example. The example of a nascent soul ancestor being grievously injured or suppressed. After completing the arrangements for the formation to suppress the Qingjiao, Angie's cold voice resonated throughout the Zhongxian Alliance. Almost everyone who heard it fell silent, shivering in trepidation. Among them, the Foundation establishment cultivators of major sects like Spirit Beast Mountain exhibited the greatest fear. How ruthless! The illustrious Spirit Beast Mountain, one of the 7 elite sects of the Ute Kingdom, had been utterly crippled. The nascent soul ancestor lost his physical form, and the Azure Dragon, comparable to a nascent soul, had been suppressed. In centuries of the Ute Kingdom's cultivation realm, such a fearsome harbinger of doom had never before emerged. Even when the 6 major sects targeted Huangfeng Valley, continually encroaching upon its resources, they had not managed to reduce the venerable Gu Dugu to such a state. Yet, the presiding judge of the Zhongxian Alliance emerged and directly incapacitated Spirit Beast Mountain. If the Azure Flood Dragon Sovereign is unable to restore his vitality, it is likely that Ling Beast Mountain will face expulsion from the ranks of the top sects in the Great Yue Kingdom. Chapter 52, Thunder in Broad Daylight. Targeting Ling Beast Mountain. The Azure Flood Dragon Sovereign's physical form shattered, leaving only a bloodied torso somewhat intact under the protection of a precious armor. Clearly, this armor is a remarkable treasure, and Ji held it in his hands, examining it closely, and could ascertain that this armor was crafted from the shed scales of the Azure Flood Dragon, enhanced with various spiritual materials such as golden silkworm silk. Although this Azure Flood armor may not qualify as a true nascent soul-grade magical artifact, it can certainly withstand numerous formidable attacks from nascent soul practitioners. One wonders if the storage pouch of the Azure Flood Dragon Sovereign contains materials suitable for the purple dust-sealing shield and the evil jade blazing demon blade. After feeding the remnants of the Azure Flood Dragon Sovereign to the Azure Flood Dragon, Ji entered a quiet chamber, clutching the storage pouch to begin his inventory. He had possessed the secret refining scrolls for both the purple dust-sealing shield and the evil jade blazing demon blade for quite some time. However, they seemed to be of exceptionally high quality, showing no signs of nearing completion. And Ji speculated that once these two magical weapons were forged, they would likely be capable of slaying even the most powerful of nascent soul experts. With materials like Crimson Xian Iron Essence, Ancient Blood Jade, and Heavenly Gang Stone, it was evident that the Azure Flood Dragon Sovereign, a revered ancestor of Ling Beast Mountain, had indeed amassed a treasure trove within his storage pouch. And Ji felt a surge of joy and hastily cast all the materials that met the conditions for the magical weapons into the refining scroll. It was evident that the designs for the purple dust-sealing shield and the evil jade blazing demon blade on the scroll became more defined with the influx of high-quality materials. A flicker of light passing through. Among them, the scroll for the evil jade blazing demon blade appeared the clearest. One could foresee that this demonic blade would likely be the first to be completed. With a single swing, it would cause chaos among the demons. The evil jade would descend upon the heavens, driving away gods and spirits. Currently, with two major nascent soul forces of Ling Beast Mountain incapacitated, one destroyed by me and the other suppressed within the headquarters of the Palm Immortal Alliance, I pondered a visit to Ling Beast Mountain to seize some resources while also checking in. Otherwise, once the remaining 6 sects reacted, such an opportunity may never arise again. With this thought in mind, Ji promptly exited the quiet chamber. After instructing Han Li to recuperate within the Palm Immortal Alliance, Ji ordered 2 Golden Core practitioners to discreetly maintain order for the upcoming Dragon Subduing Conference. After all, cultivators from across the Great Yue Kingdom, and even from the nearby Yuanwu Kingdom, Xian Kingdom, and Jiang Kingdom, were flocking to partake in this unprecedented event. Not all of them had witnessed Ji's unrivaled prowess in subduing 2 major nascent soul forces alone. As the crowd mingled, chaos was likely to ensue. Thus, ensuring order through the 2 Golden Core practitioners was a prudent measure. Boom. Soon, with a resounding clap of thunder, Ji was enveloped in crackling electricity, purple lightning intertwining as he soared into the sky. The tremendous commotion startled countless cultivators within and outside the Palm Immortal Alliance, yet they saw nothing. However, many cultivators recalled Ji's terrifying display when he subdued the Azure Flood Dragon, their expressions shifting with unease. Thunder in broad daylight. Could it be that the chief judge was on the move? Having just subdued the 2 major nascent soul forces of Ling Beast Mountain, the chief judge likely had not yet regained his vitality. Where could he possibly be rushing off to? It was truly alarming. Thunder in broad daylight. The chief judge's figure had already soared miles away without descending. His destination was likely far. A distant destination? Could it be that the chief judge intended to assault Ling Beast Mountain? That would be incredibly ruthless. The cultivators within and outside the Palm Immortal Alliance speculated. Many left aghast by their own conjectures. With the 2 major nascent soul forces, the very foundation of Ling Beast Mountain, suppressed by the chief judge. If he truly aimed to confront Ling Beast Mountain, he could potentially obliterate their entire sect. Annihilation. Moreover, this was a presence among the 7 top sects of the Great Yue Kingdom's cultivation realm. Such a shocking upheaval had not occurred in hundreds, even thousands of years. If news of Ling Beast Mountain's destruction were to spread shortly thereafter, it would undoubtedly trigger a seismic event throughout the entire cultivation world of the Great Yue Kingdom and even neighboring countries. Boom. Many had guessed correctly. Not long after, Ji, having unleashed the power of his 5-layered indestructible golden body, landed upon a mountain several dozen miles away from the Ling Beast Mountain sect stronghold. The immense force instantly transformed the mountaintop into a deep crater, soil flying and countless trees shattering. as if ravaged by a violent explosion. This is bad. Quickly activate the protective formation of the sect. It seems we have intruders eyeing Ling Beast Mountain, seeking to exploit a weakness. I have already informed the ancestor. He will return within half an hour to drive away the formidable foe. Upon sensing the thunderous impact akin to a thunderclap, panic swept through Ling Beast Mountain. A Golden Core practitioner stepped forward to calm the crowd, transmitting thoughts to guide the sect strong to mount an emergency response. Buzz. The air resonated with a dense vibration. A grand formation known as the Wild Three-Beast Array, intertwined with the souls of the Flood Dragon, the Wind Tiger, and the Thunder Leopard, alongside phantoms of demonic beasts, rapidly took shape within a matter of breaths. This ancient protective formation of Ling Beast Mountain, honed and perfected over countless years by the sect's practitioners, now wielded greater power than ever before. With the imprint of a late-stage Golden Core Flood Dragon's soul, an ancient Wind Tiger's essence, and a Thunder Leopard's innate thunder energy, this Wild Three-Beast Array could withstand attacks from early-stage nascent soul practitioners for at least half an hour. This duration would suffice for them to await the return of their vital backbone, the Azure Flood Dragon Sovereign. All practitioners of Ling Beast Mountain held this hope. They awaited their ancestor's return, along with the formidable Flood Dragon nurtured by him, confident that any audacious foe attempting to ambush Ling Beast Mountain would surely be repelled. What is happening? Why is there no sound from outside? Zhongming, you are the only late-stage Golden Core practitioner among us. You should not be mistaken, right? Better safe than sorry. Just a quarter of an hour later, the Golden Core practitioners of Ling Beast Mountain had detected no signs of movement, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Yet, just as Zhongming, the sole late-stage Golden Core practitioner of Ling Beast Mountain, had asserted, caution was warranted. A formidable enemy could very well be lurking outside the protective formation, waiting to launch a fierce attack. They could only rest easy once their ancestor returned to expel the unknown foe intending to ambush Ling Beast Mountain. After all, maintaining the protective formation at full strength required significant resources. Even Ling Beast Mountain, as one of the 7 top sects in the Great Yue Kingdom's cultivation realm, could scarcely afford such expenditures. A protective formation capable of withstanding a half hour of assaults from early-stage nascent soul practitioners was no trivial matter. Chapter 53. A grand prize for checking in. Meanwhile, on a small green hill outside the protective formation of Ling Beast Mountain, Ji leisurely set up a table and chairs from his storage pouch and began brewing tea, savoring it with great enjoyment. He gazed at the imposing Wild Three-Beast Array before him, not in a rush to attack. This formation was evidently formidable. I shall simply wait for them to dismantle it themselves. Gently blowing on the steaming cup of spirit tea, Ji smiled faintly as he savored the brew. There was no urgency, nor any concern for unforeseen events. The esteemed Qing Jiao had already been vanquished, his physical form destroyed, and the beast Qing Jiao was suppressed within the confines of the Zhuang-Xian alliance, rendering any rescue attempts impossible. He was curious to see how long the cultivators left to guard the Spirit Beast Mountain could uphold the protective array. When the main formation's strength waned, he would effortlessly dismantle it with a mere snap of his fingers. Half an hour later, the protective formation of the Spirit Beast Mountain indeed showed signs of weakening. Its aura no longer resonated with the same potency as before. The ethereal images of the dragon, tiger, and leopard grew increasingly faint, on the verge of vanishing altogether. Why had the ancestor not yet returned? Their foes, coveting the Spirit Beast Mountain, seemed unnaturally unhurried to strike, as if victory was already assured. Was it possible that their ancestor had encountered some misfortune? Ancestor, where could you possibly be? As the cultivators' powers began to dwindle, despair flickered in their eyes. Half an hour had passed, yet their revered ancestor remained absent. How could the now weakened Three-Beast formation withstand a formidable enemy, suspected to be a nascent soul elder? Without a nascent soul guardian in their sect, the Spirit Beast Mountain stood no chance against a surprise attack from such an opponent. In an instant, the Three-Beast formation officially crumbled. Countless cultivators at the Golden Core, Foundation Establishment, and Elite Chi refinement stages fell beside the formation's heart, bloodied and dazed, their faces etched with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that after holding out for more than half an hour, their ancestor had still not returned. Their ancestor, who possessed a dragon of comparable strength to a nascent soul, had failed to arrive in time. Fate was conspiring against the Spirit Beast Mountain. Run. Flee. The Spirit Beast Mountain was doomed. Everything was lost. With no sign of their ancestor's return, it was feared that he too had perished outside. Chaos erupted as thousands of disciples cried out in panic, scattering in all directions. And Ji observed the turmoil with an unperturbed heart. For, as fate dictated, Not long after the demonic forces invaded the kingdom of Yue, the Spirit Beast Mountain would betray the remaining 6 sects and align with the dark side. At that very moment, some of the higher-ups within the Spirit Beast Mountain might have already made contact with the Ghost Spirit Sect, one of the 6 demonic factions. Their eradication would, in fact, alleviate the impending pressure during the Dark Invasion. Congratulations, host. You have successfully arrived at the Spirit Beast Mountain. Check-in complete. The rewards were extravagant. A Spirit Martial Arts upgrade card, capable of elevating any martial skill to the quality of Spirit Martial Arts. 9 demonic blood crystals, each capable of being divided into 99 portions of demonic blood, and a Spirit Beast Tower, equivalent to a top-tier nascent soul artifact, consisting of 5 levels, capable of taming and housing 15,000 life forms. And G had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest during his visit to the Spirit Beast Mountain. 3 treasures for a single check-in reward was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. The timing of the Spirit Martial Arts upgrade card was impeccable, allowing him to elevate the indestructible golden body to the realm of Spirit Martial Arts, although achieving its complete form was still distant. Nevertheless, it would bestow upon him absolute defensive capabilities against other nascent soul cultivators in the near future. His eyes sparkled with excitement as the might of the great wilderness prisoning heaven hand enveloped the Spirit Beast Mountain, its subtle energies immobilizing the fleeing weaker cultivators. Once he ensured that none would seize his treasures amidst the chaos, Ng activated the Spirit Martial Arts upgrade card. In an instant, a rush of new knowledge regarding the indestructible golden body surged into his mind, illuminating his understanding. His physical form began to undergo subtle transformations as muscles, bones, meridians, and skin were all remarkably enhanced. Unfortunately, the upgrade card did not confer an increase in cultivation level, resulting in the previously perfected indestructible golden body being forced back to a lesser state. Yet, this lesser state still boasted formidable strength. While the 5-layered indestructible golden body had been reduced to 3 layers, each layer could withstand the full force of a mid-nascent soul cultivator's attack, showcasing astonishing defensive prowess. As for the 9 demonic blood crystals, Ng recognized that they were likely top-tier materials for the secret refining scroll of the evil Jade Fiery Demon Blade. The system had also indicated that each demonic blood crystal could be decomposed into 99 portions of demonic blood. Could they serve another purpose as well? Lost in contemplation, Ng pondered the implications of using a demonic blood crystal to experiment with the Spirit Beast Mountain's disciples, eager to uncover its mysteries. You, he declared, summoning the late-stage Golden Core cultivator Zhongming, who had been overseeing the 3 beasts formation. As Zhongming felt his body seize under Ng's control, his expression shifted dramatically. As he neared this mysterious nascent soul powerhouse, he instinctively connected with his Spirit Beast bag, summoning forth a formidable purple-gold scorpion, a creature akin to a mid-golden core beast. This scorpion, with traces of ancient bloodlines, resembled a precious artifact. Yet its venom was lethal enough to annihilate any golden core cultivator. Even a nascent soul cultivator stung by this scorpion would find their body ravaged, their mana disrupted, and overall strength severely diminished. Do you still wish to resist? Is it of any use? Ng raised his hand. As the newly acquired Spirit Beast Tower was drawn forth, the portal to the 4th layer opened, immediately unleashing a powerful gravitational force that drew the purple-gold scorpion within. Once extracted, the Spirit Beast Tower transformed into a colossal edifice, towering approximately 80 zhong, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of various primordial creatures and ancient beasts, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. Ng momentarily paused, suddenly recalling that this Spirit Beast Tower was not merely a magical artifact, but a unique structure. Once released, moving it would prove to be an arduous task. What is this? The purple-gold scorpion, which I nurtured with my essence blood, has severed its connection with me. Zhongming, suffering a backlash, coughed up blood as he gazed at the suddenly manifested Spirit Beast Tower, his eyes filled with horror. The other disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain were equally astonished by the abrupt appearance of the tower. Had they not known that their mountain gate had been breached by a formidable enemy, they might have believed that their ancestor, the Yuaning Elder, had acquired a monumental treasure. The patterns upon the giant tower and the aura it radiated were profoundly captivating, perfectly resonating with the essence of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Do you admire my Spirit Beast Tower? Ng's lips curled into a slight smile. Now, I offer you a grand opportunity. If you cooperate willingly, I might consider making you the new master of the Spirit Beast Mountain. As he spoke, he produced a drop of blood, crystalline and reminiscent of a ruby. From a demon, under the sunlight, it shimmered with a bewitching brilliance. almost possessing an intoxicating effect on the mind. Even Zhongming, possessing the cultivation of the late Golden Core stage, was drawn into a trance by the allure of this demon blood. Intrigued, Ji flicked his finger, sending the drop of enigmatic demon blood soaring towards Zhongming's brow. Upon contact with his skin, the blood rapidly disintegrated into countless minuscule droplets, seeping into him at a visible pace. A soft cracking sound echoed as a half-inch radiant light burst forth from Zhongming's brow, forming strange patterns within. A three-petaled chrysanthemum? Ji was momentarily taken aback as he beheld the mark imprinted on Zhongming's forehead. What manner of demon is this? The insignia resembles a three-petaled chrysanthemum. Could this demon blood originate from a chrysanthemum demon? Ji pondered silently for a moment. However, upon closer inspection, he indeed sensed an unusual aura emanating from the three-petaled chrysanthemum mark on Zhongming's brow. Using his perfected spiritual sense, enhanced by the demised demon eye, to probe further, he was immediately met with a nauseating and repulsive presence. It seemed that this peculiar three-petaled chrysanthemum insignia, belonging to a demon, could influence one's consciousness and psyche. Even his spiritually fortified perception struggled against the demon's influence. If others were to explore with their spiritual senses, they might succumb to inner demons or even madness. Securing Zhongming's body firmly, Ji's eyes glimmered with astonishment. It appeared that this demon blood indeed harbored immense potential and utility. Fortunately, he had not recklessly cast it all into the secret refining scroll, allowing the evil jade blazing demon blade to swiftly complete its ritual. Otherwise, he might have lost a pathway to explore the great Tao, the demon blood, the demon insignia, or perhaps the demon imprint. Ji felt a surge of excitement. What have you done to me? Why do I hear the whispers of the celestial demons echoing in my mind? You have allowed the demonic thoughts to invade me. You fiend. Zhongming's eyes, filled with blood and wildness, suddenly opened wide, nearly bursting with insanity and chaos. Seeing this, Ji felt somewhat helpless, realizing that the demon blood required meticulous study. His understanding of its origin and efficacy was still woefully inadequate, lacking any effective restraining methods. Ji had no choice but to temporarily confine Zhongming within the fifth layer of the Spirit Beast Tower to prevent any disturbances. The fifth layer of the Spirit Beast Tower was filled with numerous octahedral crystal cages, their transparent surfaces swirling with dense silver runic chains, maintaining a seal to suppress will and obstruct the flow of spiritual energy. Observing this, Ji felt increasingly secure leaving Zhongming, infused with demon blood, in this place. Next, it was time to reorganize the Spirit Beast Mountain that belonged to him. Ji exited the Spirit Beast Tower. Initially, he had intended to plunder the accumulated resources of the Spirit Beast Mountain over the millennia and then return to the Immortal Alliance. However, now that the Spirit Beast Tower was situated here, moving this magnificent structure was no simple task. Thus, Ji understood that he could not avoid completely seizing the Spirit Beast Mountain. Now, everyone, listen closely. Your ancestor, the true monarch Qingjiao, has had his physical form destroyed by me, leaving only his primordial spirit to escape, uncertain how many years it will take for him to regain his strength. The Azure Dragon, comparable to the early Yuaning stage, that he nurtured has also been suppressed and sealed by me. But I am a merciful individual, willing to offer you a choice regarding your futures. If you wish to flee from the Spirit Beast Mountain, gather at the stone tablet at the mountain gate. I will not obstruct you. For those who choose to remain, I can guarantee that your future will be even more resplendent than it is now. This Spirit Beast Tower is your testament. In an instant, Ji's voice thundered through the sky, resonating in every ear. The disciples of the Spirit Beast Mountain changed their expressions, some in terror, others in disbelief, and some ashen-faced. They finally understood why their ancestor had not returned to their aid. The two major Yuaning forces had either been annihilated or sealed. The cultivators of the Spirit Beast Mountain could hardly fathom why they had provoked such a terrifying powerhouse. At that moment, some Golden Core cultivators, who had previously interacted with the Ghost Spirit Sect, exhibited inexplicable expressions. They were intrigued. As high-ranking members of one of the 7 top sects in the cultivation world of the Yue Kingdom, if they were willing to embrace the demonic path, they would not mind a change in leadership. As long as they could survive and attain a radiant future, that was sufficient. The cultivation world is inherently a realm of the survival of the fittest. Now, acquiring a more powerful backing is certainly advantageous. However, this line of thought flickered only in the minds of a few Golden Core cultivators. The Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples were entirely unaware of their sect's secret dealings with the demonic path. Let us depart. We cannot linger in the Spirit Beast Mountain any longer. It can never return to what it once was. Indeed, we must leave. Just now, I took advantage of the chaos to loot the herb hall. With these resources, I can thrive in another faction. Yes, with these resources, we can certainly position ourselves favorably in another sect. Why stay here in the newly acquired Spirit Beast Mountain, submissively? Thus, many elders and disciples of the inner and outer sects of the Spirit Beast Mountain began to leave in groups, their expressions a mixture of nostalgia and delight. In a short while, over 2,000 individuals had gathered at the stone tablet at the mountain gate, a considerable number indeed. Excellent. Over 2,000 are willing to depart. Depart. I shall not impede your journey. I wish you safe travels. And Ji's expression remained unchanged. The group of departing disciples from the Spirit Beast Mountain immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the ancestor for his benevolence. In an instant, over 2,000 cultivators of varying levels, from chi refining to foundation establishment, summoned their flying artifacts, creating a magnificent scene. The sky was awash with vibrant spiritual light. As they were eager to flee this place, suddenly, a colossal handprint materialized in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura of the wild. Two enormous fingers, entwined with spiritual light, descended with undeniable force. No, the fleeing cultivators of Spirit Beast Mountain were struck with horror, their eyes wide with disbelief and terror. Boom! An overwhelming force reverberated through heaven and earth, staining the evening clouds crimson. In just a few breaths, all 2,000 fleeing cultivators were annihilated. Those who remained within Spirit Beast Mountain, still hesitating about their departure, were left wide-eyed in shock. A chilling dread surged through them, making their hearts race. Over 2,000 cultivators had been extinguished in the blink of an eye. Even the most ruthless demonic cultivators rarely exhibited such brutality. This was the very essence of a fiend. Is there anyone still wishing to leave? And Ji turned to the remaining cultivators at Spirit Beast Mountain, a smile playing on his lips as he reassured them. Fear not, I shall not obstruct you. Yet, all those who had intended to depart Spirit Beast Mountain were met with fatal consequences. The remaining cultivators trembled in fear, wishing the terrifying Yuaning period expert would at least offer them a reprieve. After all, that would spare many lives. In this moment, who could still muster the courage to leave? Fear gripped them, lest they be the next to perish. Excellent. It appears that everyone is quite fond of Spirit Beast Mountain and holds my governance in high regard. Now all of you, gather at the Beast Control Square before the main peak. Let me see how effective my words truly are in Spirit Beast Mountain. And Ji crackled with purple lightning, the sound of electricity crackling around him as he stood atop the Spirit Tower, surveying the throngs of cultivators scurrying below. It was evident that these cultivators were moving hastily, utilizing their flying artifacts or commanding their beasts towards the Beast Control Square at the main peak. Each one displayed a hint of panic, fearing that any delay would lead to dire consequences. The horrific scene of over 2,000 cultivators' demise still lingered vividly in their minds. However, Ji did not summon them merely to test his command. Though it seemed he had subdued the entire Spirit Beast Mountain, he could not guarantee the fickleness of human hearts. Thus, he invoked the Eye of Annihilation. Instantly, Ji's eyes transformed into a pair of grim, lifeless orbs, the domineering essence of annihilation rapidly embedding itself within the consciousness of every Spirit Beast Mountain cultivator. A pair of cold, indifferent eyes manifested within their minds. It felt as though any slightest flicker of emotion could lead to their demise. Thousands of cultivators trembled in fear. They could scarcely believe that within the silence, such a terrifying presence had invaded their consciousness. What is this? Why do I see such a strange pair of eyes within my mind? This ominous aura sends shivers down my spine, as though my life is no longer my own. Ancestor, please, cease this power. We are loyal to you and shall never betray you. One cultivator, regaining their wits, immediately revealed fear and desperation, gazing up at Ji atop the Spirit Tower, pleading for mercy. With an indifferent wave, Ji collected the storage bags, Spirit Beast bags, Beast Control tokens, Spirit Beast rings, and other belongings of the fallen 2,000 cultivators. Then his cold voice echoed throughout Spirit Beast Mountain. I have sown the seeds of annihilation within all your consciousness. As the name implies, with but a thought, you shall meet your end. Any who entertain thoughts of survival may test my resolve and see if I am merely frightening you. As he spoke, Ji discreetly consumed several spirit-nourishing pills. These pills, crafted by Han Li using the true fire of a foundation establishment cultivator along with various precious thousand-year-old herbs, proved remarkably effective for nurturing spiritual consciousness and restoring mental acuity. With thousands of cultivators at Spirit Beast Mountain, and Ji felt considerable pressure embedding the seeds of annihilation within their consciousness. Without nourishing his spirit, should he suddenly lose consciousness and fall from the spirit tower, it would spell disaster. It seems that in the future, it would suffice to sow the seeds within the consciousness of stronger cultivators. If they prove troublesome, eliminate them. It is both time-saving and worry-free. After consuming the premium spirit-nourishing pills, Ji felt a noticeable improvement in his mental state, secretly relieved. He then began instructing the remaining cultivators of Spirit Beast Mountain to regroup, with elders and stewards fulfilling their respective duties to restore order swiftly. During this time, Ji encouraged them to report any misconduct, promising severe punishment for those who secretly hoarded sect resources during the chaos. However, as Ji lingered longer at Spirit Beast Mountain, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He instinctively turned his gaze towards the horizon. Several powerful Yuan period experts, their presences exuding vitality and carrying immense amounts of spiritual energy, were rapidly approaching. Chapter 56. Bah, a bunch of trash. Ji carefully sensed the situation, discovering that no fewer than 6 Yuan period experts were swiftly traversing the skies. It appeared that the 6 leading cultivation sects, Huangfeng Valley, Yue Sect, Qingshu Gate, Huadao Workshop, Greatsword Sect, and Tianke Fortress, had all received news of Ji's alleged presence at Spirit Beast Mountain. Thus, upon receiving this information, they convened briefly before hastily making their way to Spirit Beast Mountain, evidently intent on uniting their formidable forces to pressure Ji. Such a rogue. I have long suspected that the Master of the Celestial Alliance is an unruly character. The current state of Spirit Beast Mountain resembles that of a besieged fortress. The Chief Justice of the Celestial Alliance is quite imposing. The Yuan ancestor of Tianke Fortress, the Celestial Lord, sensed the situation at Spirit Beast Mountain with a mere sweep of his consciousness. His expression soured, as if he wished to grind the initiator of this chaos into dust. The other 5 sect Yuan ancestors, upon sensing the circumstances at Spirit Beast Mountain, were equally taken aback. They could hardly fathom that within a mere 2 hours, one of the top 7 cultivation sects of the Yue Kingdom, Spirit Beast Mountain, had been single-handedly breached by the Chief Justice of the Celestial Alliance. Such an unprecedented achievement would undoubtedly echo throughout the Yue Kingdom and beyond. Simultaneously, their powerful senses detected the lingering scent of blood in the air. The Yuan ancestor of Yue Sect, possessing the strength of 3 Yuan cultivators, could not help but change his expression. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. It seemed that 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators had met with a gruesome demise on Spirit Beast Mountain, most of whom perished in the explosive shattering of their physical forms, their vital energies dissipating into the void. The Master of the Celestial Alliance exhibited a brutal disposition. The several nascent soul cultivators present could not help but don solemn expressions. The sudden death of so many practitioners, including those at the Foundation establishment stage, heralded a bloodbath that had not graced the realm of cultivation in the Kingdom of Yue for centuries. The mastermind behind this atrocity, the Master of the Celestial Alliance, was likely not someone to be trifled with, compelling them to treat the situation with the utmost gravity. Esteemed friends, what brings you from afar? Ji's voice echoed through the minds of the 6 nascent soul cultivators, including Jun Tianjin of Tianke Fortress and Jinjuan Liu of the Hidden Moon Sect. He smiled, displaying no hint of the pressure or worry that typically accompanies an encounter with such formidable peers. Why? Because Ji was brimming with confidence. While he acknowledged that he could not defeat 6 opponents simultaneously, escaping was well within his capabilities. With a swift application of the 9 Heavens Thunderstep, he could traverse vast distances in an instant, fleeing far beyond their reach, despite the fact that a nascent soul cultivator's teleportation could only cover a few miles at a time. And even with auxiliary escape techniques, one could not hope to match his speed. However, as they listened to Ji's transmission, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the 6 nascent soul cultivators. They exchanged glances, unable to comprehend how this newly ascended nascent soul judge of the Celestial Alliance possessed such profound mastery, the ability to deliver his voice directly into their ears, almost akin to a divine mental communication, was astonishing. Yet, they remained unaware that the reason this technique was known as whispered transmission lay in its remarkable security. It was exceedingly difficult to intercept or eavesdrop upon its contents. Even if a powerful being were to capture it, they would only glean a cacophony of disjointed sounds devoid of coherent meaning. Master of the Celestial Alliance, you have wantonly slaughtered 3,000 cultivators of the Yue Kingdom, decimating our foundational strength, and yet you still wear a smile. I present you with 2 options. Either surrender 70% of the Celestial Alliance's spiritual herb reserves and the formulas for the dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquid, or commit to cultivating no fewer than 8 golden core cultivators for my 7 great sects over the next 500 years. I am aware that the Celestial Alliance possesses such strength. You would not dare convene the Hidden Dragon Conference to generously distribute treasures like the dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquid without having improved formulas or substantial reserves of spiritual herbs. You may refuse, but are you prepared to face the judgment of the entire Yue Kingdom cultivation community? You call yourself the master of the Celestial Alliance. Yet you are the one who should be judged. Jun Tianjin thundered, his eyes gleaming with dominance and aggression. To him, the whispered transmission was merely a trivial technique, insignificant in the face of absolute power. The other 5 nascent soul cultivators, while some furrowed their brows at his directness, remained silent, their gazes fixed upon Nji. Although Jun Tianjin's words were blunt and domineering, they aligned with the interests of their respective sections. Now, it was merely a matter of how the bloodthirsty master of the Celestial Alliance would respond. You truly are shameless. Nji suddenly laughed, declaring, "You wish for me to compensate you and to represent the entire Yue Kingdom cultivation community in judging me? What do you think you are? I not only refuse to provide you with formulas or spiritual herbs, but I also intend to slay one of your golden core cultivators for each of you. If you possess courage, then seize me here today and kill me." Bah, a bunch of trash. Stunned, flabbergasted, the 6 nascent soul cultivators, along with all practitioners on Spirit Beast Mountain, were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Nji's outburst was unrestrained and devoid of pretense, his commanding voice reverberating like thunder across the heavens, resonating in every ear. How audacious! How arrogant! They could hardly fathom that the judge of the Celestial Alliance would display such hubris. Faced with 6 esteemed nascent soul cultivators, he exhibited not a trace of contrition. Rather, it seemed to amplify his already inflated arrogance. The 6 revered ancestors of the 7 premier sects of the Yue Kingdom were incensed, their eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. Demon, on what grounds do you presume to act so arrogantly? Do not think that because you utilized some cunning tricks to repel Jinju and Qingjiao and subdued his nascent soul spirit beast, you are invincible. I assure you, the heights of the Yue Kingdom's cultivation world are far beyond your reach. You are but a fledgling who has merely stepped into the nascent soul realm. Our 6 sects possess ample means to eradicate you. Their rage peaked. The 6 nascent soul cultivators were unwilling to even refer to Nji with his titles, instead resorting to calling him a demon. The overwhelming power of their nascent soul might erupted beneath the heavens, summoning a massive vortex of vibrant and resplendent spiritual energy that seemed to respond to their wrath. They inhaled this vast reservoir of natural energy, and the terrifying pressure sent shivers down the spines of all practitioners on Spirit Beast Mountain, their eyes flashing with fierce determination. Do you intend to take action? Nji's gaze turned icy as he retorted, "It is not that I, and look down upon you, should I choose to leave, even combined. You 6 would be powerless to stop me." As he spoke, a brilliant purple lightning surged from his form, crackling like chains of electricity dancing around him, exuding an aura of formidable might. This was the brewing of the 9 heavens thunder step, a tempestuous lightning connecting Nji with the heavenly thunder above. The moment anything went awry, he could instantly traverse the 9 heavens and escape this place. Of course, such rapid acceleration would impose an extraordinary burden, nearly tearing his body apart. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test me. But once I am gone, your 6 sects will find no respite. Even if I cannot annihilate you, I can certainly decimate your countless disciples. Foundation establishment, Golden Core, before me, they are all mere ants to be crushed at a whim. Even you, nascent soul cultivators, ought to take heed. Do not stray from your companions, for if you do, I can still obliterate you with a mere thought. The fate of the 2 nascent soul cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain serves as your best lesson. Nji maintained a cold and proud demeanor, undeterred even in the face of overwhelming odds. He stood tall, akin to a sword, surrounded by chains of purple lightning, the brewing 9 heavens thunder step echoing the latent terror in his grayish eyes. In that moment, the 6 nascent soul cultivators could not help but change their expressions. They felt as though they were facing a peerless powerhouse. It was not merely Nji's astonishing display of might that struck them. It was the revelation of a bloody reality. According to their intelligence, the master of the Celestial Alliance indeed possessed an extraordinary escape technique. The 6 individuals were not well versed in this enigmatic art of evasion, lacking absolute confidence in their ability to suppress Nji. If he were to escape, the calamity would be unimaginable. No sect could consistently guard against the wrath and retribution of a Yuaning powerhouse. Moreover, NG had a remarkable record of subduing 2 Yuan-ing-level combatants from the Spirit Beast Mountain. Even if this impressive feat had been achieved through cunning trickery, the sheer might he demonstrated in subduing a Yuan-ing-level dragon beast instilled fear in the hearts of many. In such a scenario, should the 6 major sects provoke NG, the leader of the Celestial Alliance, even cultivators in the Qi refining foundation establishment, and golden core stages would find themselves filled with trepidation. Even Yuan-ing cultivators would be at risk of dire consequences if they encountered NG. The sole mid-stage Yuan-ing powerhouse from the Yellow Maple Valley gazed with flickering eyes and suddenly spoke. Friendin, I have heard that your Celestial Alliance intends to ally with my Yellow Maple Valley. To be frank, I have grown weary of the oppression from the sects of Spirit Beast Mountain. There is no better time than the present. Let us, the representatives of our 2 formidable forces, discuss and solidify our alliance. With the combined strength of 2 capable Yuan-ing cultivators, who would dare to confront us? Upon hearing these words from the Yuan-ing elder of Yellow Maple Valley, the expressions of the remaining 5 Yuan-ing powerhouses shifted dramatically. They cast their gazes toward him, their faces flushed with indignation. They had not anticipated that the Yuan-ing ancestor of Yellow Maple Valley, appear among the 7 foremost sects of the Yu Kingdom, would seek to forge an alliance with their adversary at such a critical moment. Was this not an act of disruption? Suddenly, the atmosphere beneath the heavens surged with spiritual energy. 2 colossal fingers erupted with a savage aura, directly suppressing the Yuan-ing ancestor of Yellow Maple Valley. Caught off guard, the inadequately defended elder's complexion turned pale as he was sent flying. In an instant, NG transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling away 100 miles. Truly a bunch of cunning old foxes. NG sneered. You think to sway my resolve to confront your 6 sects head-on with talk of an alliance, only to secretly encircle me and trap me with treasures? Such petty tricks dare not be displayed before me. As his words faded, NG turned his gaze toward the pale-faced Yuaning elder of Yellow Maple Valley, who had been struck by his overwhelming technique. Dugu ancestor, it is true that your Yellow Maple Valley has been persistently oppressed and had its territory encroached upon by the 6 sections. Do you feel satisfied playing the scapegoat while falling victim to my hand? If you have the courage, let us meet 3 days hence at the Blade Transformation Mountain to discuss a true alliance. Once we forge this alliance, we can conveniently obliterate the Blade Transformation Mountain and solidify our pact. NG began to subtly sway the Yellow Maple Valley. He aimed to entice a mid-stage Yuaning powerhouse from the opposing faction. However, the expression of the Yellow Maple Valley elder suddenly turned peculiar as he conveyed telepathically. I bear the surname Linghu. My friends call me Linghu the Elder. You call me Dugu ancestor, but I fear you have mistaken me for someone else. Upon hearing this, NG's expression momentarily froze. Damn it, it seems I have been duped by Xiangji Li. When Xiangji Li had impersonated the elder from Yellow Maple Valley, he had claimed to be Dugu. At that time, NG had failed to realize the deception. Today, however, with the elder's reminder, he finally understood his error. The elder's true surname was Linghu, not Dugu. The 2 names were easily confounded. Meanwhile, the 5 Yuaning powerhouses remained oblivious to their whispered conversation, their expressions filled with astonishment. 100 miles in an instant, what astounding speed. The rumors are true. This demon possesses a method of rapid evasion. Observing his current state, it appeared that the side effects of this evasion technique were minimal. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that he was feigning nonchalance, concealing the technique's drawbacks. What should we do? We know virtually nothing about the leader of the Celestial Alliance, and this rapid evasion has caught us completely off guard. Can we truly suppress him? The 5 Yuaning powerhouses gazed at NG's distant figure, their resolve wavering. The mere existence of this unprecedented rapid evasion technique rendered any attempts to subdue NG nearly impossible. Furthermore, the leader of the Celestial Alliance possessed an immensely powerful secret technique capable of repelling the formidable Linghu Elder. It was well known that Linghu's combat prowess ranked among the finest in the 7 top sects of the Yu Kingdom. If such a powerhouse could be repelled by the newly initiated Yuan-ing leader of the Celestial Alliance with just a mere 2-finger technique, one could only imagine the devastation that would be unleashed if all 5 fingers were employed. Even late-stage Yuan-ing cultivators would tremble in fear. Moreover, this leader of the Celestial Alliance had yet to unveil his mysterious ocular techniques. The Yuaning powerhouse from the Qing Su sect murmured, his expression darkening. Chapter 58. The Weeping Cultivators of Spirit Beast Mountain. With this statement, the previously domineering Jun Tianjin suddenly lowered his gaze, falling into silence. Yet within his heart, turbulent waves surged, filled with shock and deep apprehension at Ji's displayed power. Even the seasoned mid-stage Yuaning powerhouse, Linghu the Elder, had been repelled by Ji's unprecedented two-finger technique. As a mere early-stage Yuan-ing cultivator from Tianke Fortress, he feared that he would sustain injuries if faced with such an onslaught. This person must not be allowed to remain. Jun Tianjin took a deep breath, and when he looked at Ji again, his eyes were filled with seriousness and gravity, devoid of any trace of disdain. Having witnessed the strength of the enigmatic leader of the Celestial Alliance firsthand, he could no longer believe that Ji had merely relied on trickery to subdue the two Yuan-ing powerhouses of Spirit Beast Mountain. The astonishing evasion technique and terrifying two-finger technique had already placed them all in a position of inferiority. If he were to confront Ji one-on-one, Jun Tianjin felt a sense of uncertainty. He might end up like Qing Jiaojin, whose physical form was annihilated, leaving only his Yuan-ing to narrowly escape. In that moment, the Yuan-ing powerhouses were filled with trepidation, and the previously united front to suppress Ji began to crumble. They had lost their assurance in being able to subdue Ji, making it impossible for them to take risks. Could it be that the united front of 6 major sects, represented by 6 Yuan-ing cultivators, was to conclude this endeavor against the demon in such a hasty and disheartened manner? Luo Yuzhinjun from the Yin Yu sect felt immensely dissatisfied, her eyes fixed intently on the distant figure of Ji. With their sect's substantial strength, boasting over 3 Yuan-ing cultivators, they had no fear of retribution from a single Yuan-ing cultivator. Thus, Luo Yuzhinjun was unwilling to let this gathering of Yuan-ing powerhouses from the 6 sects conclude in failure. She desired for everyone to continue their combined efforts, vowing not to relent until the leader of the Celestial Alliance was vanquished. Esteemed colleagues, I understand your apprehension regarding this demon's astonishing strength and the mysterious ocular techniques he is yet to reveal. However, we, the 6 major sects, represent the pinnacle of strength and dignity in the entire Yu Kingdom's cultivation world. If this encirclement ends without results, will it not bring shame and ridicule from both our own cultivators and those of other nations? Thus, I implore all fellow practitioners to exert their utmost efforts alongside me to vanquish this fiend, even if it means the obliteration of its corporeal form. In any case, we must not allow this demon's arrogance to flourish. The words of the true monarch of Falling Feather resonated with a resolute vigor. The other several nascent soul practitioners appeared to be swayed by her fervent rhetoric. However, the old monster Linghu suddenly sighed, stating, "Your moon concealment sect possesses great ambitions, and you have more than one nascent soul cultivator, thus you can afford to take risks. But I cannot. At Huangfeng Valley, I am the sole nascent soul elder. Should I meet with any misfortune, my sect would truly be doomed. Therefore, I ask for your understanding, true monarch of Falling Feather. If you wish to continue encircling the leader of the Immortal Alliance, I fear I can only stand by and watch, merely offering support." His face bore an expression of helplessness and lament. It seemed he genuinely wished to unite with everyone to besiege Ji, the leader of the Immortal Alliance. Yet, due to the shallow foundation of his sect, he could not afford to take risks. Coupled with his own injuries, he found himself unable to assist, even if he desired to. Bah, old fox! The nascent soul practitioners present could not help but inwardly curse. Indeed, the might of Ji's two-fingered technique was formidable, but such injuries could not possibly cause lasting harm to a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. True battles are far more perilous and arduous, 100 or even 1,000 times so. Yet the old monster Linghu had never shown signs of backing down before. Moreover, 6 nascent soul practitioners encircling an initial stage in Ji, even with risks, would be a burden shared by all. The possibility of falling and subsequently leading to the decline of their sect was virtually non-existent. The old monster Linghu clearly did not wish to contribute. "Forgive me, true monarch of Falling Feather, but in my blade forge, I am the only nascent soul cultivator. If I were to sustain injuries, it could jeopardize my cultivation and shake the very foundation of my sect that has stood for a millennium. However, rest assured, I can still participate in the encirclement, though I fear I may not be as valiant and fearless as you, and I ask for your understanding." While inwardly cursing, the nascent soul elder from the Blade Forge also expressed his stance. He smiled, appearing quite self-satisfied and smug, as if to say he had already granted her considerable face by being willing to exert even a fraction of effort, unlike the old monster Linghu, who was reluctant to even lift a hand. The expression of true monarch of Falling Feather darkened considerably. In her eyes, the attitude of the Blade Forge's nascent soul was clearly one of feigned effort. What was the difference between him and the useless old monster Linghu, who merely stood by? It was even detrimental to her performance. In just a few breaths, the nascent soul cultivators from the Giant Sword Sect and the Clear Void Sect also expressed attitudes akin to that of the Blade Forge Elder. True Monarch of Falling Feather's face turned an ashen gray. They had originally lacked confidence in capturing the leader of the Immortal Alliance. Now, with one merely watching and three contributing little, it was left to her and the Celestial Fortress's Hunyuan True Monarch, two nascent souls, to accomplish the task. How could they succeed? These fools are unworthy of collaboration. True Monarch of Falling Feather felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, facing the leader of the Immortal Alliance, who had brutally slaughtered 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain. The 6 major sects could not unite to suppress him. This missed opportunity would surely allow the leader to gain momentum during the upcoming Hidden Dragon Conference. In the future, targeting and suppressing him would be fraught with even greater difficulties. Demon, you have slaughtered 3,000 cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain. Dealt a blow to the foundation of the Sioux Kingdom's cultivation world. Everyone shall seek your demise. Even if we fail to encircle you today, your arrogance shall not last long. True Monarch of Falling Feathers suddenly declared with fierce conviction. With a swift motion of her sleeve, she abducted several hundred cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain, transforming them into streaks of light as she departed. She had discerned that the entire Spirit Beast Mountain, having been ravaged, had been coerced into submission under NG's terrifying might. True Monarch of Falling Feather was determined not to allow NG to consolidate such a vast number of Spirit Beast Mountain cultivators to bolster his foundation. Hence her decision to take them away. The other nascent soul practitioners, witnessing this, felt a spark of hope. Since encirclement was no longer feasible, they uttered a few harsh words, summoned their magical steeds, and followed True Monarch of Falling Feather, seizing a large group and fleeing, fearful that NG might call upon towering fingers to obliterate them. Of course, they could not possibly take these individuals back to their own sects, loyalty aside. It was primarily a waste of resources. The 7 top cultivation sects of the Sioux Kingdom were grand and prosperous, with tens of thousands of disciples, and thus they had no need for the few hundred abducted. Consequently, they scattered the captives throughout the wilderness, akin to Nuwa creating humanity, completely eliminating the possibility of NG reclaiming them. Yet, the abducted cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain, initially elated, were now left in a state of shock. They gazed vacantly at the desolate mountains and wilds around them, nearly on the verge of tears. Elder, could you not help us eliminate the seed of annihilation in our consciousness before abandoning us? The numerous cultivators, abandoned in the wilderness, wept bitterly. They sobbed, acutely aware of the chilling, fearsome eyes lurking within their consciousness, and turned back towards Spirit Beast Mountain, glancing back sorrowfully. Indeed, they were returning. They had no choice but to return. Otherwise, they would perish here. The seed of annihilation still lingered in their consciousness. Could they dare not to return to Spirit Beast Mountain? Could they even dream of not returning? Chapter 59. But this is a demon blade. They abducted my people? NG observed the drastically reduced number of cultivators within Spirit Beast Mountain, bemused and somewhat amused. He realized that the 6 nascent soul practitioners were unlikely to unite against him any longer. However, he did not expect them to resort to such measures before their departure. They sought to curtail his development by abducting the cultivators of Spirit Beast Mountain. Fortunately, it seemed these nascent souls had not probed into the consciousness of these individuals. Through the Annihilation Demon Eye, NG could vaguely sense that a substantial number of those bearing the seed of annihilation were drawing near him. Undoubtedly, these were the cultivators from Spirit Beast Mountain abducted by those nascent soul practitioners. Despite their meticulous planning, they could never have anticipated NG's possession of such a strange and terrifying ability, having already implanted within each cultivator of Spirit Beast Mountain a seed that could cause their instant demise. Regardless of how far they fled, they would be compelled to return, lest they face immediate death. NG indeed intended to act thus. Any of the abducted cultivators who failed to return to Spirit Beast Mountain within 10 hours would find the seed of annihilation detonated in their consciousness. Simultaneously, NG had to reorganize Spirit Beast Mountain, instructing several Golden Core cultivators to repair the protective array of the sect and to place all the sect's resources and treasures into his hands. As one of the 7 premier forces in the Sioux Kingdom's cultivation world, Spirit Beast Mountain's millennium of heritage was undoubtedly rich in treasures. Blood jade, ancient demon crystals, the aura of myriad beasts, and even a small furnace of true sunfire. It was important to note that this true sunfire originated from the blazing sun. Possessing extreme temperatures and terrifying power, even a Golden Core cultivator could only cautiously approach it. Yet, even for a golden core cultivator. Extracting and refining a wisp of true sunfire would be an arduous endeavor. The small furnace of true sunfire stored within Spirit Beast Mountain, if left solely to a single golden core cultivator to extract and refine, would likely take an entire lifetime to achieve such a feat. To comprehend, a cultivator at the golden core stage possesses a lifespan of no less than 5 centuries. The fact that even they struggle to amass a mere furnace of true solar fire speaks volumes about its immense value. In a bid to tame formidable beasts, Spirit Beast Mountain has indeed spared no expense, refining such a quantity of true solar fire specifically to purify the ferocity and malevolence of these creatures. It is highly probable that the several gourds of beastly malevolence were extracted by Spirit Beast Mountain using true solar fire from the unruly beasts. And G, feeling somewhat contemplative, flipped his hand, and the furnace adorned with the double phoenix design, containing the ink-like true solar fire inscribed with 3 phoenix patterns, was promptly secured within his storage pouch. This true solar fire possesses formidable power, one that even a nascent soul cultivator cannot afford to overlook. And G pondered that this might serve as a hidden weapon in future confrontations. Alas, this small furnace of true solar fire is a rootless flame, summoned and refined by cultivators, and its quantity diminishes with use. To replenish it necessitates the efforts of formidable beings investing immense time and energy, a task that even the 7 foremost sects of the kingdom of Yue may find taxing. Thus, aside from Ng, few dare to utilize such precious true solar fire as a means of defense. Such an act would be sheer wastefulness. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, Ng orchestrated a swapping of numerous cultivators between Spirit Beast Mountain and the Palm Immortal Alliance, attempting to assimilate the denizens of Spirit Beast Mountain using the vast numbers of the Palm Immortal Alliance. Concurrently, he dispatched 2 of the 6 golden core cultivators he had personally nurtured to remain stationed at Spirit Beast Mountain for an extended period. This provided Ng with a modicum of reassurance regarding his control over Spirit Beast Mountain. Subsequently, Ng prepared to invest the considerable treasures he had scavenged from Spirit Beast Mountain, along with 8 pieces of evil blood crystals, into the secret refining scroll for the evil jade fiery demon blade. He hoped to finally manifest this coveted demonic blade. Before proceeding, Ng casually entered the 5th level of the Spirit Beast Tower to inspect the condition of the late-stage golden core cultivator, Zhongming, who had been infused with evil blood. The overwhelming and enigmatic power contained within the evil blood was astonishing. Upon witnessing it, Ng was taken aback. He gazed at the octagonal crystal cage imprisoning Zhongming, unable to fathom the bizarre transformation that had occurred. Bound by chains of silver runes, Zhongming had long since lost his human form. He appeared to have melted, transforming into a conical figure standing within the crystal cage, with his head resting at the apex. Particularly alarming was this conical shape, grotesque and terrifying, covered in overlapping black scales, with crimson veins crawling across its surface. An odd purple growth, resembling a tumor or bubble, had emerged from Zhongming's jaw, rough and unsightly, pulsating as if it could burst at any moment. Ng could scarcely believe such a horrifying metamorphosis could occur from the infusion of evil blood. Most ancient demons at least retain some semblance of form, often resembling fierce beasts or divine birds, with formidable and fearsome physiques. Yet, Zhongming's transformation resulting from the evil blood infusion was utterly perplexing. It resembled a tree with a head atop a cone or a miniature mobile fortress, but it lacked any legs. How frustrating. One evil blood crystal decomposing into 99 portions of evil blood. Was the system urging him to face challenges head-on and discover methods to utilize this abomination? Ng sighed, hoping that researching this peculiar evil blood would not unleash a cataclysm upon the human realm. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Arriving at the central position of the 5th level of the Spirit Beast Tower, Ng retrieved the secret refining scroll for the evil jade fiery demon blade. Subsequently, he began to introduce various required materials, including evil blood jade, ancient demonic energy crystals, beastly malevolence, and evil blood crystals, into the scroll. With each material added, the already burgeoning form of the evil jade fiery demon blade became increasingly distinct, as it seemed to dance upon the scroll, with black lines twisting and emanating an alluring crimson glow. This phenomenon intensified dramatically with the incorporation of the evil blood crystals. In the depths of silence, as Ng utilized his fingertip blood and tongue's essence to refine the evil jade fiery demon blade, he perceived a deep, wave-like breath resonating within him, filled with desire and excitement. Upon completion of this demonic blade's refinement, could it possibly give birth to a weapon spirit? and Ji's expression shifted. He could distinctly sense a mysterious connection forming between himself and the evil jade fiery demon blade within the refining scroll. Yet, he never anticipated that the refinement of the demonic blade could lead to the emergence of a weapon spirit. It is known that weapon spirits are a rare phenomenon, scarcely encountered even amidst the countless cultivators of the human realm aspiring for ascension. Such entities typically manifest only in the ethereal realm of the celestial planes. The fact that the demonic blade he was currently refining seemed to possess a weapon spirit was indeed intriguing. However, it was a demonic blade, and Ji was filled with a mix of turmoil and resignation. Clearly, the weapon spirit born from this blade would not be of virtuous nature. This was evident from the materials consumed during its refinement: evil blood jade, evil blood crystals, ancient demonic energy crystals, and the remains of ancient demons. None of these could be deemed ordinary. What if the weapon spirit birthed within the demonic blade had a worldview incompatible with Ji's? It could become a source of incessant annoyance for him as its master. Chapter 60 is just shy of completion. Vast and boundless, the heavens are torn asunder. The four corners of the world, evil jade reigns supreme. Thus, the supreme and exalted evil jade demon emperor descends, benevolently saving all beings and delivering them from suffering. O humble ants, I am aware that you still possess 2 evil blood crystals. Promptly present them to me, and once I am satiated, I shall assist you in vanquishing all adversaries in the world. With me, the evil jade demon emperor present, all foes in the vast mortal realm are but mere ants. Suddenly, after Ji deposited the 6 evil blood crystals into the secret refining scroll for the evil jade fiery demon blade, a voice echoed in his mind. Remarkably, this dramatic proclamation was indeed intimidating, and Ji was nearly frightened. The heavens are torn asunder. Evil jade reigns supreme, demon emperor, and proclaiming that all foes in the mortal realm are but ants. How utterly impressive. Yet, the voice belonged to a diminutive child with a sweet tone. What a juxtaposition. Can one imagine such a grandiose declaration being uttered by a toddler with a babyish voice? Especially when he spoke with such earnestness and conviction. How absurd. And Ji, exasperated, hurled the secret refining scroll for the evil jade fiery demon blade to the ground and stomped on it twice. Dare to flaunt your arrogance before me. You are woefully mistaken. Have you lost touch with reality after consuming a few more evil blood crystals? Today, I shall set the record straight and clarify who is the master and who is the subordinate. How dare you throw me? O humble ant, you have angered the great evil jade demon emperor, and you shall pay for this transgression. You will regret it. I command you to pick me up from the ground, clean me, and feed me 2 more of those delectable evil blood crystals, and I shall pardon your insolence. Otherwise, in my wrath, the human realm shall face upheaval. After being thrown to the ground, the spirit of the evil jade blazing demon blade cried out. However, its childish voice hardly conjured an image of a malevolent, power-laden demonic weapon, especially as it boasted with an air of arrogance, incessantly invoking titles like Demon Emperor, this sovereign, and heaven and earth. And Ji's expression darkened instantly. How dare you act so brazenly before me? Back in the day, when I reached the heavens to pluck the moon and delved into the oceans to catch turtles, you were merely a tadpole. Before he finished speaking, Ji stomped on the secret refining scroll lying on the ground. Not just anywhere, but specifically targeting the intricate patterns of the evil jade blazing demon blade. The spirit let out a series of cries, its form twisting and writhing as it attempted to evade Ji's relentless assault. Ji sneered. How dare this insignificant creature flaunt its skills before him? With a flurry of movements as swift as thunder, he left a multitude of footprints upon the scroll, distorting the very designs of the evil jade blazing demon blade beneath his feet. Wow, you bully me. I'll no longer play with you. I never want to see you again. Leave, the farther the better. Oh, before you go, remember to leave those 2 delicious, fragrant demon blood crystals behind. I promise to find obedient servants in the future and one to seek revenge or trouble you. Wow, how obedient you are, not seeking revenge or causing me trouble. Yet, you still flaunt in front of me with such audacity. It's simply outrageous. Good child, shall I give you a bath? Ji's lips curled into a slight smirk. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a small furnace containing the blazing essence of the sun's true fire. Just a strand of it required a foundational practitioner a full year to cultivate, and its destructive prowess was formidable enough to obliterate a foundation-level cultivator upon contact. This was the perfect tool to cleanse this arrogant little spirit. What do you intend to do? You villain, stop, don't rub me, I'm all squished together. Without further ado, Ji crumpled the secret refining scroll into a ball and shoved it into the furnace. The moment the furnace opened, the terrifying golden flames erupted, startling the spirit into momentary silence. Then, a cacophony of shrill cries erupted from within as the golden sun fire blazed fiercely. Unmoved, Ji wore a wicked smile, confident that he could tame this demonic weapon spirit. How dare this newly born spirit act so high and mighty before him? It truly needed a lesson to learn who its true master was. As for the scroll being consumed by the sunfire, Ji had no concerns. He had already tested the scroll's material, which was unique and imbued with mysterious energies. Unless the secret refining was complete, sealing the divine weapon within, there was no force in the human realm capable of destroying it. Ah, you villain! It's so hot, so fragrant. No, so painful. You dare to use the sunfire to roast me. How wicked! I shall never submit. I, the evil Jade Demon Emperor, with the power to suppress all, will never bow to your dark forces. No, I will not concede. Roast me if you dare. Add more sunfire. I fear you not. The spirit screeched within the furnace, its childish demeanor leaving Ji astonished. How could it appear to enjoy the flames rather than suffer? Peering through a crack in the lid, Ji was nearly driven to expletives. Inside the furnace, the once ample sunfire was nearly devoured. The designs of the evil jade blazing demon blade on the scroll resembling a gaping abyss, greedily consuming the intense flames. What further irked Ji was the spirit's audible smacking sounds, as if relishing the taste. It even shouted, cursing him as the wicked villain, for using fire to torment it. Oh, you villain! Your sunfire is almost roasting me to death, but just a bit more, and I might perish. Just a tiny bit more. The spirit remained oblivious to Ji's scrutiny. After a satisfying belch, it cheerfully shouted towards Ji outside the furnace. As the spirit of the evil jade blazing demon blade, it certainly held no fear of flames. It relished the fragrant sunfire. However, there was a hint of bashfulness in its words. Chapter 61, Renowned Across Nations. I will kill you. Ji glared at the furnace, now nearly devoid of sunfire, his eyes reddening. This represented the culmination of decades of effort from several nascent soul cultivators, signifying immense value. He had planned to reserve it as a trump card for dire situations. Who would have thought it would be squandered by this little wretch of a spirit? In his furious gaze, the spirit audaciously consumed the last remnants of sunfire. Not a single spark remained for Ji. Oh, you villain! The spirit noticed Ji and paused momentarily. It's rude to peek at me like this. That is inappropriate. I'm still a child, albeit a demon emperor, but still young. You, the villain, spying on me while I enjoy my delicacies. My noble image is tarnished. The spirit's words revealed a hint of shyness and embarrassment. Ji was momentarily stunned. Then, overwhelmed with frustration, he yanked the secret refining scroll from the furnace and hurled it to the ground, trampling it mercilessly. Such a calamity! Ji bellowed to the heavens, his anguish palpable. He had known that the spirit of the demonic blade would be no easy adversary. It was indeed as he suspected. Ah, bully! You villain, you bully me again. Is it wrong to have enjoyed a little delicious food? Must you treat me this way? I am so pitiful. As Ji's anguished cries echoed, the spirit, trampled and wailing, only aggravated Ji further, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Clenching his fists, he tossed the entire scroll into his storage bag. Out of sight, out of mind. Otherwise, he felt the spirit of the evil jade blazing demon blade would drive him to madness. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, Ji ascended to the pinnacle of the spirit beast tower, his body crackling with energy as he soared into the sky. Soon, he found himself amidst the bustling crowd of the Celestial Alliance, where voices buzzed like a hive. The Zhongxian Alliance is hosting an unprecedented long, which has swept through the vast realms of the cultivation world after a period of preparation. Not only the Kingdom of Yue, but also other mid-tier nations like the Yuanwu Kingdom and the Zijin Kingdom, as well as smaller nations like the Jiang Kingdom and the Chayan Kingdom, have witnessed a surge of foundational-level cultivators flocking to participate on their journey to the Zhongxian Alliance for the long. These astonishing numbers of foundational-level cultivators, along with accompanying qi refining and golden core practitioners, have created significant ripples within the entire cultivation community of the Kingdom of Yue. Have you heard? The number of cultivators from various nations converging upon our Kingdom of Yue has reached an astonishing figure of nearly 10,000. Goodness, nearly 10,000 cultivators. And it is feared that at least 70% of them are foundational-level practitioners. How terrifying it is to have around 7,000 foundational-level cultivators flooding in. Surely, the combined total of all foundational-level practitioners from our kingdom's 7 top sects cannot compare. It cannot be. How could there possibly be so many foundational-level cultivators from various nations entering our kingdom? Many are merely here to witness the spectacle. Some are even foreign visitors eager to join the Zhongxian alliance. In the cultivation community of the Kingdom of Yue, discussions abound regarding this monumental upheaval. Each individual cannot help but feel awe and admiration. It is utterly unexpected that a force which has risen in just over 3 years could instigate such a grand event affecting the cultivation worlds of multiple nations. The Zhongxian alliance truly lives up to its name. If this momentum continues, the Zhongxian alliance will undoubtedly become a formidable titan in the realm of cultivation, dominating all. Ji. Upon learning of Nji's return, Han Li sought him out immediately. Nji looked over, and the agitation caused by the evil jade blazing magic sword spirit dissipated considerably. He smiled and asked, Shao Li, is everything proceeding smoothly with the Zhongxian alliance? Any disturbances? How is the Long? Han Li replied, of course, there have been disturbances, which is what I wanted to discuss with you, Ji. It seems that major forces from various nations in the cultivation world wish to join in the excitement. In addition to foundational level practitioners, there are quite a few golden core practitioners accompanying them. Therefore, to ensure we have sufficient hidden strength to suppress any potential unrest, I secretly spent a significant amount of and to assist 7 of our foundational level practitioners in breaking through to the golden core realm. As Han Li spoke, he cautiously glanced at Nji, aware that he should not have made such decisions without consulting him first. After all, this involved considerable resource expenditure and the misappropriation of rare elixirs. Han Li felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of Nji's reaction. Well done. You truly are our great steward of the Zhongxian alliance. Even in my absence, you manage everything so well, Nji said, smiling as he threw an arm around Han Li's shoulder. Han Li was taken aback, surprised that Nji did not chastise him, and he couldn't help but smile in return. The feeling of being trusted and praised is wonderful, especially when it comes from someone he deeply respects like Ji. The popularity of the Long has exceeded my expectations. Over 1,300 foundational level practitioners have already registered for the preliminary rounds. Moreover, many more foundational level cultivators are continuously arriving from afar. Numerous individuals have not had the chance to participate in the preliminaries, and I have already received many complaints and pleas for assistance. Han Li dutifully reported to Nji as part of his responsibilities as the Grand Steward of the Zhongxian Alliance. However, the reality was far more severe than Han Li's brief summary suggested. The foundational level cultivators attending the Long included those from prestigious cultivation families and major sects, as well as numerous malevolent cultivators, rogue practitioners, and demonic beings. The scene was chaotic and challenging to manage. Were it not for the 14 golden core practitioners of the Zhongxian Alliance covertly maintaining control over any disturbances, the Long would likely descend into chaos. Among these 14 golden core practitioners were 4 from the original early golden core level, 2 who had been exchanged with the 3 golden core practitioners from Spirit Beast Mountain, and 7 cultivated anew by Han Li. Are foundational level practitioners still arriving? Nji pondered before responding. Shao Li, spread the word that after the conclusion of the Long, we will host several smaller events. Those who excel in these smaller events will also be rewarded with, and smaller events? Ji. What kind of smaller events do you plan to hold after the Long? Han Li asked curiously, gazing at Nji. The Grand Long, renowned across nations, is based on combat and rankings determined by skill and strength. From what Nji suggested, it seems the smaller events will also feature rankings. However, aside from strength rankings, what other categories could there be for cultivators? Identifying herbs? Analyzing elixir components? Completing incomplete recipes? In truth, Han Li had guessed correctly to some extent. What other smaller events could cultivators host but those relating to the art of cultivation? Refining tools, alchemy, beast taming, ghost handling, insect battles, formation restrictions, and puppet divination. All of these skills could have their own smaller gatherings. Thus, foundational level cultivators from various nations would be able to find their preferred smaller events to participate in. In this way, their journey would not be in vain, as they could expand their knowledge and experience. After all, who before me could have drawn such a grand spectacle, gathering nearly 10 nations' foundational level cultivators in one place? This remarkable achievement would even earn admiration from the founding ancestors of our Kingdom of Yue's 7 top sects. Nji exuded a sense of pride. Han Li quietly listened, his face and eyes betraying an unmistakable smile. He recognized that his Ji was once again boasting. However, upon reflection, Han Li did indeed believe that his Ji possessed extraordinary capabilities, and his actions were indeed remarkable. Bringing together foundational level cultivators from nearly 10 nations was a feat that only Nji could accomplish. Under normal circumstances, who would share precious resources like and to bolster their foundation. Only the Zhangxian alliance, with its substantial resources, could afford to overlook the outflow of such rare elixirs. After all, cultivating the spiritual herbs needed for and takes only a few drops of pseudo-dash. Just a drop of pseudo, diluted in water, can irrigate an entire field of herbs. Moreover, Han Li's small green vial, Zhangtian bottle, continuously produces pseudo-dash. As long as they can enhance the reputation of the Zhangxian alliance and attract an increasing number of followers, all these sacrifices are worthwhile. In fact, during this time, the Zhangxian alliance has indeed seen a notable influx of new members. In addition to the thousands of qi refining practitioners who joined, over 100 foundational level practitioners have also become part of the Zhangxian alliance. As for their motives and hidden agendas, or whether they might be spies, Ji remains unconcerned. Han Li understood that Ji did not mind these matters, which is why he only conducted a symbolic assessment before approving their membership in the Zhangxian alliance. Ji believed that as long as he was alive, he could suppress everything. No conspiracy or petty villain would be able to stir up trouble during this time. Once these individuals fully recognized Ji and understood his esteemed position within the Immortal Alliance, as well as his reputation in the realm of cultivation, they would regard him with the reverence befitting a deity. Brother Ji, will you be presiding over the Qianlong conference and making an appearance before everyone soon? Han Li inquired, his concern evident. The Qianlong conference was currently gathering cultivators from 10 different nations, including righteous sects, evil cultivators, demonic practitioners, and poison masters, creating a chaotic atmosphere. The Immortal Alliance was rapidly becoming the most turbulent and mixed region in the southern parts of the sky. Despite the presence of 14 golden core cultivators secretly suppressing any disturbances, Han Li could not assure that the unidentified golden core cultivators who came to spectate would not cause trouble. Thus, he hoped Ji would make an appearance to instill fear in the petty miscreants. Ji understood Han Li's unspoken thoughts through his gaze. No problem. Let us take a stroll now, Ji replied with a smile. In truth, he indeed needed to make an appearance to showcase his power as the Chief Justice of the Immortal Alliance. Otherwise, how could the diverse cultivators from various nations truly comprehend the formidable might of the Chief Justice? Without feeling his authority, how could these chaotic practitioners ever be made to submit willingly to governance? Soon, local cultivators from the Yue Kingdom noticed Ji's presence. My heavens! Look, everyone! It's the Chief Justice, our Chief Justice of the Immortal Alliance, a nascent soul powerhouse. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, their eyes wide with shock and elation. They had not anticipated such immense fortune to witness the legendary nascent soul cultivator, especially one who had become a fervent idol for countless cultivators, single-handedly establishing a top-tier sect in the Yue Kingdom that rivaled those with over 1,000 years of history in just over 3 years. He had even organized the Qianlong Conference, attracting cultivators from 10 nations, creating a legendary narrative destined to be immortalized in history. Who would not wish to emulate such a Chief Justice? Was this truly the legendary nascent soul cultivator? He appeared strikingly youthful, with a head of dark hair and a face that radiated vitality, embodying the essence of longevity. Cultivators who had never seen a nascent soul practitioner before were secretly awestruck. They gazed intently at Ji's figure, their eyes filled with earnestness, as if they wished to imprint his visage upon their very souls. For many, a nascent soul cultivator was an unattainable myth, and now that they beheld a living, breathing one, they were determined to observe and remember, lest they be dismissed as mere storytellers in the future. I have heard many Foundation establishment cultivators express their disappointment at not being able to attend the Qianlong conference due to the long journey. Indeed, the dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquid hold a fatal allure for any Foundation establishment cultivator, significantly enhancing the chances of condensing a golden core, and they are exceptionally rare. However, you need not worry. While the Qianlong conference offers these 2 precious elixirs, one must rank in the top 10 to obtain them. For those of us within the Immortal Alliance, acquiring the dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquid is far less challenging. Of course, I do not expect all of you to willingly join the Immortal Alliance. Therefore, I have decided to hold a series of smaller meetings after the Qianlong conference. As long as you possess a skill related to refining weapons, alchemy, formations, or puppetry, you may choose to participate in the corresponding smaller meeting. The top 3 will receive rewards of the dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquid. With that, Ji raised his hand and unleashed the great wilderness prisoning hand. An invisible handprint rapidly coalesced above them, shimmering with countless radiant lines of palm patterns, exuding a powerful aura. The surging primal energy brewed within it was terrifying, and while it may not have been capable of shattering mountains with mere fingers, The force Angie exerted was still astonishing enough to send shivers down one's spine. In mere moments, the ground trembled, mountains swayed, and a massive hand-shaped pit with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared a few dozen miles away from the Immortal Alliance's headquarters. The location where this handprint fell will serve as the venue for the smaller meetings following the Qianlong conference. I urge you all to prepare well and strive for excellent results, Angie stated calmly, as if the earth-shattering handprint were of little consequence to him. Yet, the thousands of cultivators gathered at the Immortal Alliance were left completely astounded by the tremors and the monumental handprint. Gradually, expressions of shock and disbelief spread across their faces. Is this truly the strength of a nascent soul cultivator? Such divine power, capable of shaking the heavens and earth. My heavens! Even our nascent soul ancestor from the Tianxing sect in the Yuanwu kingdom can unleash such tremendous force, but that relies on our renowned formations. How formidable! The leader of the Immortal Alliance is indeed a fearsome existence who can face 3 foes of the same rank without faltering, now that he has ascended to nascent soul. I fear even 2 cultivators of the same rank would struggle against him. Countless cultivators marveled at the awe-inspiring might of that colossal handprint, expressing their astonishment. At that moment, a cultivator from the Yu Kingdom revealed an even more sensational piece of news that drew the attention of thousands of foreign cultivators. The Chief Justice of the Immortal Alliance was not merely capable of contending with 2 adversaries of the same rank. You foreign cultivators may not know, but not long ago, one of the top 7 sects in our Yu Kingdom, the Spirit Beast Mountain, sent an ancestor to provoke us, only to be obliterated, leaving behind nothing but a fleeing nascent soul. As for the nascent soul ancestor from Spirit Beast Mountain, who had painstakingly nurtured a green dragon with the combat power equivalent to the early nascent soul stage, it was also subdued by the Chief Justice of the Immortal Alliance. If you do not believe me, I can take you to the Immortal Alliance in a couple of days to see the subdued nascent soul green dragon. And all I ask for is a mid-grade spirit stone as a token of service. Many cultivators from the Yu Kingdom spoke with pride and satisfaction, relishing the glory of having such an unrivaled nascent soul powerhouse as the Chief Justice of the Immortal Alliance. What? This Chief Justice has actually subdued 2 nascent soul cultivators of the same rank? I heard he just recently ascended to nascent soul. The rumors had circulated, and to their astonishment, they were true. The ancestor of Spirit Beast Mountain believed the Chief Justice, being a newly ascended nascent soul, would not be very strong and foolishly approached with arrogance, only to have his body obliterated while his comparable nascent soul beast was subdued by the Chief Justice. My heavens! How terrifying is the strength of this Chief Justice! To be able to suppress 2 seasoned nascent soul cultivators with a mere initial entry into the nascent soul stage. The depths of the Yu Kingdom's cultivation realm are truly formidable. A multitude of cultivators from various nations, upon hearing the tales surrounding Angie, were left utterly speechless. Especially as they felt the impact of that colossal handprint crashing into the earth, the depths of their astonishment reached unprecedented heights. Many cultivators, initially intent on causing turmoil during the Longting conference of the Zhongxian Alliance, fell silent in trepidation. They began to bow their heads and avert their gazes, fearful of drawing the attention of the formidable Chief Justice Ji, who might annihilate them with a mere glance. Ji's invincible and powerful image as the Chief Justice of the Zhongxian Alliance became deeply ingrained in the hearts of the cultivators from the 10 nations. Those golden core cultivators hailing from countries such as Yuanwu, Zijin, Chaiyun, and Jiang were particularly shaken, bowing their heads in submission. The stronger their abilities, the more profound their sense of dread. Especially at the golden core stage, many had been fortunate enough to witness the terrifying prowess of certain nascent soul cultivators. However, the might exhibited by Ji surpassed the majority of what they had previously encountered. If they were to face him directly, it was not merely a matter of a single palm or finger that could shatter their physical forms and obliterate their golden cores, leading to their demise. Cultivators often endure sleepless nights, as the Longting conference continues unabated. Soon, the day arrived for Ji to meet with the ancient fox spirit from Huangfeng Valley. Thunder roared in the sky as Ji ascended into the heavens, traversing vast distances in an instant, arriving at Huadao Workshop, one of the 7 premier cultivation sects in the state of Yu. Naturally, Ji did not make a grand entrance at the workshop's entrance, as that would be too ostentatious. He was mindful of his purpose in secretly discussing an alliance with the ancient fox spirit and thus aimed to remain discreet. The ancient fox spirit soon appeared within Ji's line of sight, speaking candidly and unperturbed by the possibility of eavesdroppers. This was due to the immense power of the nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense, which rendered everything within several dozen miles visible. Should any adept at concealment attempt to eavesdrop, the ancient fox spirit would not be overly concerned. After all, he had already broached the subject of an alliance in front of the nascent soul ancestors of major sects like the Immortality sect and the Qingshu sect. If they were to grow enraged or pressure him, it would only push him toward opposition. The ancient fox spirit did not believe that his longtime acquaintances would be so foolish. The terms of the alliance would prioritize the Zhangxian alliance, with Huangfeng Valley in a subordinate position. During the alliance, Huangfeng Valley must absolutely obey the orders of the Chief Justice without any dissent. In return, Huangfeng Valley would gain the privilege to participate in the highest internal council meetings of the Zhangxian alliance, and its sect leader would hold a status exceeding that of ordinary council members, possessing 3 votes during decision-making. And Ji, observing the ancient fox spirit, directly articulated his stance regarding the alliance. That is impossible. If Huangfeng Valley were to heed your commands, it would be tantamount to being consumed by your Zhangxian alliance. The ancient fox spirit shook his head, a mix of resignation and emotion crossing his face. He had come with a glimmer of hope for an alliance with the Zhangxian alliance, whose overwhelming strength and rapid expansion could undoubtedly benefit Huangfeng Valley. Yet, he had underestimated Ji's domineering nature, which demanded obedience from Huangfeng Valley. Such conditions, fraught with peril, were unacceptable to the ancient fox spirit. Impossible? Yet I expressed my intention to ally with Huangfeng Valley, and you proposed such terms. And Ji retorted, if my Zhangxian alliance is to ally with you, we must adhere to your directives? Is it only permissible for Huangfeng Valley to act tyrannically while my Zhangxian alliance cannot reciprocate? And Ji chuckled lightly. He had once been earnest in his desire to forge an alliance, but now, with Huangfeng Valley's rejection, he would not hesitate to display his own assertiveness. Indeed, he possessed the means to do so. Chapter 64. Shall I take you to count? Zhongling Dao. The ancient fox spirit was infuriated. His fists clenched within his ample robes, his eyes gleaming with fury, wishing to strike down the leader of his own Huangfeng Valley. From Nji's words, how could he not grasp the foolishness of Zhongling Dao? The Zhangxian alliance intended to ally with Huangfeng Valley. Yet Zhongling Dao had unilaterally decided without informing him and imposed harsh conditions. If the Zhangxian alliance were indeed weak, it might be acceptable. However, the current might of the Zhangxian alliance was formidable, especially the fearsome presence of its leader, which even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator like himself found daunting. Zhongling Dao had jeopardized the opportunity for an alliance with the Zhangxian alliance and provoked its leader. How could the ancient fox spirit not wish to strike down Zhongling Dao? Were it not for the belief that there might still be a chance for resolution, the ancient fox spirit would have rushed back immediately to confront Zhongling Dao. Do not be angry, dear elder. Your leader Zhongling Dao's initial attitude was indeed considerate of Huangfeng Valley. However, my decision is final. If Huangfeng Valley wishes to ally with my Zhangxian alliance, it must recognize the supremacy of the Zhangxian alliance. For we possess the foundation to suppress Huangfeng Valley, not to mention whether you can defeat me. Let us consider the golden core cultivators within Huangfeng Valley. Do you not have only 5 or 6? Surely not exceeding 10. Yet my Zhangxian alliance boasts no fewer than 14 golden core cultivators. Upon hearing this, the ancient fox spirit could no longer maintain his composure, his pupils constricting in disbelief. 14 golden core cultivators? Is it not true that your Zhangxian alliance only comprises qi refining and foundation building cultivators? Could it be that these recently joined foreign golden core cultivators? With each word, the ancient fox spirit's mood lightened considerably. The sudden emergence of no fewer than 14 golden core cultivators, likely recent additions, would not instill fear, but rather relief. After all, such cultivators would hardly be wholly devoted to serving the Zhangxian alliance. And Ji, observing the ancient fox spirit's relief, smiled and said, Dear elder, I meant to say that counting those with ulterior motives, my Zhangxian alliance has no fewer than 14 golden core cultivators. And if we exclude them, my Zhangxian alliance currently possesses a solid 14 golden core cultivators. The ancient fox spirit was momentarily speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment. As an elder of Huangfeng Valley, he understood all too well the rarity of a golden core cultivator. Huangfeng Valley, as one of the 7 premier sects in the Yue state, boasted a vast heritage but had only 5 or 6 golden core cultivators. Yet, the leader of the Zhangxian alliance claimed that within merely 3 years of its establishment, the alliance had amassed a substantial 14 golden core cultivators, and this was excluding any foreign cultivators. How could the ancient fox spirit possibly believe such a claim? Do not believe it? I could take you now to count 14, without a single one missing. Of course, Should my brothers secretly distribute dust-cleansing pills and snow spirit liquid to those foundation-building cultivators within my Zhangxian alliance, the number of golden core cultivators would exceed 14. And Ji remarked with a smile, his tone casual, as if the cultivation of golden core cultivators was a trivial matter. The dust-settling pill and snow spirit liquid. Upon hearing this, the old monster Linghu was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a bitter smile. He had forgotten about this. The Celestial Alliance had the audacity to host the Hidden Dragon Conference and reward outsiders with dust-settling pills and snow spirit liquids. Their internal members certainly lacked such boundary-breaking treasures. Moreover, the Celestial Alliance already possessed hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators, who, with the aid of dust-settling pills and snow spirit liquids, could indeed ascend to the Golden Core stage. This was entirely reasonable. The leader of the Celestial Alliance was truly deserving of his title. Linghu gazed at Ji with a complex expression. He was well aware that the current grandeur and profound foundation of the Celestial Alliance were largely attributable to this godlike figure. Rumor had it that when he possessed Golden Core cultivation, 3 top sects from the state of Yue sent Golden Core cultivators to test him. They were easily repelled by him, 1 against 3. It was said that after his ascension to the nascent soul stage, an elder from the Spirit Beast Mountain, one of the 7 top sects in the state of Yue, came to the Celestial Alliance to provoke him. The result was that the early nascent soul Qingjiao True Monarch was obliterated, and even his comparable nascent soul spirit pet was subdued. In Linghu's eyes, and Ji's path to fame as the leader of the Celestial Alliance was nothing short of legendary. It was so astonishing and extraordinary that it evoked a sense of unreality. And now, what is your decision? Will you accept my proposal for an alliance, or not? I hope for a definitive answer. Otherwise, even if I must destroy the Blade Refinement Workshop, I will end your life here. You may test my resolve, of course, or you may feign an alliance. But once I detect your insincerity, I will prioritize annihilating your Yellow Maple Valley over other major sections. You may certainly try. And Ji spoke with a smile. Yet his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. By this point, his patience had worn thin. The choice before Yellow Maple Valley was stark. Either engage in war with the Celestial Alliance or submit to its authority. You are too domineering. Linghu felt a mix of astonishment and anger. However, considering Ji's unfathomable strength and the foundation of the Celestial Alliance, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of helplessness. Yellow Maple Valley had no other options now. Even if he believed he had the strength to fight, he would inevitably fall into a state of seclusion afterward. At that time, the other major sects in the state of Yue would likely seize the opportunity to encroach upon Yellow Maple Valley's territory. Rather than that, it would be better to yield to Ji. We of Yellow Maple Valley can acknowledge the Celestial Alliance as our superior, but you may command only half of our cultivators at most. I need this to ensure the survival of Yellow Maple Valley's legacy and prevent its decline. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to fight you to the death. As he spoke, the aura of his nascent soul surged and stirred. His gaze fixed on Ji with utmost seriousness. The nascent soul within his consciousness also opened its eyes, holding its life-protecting artifact. Its cold and emotionless gaze filled with determination. It was as if it were ready for a life-and-death struggle should Ji refuse to agree. Does that half include you? Ji merely inquired. It does. Linghu's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he spoke with unwavering certainty. Ji immediately smiled, extending a hand. A pleasant alliance it shall be. Chapter 65. The Divine Might of Heaven, the Radiance of the Sun. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully arriving at the Blade Refinement Workshop and checking in. Reward: Spirit Martial Art Heavenly Sun Rotation and a small attainment in Cultivation. Reward: 3 strands of Primordial Purple Qi. Each strand can be decomposed into 99 strands of Primordial Qi. The Blade Refinement Workshop cannot keep its protective formation fully operational at all times. Thus, the basic protective formation could not hinder the steps of Ji and the old monster Linghu. As soon as Ji stepped through the mountain gate of the Blade Refinement Workshop, he heard the familiar prompt from the system. It seemed that perhaps due to the Blade Refinement Workshop's lesser significance in future events, the rewards for checking in were limited to 2 types. Unlike the 3 rewards received during his check-in at Spirit Beast Mountain, where he also received 10 pieces of the precious evil demon blood crystal at the same level as Primordial Purple Qi. Here at the Blade Refinement Workshop, however, only 3 strands of Primordial Purple Qi were awarded. It appeared that future check-ins at other major sects might not yield rewards as abundant as those from Yellow Maple Valley and Spirit Beast Mountain. After all, Yellow Maple Valley was the sect where the fated child Han Li had joined, and Spirit Beast Mountain had colluded with demonic forces to invade the state of Yue. both holding considerable historical significance. And Ji understood everything in his heart. He smiled, not dwelling on it. The current rewards were already satisfactory. The Spirit Martial Art Heavenly Sun Rotation. It is known that every Spirit Martial Art reaches the peak of the Great Perfection stage, possessing the strength equivalent to a God Transformation stage expert. Even if it was merely a small attainment in cultivation, it would be sufficient for Ji to stand his ground against mid-nascent soul cultivators. The indestructible golden body, the great wilderness prison hand, the heavenly sun rotation. Excellent. Now I possess 3 spirit martial arts. Even if all are at the small attainment stage, my combat strength has greatly increased and been fortified. And Ji's eyes sparkled with brilliance as the cultivation of the small attainment stage heavenly sun rotation was imparted. And Ji's breathing seemed to envelop him in a layer of shimmering golden specks. It was as if thousands of golden fragments surrounded him, each glimmering with light, faintly revealing intricate and mysterious patterns. Linghu casually obstructed the probing of the lowly cultivators from the Blade Refinement Workshop, his eyes filled with uncertainty as he observed Ji. For in his sensitive perception, this unfathomable leader of the Celestial Alliance seemed to have grown even more formidable. If before he felt he had a 50% chance of achieving a stalemate against Ji, now Linghu sensed he might only have a 2 or 3% chance to contend evenly with him. If luck were not on his side, he would likely be overpowered. The divine might of heaven, the radiance of the sun. He never anticipated that this martial art would be so ostentatious. Upon opening his eyes, it was as if 2 divine beams pierced through the void. Looking back, Ji was surrounded by a resplendent golden halo, with countless golden fragments shimmering around him, radiating brilliance. Linghu cast a glance behind him before quickly averting his gaze, his heart shaken. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming and terrifying power contained within this resplendent halo, akin to a blazing sun. Even without using his eyes to observe, his mid-nascent soul's spiritual sense continuously alerted him to danger. He dared not release his consciousness to probe. Doing so would likely result in a terrifying barrage of piercing damage, blinding him with that scorching golden light. I can conceal your commotion from the cultivators of the Blade Refinement Workshop. However, the old monster Baidwan hidden within is likely already on high alert. I can sense he hasn't moved, but it's uncertain whether he is gathering strength for a powerful strike. Linghu's mid-nascent soul spiritual sense was quite formidable, making it easy for him to locate the position of the nascent soul Elder Baidwan within the Blade Refinement Workshop. However, Baidwan was also a nascent soul cultivator, and Ji, unrestrainedly sensing and utilizing the heavenly sun rotation just imparted by the system, would naturally attract Baidwan's attention with the powerful aura emanating from it. In the heart of the renowned Blade Refinery, a formidable presence had infiltrated, with awareness still somewhat unclear, suggesting the presence of more than one. It is needless to say that the 100-forged elder was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Even a fool would recognize the imminent danger. Nevertheless, when one speaks of annihilating the Blade Refinery, do you presume I intend to slaughter the thousands of cultivators within? I am not one to revel in bloodshed and cruelty. My sole desire is for the Blade Refinery to join my Celestial Alliance, to honor the Celestial Alliance above all. And Ji chuckled lightly as he spoke. Soon after, he arrived at a cave entrance alongside the Elder Linghu, where waves of scorching heat surged forth. Along the way, not a single cultivator from the Blade Refinery had detected the presence of 2 nascent soul-level powerhouses within their sanctuary. However, deep within the magma chamber of the cave, the 100-forged elder sensed the arrival of Ji and the Elder Linghu through his spiritual awareness. Realizing that 2 nascent soul powerhouses had infiltrated his sect and cornered him in his place of seclusion, it was impossible for the 100-forged elder not to feel anger. Yet upon recognizing that these 2 formidable figures were Ji and the Elder Linghu, a bitter sensation washed over him. The Chief Justice of the Celestial Alliance, Linghu, was truly an ally. Facing just the Elder Linghu alone, the 100-forged elder lacked the confidence to contend, let alone against both the leader of the Celestial Alliance and the infamous Linghu. Once, he had single-handedly forced 6 nascent soul powerhouses to retreat in disarray. Now, standing alone against the leader of the Celestial Alliance, with the Elder Linghu by his side, despair loomed over him. Uncertain of the intentions behind the arrival of the Celestial Alliance's leader and Elder Linghu, the 100-forged elder shook his head in resignation as he appeared at the cave's entrance. Observing the demeanor of the 2, he sensed that there was room for negotiation. Otherwise, a fierce battle would have already erupted. Huangfeng Valley had pledged allegiance to the Celestial Alliance, which now boasted 2 nascent soul cultivators, no fewer than 20 golden core cultivators, and nearly 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators. This formidable array of strength positioned them with the potential to dominate the entire realm of cultivation in the Yue Kingdom. Now, Hundred-Forged Elder, reveal your decision. Submission or annihilation. And Ji proclaimed, producing a vial of essence-nurturing pills, a gift from the foremost cultivator of the human realm. As he uncorked the vial, a captivating fragrance, unique to the essence-nurturing pills, wafted through the air, instantly awakening the nascent soul residing in the Elder Linghu's sea of consciousness, his eyes snapping open with fervent desire fixed upon the vial in Ji's hand. Is this truly a precious pill beneficial for the cultivation of nascent soul cultivators? The Hundred-Forged Elder gazed in disbelief. Like the Elder Linghu, he too recognized the lethal allure this vial held for them. Such a pill, rare beyond measure, would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath among nascent soul powerhouses upon its emergence. The Hundred-Forged Elder felt a stirring within. The long-standing bottleneck he faced might finally loosen due to this pill. Even with just a single pill, he was confident he could ascend to the mid-nascent soul stage within a century. At that point, coupled with his life-bonded treasure, the Hundred-Slashes blade, his strength would not be lacking among mid-nascent soul cultivators. In an instant, the Hundred-Forged Elder's gaze toward the essence-nurturing pill grew heated. The resentment and anger he felt toward Ji's domineering demand for submission dissipated entirely. Compared to the path of the great Tao, such humiliation was trivial. Grant me 3 of these pills, and the Blade Refinery shall forever honor the Celestial Alliance. Retracting his reluctant gaze, the Hundred-Forged Elder solemnly addressed Ji. His demeanor was grave and respectful, as if the culmination of his years of cultivation at the early nascent soul stage surged forth. For a failure in negotiation could result in cataclysmic conflict. 1 pill. I can only offer you 1 essence-nurturing pill. If you desire more, you must earn it. Ji replied calmly. Suddenly, a resonant hum echoed through the air. A radiant wheel, akin to a resplendent sun, materialized behind Ji, its thousands of golden flecks shimmering brightly. The overwhelming power caused the Hundred-Forged Elder to change color, the blinding golden light nearly obscuring his vision and clouding his senses. He has grown even stronger. It had only been a brief period since they last met, and the leader of the Celestial Alliance had once again dramatically increased in power. This divine wheel was unprecedented, exuding an aura that concealed an unsettling sense of crisis, evoking trepidation in the Hundred-Forged Elder. Quickly regaining his composure and taking a deep breath, he remarked, 1 pill will suffice. The Blade Refinery is willing to honor the Celestial Alliance from this day forth. However, if the Chief Justice intends to extinguish my sect and sever our lineage, I shall not agree. The Hundred-Forged Elder relented, fully aware that he was merely putting on a facade to secure as many benefits as possible. After all, as a mere nascent soul cultivator, he could not hope to withstand the onslaught of the Elder Linghu and Ji. Should a fierce battle break out, the entire Blade Refinery would be obliterated. Securing an essence-nurturing pill, which was invaluable for nascent soul cultivators, and joining the Celestial Alliance was undoubtedly the best course of action. Yet, he shared the same concerns as the Elder Linghu, fearing that after joining the Celestial Alliance, he and his disciples might be exploited, suffering countless losses. Hence, the Hundred-Forged Elder made this declaration. If Ji did not acquiesce, then he would have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Agreed. I would never allow the Blade Refinery to suffer needless sacrifices and sever its lineage, Ji responded decisively. To be honest, he had little regard for the disciples of the Blade Refinery. What truly mattered to him was the Hundred-Forged Elder, a nascent soul cultivator of great significance. For soon, the demonic forces would invade, their calamity radiating across multiple nations. Without a robust foundation, resistance would be futile. It is worth noting that each of the 6 demonic sects possesses at least 8 or 9 nascent soul cultivators. The leader of the demonic sect, the Hecatome sect, was even hailed as one of the 3 greatest cultivators of southern Tian. Such a formidable foundation and lineup were what allowed the demonic sects to instill fear throughout southern Tian. The Yue Kingdom, being merely a mid-tier nation within the vast southern region, needed to develop and strengthen its forces to withstand the impending demonic invasion. Ji, despite his current strength, capable of contending against 3 opponents, wondered if he could withstand 10 or even 20. Clearly, he recognized his limitations. He was still far from sufficiently strong. However, being able to simultaneously confront 3 nascent soul cultivators was already astonishing. Yet, to emerge unscathed from the demonic invasion or deter them from provoking him, Ji needed to exert every effort to nurture and expand the Celestial Alliance he had established. Once negotiations concluded, Ji and the Elder Linghu swiftly departed. Meanwhile, the thousands of disciples of the Blade Refinery remained blissfully unaware that, in mere moments, they had become vassals of the Celestial Alliance, with this decision being sealed by their own nascent soul ancestor. From this day forth, the realm of cultivation in the Yue Kingdom would indeed witness the rise of a true hegemon. The 100-forged elder gazed in the direction Ji had departed, his heart filled with profound reflections. After casting a discerning glance at the precious Yuanying pill in hand, he hesitated not a moment before retreating deeper into the cavern for meditation. Simultaneously, a communication talisman transformed into a fireball, blazing fiercely as it swiftly exited the cave and arrived before the leader of the Huadao sect. Lines of text materialized in the void, causing the leader's expression to shift dramatically. Henceforth, our Huadao sect is to revere the Zhongxian Alliance and unconditionally obey the commands of its leader? How could the ancestor entertain such thoughts? Has some unforeseen circumstance arisen? This cannot stand. I must seek an audience with the ancestor directly. The leader of the Huadao sect, in a flurry, was filled with disbelief and urgency. The Huadao sect, esteemed as one of the 7 premier cultivation sects in the Yue Kingdom, was now compelled to bow before the Zhongxian Alliance, which had only risen to prominence a mere 3 years ago. If this news were to leak, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from other major sects. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that 3 of the top sects in the Yue Kingdom had already submitted to the Zhongxian Alliance, with the Spirit Beast Mountain having been overtaken and Huangfeng Valley having joined its ranks. The formidable alliance now comprised an astonishing strength and depth. Were the leader of the Huadao sect to learn of this, he would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. However, as merely a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, even as the leader, he could not possibly grasp matters pertaining to the nascent soul level. Meanwhile, the ongoing Qianlong conference hosted by the Zhongxian Alliance was ablaze with fervor. This unprecedented grand event had already drawn nearly 10 nations worth of cultivators, especially with the announcement of the 100 Assembly. The Zhongxian Alliance, already renowned, was now achieving a prominence that overshadowed even the top sects of those 10 nations. Countless cultivators, wielding their magical artifacts or escaping in beams of light, flocked towards the Zhongxian Alliance with singular focus. Have you heard? The Qianlong Conference has entered the fiercely competitive phase of the top 32. The battles are extraordinarily intense. My heavens, it has come to this stage, with elite foundation establishment masters from 10 nations converging in fierce competition. Such duels must be exhilarating. Not just exhilarating. You may not realize that the top contenders in the first 100 of the Qianlong Conference are predominantly late-stage foundation establishment experts, with even some early to mid-stage anomalies capable of contending against late-stage opponents. Goodness, this event is truly unprecedented in hundreds, even thousands of years. Had I known, I would have come sooner. To witness such powerful foundation establishment cultivators in battle is a rarity one may never encounter in a lifetime. A multitude of cultivators buzzed with excitement, their faces flushed as they discussed the event, as if they themselves were among the 32 champions shining in the Qianlong Conference. The top sects of the Yue Kingdom, such as Yue Sect, Qingshu Sect, and the Great Sword Sect, were also keenly observing the proceedings of the Qianlong Conference. Amidst their astonishment, they also felt an overwhelming sense of anger and helplessness at the influx of foreign cultivators into their territory, as it challenged their own prestige. Countless cultivators from other nations brazenly traversed what they believed to be their domain. How could this fail to incite their wrath? Yet they dared not intervene, for they could not hope to halt the tide. Other nations possessed their own formidable sects and nascent soul cultivators. Any conflict would be difficult to resolve. Moreover, these cultivators hailed from no fewer than 10 nations, each with diverse backgrounds. Their few sects could hardly withstand the onslaught. Not to mention the ticking time bomb that was the Zhongxian Alliance. Should they confront the 10 nations cultivators and face the wrath of nascent soul experts? While the Zhongxian Alliance lurked in the background, the consequences would be disastrous. Currently, the top sects of the Yue Kingdom, including Yue Sect, Tianke Fortress, Qingshu Sect, and the Great Sword Sect, could only consolidate their forces. They fortified the protection of their medicinal gardens, spirit stone mines, and other resources within their territories. Otherwise, if they were to lose their resources to rogue cultivators and malevolent forces from other nations, their plight would be dire. As the competition for the top 32 in the Qianlong Conference unfolded, the excitement among cultivators from various nations surged even higher. With no fewer than 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators having registered, vying for the title of the strongest 32, how could this not stir their passions? Nearly everyone understood that those who reached this stage among the foundation establishment cultivators, even in defeat, would be unmatched in strength across the 10 nations. To advance to the 32 amidst over 1,000 competitors was a testament to their prowess. Jin Jinzi from the Tianqing sect of the Yuanwu Kingdom was exceptionally formidable, employing a three-step illusion formation unrivaled in the 10 nations. Thus far, no one had managed to breach it. Zhao Kuan from the Xindao Pavilion of the Zijin Kingdom was also remarkable, despite being merely in the early stage of foundation establishment. He had managed to seize a place among the top 32 using the fearsome blood ritual artifact, the Black Dragon Claw. Ding Pin from the Tianxiang Palace of the Shuyuan Kingdom was rumored to possess a three-sun physique, only slightly inferior to a heavenly root. Wielding terrifying combat power with shadow clones crafted from the souls of 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, nearly indistinguishable from reality. Cultivators from various nations and sects discussed amongst themselves, their voices filled with awe. Based on the performances exhibited by these top foundation establishment masters during their duels, countless perceptions of the foundation establishment level had been reshaped. Many were astounded, feeling that to engage in such battles at this level would leave them breathless and defeated. Even some Golden Core cultivators, upon witnessing the events, gasped in astonishment. The majority of Golden Core cultivators believed that had they encountered such ferocious top-tier foundation establishment cultivators in their prime, they would not have fared well. Once these individuals participated in the Qianlong Conference and obtained the Falling Dust Pill, the Snow Spirit Liquid, and the Tian Nan, it was likely that many new stars among Golden Core cultivators would rise swiftly. They too would undoubtedly be formidable, potentially rivaling even seasoned Golden Core cultivators. One could only wonder whether the Zhangxian Alliance's hosting of the Qianlong Conference would be a boon or a bane for the world of cultivation. In the future, the emergence of new Golden Core cultivators would likely stem from the victors of such brutal contests. Witnessing their duels was already a source of trepidation. If one were to stand at the same level, I doubt I could suppress them. The Qianlong Conference is truly terrifying. Not merely terrifying. I sense that the leader of the Zhangxian Alliance is akin to a master of puppetry, gathering cultivators from multiple nations to engage in duels for ascension, with only the final 10 achieving the opportunity to advance to the Golden Core level. It is evident to all, in the future, such Golden Core cultivators may well become the apex of strength, their prowess far beyond those who ascended through the benevolence of their sects. Golden Core cultivators, observing the duels, were filled with myriad emotions. As Golden Core cultivators, they felt an unprecedented pressure from this assembly of foundation establishment cultivators. However, this Qianlong Conference undeniably broadened their horizons, revealing that the strength of foundation establishment cultivators could reach astonishing heights. Some of the magical artifacts, techniques, and talismans used by these foundation establishment cultivators were enough to leave them moved and envious. Yet, none dared to harbor ulterior motives. Not only was the leader of the Zhangxian Alliance capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth, but each of those who made it to the top 32 was a formidable figure. 80% of them hailed from backgrounds that would instill fear. Otherwise, there would not be such an endless array of strategies, artifacts, talismans, formations, puppets, and secret techniques that dazzled the eye. Dare to provoke them, and who knows? One day the entrance to their own sect might be blocked by one or even several nascent soul ancestors. However, just before the top 10 competitors of the Qianlong Conference commenced their fierce contest, an unexpected guest appeared on the side of the Zhangxian Alliance. A terrifying aura leaked forth unchecked, causing countless cultivators to lift their heads towards the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Even the Golden Core cultivators were left shaken, some looking on in horror at the newcomer. There, standing in the void, was a formidable figure whose presence caused the surrounding atmosphere to swirl into vortexes of spiritual energy. He was none other than a white-robed powerhouse adorned with 5 golden stripes on his sleeves. The Yuling sect, a nascent soul ancestor. Cursed be it. How could a nascent soul powerhouse from the 6 sects of the demon path appear within the Zhangxian Alliance? This was a grave matter. The collective strength of the 4 righteous sects of the 6 sects of the demon path was unrivaled in southern Tian. Even the Tiandao Alliance and the 9 Nations Alliance paled in comparison. As one of the 6 sects of the demon path, the Yuling sect was rumored to have more than 5 nascent soul strongholds. Clearly, the Zhangxian Alliance had attracted their attention due to its burgeoning prominence. Upon recognizing the attire of the visitor, several Golden Core cultivators could not help but change their expressions. They hastily concealed their auras and gathered their fellow cultivators, preparing to flee at a moment's notice. The fearsome reputation of the 6 sects of the demon path was not mere talk. If they were truly targeted, even the leader of the Zhangxian Alliance could not contend against 2 nascent soul powerhouses simultaneously. no matter how formidable the leader was. He could not possibly stand against the numerous nascent soul experts amassed within the Yue sect. Moreover, this was only the Yue sect. If other sects from the 6 sects of the demon path also set their sights on the Zhongxian alliance, even the combined might of the entire cultivation world of the Yue nation would be insufficient to withstand their assault, leading to catastrophic losses. The Zhongxian alliance truly commanded great prestige. To gather cultivators from 10 nations to partake in this unprecedented gathering in southern Tian. The leader of the Zhongxian alliance undoubtedly possessed exceptional qualities. Yet, after bullying our branch, the Spirit Beast Mountain, and causing the annihilation of our nascent soul cultivators stationed there, as well as the suppression of our life-bound spirit pets, should the Zhongxian alliance not provide the Yue sect with an explanation? A thunderous voice erupted from the Yue sect's nascent soul expert, his piercing gaze akin to lightning, nearly tearing apart the overcast sky. Chapter 68. What kind of secret technique is this? What? The Spirit Beast Mountain, one of the top 7 cultivation sects in the Yue nation, is actually a branch of the Yue sect, one of the 6 sects of the demon path. How could this be possible? If this is true, then the foundation of the 6 sects of the demon path is utterly terrifying. Who knows how many branches they have in various nations? Indeed, the Spirit Beast Mountain alone possesses a nascent soul ancestor to oversee it, and even harbors a spirit beast comparable to a nascent soul early-stage creature. If the Yue sect has branches in many countries, the extent of the demon path's power is unfathomable. Upon hearing the words of the Yue sect's nascent soul expert, countless cultivators turned pale with fear. The southern Tian region encompasses 2 large nations, over a dozen medium-sized nations, and no less than 40 small ones. The existence of a branch of the 6 sects of the demon path hidden within a medium-sized nation, like you can only imply that similar branches are likely concealed within other nations as well. The thought that there might be a branch of one of the 6 sects of the demon path lurking within their own nation caused many cultivators to grow anxious and worried. What? Our Spirit Beast Mountain is actually a branch of the Yue sect, one of the 6 sects of the demon path. Yet we have been rooted in the Yue nation's cultivation world for thousands of years. Some of the lower-ranked cultivators of the Spirit Beast Mountain were oblivious to this fact, feeling both shocked and bewildered. But these truths remain. Moreover, Ji also knew that not only the Spirit Beast Mountain, but also the Moon Concealing Sect, which is guarded by 3 nascent soul cultivators, is a branch of the 6 sects of the demon path, and indeed a subsidiary of the leading sect, the Hehuan sect. These branch sects were mostly established in the millennia following the end of ancient times, flourishing ever since. However, unlike the Spirit Beast Mountain, the Moon Concealing Sect has long severed ties with the Hehuan sect and exists independently. Otherwise, in the predetermined trajectory of fate, the Yue nation's cultivation world would have succumbed to the invasion of the demon path, and the Moon Concealing Sect would not have fled to the northern Liang nation within the 9 Nations Alliance, taking root in the resource-poor Linglong Mountain. It's over. It's over. The strength of the demon path is overwhelming, and the Yue sect is so powerful that the Zhongxian alliance has been targeted. We are surely facing disaster. A single sect from the 6 sects of the demon path could rival our entire Yue nation's cultivation world. Although the presiding judge of the Zhongxian alliance possesses extraordinary combat strength, he may find himself overwhelmed. The members of the Zhongxian alliance, already numerous and of diverse character, began to exhibit signs of fear, contemplating escape. They were not deaf. Hearing the discussions around them made them acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the demon path and the might of the Yue sect. One sect could nearly rival a nation. How could the Zhongxian alliance, which is yet to establish dominance even in the Yue nation, hope to resist this? Ji Gu. Han Li approached Ji, his expression also reflecting concern. Initially, Han Li viewed the Yue nation's cultivation world as paramount, followed closely by those of other nations. Yet he had not anticipated that within the vast southern Tian region, such a formidable force as the 6 sects of the demon path would be lurking. As the Grand Manager of the Zhongxian Alliance, Han Li understood the current foundation and strength of the Zhongxian Alliance better than anyone else. Consequently, he was deeply concerned for Ji. If possible, he even wished to whisk Ji away to safety. After all, he had memorized the alchemical formulas, and as long as there were seeds, he could cultivate the spiritual herbs anew using the Zhangtian bottle. He could help his most beloved Ji Gu swiftly rebuild the Zhongxian alliance anywhere in the world. However, to risk confronting the Yue sect of the 6 sects of the demon path here, should it attract more powerful adversaries, they would be hard-pressed to escape. Thus, Han Li gazed at Ji, his eyes filled with urgency and concern, as if urging him to flee. We should run while we still can. It may soon be too late. The power of the 6 sects of the demon path is immensely formidable, with countless hidden branches, potentially amounting to over 100 nascent soul experts. And Ji looked at Han Li with a sense of resignation, sensing the instinctive urge to flee once again rising within him. Evading danger has never been his favored choice. Though the 6 sects of the demon path are strong and boast numerous nascent soul experts, there are also the 4 righteous sects to balance them. The combined forces of the righteous and the demonic constitute the most potent power in southern Tian. Additionally, there exists the Tiandao Alliance, the 9 Nations Alliance, and a multitude of rogue cultivators, each with no less than 10 nascent soul experts. In this vast expanse of southern Tian, and Ji does not believe that the 6 sects of the demon path can unleash their full potential against him. After all, the 4 righteous sects, the Tiandao Alliance, and the 9 Nations Alliance are not to be underestimated. How could they idly watch the 6 sects of the demon path grow stronger? Otherwise, in the predetermined trajectory of fate, the invasion of the Yu Nation, the Yuanwu Nation, and others would not have progressed so slowly. If they could truly mobilize their full strength for war, the cultivation worlds of the invaded nations would have fallen within a matter of days. Boom. At that moment, an invisible handprint suddenly materialized above the dome. A fierce and overwhelming presence surged forth, exuding a terrifying primal energy that could cause foundational cultivators to cough blood and retreat. 3 fingers then descended rapidly, targeting the nascent soul expert of the Yuling sect, even though the 3rd finger was not yet fully formed, and its spiritual light was somewhat indistinct. It still possessed a terrifying power capable of annihilating life, built upon the foundation of the 2 fingers that could shatter mountains and rivers. To comprehend the vastness of the great wilderness and the power of the prisoning heaven hand, it is evident that even its 2 fingers can contend fiercely against mid-stage Yuanian cultivators. The remnants of the 3-fingered annihilation technique can challenge even late-stage Yuanian practitioners, let alone subdue a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator from the Yuling sect. With a stifled grunt, the Yuling sect's mid-stage Yuanian cultivator, despite his desperate resistance, was overpowered, his chest caving in, and his complexion paling as he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. The momentum did not wane. His originally pristine white robe became mottled with crimson, and he plummeted from the heavens to the earth. The 3 colossal fingers exerted their pressure upon the universe, suppressing him deep into the ground. What sorcery is this? Came the indignant and bewildered roar from the depths of the earth, where the Yuling sect's mid-stage Yuanian cultivator struggled against his fate. He could hardly believe that a practitioner of his caliber had been so effortlessly subdued by mere fingers. It is well known that after reaching the Yuanian stage, the chasm between each minor realm is as vast and insurmountable as a gulf. Within the sprawling Tiannan region, there are no fewer than 200 Yuanian cultivators, yet only 3 have ascended to the late Yuanian stage, becoming the most formidable of practitioners, known as the 3 great cultivators of Tiannan, representing the pinnacle of power in the region. For one to be a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator is to possess unparalleled strength and nobility. Subdued. How could this be? The emergence of the Judgment Elder's mysterious hand technique, now capable of manifesting 3 fingers, was utterly terrifying. Was this truly the extent of the Judgment Elder's power? A Yuanian expert suppressed in the blink of an eye, his strength had evidently grown, rendering him an invincible force that instilled despair. Countless onlookers were filled with shock and trepidation, their voices rising in astonishment. And Ji's prowess had rendered them speechless, leaving them in awe. If the Yuling sect's Yuanian cultivators could be so easily subdued, what fate awaited those other sects reliant on their own Yuanian foundations when confronting the Zhongxian alliance? Yet these cultivators remained oblivious, and Ji was not merely suppressing an ordinary mid-stage Yuanian cultivator, but rather one of considerable stature. Chapter 69 Release me at once. Some of the Zhongxian alliance cultivators, initially gripped by fear and attempting to flee, froze upon witnessing the Yuling sect's formidable Yuanian expert being vanquished. In an instant, they hurried back to the Zhongxian alliance, some even shouting fervently alongside their peers in praise of the invincible Judgment Elder. The Judgment Elder is unparalleled. He is a paragon of strength, they cried. Their hearts, however, grew cold with dread. Oh no, had I known the Judgment Elder was this formidable, I would not have run, they lamented internally. If the invincible Judgment Elder discovered their cowardice, they would surely face harsh repercussions. Anxiety and fear gripped their hearts, yet outwardly, they shouted louder, extolling in Ji's unmatched prowess. Each of them shouted until their faces turned red and they coughed violently. Goodness, my friends, your fervor is quite the display of devotion to the Judgment Elder, remarked a cultivator, astonished and somewhat admiring. The fervent praises from those extolling Nji's imposing presence elicited bitter smiles among them. Fervent fans, indeed. Were it not for the fear of retribution from the Judgment Elder, would we be so vocal? Such a powerful Yuanian cultivator could suppress others with a mere gesture. The Zhongxian alliance had become a veritable pillar of strength. They would endure any punishment to remain in its embrace. The Spirit Beast Mountain has violated the dignity of the Zhongxian alliance and provoked my authority, a crime unforgivable. Today, you, the Yuling sect, shall face my wrath as I impose your punishment. You have 10 days to surrender the Yuanying of the true monarch Qingjiao and compensate with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, every Yuanying cultivator from your sect shall be subdued. Nji's resonant voice echoed far and wide, exuding an unmistakable air of dominance and defiance towards the Yuling sect. His demands for compensation astounded countless cultivators from the 10 nations. After all, a being capable of effortlessly subduing a Yuanying cultivator possessed ample arrogance. The curiosity among the masses now lay in how the Yuling sect would respond to this audacious affront. Meanwhile, deep below the earth, the Yuling sect's mid-stage Yuanying cultivator remained trapped, the primal energies of the great wilderness threatening to shatter his spine, his bones cracking under the pressure. Rage boiled within him, his eyes blazing crimson, yearning to obliterate Nji. While conceding the demand for the Yuanying of true monarch Qingjiao, he seethed at the audacity of being extorted for 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to an astounding 100 million low-grade spirit stones. The audacity of the Zhongxian alliance's leader was infuriating. Release me. How am I to convey your terms to my sect if you keep me imprisoned here? When will the Yuling sect receive your message? The mid-stage Yuanying cultivator found himself in a state of deep frustration, nearly choking on his anger. To be subdued so swiftly and buried so deep was a humiliation he had never before experienced. Resolute, he vowed that once Nji released him, he would return with a cadre of dark cultivators to annihilate this arrogant leader of the Zhongxian alliance. 3 fingers to suppress him? He would accept that. 3 fingers could not possibly subdue him every time. He was convinced that unless faced with a late-stage Yuanying cultivator, it was impossible for anyone to wield such terrifying power. Thus, he concluded that Nji's suppression must have employed some secret technique, one that surely bore a significant cost, rendering it unsustainable for repeated use. Unfortunately for him, Nji had no intention of releasing him. As a prominent member of the 6 sects of the Dark Path, the Yuling sect had countless disciples. How could he allow even a whisper of news to escape their grasp? I am in no rush. I can wait patiently. I shall see how long you are willing to delay your compensation. As for your audacity to encroach upon the territory of the Zhongxian alliance, I shall suppress you for a century, as a warning to others. Nji's words reverberated through the heavens and earth, resonating like thunder. Almost everyone heard the coldness and dominance embedded in Nji's declaration, as if the Yuling sect were nothing more than insignificant pests in his eyes. A century. To suppress a Yuanying expert for 100 years. Many cultivators found it difficult to swallow, recalling how once the exalted figures they revered seemed utterly diminished and vulnerable before the leader of the Zhongxian alliance. Such a sight stirred within them a profound shock and trembling of the soul. News of Nji's monumental battle quickly spread to the surrounding nations of the Yu Kingdom, particularly as the subdued Yuanying cultivator hailed from one of the 6 sects of the Dark Path. The explosive news threatened to ripple across much of the Tiannan region. Boom. As the Celestial Alliance gained increasing prominence in Tiannan, a deafening thunderclap erupted, and Nji transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring into the heavens in an instant. Soon, his figure plummeted onto the desolate expanse of the blood-forbidden land, where the secret realm had opened. With the ancient token in hand, Nji swiftly connected with the hidden blood-soaked realm nestled within the void, which was tethered to the human world. Grasping the flesh-crumbling skeletal remains of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Spirit Control sect, Nji utilized the ancient token to unravel the restrictive winds, stepping into the secret realm. The reason this mid-stage nascent soul cultivator from the Spirit Control sect had transformed into such a grotesque state of blood and bone was that he could not withstand the devastating side effects of the 9 Heavens Thunderstep, a technique riddled with flaws and boundless potential. Nji's physical form had already endured the effects of the 9 Heavens Thunderstep multiple times, rendering him exceptionally resilient. Coupled with the indestructible golden body granted by his martial arts mastery, he was naturally unharmed. In contrast, the Spirit Control sect cultivator, who lacked physical cultivation and defensive techniques, was in a state of utter exhaustion, a situation entirely to be expected. However, within the depths of his mind, The Spirit Control Sect cultivator was on the brink of collapse. He could scarcely fathom that the leader of the Celestial Alliance was so inhuman. What had merely been a mysterious and eerie escape technique had unleashed a tremendous repulsive force and electric current that nearly shattered his corporeal form. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have fled at the moment G's binding power was weakest, when his body was disintegrating. Yet, upon further reflection, he found himself reluctant to part with his original form. Losing his corporeal body was no trivial matter. In his current state, with substantial effort and resources, he could still recover. Yet, at this moment, the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator of the Spirit Control Sect was also filled with trepidation. Realizing that Ng had brought him into a secret realm, the leader of the Celestial Alliance possessed the mastery to freely traverse such a realm. There appeared to be no discernible restrictions, an extraordinary freedom, further complemented by a token specifically designed to dismantle the external barriers of the secret realm, allowing for unrestricted entrance and exit. It is well understood that such secret realms are rare throughout Tiannan, often signifying unparalleled value. Even the formidable forces such as the 6 demonic sects, the 4 righteous sects, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and the 9 Nations Alliance would covet them, willing to fight to the death for possession. For a powerful faction, the opportunity to relocate entirely into such a secret realm for prosperity and growth would be immense. Any external attempts at ambush or infiltration, let alone direct assault, would be exponentially more challenging. Hence, the value of such an exploitable secret realm is virtually incalculable. Chapter 70. I am benevolent yet. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator of the Spirit Control Sect felt increasingly anxious. The mere exposure of such a valuable secret realm to him left him terrified of how the leader of the Celestial Alliance might decide to deal with him. A century of suppression. If he were confined within such a secret realm, the likelihood of escape would indeed be almost impossible. Leader of the Celestial Alliance, do you truly intend to imprison me for 100 years? My sect, the 6 demonic sects, is tightly bound, with the leading Hahuan sects, Hahuan Old Demon, being one of the 3 great cultivators of Tiannan. Should you deeply offend us, even with your formidable secret arts, you would face endless retribution from our faction. Would it not be wiser to release me? I could offer you the nascent soul of the Azure Flood Dragon True Monarch and compensate you with 15,000 high-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator transmitted this thought to Ng. To be candid, he was beginning to feel fear. 100 years is neither a short nor a long time, especially to be suppressed by this enigmatic leader of the Celestial Alliance for that duration. He could scarcely believe how he would be treated thereafter. Thus, he preferred to offer a greater price than face such confinement. Ng merely smiled gently, responding, "You believe that having glimpsed my secret realm, I would allow you to leave unscathed? Moreover, the 15,000 high-grade spirit stones you offer are merely 5,000 more than my initial demand. Do you truly value your life so little? Do not rush. Do not panic, and do not contemplate escaping my grasp. Soon you will find that you will come to love it here." As he spoke, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator of the Spirit Control Sect felt a chill run down his spine at the sight, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. Shortly after, Ng led him directly to the core of the secret realm, the Tower of Sealing Demons. Witnessing the vast expanse of ancient architecture stretching for miles within the secret realm, the Spirit Control Sect cultivator was filled with both curiosity and unease. His interest in the mysterious background and depth of the leader of the Celestial Alliance grew, yet so too did his fear and anxiety regarding his impending fate. Ng remained silent, guiding him into the Tower of Sealing Demons until they reached the deepest point beside the ancient stone well, where the inscription was still discernible. Without hesitation, Ng leaped into the weathered stone well with him. When they re-emerged, they found themselves on the 3rd level of the Tower of Sealing Demons. Upon arrival, Ng immediately felt an unprecedented sense of freshness and clarity, contrasting sharply with his previous visit when the air had been thick with malevolent energy, corrosive to both body and soul. The source of this transformation was undoubtedly the demon-devouring primordial tree that Ng had planted during his last visit. The tree now stood resplendent, resembling a piece of exquisite white jade, approximately 6 feet tall, its branches crafted by nature's own hand, breathtakingly beautiful. Lush, translucent green leaves unfurled, partially concealing several pearlescent fruits in the process of ripening. Strands of verdant veins clung to the fruits, shimmering as if nourishing them toward maturity. It almost appeared as though the fruits were becoming translucent, within which vast waves of milky energy surged and danced, occasionally morphing into beasts or ethereal birds, displaying extraordinary phenomena. Yet, at this moment, The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator from the spirit control sect stood transfixed, stammering, ancient. Ancient demons. A glance around revealed that within this courtyard, adorned with 36 ancient stone pavilions, no less than 19 strands of demonic energy surged violently. As he probed with his spiritual sense, he instinctively felt a profound sense of repulsion and nausea, a deep aversion that nearly conjured demonic illusions within his sea of consciousness. Ancient demons. Truly, ancient demons. This place was sealing no less than 19 remnants of the demonic clan from ancient times, still lingering in the human realm. What was the leader of the Celestial Alliance planning? Why had he brought me here? Quickly retracting his spiritual sense, the eyes of the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator brimmed with shock and dread. The ancient era had been a time when transformation stage cultivators could freely descend upon the human world. In that epoch, both the spiritual and human realms had expended immense resources to repel the invasions from the demonic realm, not to mention the current Tian Nan, which lacked even a transformation stage cultivator. Moreover, he was merely a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. If he were to be sealed here, he could scarcely imagine the torment he would endure. He had witnessed, with his own eyes, a demon with the head of a leopard and the body of a python nearly breaking free from its crystalline prison, its terrifying visage protruding ominously. If he were to remain imprisoned for a century, it was almost certain, no, it was absolutely inevitable, that he would be corrupted into a twisted being, both mentally and physically, by these ancient demons. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I should never have offended the majesty of the Celestial Alliance, nor should I have dared to provoke you. Please, let me go. As long as you grant me my freedom, I shall, upon returning to my sect, spare no effort to dismantle the enmity between your Celestial Alliance and my spirit-controlling sect. I implore you. Fear gripped him, his eyes trembling with trepidation. Very well. I shall overlook this frightful display and grant you my forgiveness. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you a remarkable opportunity. And Ji withdrew his gaze from the demon-devouring tree, smiling at the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator of the spirit-controlling sect. It is rare to capture a nascent soul powerhouse, especially one of such formidable strength. And Ji could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the transformations that the blood of the malevolent would invoke within him. This demon suppression tower had once sealed away a total of 29 ancient demons, yet now only 19 remained. Nevertheless, the transparent crystals of confinement and the sealing talismans hanging from the octagonal eaves of the stone pavilion still persisted. Without hesitation, Ji thrust the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator of the spirit-controlling sect into a stone pavilion that had previously contained ancient demons. He replaced the sealing talismans with more potent ones and doubled the number of demon-dispersing bells. Amidst the furious roars of the cultivator, Ji flicked a drop of malevolent blood towards his brow. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, his entire being began to tremble violently, his flesh quaking like grains of sand, rising and falling as if something were about to pierce through. A soft pop echoed, akin to a seed breaking its shell, as an eerie red light burst forth from his brow, forming a bizarre chrysanthemum pattern. Holy Ancestor, as if sensing something, the previously lethargic consciousness of the 19 ancient demons, drained by the demon-devouring tree, surged to life, exhibiting intense fluctuations. The demon with the leopard head and serpent body, partially revealed from the sealing crystal, widened its eyes in disbelief. Chapter 71, The Fruit of the Great Path. They could sense the unique aura of the demon world's holy ancestor emanating from this human cultivator. The number of holy ancestors in the demon world is a mystery to nearly all ancient demons. However, it is undeniable that each holy ancestor possesses unparalleled power and overwhelming demonic might, unlike other demon clans, most of whom are humans or beast races that have undergone corruption or training in demonic arts. The holy ancestors of the demon world are primarily primordial demons born during its inception, possessing extraordinary potential and innate advantages. It is precisely due to the existence of these holy ancestors that the demon world can invade one realm after another, spreading true demonic energy and nurturing countless demon clans. Thus, the holy ancestors of the demon world are both sacred and powerful, revered above all, embodying supreme glory. Now, these ancient demons were astonished to sense even a trace of the holy ancestor's aura emanating from this human, even if the aura was faint, akin to that of a descendant of a certain holy ancestor. The inherent suppression from the bloodline and soul remains unchanged. How could this be possible? During the invasion of the human realm, there were no descendants of the holy ancestors involved. How could you possess such blood? The ancient demon with the leopard head and serpent body found this utterly inconceivable. In the invasion of the human realm millennia ago, even with 3 holy ancestors leading the demon clans, they only participated by possessing souls and taking over bodies before joining the invasion. Moreover, there were no descendants of the holy ancestors in that war. Human cultivators could never obtain the blood of a holy ancestor. Holy ancestor blood? According to this ancient demon, this malevolent blood seems to resemble the blood of a holy ancestor's descendant. Although it lacks the terrifying power of the original blood, it is still extraordinary. And G's eyes flickered as he pondered. The holy ancestors of the demon world represent an exceedingly formidable and terrifying group. Each of them possesses at least the cultivation of the great ascension stage, marking the pinnacle of combat capability in the human realm. Some exceptionally powerful holy ancestors even reached the tribulation stage, capable of ascending upon overcoming their trials. The malevolent blood derived from the system's reward, akin to the blood of a holy ancestor's descendant, made Ng feel he had struck a significant fortune. This blood of a holy ancestor holds immeasurable value. No wonder that previous late-stage golden core cultivators succumbed to madness, transforming grotesquely. Even the inherited blood of a holy ancestor is not something weak cultivators can withstand. Moreover, the blood of a holy ancestor inherently possesses corrosive and distorting powers against non-demonic beings. How dare you refer to this mere malevolent blood as holy ancestor blood before me? Ng cast a glance at the ancient demon with the leopard head and serpent body, letting out a cold snort. His body erupted with the indomitable golden form of his martial arts, radiating a resplendent golden light imbued with eternal might, swiftly obliterating the flesh and demonic thoughts of the leopard-headed serpent-bodied demon, causing it to wail in agony. The other 18 ancient demons, upon hearing this, hurriedly retracted their demonic thoughts, feigning death as if they had been nearly drained by the demon-devouring tree. Ng paid them no further mind, and instead turned his attention to the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator of the spirit-controlling sect. Regardless of whether he could withstand the distorting and aberrant powers of the malevolent blood and successfully transform into a demon, Ng was unperturbed. For whether this mid-stage nascent soul cultivator could endure or not, he would still emanate demonic energy, providing nourishment for the demon-devouring tree. Should he successfully undergo the baptism of the malevolent blood and transform into a demon, it might yield unique rewards for Ng. However, he did not press the matter. With 97 portions of malevolent blood remaining, there would be ample opportunities. There was no need to rush. He wondered if pouring the malevolent blood at the base of the demon-devouring tree would hasten the ripening of the spirit-origin fruits. Ng suddenly entertained this thought. The fruits hanging from the demon-devouring tree were irresistibly tempting, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air, causing every cell and muscle in one's body to tremble with delight. Infused with immense energy, it seemed that consuming a single spirit-origin fruit would lead to an extraordinary transformation of the flesh, significantly enhancing one's cultivation. Without further ado, Ng flicked a drop of malevolent blood towards the base of the demon-devouring tree. In the blink of an eye, the crystalline drop of crimson blood transformed into countless fine threads, seeping into the soil in a most peculiar manner. Yet, the demon-devouring tree, naturally adept at countering malevolent forces, trembled with excitement upon sensing the presence of the malevolent blood. Luminous streams began to swirl around the tree, enveloping it in a kaleidoscope of divine radiance. Within this ethereal glow, crimson lines ascended along the veins of the demon-devouring tree, their color fading as they rose, seemingly digested by the tree. With a soft pop, the demon-devouring tree sprouted a new branch, upon which tender buds rapidly grew, blossoming into fruition. In mere moments, 2 plump spirit-origin fruits had matured, nestled amidst the vibrant green leaves. Within the 2 exquisitely beautiful fruits, their surfaces entwined with the verdant luminescence of nature, one can discern the ethereal energies swirling within, occasionally manifesting as a chrysanthemum, almost bursting forth to fill the heavens and earth, causing the spiritual essence within to surge violently. The fruit of the great path. This peculiar and sinister tree, having absorbed the blood of the sacred ancestors' progeny, astonishingly produces fruits imbued with the profound essence of that sacred ancestor's true self. Though not exceedingly rich, it undeniably possesses the authentic flavor of the sacred ancestor's great path, allowing a glimpse into the might and methods of that venerable being. The ancient demon with the head of a leopard and the body of a python gasped in astonishment, unable to contain its desire. Its fierce eyes fixated on the spiritual fruit, filled with longing and excitement, yearning to devour it in one gulp. However, upon meeting Ng's expressionless gaze, It immediately shut its eyes, taking deep, slow breaths, feigning death as if the words it had just spoken had not come from it at all. It feared that Ng would deal with it again. Having endured nearly 10,000 years, it was already exceedingly weakened, and had been forcefully drained of its demonic energy by the demonic devouring tree. If this ruthless human cultivator were to confront it again, it might truly face annihilation. A fruit containing the essence of the great path? Ng once more gazed at the two plump spiritual fruits dangling from the demonic devouring tree, a thought igniting within him. If I were to pour more blood of the sinister demons, or even bury a demon blood crystal, or wait for the demonic devouring tree to mature further, might it not become a true fruit of the great path? At that time, the fruits produced could potentially contain not just the flavor of the great path, but fragments of the laws of the great path, or perhaps even a complete path itself. Chapter 72. Devouring the spiritual fruit. Ng's heart surged with exhilaration. A complete law of the great path. Such power could only be wielded by an existence on par with the sacred ancestor. It is known that only cultivators in the great ascension stage can comprehend the power of the laws of the great path. If the demonic devouring tree could indeed nurture fruits containing fragments of the laws of the great path, or even a complete law, it would not only signify Ng's vastly superior success rate in advancing to the great ascension stage compared to other cultivators, but perhaps even allow for the mass cultivation of great ascension cultivators. However, such prospects feel somewhat distant at present. To break through to the great ascension stage, one must possess the cultivation of the later stages of the integration period. Moreover, I need to refine the demonic blade and cultivate the demonic devouring tree. And it seems that my resources may be insufficient. Ng felt a sense of helplessness at this thought. He still had 2 demon blood crystals left, but was reluctant to use them hastily. The blood of the sinister demons remained at 97 portions, yet it appeared only capable of nurturing fruits imbued with the essence of the great path, which paled in comparison to the fragments of the laws of the great path. After plucking the 2 spiritual fruits and placing them into a jade box for storage, Ng departed directly, leaping into the stone well to reach the 2nd level of the demon ceiling tower. This was a place of respite for ancient cultivators. Ng chose a quiet chamber. Sealing the door, intending to meditate, he sought to personally experience the mysteries of the spiritual fruit birthed from the blood of sinister demons. A fruit as translucent as jade was soon retrieved by Ng. He examined its surface, glistening with emerald veins, before consuming this fruit, which was roughly the size of an ordinary peach, in 2 large bites. The spiritual fruit contained no pit. As he bit into it, he felt a silky, cloud-like juice flow into his mouth, accompanied by the rapidly vaporizing, yet seemingly substantial flesh of the fruit, which he swallowed whole. In an instant, the essence of the spiritual fruit washed over his trachea, esophagus, lungs, and stomach, refreshing and cool, causing every inch of skin and cell to tremble with vitality. Ng began to circulate his cultivation technique, the true essence of the 9 heavens thunder step guiding the spiritual energy to surge within him. Delicate currents of energy bursting forth from his skin, fortifying both muscle and bone. His blood, nourished by the spiritual energy, flowed like quicksilver, each pulse resonating with a power that seemed capable of creating a crater if a drop were to fall. The 9 heavens thunder step reached its perfected state. Ng suddenly opened his eyes, a spectacle of lightning erupting around him, violet radiance shimmering, and he appeared as a deity commanding thunder. Electromagnetic waves radiated from him, the overwhelming magnetic force almost defying gravity, allowing Ng to float effortlessly in the air. He sat in serene meditation, a flicker of joy crossing his features. Achieving such a perfected state in a martial art was unprecedented. Reaching this level of mastery, even if it were merely a step technique combined with a body-tempering method, possessed the power to rival the might of nature itself. And all of this was merely a result of Ng consuming a single spiritual fruit. The essence of the great path contained within allowed Ng to gain insights, propelling the 9 heavens thunder step to the pinnacle of its potential. He sensed that as he practiced this perfected state, his physical body might undergo a transformation into a thunder spirit body under the baptism of this lightning power. At that time, not only would his speed employing the 9 heavens thunder step become swifter and more harmonious with the natural order, but the side effects would also diminish significantly. Furthermore, practicing techniques of the thunder attribute would yield considerable enhancements. After all, the existence of the thunder spirit body would be permanent. With another spiritual fruit remaining, Ng pondered whether it could elevate his spiritual martial art, the great wilderness prisoning heaven hand, to its perfected state. He retrieved the last spiritual fruit, his emotions fluctuating. As a spiritual martial art, the great wilderness prisoning heaven hand, upon reaching its perfected state, could give rise to a martial spirit, indestructible and everlasting. Even if its techniques failed to strike an enemy, it could persist in the world, dormant, poised to unleash a devastating blow at any moment. Moreover, the small success stage of the great wilderness prisoning heaven hand already granted Ng the power to dominate mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Should he achieve the perfected state, it was likely that even a god transformation cultivator would find it challenging to contend with him. With a thunderous sound, Ng swallowed the last spiritual fruit. Immediately, he felt a surge of overwhelming power coursing through his limbs. Without hesitation, Ng activated the cultivation technique of the great wilderness prisoning heaven hand, the savage energy within him swelling, filling the ancient quiet chamber with a heavy and oppressive atmosphere. If unleashed in the outside world, this terrifying primal energy could easily collapse mountains. In the unseen realm above Ng's head, a colossal handprint began to take shape, radiating spiritual brilliance and outlining a series of distinct finger patterns. Before long, the phantom of 3 fingers solidified swiftly, their prints clear and visible, embodying the most terrifying power. 3 fingers could obliterate life itself. Yet this was only the beginning. The 3-fingered obliteration was merely a small success level that Ng could achieve. He aspired to break through to the 4th or even 5th finger. With a resounding crash, as if shattering some chains, the 4th finger, which had been slightly condensed through Ng's cultivation, suddenly exploded, absorbing everything in the instant of energy dispersal, rapidly solidifying into a brilliant 4th finger. The great wilderness prisoning heaven hand, for fingers shattering the heavens. Upon manifesting the 4th finger of the great wilderness prisoning heaven hand, Ng could distinctly sense the true essence within him beginning to transform into spiritual essence, albeit slowly. It was a qualitative leap in energy levels. The immense power surged within Ng, and the formidable energy swirled among the 4 fingers of the great wilderness prisoning heaven hand. The oppressive primal energy evoking awe and trepidation. In that moment, an infinite ambition and lofty spirit surged within Ng, his eyes radiating brilliance as if the very heavens and earth lay within the grasp of his hand. Confronted by a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he would not falter. Even if faced with 4 or 5 opponents, under the shadow of the great wilderness capturing heaven technique, he could suppress them all with but 4 fingers. It was time to depart. As he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, Ng felt as though all the clouds of doubt and pressure within him had been cleared away, replaced by an unbounded confidence and fervor. No longer did he fear any power. In the vast expanse of southern heaven, even the 6 demonic sects could not intimidate Ng into retreat. With his current formidable strength, unless confronted by a dozen resolute nascent soul experts intent on his demise, he would prevail. Even the notorious Hualyan Old Demon of the Hualyan sect, one of the 3 most renowned cultivators in southern heaven, would be defeated beneath his finger. Little young master, where are you off to? Just as Ng soared through the skies, propelled by the electromagnetic field of the 9 heavens thunder step, a playful laughter suddenly echoed. Ng cast a glance and beheld a figure clad in exquisite jade and floral silks approaching gracefully through the void, their gender indiscernible. The figure's demeanor was elegant, yet their voice bore an oddly coarse timbre, a curious contradiction. Chapter 73. The Villain. I dislike you without a moment's hesitation. Ng felt an overwhelming urge to strike down this insufferable creature. If it had been a youthful maiden or a captivating matron addressing him as little young master, he would have taken pride in the appellation. However, being addressed thus by a being of ambiguous gender sent shivers down his spine. Boom. With the great wilderness capturing heaven technique, 3 fingers extinguished life. Without further ado, Ng raised his hand, forming a colossal handprint that swiftly materialized. Enveloped in the overwhelming essence of heaven and earth, the 3 towering fingers descended with immense pressure, rendering the unknown cultivator's face pale with terror, completely abandoning their earlier levity as they hastily summoned a treasure to escape. Yet, no matter how they attempted to defend themselves, they could not evade the immense force of the great wilderness capturing heaven technique. Blood spewed forth as their vitality waned, their complexion paling to that of gold leaf. They gazed at Ng with trembling eyes, a mix of anger and dread. They had never anticipated such formidable strength from him. Initially, having heard that the true snake monarch of the Yuling sect, one of the 6 demonic sects, had been subdued by the leader of the Zhongxian alliance, they sought merely to witness the spectacle. Perhaps they would even find an opportunity to mock their old acquaintance, the true snake monarch. After all, with so few mid-stage nascent soul cultivators among the 6 demonic sects, it was hard not to know each other. However, they had not anticipated encountering a formidable adversary while teasing a seemingly accomplished young master at the 13th level of Qi refinement. A mysterious technique or secret method had unexpectedly inflicted injury upon them. It was noteworthy that they were the true monarch Yunlu of the Hualyan sect, a master of the dual nature, adept in the art of yin and yang, and yet they struggled to withstand a single strike from this mysterious young master. "Who are you?" And Ji inquired coldly, his gaze fixed upon the true monarch Yunlu. It was as if he would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow should the true monarch fail to respond appropriately or continued with their odd mannerisms. "I am the true monarch," Yunlu began to reply, but was suddenly struck with dread. For colossal fingers descended with lethal intent, the immense aura of the wilderness seeming to carry the weight of countless tons, obliterating trees and rocks alike. Boom! In that instant, the true monarch Yunlu's fragile body felt as if it were made of mere tofu, disintegrating into a mist of blood. Yet, being a renowned mid-stage nascent soul expert of the 6 demonic sects, he quickly sensed the impending crisis and detonated his life-saving treasure, creating an opportunity to escape. In a flash, the true monarch's nascent soul awakened, teleporting a dozen miles away. Without pausing, the visage of his nascent soul reflected sheer terror, as if he had seen a ghost, desperately fleeing with all his might. How terrifying! He obliterated my physical form without a second thought. Had I not been so perceptive, my nascent soul might have perished alongside my body. The true monarch was in disbelief, questioning when such a ruthless powerhouse had emerged in southern heaven. How unreasonable! The assault felt personal, as though he were avenging a grudge, nearly leading to his demise in mere exchanges, forcing him to flee in panic. Back at the scene, Ji tossed out the secret refinement scroll of the evil jade flame demon blade and seized the true monarch's storage bag. As it appeared, the spirit of the evil jade flame demon blade erupted with exuberance. "Delicious! How delightful! You've changed for the better, having kept me locked away for so long. At last, you show some compassion. However, do not expect my forgiveness without offering me that delectable evil demon blood crystal first. Otherwise, I shan't forgive you." At this moment, the refinement scroll swept through the void, devouring the essence of blood and flesh scattered from the obliterated true monarch. The intricate patterns of the evil jade flame demon blade twisted and danced upon the scroll, reflecting the spirit's whimsical mood, somewhat proud. Slap! And Ji's expression darkened as he smacked the refinement scroll away. Not allowing the spirit to finish its wailing, he swiftly stowed it away in a designated storage bag. Otherwise, placing it in another bag might lead to chaos as the spirit wreaked havoc on its contents. "Why do you hit me? You dare bully my great evil jade demon monarch. You will regret it, you villain. I dislike you." The spirit's plaintive emotions echoed in the empty confines of the storage bag. Ignoring it, Ji hastened towards the Zhangxian alliance while rummaging through the true monarch Yunlu's storage bag. The contents were indeed plentiful, befitting a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator's equipment. Among the items was a top-tier technique titled Yin-Yang Harmonization Method, which, as its name suggested, was a dual cultivation method, perfectly aligned with the identity of the Hualyan sect cultivator, capable of absorbing yin to replenish yang and vice versa. Additionally, there were numerous refining materials, spiritual herbs, and pills, as well as a tongue-scented illusion array disc. It was evident that the true monarch had made extensive preparations for cultivation and enhancement. However, what truly astonished Ji was the presence of a peculiar insect egg, adorned with 6 eerie black eyes, appearing almost alive on its fiery red surface. A wonder to behold. Ji, not well versed in insect lore, discovered a jade slip within the true monarch's storage bag, meticulously documenting information about this strange egg. The 6-headed blood flame spider, ranked 11th on the strange insect list, possessed a unique ability. Upon the opening of its first eye, it would birth the flame of heartburn. Upon the second, the flame of eye burn. And upon the third, the flame of brain burn, thirsting for the blood of living beings, particularly targeting powerful humanoid entities. As Ji absorbed the information from the jade slip, he was taken aback. The 11th ranking on the strange insect list. Whatever the veracity of this ranking, it was indeed remarkable. However, if this is indeed the case, then the 6-headed blood flame spider is far more terrifying than the 12th-ranked gold-devouring worm on the strange insect list. It is well known that the gold-devouring worm is reputed to consume everything except jade and wood. Adept at devouring the essence of metals and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and it has a penchant for dismembering and devouring other strange insects. Its temperament is exceedingly fierce, impervious to water and fire, and it typically resides in groups. Truly, it is a fearsome creature. In the predetermined trajectory of fate, Han Li, upon acquiring the gold-devouring worm, cultivated it into a calamity that even the great masters of the ascension stage dared not approach. The six-headed blood flame spider, ranking even higher than the gold-devouring worm, possesses inherent advantages that naturally counter the gold-devouring worm, allowing it to prey upon it. This clearly demonstrates the potential and power of this insect. However, the cultivation conditions for the six-headed blood flame spider are exceedingly stringent. To ensure that the hatched six-headed blood flame spider possesses formidable potential and innate abilities, one must pay a significant price for the incubation of the insect eggs. The esteemed Yunlu True Monarch has gathered various secret methods for cultivating the eggs of the six-headed blood flame spider and has been diligently collecting the necessary materials. To ensure ample time for gathering the required materials for the cultivation methods, he even diluted precious cold essence liquid to apply to the spider eggs in order to slow down the natural hatching speed of the six-headed blood flame spider. Yet now, despite all the preparations made by Yunlu True Monarch, this egg of a strange insect, renowned alongside the thousand-eyed evil spider and the black-armored heavenly dragon spider, belongs to Nji. All the materials he collected for the cultivation methods are now under Nji's possession. The materials gathered by Yunlu True Monarch are fundamentally essential for the Dream Wing blood refining technique, and he has already collected half of what is needed. Some special spiritual herbs and medicines are not challenging for me. As long as I have seeds or seedlings, I can rapidly cultivate them using the celestial bottle. However, certain rare and peculiar materials are quite difficult to procure, and Nji withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip. The Dream Wing blood refining technique chosen by Yunlu True Monarch is a secret art capable of cultivating emotions with unborn beings and even establishing bloodline restraints. This is undoubtedly an excellent choice for controlling the six-headed blood flame spider, a vicious insect ranked 11th on the strange insect list. After all, the six-headed blood flame spider has an insatiable appetite for the flesh and blood of humanoid beings. If it were to rebel, the consequences would be dire. When a single eye opens, all eyes of one head of the six-headed blood flame spider will burn the hearts of living beings. When two heads open all their eyes, they gain the ability to incinerate the eyes of living beings. When all eyes of three heads are opened, they can directly burn the brains and even the consciousness of living beings. Such an attack is virtually impossible to defend against. Thus, Nji intends to continue gathering the materials necessary for the Dream Wing blood refining technique to cultivate this egg of the six-headed blood flame spider. Coincidentally, the 100 Paths Conference of the Celestial Alliance is approaching, where practitioners skilled in various intriguing techniques will gather, and perhaps he might find the materials needed for the Dream Wing blood refining technique there. Before returning to the Celestial Alliance, Nji sensed intense mental fluctuations from afar. After a careful investigation, he realized that the potential dragon conference had concluded. However, the end of this grand event did not seem to dampen the enthusiasm of the practitioners from over 10 nations. Rather, it ignited their excitement even further. The potential dragon conference has ended. The latest edition of the potential dragon list has been released, and explosive news has emerged. What could this explosive news be? Could it be that the champion of the potential dragon conference, the true man of wildfire from the Outcloud Nation, Chu Jindian, has broken through to the Golden Core stage? No, it is not Chu Jindian. It is the third-ranked gentleman Ghostface from the potential dragon list, whose true identity is none other than Wang Chan, the young master of the Ghost Spirit Sect, one of the 6 demonic sects, born with an innate dark spiritual root. My heavens, a mutated spiritual root. The dark spiritual root, this quality is not inferior to that of the single fire attribute, heavenly spiritual root, of Chu Jindian. Wang Chan truly lives up to his reputation as the young master of the Ghost Spirit Sect. His talent is astonishing. The 7th-ranked golden true child of the Tianxing sect from the Yuanwu nation is also remarkable. The list states that he possesses the body of 100 vessels, a special constitution, only slightly inferior to the heavenly spiritual root. The Celestial Alliance has already established numerous pavilions, towers, and flowing streams, with countless practitioners engaged in lively conversations. They excitedly discuss the latest rankings on the potential dragon list that can be purchased for just 10 low-grade spirit stones, all in high spirits. The previous potential dragon list only recorded the powerful Foundation establishment practitioners within the Celestial Alliance, but now it includes practitioners from multiple nations. The prestige and reputation this brings are naturally exhilarating and aspirational. However, upon discovering that the top-tier Foundation establishment experts on the potential dragon list possess extraordinary talents, many have begun to express envy and admiration. Once again, there are practitioners with single fire attribute heavenly spiritual roots, mutated dark spiritual roots, and those with exceptional talents like the body of 100 vessels and 3 young bodies appearing. The potential dragon list has clearly become a pathway to fame for the prodigies of various major cultivation factions. When will we, the scattered cultivators and those from small sects, finally rise to prominence? Alas, yet, one cannot say that. The 100 Paths Conference is about to commence, which does not consider identity or background, but focuses solely on tangible skills and knowledge. Indeed, the Master of the Celestial Alliance truly aspires to great heights, unparalleled in history. This 100 Paths Conference indeed offers a path for us scattered cultivators and those with humble backgrounds to ascend. Precisely. Although I hail from a third-rate sect in the Zijing Kingdom, I am exceptionally proficient in the path of witchcraft. Even practitioners from renowned sects, I am confident I can surpass them. Naturally, even though we, the cultivators, come from humble beginnings, we also possess our own opportunities and pride. I once fortuitously fell into an ancient pond and obtained 3 chapters of the Sword Control True Classic. In terms of sword control techniques and the refining of flying swords, I am confident I can break into the top 10 at the 100 Paths Conference. Many scattered cultivators and practitioners from small sects gathered together, passionately discussing their aspirations. As they said, despite not having the backing of the major sects listed on the potential dragon list, they have all reached this point through considerable opportunities. If they had a strong sect behind them, they are confident they could go even further. Thus, while they may fear the renowned sects, they also harbor their own pride. The 100 Paths Conference gradually unfolds amidst the eagerness and excitement of these many practitioners. With a grand spectacle of sword arts, blade techniques, talismans, dream arts, curses, insect manipulation, exotic beasts, and corpse puppetry, the 100 Paths Conference showcases an astonishing array of skills, truly a feast for the eyes. As the 100 Paths Conference commences, countless practitioners flood into the venue. In this great pit, which Ji had previously created with a single strike of the great wilderness prison hand, a multitude of prepared venues quickly gathered a large number of practitioners. Some of these individuals donned eccentric attire, appearing either comical or bizarre, seemingly gifted individuals. Many curious practitioners who came to witness the spectacle surveyed their surroundings, their eyes filled with wonder and a spirit of exploration, brimming with excitement. There are numerous venues for the 100 Paths Conference, overwhelming to behold. Fortunately, I arrived before the conclusion of the potential Dragon Conference. Otherwise, I would have surely missed this unprecedented grand event. Who isn't excited? Upon learning that a 100 Paths Conference was being held in the Yue Kingdom and that practitioners from at least a dozen nations had gathered, my master immediately took us to fly over with our flying treasures, hastening our arrival. It's not just that. I heard that many nascent soul ancestors are also preparing to attend the 100 Paths Conference to witness the excitement. These old monsters have lived longer than anyone else and are generally well-versed in various paths and techniques. Perhaps 1 or 2 nascent soul ancestors are currently mingling among the crowd, eavesdropping on our conversations. Chapter 75. What is happening here? Indeed, there are Yuanying stage cultivators discreetly mingling among the attendees of the 100 Paths Conference. They blend in like ordinary cultivators, curiously observing their surroundings. How audacious the Alliance of Celestial Masters is, even hosting a dual cultivation venue. The infamous fattened twin demons from the Hahuan sect, the foremost among the 6 demonic sects, have made their appearance at this dual cultivation site. The male cultivator wears an expression of astonishment and wonder, accompanied by a female cultivator. Both at the pinnacle of the early Yuanying stage, their combined strength rivaling that of many mid-Yuanying cultivators. Yet, they conceal their identities, masking their auras within the crowd. Wary of provoking the unfathomable leader of the Alliance of Celestial Masters, fearing a swift and deadly reprisal. The news of the suppression of the Heavenly Serpent True Monarch by the leader of the Alliance has spread throughout the southern heavens, leaving many astonished by his might. However, the fattened twin demons, having witnessed the pitiable state of Yunlu True Monarch reduced to mere Yuanying, have long regarded the leader as a mortal enemy. Their astonishment is not solely due to the leader's glorious victory over the Heavenly Serpent True Monarch, as fellow Yuanying cultivators of the Hahuan sect. They are acutely aware of the terrifying power that can reduce Yunlu to such a state. It is highly likely that the leader possesses late-stage Yuanying strength. How else could Yunlu have lost his storage bag and resorted to self-destructing his life-bound treasure to escape? Ah, my friend, you must not have encountered this before. The Alliance of Celestial Masters strives for fairness and justice, aiming to host various auxiliary venues related to the cultivation path. What is a mere dual cultivation venue in comparison? A suspicious middle-aged man with a pointed goat beard remarked slyly. The fattened twin demons exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter. They did not expect to be so casually dismissed by a mere golden core cultivator. So, you mean the 100 Paths Conference will attract many adept practitioners of various unorthodox paths? The male demon inquired, a hint of intrigue gracing his features. Of course. Not to mention the nearby Zijing Kingdom's Divine Armament Pavilion, the Tianqing Sect of Yuanwu Kingdom, the Blade Refinement Workshop of Yu Kingdom, the Greatsword Sect, and the Spirit Beast Mountain. Even the 3 sects of Yunming Mountain from Shikong Kingdom have sent cultivators. The 100 Paths Conference is a gathering of the elite. The goat-bearded man boasted, his lewd demeanor only accentuating his arrogance. The fattened twin demons exchanged knowing smiles. A confluence of talents is splendid indeed. More practitioners from various cultivation factions is certainly advantageous. They had already devised a plan to retaliate against the audacious leader of the alliance who dared oppose the 6 demonic sects. They would abduct these experts in unorthodox arts, turning the alliance into a target of scorn, inciting the sects from which they were taken to seek retribution against the alliance. Although they could not confront the leader directly, they excelled in the art of abduction. The fattened twin demons shared a glance, seeing a wicked gleam in each other's eyes. They then turned their attention to the goat-bearded man, who had dared to mock their knowledge. Such a cultivator would surely not escape their grasp. In an instant, they sprang into action. One unleashed a subtle Yuanian consciousness, disrupting the perceptions of nearby cultivators, while the other swiftly directed a mental assault at the goat-bearded man, aiming to incapacitate him. However, a surge of Yuanian consciousness erupted, instantly dismantling their mental assault. What do you mean by this? If you've recognized me, just say so. Is this how you play with me? The goat-bearded man retorted, realizing they had not identified him. Wait, you don't seem to have recognized me. Your mental attack lacks the necessary strength. You cannot possibly be planning to abduct me for dual cultivation, can you? He mused, impressed yet wary. Oh, the fattened twin demons live up to their reputation, truly vile and ruthless. The goat-bearded man swiftly withdrew his unleashed consciousness, observing the 2 demons with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. However, the fattened twin demon's gazes shifted, filled with surprise before turning cold, as if staring at a corpse. Who are you? How dare you mock us, the fattened twin demons? Even if you are also a Yuanian stage cultivator, it matters not. Many Yuanian cultivators have met their demise at our hands. Faced with the murderous intensity of the fattened twin demons, the goat-bearded man took a hasty step back, attempting to defuse the situation. Gentlemen, let us speak civilly. I am an elder from the Wanming sect, a leader of the Celestial Path Alliance. I have heard much of your exploits. He performed a respectful bow towards the fattened twin demons. Upon seeing this, the demons' eyes flickered with interest, and one of them scoffed. Ah, so you are a fellow from our demonic sect, a friend from the Qianhuan sect. Do you think that just because we share the same camp, we would hesitate to deal with you? Of course not. I am but a humble elder of the Wanming sect, not a representative of the Qianhuan sect. The goat-bearded man quickly protested, shaking his hands in denial, visibly displeased as if insulted. The fattened twin demons merely laughed at his performance, fully aware of the Qianhuan sect's penchant for subterfuge. Their network spreads far and wide, with hidden pawns placed throughout various sects, many of whom might not even be recognized by their own leader. This results in the rare sighting of Qianhuan sect cultivators at gatherings of the 6 demonic sections. Their operatives might have been set in motion hundreds of years ago, or even earlier. However, as long as the Qianhuan sect refrains from causing trouble, the Hehuan sect, being the foremost among the 6 demonic sects, remains indifferent. After all, their own Hehuan old demon is one of the 3 great cultivators of the southern heavens. Having ascended to the late Yuanian stage for many years, his profound cultivation capable of suppressing all. Hey, what are you 3 doing here? Surely you are not thinking of fighting? If so, shall I join you for some practice? A figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, and with a smile that hinted at eagerness, the fattened twin demons and the goat-bearded man were struck by a bolt of lightning. Their pupils shrank to the size of pinheads, their eyes reflecting sheer horror and dread. They had not sensed Ji's presence at all, based on the information they had gathered. This was unmistakably the ruthless leader of the Alliance of Celestial Masters. Even mid-Yuanian cultivators had been subdued by him. In that instant, their sense of crisis surged to a peak, their eyes fixed on Ji as beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. Chapter 76. The initial entry into the Yuan-Ing at this moment. Other Yuan-Ing period cultivators mingling in the 100 Dao Conference, seeking to expand their knowledge and experiences, began to sense an unusual atmosphere. Although the earlier burst of mental fluctuations had dissipated rapidly, it left behind significant traces in the void. Upon tracing its origins, they quickly discerned the situation at the dual cultivation venue. Intriguingly, the infamous dual demons of the Hahuan sect had also arrived. Did this signify the sect's intent? Oh, the middle-aged man with the goat beard exuded a rather peculiar aura. It appeared that 3 distinct fluctuations of mental energy lingered in the air, indicating he too was a cultivator of the Yuaning period. Numerous Yuaning cultivators observed this development in silence, some displaying expressions of keen interest. The appearance of Yue, however, left them astonished, as they sensed an impending spectacle. With the Hahuan sect's dual demons present, along with a deeply concealed Yuaning cultivator, they were eager to witness how the renowned leader of the Zhongxian alliance would navigate such circumstances. Yet, as the dual demons stood rigid with tension, beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, their gazes fixated intently on Yue. Many Yuaning cultivators discreetly watching understood that a significant event was likely about to unfold. In collaboration, the dual demons of the Hahuan sect could contend with even mid-stage Yuaning cultivators without faltering. Why then did they appear so anxious? The presence of the mysterious Yuaning cultivator also exhibited fluctuations, as if he were retracting his essence and cultivating formidable power, seemingly wary of the Zhongxian alliance's leader. Could it be that the awe-inspiring feat of suppressing the heavenly serpent true monarch from the Yuling sect had instilled fear in them? Yet that seemed implausible. After all, the Zhongxian alliance's leader was but one individual. 3 Yuaning cultivators should not exhibit such trepidation. Many Yuaning cultivators observing the dual cultivation venue furrowed their brows, struggling to comprehend the situation. Most of them had journeyed countless miles to the Yu Kingdom, not only to witness the widely acclaimed 100 Dao Conference, but primarily to ascertain the true strength of the Zhongxian alliance's leader. After all, the influence demonstrated by the alliance was profoundly intimidating. Nearly 10 nations had sent numerous foundation-building cultivators to the Qianlong Conference. The subsequent 100 Dao Conference had attracted practitioners from over a dozen nations, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Moreover, rumors suggested that the Zhongxian alliance possessed the secret methods for refining the supreme pills necessary for foundation-building cultivators to break through to the golden core stage, such as the dust-settling pill and the Shui Ling liquid. Naturally, many Yuaning cultivators were intrigued. If the Zhongxian alliance's leader were not as formidable as rumored, capable of suppressing a mid-stage Yuaning cultivator, they would undoubtedly pressure the alliance, treating it as prey to be divided among themselves. However, the current situation suggested that the leader indeed possessed extraordinary combat prowess. The heavenly serpent true monarch, a formidable mid-stage Yuaning cultivator, had been subdued by him single-handedly. Would they dare to strike here, amidst so many practitioners from various nations and factions? Should they perish, the Zhongxian alliance would be deemed the culprit, facing hostility from all. The male member of the dual demons swallowed hard, anxiously watching Yue, fearing an outbreak of conflict. The likes of the mid-stage Yuaning cultivator, Jun Yunlu, who matched the heavenly serpent true monarch in strength, had been obliterated by this ruthless individual. Moreover, he had barely managed to escape after self-destructing his life-bound treasure. Such a terrifying achievement far surpassed the mere suppression of the heavenly serpent true monarch. After all, to suppress someone might involve hidden intricacies. Yet the rapid devastation of Jun Yunlu was a tangible accomplishment. If it weren't for their shared sect with Jun Yunlu, they would never have fathomed that this enigmatic leader of the Zhongxian alliance could nearly bring the arrogant Jun Yunlu to the brink of annihilation in just 2 moves. What on earth was happening? Why were the typically arrogant dual demons so tense, their eyes betraying an expression of fear? The goat-bearded Yuaning cultivator from the Qianhuan sect was equally tense, his eyes darting nervously as beads of cold sweat formed on his back. Frankly speaking, he could hardly sense any overwhelming pressure or terrifying prowess emanating from the Zhongxian alliance's leader, if it weren't for his instinctual senses warning him of a life-threatening crisis. And if the Hahuan sect's dual demons weren't petrified into inaction, he would have fled long ago. Yet now, escape was evidently not an option. He felt paralyzed, much like the dual demons. It seemed they were privy to some insider information, which instilled in them a profound apprehension towards the Zhongxian alliance's leader. This notion sent a chill down the goat-bearded cultivator's spine. Initially, he had risked exposure as an elder of the Wanming sect at the Golden Core stage, intending to collaborate with them for profit within the Zhongxian alliance. Who could have anticipated encountering such a terrifying event? The once dominant dual demons were now rendered speechless by the Zhongxian alliance's leader. Were they threatening me with the notion of universal hostility? And Yue smiled faintly and remarked, my Zhongxian alliance is merely adept at concealing our auras while maintaining our attire. Are you not aware that your Jun Yunlu has barely escaped with his Yuan Ing intact from my grasp? And Zhu's words were gentle and unremarkable, as if he were recounting trivial matters. Yet, the dual demons grew increasingly anxious. The Yuan Ing within their sea of consciousness opened wide eyes, gripping their life-bound treasures tightly, prepared to self-destruct in a desperate bid for survival at the slightest provocation. However, upon hearing in Zhu's statement, the goat-bearded cultivator from Qianhuan sect felt his pupils constrict sharply. His expression filled with dread. Jun Yunlu, a mid-stage Yuan Ing cultivator whose combat prowess was on par with the heavenly serpent true monarch, had only managed to escape with his Yuan Ing intact under the hand of the Zhongxian alliance's leader. The most alarming aspect was that they had not sensed any intense or widespread battle or confrontation. This was the true terror, for it implied that the Zhongxian alliance's leader had likely crushed Jun Yunlu's corporeal form with overwhelming force. My heavens! No wonder the typically arrogant dual demons appeared as if they had encountered their ancestors upon seeing the Zhongxian alliance's leader. It turned out that this leader was so formidable. Could he be a cultivator on the brink of the late Yuaning stage? Yet that seemed improbable. Rumors suggested he had only recently broken through to the Yuaning stage. The goat-bearded cultivator from Qianhuan sect was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts, both astonished and fearful. He no longer dared to believe the rumors circulating in the outside world. An initial entry into the Yuan Ing stage. A being at the nascent stage of Yuan Ing could indeed contend with mid-stage cultivators if their treasures were extraordinary and their talents remarkable. Yet the leader of the Zhongxian alliance had directly suppressed both the heavenly serpent true monarch and Jun Yunlu, two mid-stage Yuan Ing cultivators. A true initial stage Yuan Ing cultivator could not possibly achieve such feats. I would gladly eat my own words. Chapter 77. In broad daylight, under the clear sky Yunlu was obliterated? Though that wretched Yin-Yang person was somewhat twisted and possessed a rather disturbing gaze, his strength was undeniably formidable. This was astonishing. In silence, the once stalwart pillar of the Hahuan sect, the Yuan Ing cultivator known as Jun Yunlu, had been so utterly incapacitated. The turmoil at the dual cultivation venue could not escape the scrutiny of numerous Yuan Ing cultivators. They all learned of the shocking news regarding Jun Yunlu's demise. Subsequently, their gazes began to tremble with disbelief. The disparity among cultivators in the nascent soul stage is inherent. However, the formidable Tian Snake True Monarch was rumored to have been suppressed by the leader of the Celestial Alliance with a single strike, a claim met with skepticism. Yet now, the equally powerful Yunluo True Monarch, boasting remarkable cultivation in the mid to late stages of the nascent soul, was reduced to fleeing in his nascent soul form after being bested by the leader of the Celestial Alliance. This revelation compelled belief, as the performance of the two notorious cultivators from the Joyous Union sect subtly hinted at the truth of the matter. Indeed, Yunluo, True Monarch, could not withstand the might of the Celestial Alliance leader. Devious, truly devious. The leader of the Celestial Alliance, appearing as a graceful young gentleman, is deceptively innocent yet is, in fact, a cunning old fox, exceedingly sly. It is said that this leader has only recently entered the nascent soul stage, an absurd exaggeration. Should anyone dare to repeat such nonsense, I would not hesitate to strike them down. To some cultivators who judge by appearances, the leader's visage is indeed misleading. This old fox is exceptionally treacherous, and everyone ought to exercise utmost caution to avoid falling into his trap. The gathered nascent soul cultivators exchanged thoughts telepathically, their frustrations palpable. Had it not been for the revelations shared by the two notorious cultivators and another mysterious nascent soul practitioner, they would still be in the dark. Recently entered the nascent soul stage? Claims of effortlessly suppressing the Tian Snake True Monarch? I refuse to believe such drivel. Had they taken the rumors to heart and attempted to confront the leader of the Celestial Alliance, they would likely have been reduced to mere shadows. If a powerful cultivator like Yunluo True Monarch could only escape in his nascent soul form, what hope do they have, lacking his profound cultivation? Charging in recklessly would lead to their demise. Alas, another tyrant has emerged in Tiannan. Best to avoid conflict. Oh, but there is an intriguing young woman near the dual cultivation arena, where over 20 adept cultivators have been drained of their essence by her. How exhilarating. She is at the late stage of the golden core, verging on a breakthrough to the nascent soul, surely. There is an old ghost among them who wishes to take her as a concubine to savor the experience. The discussion among the nascent soul veterans shifted, filled with excitement about the recent events at the 100 Paths Conference, as if they had never contemplated robbing or pressuring the Celestial Alliance themselves. Leader of the Celestial Alliance. Do you truly desire a fight to the death? My partner and I are unaware of the transgressions of Yun Luo, true monarch against you. His actions are his own. And we of the Joyous Union sect harbor no intent to oppose you. The fat and charming twin demons were making their last desperate stand, their eyes reflecting a fierce determination intermingled with the thirst for life, who would willingly forsake their physical body and cherish treasures unless compelled. Alone, a solitary nascent soul would take a century or two to regain vitality, and that is only with sufficient resources. Without ample support or a suitable vessel to possess, they would have to retrace their steps on the path of cultivation. Is the situation truly this dire? Oh dear. The fat and charming twin demons harbor a resolve to perish. They wouldn't be contemplating self-detonation for a chance to escape, would they? What should I do? Why am I entangled in such misfortune? Had I known, I would have remained hidden, content to serve as an elder in the Wanming sect. The goat-bearded man from the Qinhuan sect anxiously observed the tension between Nji and the twin demons, feeling utterly despondent. He was engulfed in anxiety. Though he was part of this predicament, he felt inconsequential, as if no one acknowledged his presence. A fight to the death? You overestimate yourselves. Nji, with an air of arrogance, gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle and declared, those below the late nascent soul stage lack the qualification to perish at my hands. Depart. If any issues arise at the 100 Paths Conference, regardless of who is responsible, I will see you all obliterated. Without granting the fat and charming twin demons or the goat-bearded man a chance to respond, Nji left directly. Seeing this, the twin demons sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. In that brief moment, they had faced the terrifying specter of life and death, especially as their opponent, capable of ending them, toyed with them by refraining from striking. Such torment was unbearable. Now, as they reflected on Nji's words, the twin demons exchanged glances, revealing expressions more sorrowful than tears. To be deemed unworthy even to die at the hands of the leader of the Celestial Alliance. How audacious. It was a grand declaration. Yet, where was the action to back it up? They had never encountered such an audaciously shameless powerful figure. Of course, the twin demons dared only to voice such thoughts silently, not uttering them aloud. Silently, they departed, their minds scanning the entire 100 Paths Conference, resolved to seize any scheming cultivator and administer a thorough punishment. The leader of the Celestial Alliance was beyond their reach, but could there be no other cultivators they could confront? In Tiannan, there were only 3 major cultivators. Now, aside from the newly emerged leader of the Celestial Alliance, they refused to believe they could provoke such a being. Yet, as they watched the twin demons retreat, the goat-bearded man reached out, hesitant to speak. He was on the verge of tears, wondering if anyone would acknowledge him. Am I free or not? What if the leader's threat includes me? If I run, would I be obliterated? Yet, what if he does not mention me? Should I remain here, guarding the order of the 100 Paths Conference, only to labor in vain? But no one paid heed to the goat-bearded man. Anxious and indignant, he stamped his foot and suddenly launched himself, kicking away a rogue who dared to extend a lecherous hand toward a female cultivator. How brazen, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, to commit such vile acts against a female cultivator. I, Gong Hu Yu of the Wanming sect, shall uphold justice today and punish you, scoundrel. The goat-bearded man, Gong Hu Yu, proclaimed vehemently as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the Foundation establishment male cultivator. Though not lethal and lacking great force, it was satisfying. The Foundation establishment cultivator, infuriated, sought to retaliate, only to find himself utterly immobilized under an overwhelming pressure, forced to endure the assault. Blood streamed from his nose, bruises blooming as he was nearly reduced to a caricature of a pig. Chapter 78. Dreamwing Blood Refinement Technique. Nji arrived near the Goo Worm Conference, where a bustling throng filled the area with noise. Various eccentric individuals set up stalls, selling an assortment of worm eggs, spiritual herbs, and ores. Others, clad in conical hats and long robes, engaged in battles with their goo worms, the victor commanding their goo to devour the defeated's worms, thereby establishing the foundation for their goo king. Nji concealed his aura, moving among them unnoticed, as if he were merely an inconspicuous passerby. With 3 days remaining until the various competitions of the 100 Paths Conference commenced, these transactions and battles seemed to be stirring the emotions of the crowd. Before long, Nji found himself pausing in front of a stall, his gaze fixed upon a crystalline jar containing white wriggling worms. What is the price of this? The stall owner was unfamiliar with Nji and replied somewhat blandly about the cold silk bug from the extreme west, whose blood was precious and served as a primary material for numerous calming and soul-reassuring medicines, fixed at the price of 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Although the cold silk bug originated from the extreme west, its rarity made it exceedingly difficult to procure. And Ji initially thought the stall owner had fortuitously obtained it from a secret realm or an ancient cultivator's cave. Yet he was surprised by the owner's profound knowledge of the cold silk bug. In that moment, and Ji couldn't help but marvel at the myriad of extraordinary talents in the world. Those fortunate enough to step into the realm of cultivation among billions of beings were truly exceptional individuals. I shall take it. He tossed down 1,900 medium-grade spirit stones and tucked the jar containing the cold silk bug into his storage bag, departing with an air of nonchalance. The stall owner's expression changed dramatically as he sensed 100 medium-grade spirit stones had gone missing. However, when he attempted to locate Ji's figure, it had already vanished without a trace. Ji was serious about his deeds, unrepentant in his bullying. Before long, Ji appeared at several stalls, engaging in amicable transactions and collecting a substantial amount of materials required for the Dreamwing blood refining technique. This deepened his understanding of the significant purpose behind hosting the 100 Paths Conference. Some Yuanying stage powerhouses mingling among the crowd noticed Ji's bullying tactics during the transactions, their expressions turning peculiar. Yet, they seemed to catch a glimpse of a pair of cold eyes, prompting them to turn away as if they had seen nothing. Just as Ji was on the verge of gathering all the necessary materials for the Dreamwing blood refining technique, a captivating term caught his attention. With a mental probe, he discovered a bidding event unfolding around the alchemy conference. 10 high-grade spirit stones plus a 400-year-old spirit herb, the 1,000 illusion blue lotus. My friend from the Falling Cloud sect, I only require a drop of pure liquid. The pure liquid, renowned since ancient times as one of the 3 great spiritual woods. The spirit eye tree takes 200 years to yield a small amount of this precious liquid. It's worth immeasurable in spirit stones. I offer 3 400-year-old spirit herbs, in addition to a high-grade magical artifact from the Golden Core stage, for merely 3 drops of pure liquid. My friend from the Falling Cloud sect, as we are both disciples of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, you must not offer a discount to outsiders. I, Palasu from the Phoenix Sound sect, am willing to offer 3 300-year-old spirit herbs, 2 400-year-old spirit herbs, 1 600-year-old spirit herb, and a piece of a rare ancient treasure. Just grant me the pure liquid. In front of a stall, numerous cultivators had gathered, clamoring excitedly, their emotions running high. And Ji, through his mental perception, saw a pale green small jade bottle before the stall owner, within which the precious liquid shimmered with spiritual energy, containing around 5 or 6 drops of immense value. This was the pure liquid, known to all cultivators in the southern realm as a treasure born from the roots of the spirit eye tree, endowed with exceptionally rich spiritual energy and significant medicinal value. The spirit settling pill, made primarily from the pure liquid, not only reduces the likelihood of cultivators being invaded by inner demons, but also enhances their cultivation and even increases the success rate for Golden Core cultivators to break through to the Yuanying stage. Thus, the value of the pure liquid was self-evident. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon the Heavenly Alliance, as they had just acquired a method for rapidly nurturing Foundation and Golden Core stage cultivators, and now this news about the Spirit Eye tree had arrived. And Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile forming on his lips. The Spirit Eye tree belonged to the Falling Cloud sect, one of the 3 sects on the Yunming Mountain in the Kingdom of Shi, a piece of information Ji had long been aware of. However, due to numerous trivial matters, he had not recalled it until now. With this reminder, Ji felt it was time to acquire a Spirit Eye tree. With the miraculous capabilities of the Mastering Heaven bottle, all he needed was a branch of the Spirit Eye tree, and he could soon have a thriving Spirit Eye tree at his disposal. In fact, it was through this very method that Han Li, a character destined in the established trajectory, had obtained his own Spirit Eye tree. The pseudo-creation elixir cultivated from the Mastering Heaven bottle allowed him to harvest a substantial amount of pure liquid from the Spirit Eye tree. It was precisely because he had ample pure liquid at his disposal that Han Li was able to apply it to his eyes, acquiring the legendary Clear Spirit Eye. This mystical eye, derived from the Spirit Eye tree's inherent powers, could penetrate spatial illusions and even perceive the fundamental laws governing the fluctuations of the world's vital energy. This was immensely beneficial for Yuanying stage cultivators aspiring to ascend to the transformation stage. After all, the key to a Yuanying stage cultivator's ascension to the transformation stage lay in comprehending the sparse vital energy of the fractured human realm. It seemed that after hatching the 6-headed blood flame spider, a visit to Yunming Mountain in the Kingdom of Shi was in order. And Ji resolved firmly in his heart and quickly returned to his quiet chamber, extracting all materials pertaining to the Dreamwing blood refining technique. As the ritual array was set up, and Ji placed the fire-red eggs adorned with 6 eerie black pupil patterns within the array, with a series of incantations. Countless hand seals and strands of spiritual light swiftly disentangled or melted the various materials, gradually forming a pitch-black mist enveloping the eggs, within which twinkled colorful lights like a splendid galaxy. Under the guidance of the ritual array, the eggs began to resemble a black hole suddenly emerging amidst the dazzling galaxy. Inhaling and exhaling the surging energy, Ji focused his mind, sending a strand of pure spiritual thought into the 6-headed blood flame spider's egg, establishing communication with the spiritual world of the being slowly gestating within. An instantaneously chaotic and disordered realm unfolded. Here, the earth was modeled, the heavens shattered, and countless fragments of void floated like mirrors reflecting pairs of bizarre black and red eyes. The sharp cries of spiders echoed in this space, which soon transformed into a hellish inferno, as serpentine flames surged from the void, dancing and rising, spawning countless wicked and ferocious eyes that nearly filled the entire world. The bizarre insects on the human world's list of strange bugs were all naturally birthed and reached their pinnacle through postnatal growth. This spiritual realm was indeed chaotic and saturated with negative emotions. Fortunately, my silent demon I provided considerable enhancement against spiritual influences, and this scene did not affect me. In that moment, Ji's thought, entering the embryo's spiritual world, seemed to manifest a pair of indifferent, gray eyes, as if regarding all things with disdain. Not long after, Ji found the spiritual entity of the 6-headed blood flame spider developing within this chaotic and disorderly world. Its mental strength had long reached the standard for hatching, yet it had previously been delayed in its hatching due to the diluted cold marrow liquid used by the true monarch of Yunlu, preventing its shell from breaking. Upon seeing Ji, the small, violent spiritual entity of the 6-headed blood flame spider surged forth, its 6 heads each possessing 6 eyes, totaling 36 eyes, all tightly shut. Yet the slightest hint of them opening was still somewhat unsettling. Ji swiftly evaded, then guided the radiant, galaxy-like power within the ritual array into this spiritual world, continuously cleansing and calming the 6-headed blood flame spider's chaotic and disordered innate consciousness. Originally, part of this power was meant to counteract the negative influences within the 6-headed blood flame spider's world, forming a dream wing to assist Ji in navigating this space. However, Ji's mental strength was resilient, and the formidable silent demon I prevented him from being adversely affected, allowing him ample strength to purify the 6-headed blood flame spider's soul, dispelling the inherent chaos and negative energies within, while imprinting Ji's spiritual seal upon it. In time, as the 6-headed blood flame spider matured, this spiritual seal would continually influence its consciousness, ensuring it would never betray Ji, regarding him as a divine figure akin to a god, even if it were to be interfered with by a powerful entity in the future, attacking Ji would merely need to summon a thought to bring about its demise. The formidable nature of the Dreamwing blood refinement art lies precisely in this capability. Approximately an hour and a half later, Ji withdrew that somewhat weakened thought, and the once shimmering black mist within the sacrificial array had entirely vanished. A crisp cracking sound echoed as the now desiccated and cracked insect egg in the center of the array burst open, revealing a tiny spider, vivid as fresh blood. At this moment, it bore none of the ferocity and terror of its 6-headed form. It appeared instead as a small, headless creature with 6 short, stubby appendages. As if sensing a familiar presence, a delicate, high-pitched chirp emerged from the mouths of its 6 small heads as it staggered closer to Ji. "Brother Ji, what is this?" Han Li appeared in the quiet chamber, his gaze fixed with astonishment upon the juvenile, 6-headed blood flame spider. To his surprise, the spider, which had been somewhat unsteady, immediately sprang to life upon detecting Han Li's presence, leaping towards him with its fangs bared and issuing a fierce screech. "Be careful. That is the 6-headed blood flame spider, a creature that revels in devouring human flesh and blood, ranked 11th on the list of extraordinary insects in the human realm." Ji warned, as an invisible hand seemingly manifested in the void, seizing the leaping juvenile blood flame spider and bringing it before him. Sensing Ji's aura, the juvenile spider settled down considerably, yet it incessantly turned its 36 minuscule eyes towards Han Li, emitting hungry chirps. "How terrifying. Brother Ji, how could you keep such a fierce creature? It looks like it wants to devour me. If I were to squash it, you wouldn't beat me up, would you?" Han Li squatted beside Ji, foolishly poking at the small spider, which caused its legs to flail about in agitation, continuing to screech. Seeing this, Ji smiled and replied, "Why would I ever hit you, my good brother? At most, I'll just let you raise it from now on." Just then, Enju released the invisible grip binding the juvenile spider, which excitedly screeched and leaped towards Han Li's face. Startled, Han Li nearly collapsed to the ground. However, with his foundational cultivation, he swiftly bound the spider mid-air with threads of magical energy just before it reached him. He then cast a resentful glance at Enju, expressing a hint of reproach. Enju laughed heartily, clearly amused. Little Li, look how the little spider adores you. You should take care of it from now on. Moreover, during the upcoming 100 Paths Conference, do not forget to promote the benefits and advantages of our Celestial Alliance to attract more talents to our cause. I initially planned to visit the Yunming Mountain in the Creek Kingdom to procure a branch of the Spirit Eye Tree from the Falling Cloud sect, but after some contemplation, I realized I cannot embark on a journey while the situation in the Yue Kingdom remains unstable. Thus, I shall focus on pacifying the 7 major sects within Yue, including the Huangfeng Valley, Spirit Beast Mountain, and the Blade Refinement Workshop, all of which have already joined our Celestial Alliance. Only the Hidden Moon Sect, Greatsword Gate, Clear Void Gate, and Skywatch Fortress remain. You'll need to look after matters concerning the Celestial Alliance. I appreciate your efforts, Enju added, as Han Li refrained from further inquiries, simply advising Enju to remain vigilant, confident in Enju's ability to manage the situation with the 7 major sects in Yue. Knowing that he would never undertake a task without certainty, Enju affectionately draped an arm over Han Li's shoulder, and the two engaged in playful banter before parting ways. The diminutive 6-headed blood flame spider gazed at Enju's retreating figure, chirping in what seemed like reluctance, confusion, and sorrow. With a thunderous roar, akin to a bolt from the blue, Enju unleashed the 9 heavens thunder step, soaring skyward, leaving a crackling trail of purple lightning in the air. Countless cultivators surrounding the Celestial Alliance sensed this commotion, realizing that the leader of the Celestial Alliance was departing. The rumor of Enju possessing a lightning affinity for teleportation had already spread across a significant portion of Tiannan. Any cultivator of discernment understood that the thunder of daylight signified the departure of the Celestial Alliance's leader. During the 100 Paths Conference, the leader dared to venture out. Did he not fear the many unscrupulous cultivators revealing their claws and creating chaos? The thoughts of the nascent soul experts were beyond the comprehension of the likes of us. Perhaps the forces of the spirit-controlling sect were on the move, and the leader of the Celestial Alliance sought to confront them outside his domain. Indeed, this seemed highly plausible. I have received word that the formidable nascent soul expert from the spirit-controlling sect, the renowned Heavenly Serpent True Monarch, whom the leader recently subdued, is a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator of considerable strength. How could the spirit-controlling sect not be enraged after losing such a powerful figure? Surely, they are seeking revenge. Many cultivators gazed at the sunny sky, engaged in fervent discussions. However, most of them were at the Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, or Golden Core stages. The ancient beings of the nascent soul stage merely smiled at the chatter of these younger ones. Whether the leader of the Celestial Alliance was heading to confront the forces of the spirit-controlling sect remained uncertain. However, they were very assured that even in Enju's absence, the 100 Paths Conference would not descend into chaos. With the presence of the dual demons of Fei Cha and the enigmatic figure who, despite being a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, claimed to be a golden core cultivator of the Wanming sect, no one could stir up trouble at the 100 Paths Conference. Even the ancient nascent soul experts dared not act recklessly. Otherwise, they would face harsh reprisals from the dual demons and the mysterious figure known as Gonghuyo, with the goat-like beard. Chapter 80. Subduing the 6 sects. The Clear Void Gate and Great Sword Gate each possessed only one nascent soul cultivator to uphold their sect's foundation. Thus, after Enju traversed the 9 heavens in a mere instant, the first sect he sought to subdue was these 2 premier cultivation factions of the Yue Kingdom. Under the great desolation of the Prisoning Hand, even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator would be subdued by Enju's might. What hope did the 2 early-stage cultivators possess? Perhaps they had made considerable progress in their early-stage cultivation, being mere decades or a century away from breaking into the mid-stage. But what did that matter? In the eyes of Enju, early-stage and mid-stage nascent soul cultivators were indistinguishable, both merely ants to be crushed at his whim. As they were subdued, the nascent soul ancestor of the Clear Void Gate ruefully mused. I always knew that the only one capable of commanding respect across the realms of the current Yue Kingdom's cultivation world, an entity that could move heaven and earth, is none other than the leader of the Celestial Alliance. With the Spirit Beast Mountain conquered, Huangfeng Valley surrendering, and the Blade Refinement Workshop pledging allegiance, now the Clear Void Gate adds to this shifting landscape of our sects, which have risen and fallen over thousands of years. Enju smiled silently. flicking a spirit-nurturing pill towards the nascent soul ancestor of the clear void gate before soaring into the skies once more. Soon after, the Great Sword Gate was also subdued. The celestial alliance that Yue established had encompassed 5 of the 7 top cultivation sects in the Yue Kingdom. Only the Skywatch Fortress and Hidden Moon Sect awaited his arrival for subjugation. Judgment Leader, I respect you as the strongest in the Yue Kingdom's cultivation realm. Having single-handedly subdued the demonic forces of the spirit-controlling sect's Heavenly Serpent True Monarch, a feat that has garnered universal praise among cultivators. However, our Skywatch Fortress has remained secluded, intent on preserving our millennia-old heritage. Do you truly intend to eradicate us? In the vast emptiness, the true monarch of the void and another nascent soul expert from the Skywatch Fortress confronted Yue from a distance, their expressions grave and stern. Early-stage ants of the nascent soul, you have no right to bargain with me. Should you refuse to submit to the Skywatch Fortress, your corpses shall litter the ground, and your gates shall be shattered. Yue gazed distantly into the vast sky, utterly disregarding the presence of the 2 early-stage nascent soul cultivators from Tianke Fortress. While it might require some effort to suppress 2 mid-stage nascent soul beings, the 2 early-stage cultivators were inconsequential and insignificant in his eyes. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted, causing the body of the Honorable Lord Hunyuan to explode into a mist of blood, leaving only a small, blood-soaked nascent soul fleeing in terror. His face was etched with confusion and disbelief, unable to comprehend how he had been so abruptly vanquished. The remaining nascent soul cultivator retracted his Tianyong ring artifact and, with a mixture of respect and anxiety, addressed Yue, saying, Honorable Judge, the traitor Hunyuan has been annihilated by me. I beseech you to execute him, to affirm our unwavering loyalty to the Master Immortal Alliance. Witnessing this scene, Hunyuan's eyes nearly bulged with rage. Shock and fury coursed through him as he could not fathom that Tianyong would betray him. The crafting technique of the Tianyong ring was a powerful artifact they had jointly developed. Now, Tianyong had used it to launch a surprise attack, obliterating his physical form. How could Hunyuan not be consumed by anger and despair? The Honorable Judge possessed an unparalleled grace, capable of overpowering 2 nascent soul experts upon entering the realm, and would soon suppress the mid-stage powerhouse, the Heavenly Serpent Lord, a figure of great renown. If Tianke Fortress were to resist stubbornly, it would lead to the demise of their centuries-old foundation. It would be wiser to submit and strive for a brilliant future. Hunyuan, you have lost the rationality and wisdom of a nascent soul cultivator. Tianke Fortress cannot be destroyed by our hands. You must take your own life. Tianyong spoke calmly, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. It seemed he did not desire to act thus, but Hunyuan's repeated mistakes had nearly plunged him and Tianke Fortress into an abyss. Therefore, he could no longer remain low-key. He had to strike decisively to eradicate the root of the calamity. Hunyuan let out a grim smile, as if preparing to utter something. Yue did not grant him the opportunity. With a mere flick of his hand, he suppressed Hunyuan, summoning a series of talismans from his storage pouch that transformed into chains binding the nascent soul Hunyuan. Retrieving a jade box, Yue placed the bound nascent soul of Hunyuan within, subsequently sealing it with talismans and stowing it in his pouch. Nascent soul cultivators were rare, and a nascent soul itself was even rarer. Such a being was worth more than 2 or 3 nascent soul artifacts. For Yue, whether it was feeding the juvenile 6-headed blood flame spider, supplying essence to the secret refinement scroll of the evil jade fiery blade, or sending it to the demon tower for transformation, Hunyuan's nascent soul was an invaluable treasure. Should he acquire secret techniques like the art of soul seizure, he might even forge a half-real, half-fake nascent soul cultivator from Hunyuan's essence. Tianyong bowed deeply before Yue, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Even though he had personally obliterated Hunyuan's physical body, seeing the nascent soul being treated as a precious remedy confined in a box stirred feelings of sorrow within him. Contact Huangfeng Valley, the Blade Transformation Workshop, the Giant Sword Sect, and the Clear Void Sect's nascent soul cultivators. I intend to subdue the Hidden Moon Sect. Huangfeng Valley and the 5 major sects, including Tianke Fortress, must arrive swiftly to seal off all exits and prevent the escape of Hidden Moon Sect's nascent soul cultivators. My orders are absolute. Any who dare defy them shall face retribution, their souls extracted and refined, never to be reborn. Yue proclaimed, tossing a spirit-nourishing pill into the air before soaring into the sky, leaving Tianke Fortress in an instant. By this time, of the 7 major sects of the Yue Kingdom's cultivation world, only the Hidden Moon Sect had yet to submit to the Master Immortal Alliance. Upon receiving the order, Tianyong swiftly contacted the nascent soul experts of the seven major sects through secret communication methods, his gaze flickering with contemplation. The Hidden Moon Sect, being the strongest among the top 7 sects of the Yue Kingdom, boasted 3 nascent soul cultivators, their power formidable. Although Tianyong had taken the initiative to eliminate Hunyuan to ally with the Master Immortal Alliance, he was also eager to witness Ji's prowess firsthand. He wished to ascertain whether this leader of the Master Immortal Alliance truly possessed the unmatched combat abilities as rumored, able to dominate the heavens and earth. Should Ji sustain any injuries, the rest of the cunning nascent soul cultivators from the other sects would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike with all their might. Ji was well aware of this. The human heart cannot withstand scrutiny. Thus, he took this course of action. He intended to summon the nascent soul cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, the Blade Transformation Workshop, the Giant Sword Sect, the Clear Void Sect, and Tianke Fortress, ostensibly to deter the escape of the Hidden Moon Sect's nascent soul. In reality, he aimed to demonstrate to them what true unmatched strength looked like. In the future, they would revere Ji as a deity. Several hours later, as the sun dipped low in the west, a chilling aura of annihilation and slaughter permeated the gradually darkening world. The sky was painted with a crimson sunset, foretelling an extraordinarily rare battle among multiple nascent soul experts. Chapter 81. The Wrath of the Celestial Deity, the Elders of Huangfeng Valley, the Blade Transformation Workshop, the Clear Void Sect, the Giant Sword Sect, and Tianke Fortress gathered in position. They sat cross-legged in the void, encircling the Hidden Moon Sect in the 5 elemental directions, their formidable nascent soul energies erupting without restraint. Resembling deities that suppressed the domain, an imposing sight that suggested no adversary could breach their confinement. A massive vortex of spiritual energy converged beneath the firmament, with scintillating spiritual light illuminated by the remnants of the setting sun, creating an otherworldly spectacle. Many nascent soul cultivators who had traveled from afar to observe the spectacle were stirred, swiftly taking to the skies to witness the unfolding drama. 5 nascent soul cultivators encircled a sect seemingly protected by 3 of their own. What a grand display! The Yue Kingdom was merely a medium-sized nation. How could it possibly contain such a powerful sect capable of summoning 5 nascent soul experts? No, something was amiss. There was another presence, exuding the aura of a peak chi refinement expert. Yet why did it evoke such a sense of dread? 4 nascent soul experts loomed in the void, observing the distant commotion with astonishment. Most of them were visiting the Yue Kingdom for the first time and were unfamiliar with the circumstances here. Even those who had some prior knowledge were bewildered by the scene before them. A battle involving 8 nascent soul experts was a rarity, especially with both sides fielding such impressive numbers. This was not often seen even in the entire southern region. While the 5 nascent soul cultivators were strong, the besieged sect harbored 3 nascent soul auras, 2 weak and 1 strong, suggesting the presence of a mid-stage nascent soul, coupled with their protective grand formation. Bolstered by thousands of disciples and the sect's foundation, it would be challenging for the 5 nascent soul experts to gain the upper hand in a short time. Observers among the nascent soul cultivators began to analyze the situation. Their powerful consciousnesses spread their thoughts far and wide, sharing insights with other onlookers. Many echoed similar sentiments, believing that the battle was still brewing. The true clash would erupt once the protective formation began to falter. However, suddenly, a magnificent sun rose slowly on the horizon, golden rays tearing through the clouds for miles, contrasting sharply with the crimson hues of the setting sun on the opposite horizon. Then, a resounding voice reverberated through the sky like thunder. The Hidden Moon Sect has conspired with 6 nascent soul cultivators to encircle me. Though they have failed, they have awakened the wrath of my thunder. The esteemed figure before us is known for his benevolence and magnanimity. Should the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Moon Concealing Sect willingly submit and acknowledge his supremacy over the Celestial Alliance, all past grievances shall be set aside. Upon the utterance of the term Celestial Alliance, the countenances of the distant nascent soul powerhouses shifted dramatically. The Celestial Alliance. It is rumored that only 1 nascent soul cultivator, the leader of the Celestial Alliance, possesses the strength to overpower 2 initial stage nascent soul cultivators and has recently subdued the formidable true Lord Tian Shi of the Spirit Control Sect, whose prowess is unparalleled and whose talents are extraordinary. Unbelievable. This individual indeed harbors a reputation throughout Tiannan, his potential renowned far and wide. Just moments ago, I sensed that the leader of the Celestial Alliance had merely attained the peak of the chi refining stage. Who could have anticipated his sudden, terrifying emergence? Radiating an overwhelming force akin to a blazing sun in the heavens, suggesting he is on the brink of becoming a Grand Master. I once heard a friend mention that the leader of the Celestial Alliance is adept at a secret technique involving a giant hand seal capable of subduing mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. Yet I never imagined he possessed such remarkable abilities. Behind him, the golden sun ascended into the sky, illuminating the realm with a fierce and potent aura that nearly scorched my consciousness. Truly a fearsome mystery. As each nascent soul cultivator gazed toward the resplendent golden sun in the distance, expressions of astonishment and trepidation emerged. Hearing of the leader of the Celestial Alliance's formidable power had left them with lingering doubts, but witnessing the sheer might displayed by Yue before this great battle, they immediately recognized the truth of the rumors. Indeed, the whispers had underestimated the leader's strength and innate talent. Having only recently entered the nascent soul stage, he could unleash such awe-inspiring power. How could one not marvel at his exceptional combat prowess and unparalleled gifts? Especially as they heard Yue demand the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Moon Concealing Sect to bow in submission. What an audacious display of authority. It is crucial to note that apart from the legendary transformation stage cultivators, these nascent soul beings rank among the pinnacle of human realm power. One among them is even a formidable mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. For him to demand their submission is an act of dominance that even the 3 great cultivators of Tian Nen have never dared to execute. Old Monster Linghu. True Lord Tian Yong, are you truly willing to become the lapdogs of the Celestial Alliance? The rapid rise of the Celestial Alliance, coupled with the mysterious origins of its leader, suggests he is indeed an extraordinary being. We, the 7 great sects, have shared this fertile land of you for millennia. How can we idly stand by as this outsider encroaches upon our realm of cultivation? All 5 of you are nascent soul cultivators. While our Moon Concealing Sect boasts 3 of our own, united, we can surely defeat this aberrant individual. Even if he possesses extraordinary talents and unparalleled combat strength, how could he possibly contend against 8? A ripple of consciousness emanated from within the Moon Concealing Sect, originating from the soul mid-stage, nascent soul presence. She disregarded Yue's domineering demand for submission and instead transmitted a message to Old Monster Linghu and the others, attempting to incite dissent among them. However, Old Monster Linghu merely remained aloof, appearing as if he had heard nothing. The other 4 nascent soul cultivators, hailing from various sects, exhibited fluctuating emotions. Yet they quickly composed themselves, choosing silence. By the time one reaches the nascent soul stage, none are easily trifled with. While the Moon Concealing Sect seeks to draw them into their scheme, they instead contemplate using the sect's blood and lives to test the true might of the Celestial Alliance's leader. Should Yue sustain injuries, they might seize the opportunity to strike when the Moon Concealing Sect and she are mutually weakened. However, at this moment, Yue stands at the pinnacle of her power. They dare not reveal any signs of dissent lest they find their heads severed by her blade. Particularly true Lord Tian Yong, who harbors the greatest fear of Yue. In his memory, the image of Yue effortlessly capturing the true Lord Huanyuan's nascent soul and sealing him within a jade box haunts him as a lifelong nightmare. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator within the Moon Concealing Sect soon abandoned her insistence, realizing it was nearly impossible to directly incite these individuals. Yet, she issued a warning. Should the Moon Concealing Sect succeed in severely injuring Yue, it would present the 5 great sects, including Huangfeng Valley, with the prime opportunity to eliminate the leader of the Celestial Alliance and liberate themselves from its grasp. Very well. You and the Moon Concealing Sect dare to disregard my words. The great wilderness capturing heaven hand. Upon receiving no response from the Moon Concealing Sect, Yue's countenance transformed with rage, her golden sun wheel radiating brilliance, devouring the spiritual essence of the surrounding landscape. With her fury, she resembled an enraged deity. In an instant, an invisible, colossal handprint began to coalesce above the protective array of the Moon Concealing Sect, rapidly materializing into 4 enormous fingers adorned with clear fingerprints. Akin to towering pillars, the great wilderness capturing heaven hand, for fingers shattering the firmament. This strike would compel even early-stage transformation cultivators to brace themselves. For the terrifying might was capable of overturning the fractured realms of the human world. The very air trembled as the protective formation of the Moon Concealing Sect, painstakingly reinforced and modified over thousands of years, shattered into oblivion. Under this horrifying blow, exceeding the limits of what the current fractured human realm could endure, the protective array disintegrated into nothingness in less than a breath. To Yue, the protective formation of the Moon Concealing Sect was as inconsequential as air. Chapter 82. The catastrophe of Tiannan. The catastrophe of the human realm. The ferocity of the four fingers remained undiminished. The four colossal pillars descended like divine needles, continuing their oppressive advance against the moon-concealing sect, nearly reducing it to dust. The deafening tumult stirred the heavens and the earth, while the soaring spiritual light struck terror into the hearts of every onlooker. For the first time, they truly felt the terrifying might of Yue, the leader of the Celestial Alliance. They believed that even if they summoned every ounce of strength, they could not withstand this strike. The strength of the leader of the Celestial Alliance undoubtedly reached the realm of Grand Masters. Who among the three great cultivators of Tiannan could claim such an astonishing and resplendent achievement? One strike to obliterate the protective formation of a sect with thousands of years of lineage, housing tens of thousands of disciples, and three nascent soul powerhouses. So formidable. The entirety of Tiannan trembles at the overwhelming rise of the leader of the Celestial Alliance. Yue's emergence is akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the night sky, illuminating all of Tiannan, rendering every cultivator before her diminished. Blood Demon Sword. A cry echoed from within the moon-concealing sect. The three nascent soul cultivators, refusing to yield, activated an ancient and powerful demonic artifact, an heirloom of their sect. In this era, aside from the scant number of demon cultivators in Tiannan, none comprehend the methods of refining such artifacts. The demonic weapon they unleashed. The Blood Demon Sword radiated a crimson glow, resembling 3,000 blood moons soaring into the sky, exuding an aura of malevolence that clearly surpasses the capabilities of contemporary demon cultivators. This artifact, known as the Blood Demon Sword, is likely an ancient and formidable treasure passed down since antiquity. Once infused with the essence of true demons, it has been nurtured and refined by the moon-concealing sect for millennia. Its might, though not comparable to that of a true demon, is still astonishing. A demonic artifact? Such treasures from the demon realm are exceedingly rare, perfect for nurturing the evil jade fiery demon blade. Upon witnessing the Blood Demon Sword ascend, entwined with a mix of spiritual and demonic energies, Yue's expression shifted in surprise. As the four colossal fingers descended, the visible fingerprints seemed to embody some manifestation of a grand cosmic force, radiant and blinding. The remnants of the crimson sunset were torn asunder. In a heartbeat, the Blood Demon Sword summoned by the three nascent soul cultivators was sent flying, rendered impotent beneath the might of Yue's fourth finger of the great wilderness capturing heaven hand. In the face of Yue's overwhelming power, the moon-concealing sect's entire foundation and secret weapons appeared feeble and laughable. With a mere wave of his hand, the blood magic sword, shattered by the four fingers piercing the heavens, was swiftly collected by Yue and casually tossed into the storage bag containing the secret refining scroll of the evil jade blazing demon sword. The core formation cultivators from the 5 major sects, Huangfeng Valley, Blade Transformation Workshop, Great Sword Sect, Qingshu Sect, and Tianke Fortress, were gripped by a chilling fear. A demonic artifact. Moreover, it was a treasure regarded as the foundation and last resort by the Hidden Moon Sect, now suppressed and taken away so easily. For Yue, this posed no burden whatsoever. It was as effortless as eating or drinking, devoid of any challenge. Could such terrifying power truly exist in this world? The core formation cultivators gazed at Yue's lean figure, which seemed capable of supporting the entire universe, their minds momentarily adrift. Demon, you must be a demon. Though the Hidden Moon Sect has perished, we shall never yield. Initially, we heard you were at the Golden Core stage, and now you have reached the nascent soul stage. In just a few short months, you have managed to overshadow the entire cultivation realm of our Yue kingdom. How could our human race possibly produce such a monstrous, defiant being? The leader of the Celestial Alliance is no less than a demonic fiend, an outsider of malevolent origins. You are not human. As the four fingers descended, the murderous intent was palpable. 3 nascent soul cultivators from the Hidden Moon Sect, their eyes bulging with rage, roared in defiance, their physical forms obliterated into nothingness. Even the nascent soul could not escape such overwhelming malice. In a brief moment, 3 cultivators of the nascent soul stage met their end. A chilling dread surged through every onlooker, leaving them paralyzed, their souls quivering. In their minds echoed the remnants of the fallen nascent soul cultivators from the Hidden Moon Sect. Today, a demonic entity has destroyed the pinnacle of our Yue kingdom's cultivation realm. Fellow cultivators, if you merely watch, the entire southern region shall surely descend into chaos because of him. The strength of a cultivator is not to be taken lightly. That colossal finger, neither a secret art nor a divine ability, carries an aura distinctly different from our righteous path of cultivation. If this malevolent being is not eradicated, it will spell disaster for the southern region, a calamity for the human realm. The core formation cultivators of the 5 sects, along with those who merely observed, let the remnants of this message dissipate, their hearts shaken yet unwilling to reveal any sign of distress. In the southern region, it seemed no cultivator could stand against the leader of the Celestial Alliance. What could those in the early and mid-nascent soul stages do? Even if they were aware of a fragment of the truth, to dare conspire against the leader of the Celestial Alliance would surely invite swift retribution. And Ji's eyes opened and closed, transforming into a pair of abyssal demon eyes, their dull hue representing the judgment and sanction of life and death in the universe. In his gaze, he witnessed the dissipating essence and vitality of the beings within the collapsed ruins of the Hidden Moon Sect, returning to the fabric of existence. Unwilling to waste this essence, Ji clutched the storage bag and released the secret refining scroll of the evil jade blazing demon sword, commanding it to consume all. Ha ha ha, I have emerged once more. Prepare to tremble before the supreme might of this evil jade demon emperor. He continued, and you, the most wicked and detestable villain in the world, shall witness when I reign supreme, and all paths bow before me. Whether you dare to confine me in your little dark room again. In an instant, the heavens echoed with the childish yet audacious resonance of the evil jade's spirit. And Ji's expression darkened. Observing this, the spirit of the evil jade immediately shrank the scroll into a compact form, swiftly darting into the depths of the Hidden Moon Sect's ruins, where it manifested 7 black holes to devour the essence, causing the very space to ripple. Demon Emperor? What manner of existence is this? Could it be that the leader of the Celestial Alliance is indeed non-human? How terrifying. What have we uncovered? It seems we have glimpsed into the most profound and sinister corner of this world, where the path ahead is filled with desolation and countless bones. The core formation cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, Blade Transformation Workshop, Qingshu Sect, Great Sword Sect, and Tianke Fortress stood in stunned silence, mouths agape. The truth became increasingly elusive and shrouded in dread. Even they, upon a moment's contemplation, felt a chill coursing through their bodies, as if the future loomed with unfathomable peril. Not only them, but the distant onlookers from other nations and cultivation factions were equally dumbfounded. A scroll, seemingly alive or sealed, proclaiming itself as a demon emperor. Combined with the final remnants of the Hidden Moon Sect's nascent soul cultivators' last thoughts, left them shrouded in a fog of unknown fears and uncertainties. Did the mysterious leader of the Celestial Alliance truly imprison a monarch from the demon realm? The gazes and thoughts of the nascent soul cultivators turned towards the secret refining scroll of the evil jade blazing demon sword. Deep within the ruins of the Hidden Moon Sect, where the earth had sunk and rubble lay scattered, the secret refining scroll unfurled, sprawling across the void, manifesting 7 black holes that consumed vast quantities of essence and vitality. That insatiable greed and desire sent shivers down the spines of the observing nascent soul cultivators. Perhaps this scroll genuinely sealed a monarch of the demon realm, or perhaps a fragment of the demon emperor. They had never encountered such a dense and sinister aura, akin to the terror embodied by the enigmatic leader of the Celestial Alliance. Chapter 83, A Path Unveils. Regarding the expressions and psychological reactions of the core formation cultivators from the 5 major sects, Ji perceived their thoughts with clarity. Thus, he could surmise the complex and tumultuous emotions coursing through the minds of the distant onlookers. With a faint smile, Ji casually remarked, I understand that those 3 little mice from the Hidden Moon Sect transmitted their thoughts to you before their obliteration, perhaps speaking of me in a manner that left you awestruck. But how can mere ants perceive the full visage of a true dragon? I hope you are not deceived by their insubstantial words and do something foolish. A profound silence enveloped the world, and Ji's words elicited no response. No one dared to reply. Whether it was the core formation cultivators from the 5 sects or the hidden observers, they remained silent, their thoughts veiled. They recognized Ji's assertion as valid. The last thoughts of the 3 fallen nascent soul cultivators from the Hidden Moon Sect likely held intentions to mislead them into a siege against the leader of the Celestial Alliance. As cultivators of the nascent soul stage, they understood this well. However, the mystery and might of Ji, the leader of the Celestial Alliance, rendered them unable to dismiss their contemplations. Moreover, what of the scroll deep within the ruins of the Hidden Moon Sect, devouring an immense amount of essence and vitality? The aura and might were too astonishing and fearsome. Could it truly seal the Demon Emperor? Since you, the leader of the Celestial Alliance, claim that the thoughts of the 3 nascent souls from the Hidden Moon Sect are laughable and unworthy of consideration, Then might you explain what this great desolation prison hand you speak of truly is? Furthermore, it seems your cultivation level is merely at the peak of the chi refining stage, and even when unleashing your killing move, there has been no change. Your mental and physical state hardly resembles that of a top-tier nascent soul cultivator. Could you elucidate this as well? A ripple of thought resonated throughout the heavens, yet its source was indiscernible, as if emanating from every direction. Clearly, this was a question posed by a nascent soul cultivator with extraordinary abilities. Their demeanor appeared respectful and cautious, yet their words were laced with daggers, targeting NG in an attempt to unveil further truths. NG smiled, his expression a mix of resignation and relief. After such a long time, someone finally dared to pose this question. In truth, his state had always been distinct from that of ordinary cultivators. Many had sensed this before. However, they were soon awestruck by his displayed prowess. The onlookers concocted their own rational explanations, believing that the strong were simply like that, without even daring to question NG. These nascent soul cultivators were evidently not the same as those from the chi refinement, foundation establishment, or nascent soul stages of the past. In a world where even the transformation stage experts were reclusive and reluctant to risk their lifespan by engaging with the world, the nascent soul stage represented the pinnacle of the cultivation realm. The nascent soul cultivators near the Moon Concealment Sect hailed from various nations and factions, possessing extraordinary insights. By chance, they seized the opportunity to inquire, filled with anticipation. They yearned to uncover the truth behind the great wilderness prison heaven hand, the force capable of effortlessly dismantling a nation's foremost protective formation. They were eager to learn how NG had achieved such terrifying strength that could dominate his peers within mere months. Their curiosity was insatiable. They wished to unearth all of NG's secrets. Yet, they evidently lacked the courage, strength, and valor to do so. The gazes and consciousness of the nascent soul experts were almost entirely fixated on NG, waiting with eager eyes, much like humble pups yearning for sustenance. My cultivation is indeed merely at the peak of chi refinement, without having established a foundation, formed a golden core, or attained nascent soul. You cultivators are always burdened with heavy thoughts. I have never claimed to be a cultivator, merely a martial artist. The great wilderness prison heaven hand, a divine technique? Not at all, merely a martial art. NG laughed nonchalantly, standing amidst the heavens and earth, waving his sleeve with an air of carefree elegance. I never claimed to be a cultivator, nor did I state that I had advanced to the golden core or nascent soul stages. Those are merely your own assumptions. Am I to be blamed? It has nothing to do with me. If blame is to be assigned, it is due to your rigid thinking, never considering that there may be paths beyond cultivation, demonism, or ghostly practices. Yet, the many nascent soul experts stood there, their gazes vacant. A martial artist? The great wilderness prison heaven hand, which effortlessly subdued 3 nascent souls, is merely a martial technique? The leader of the Celestial Master Alliance, renowned across half of southern heaven, only possesses the peak of chi refinement? What a farce! In an instant, disbelief and skepticism flashed in the eyes of nearly every nascent soul expert. How could they possibly accept NG's words? Absolutely not. What is a martial artist? In the vast nation of southern heaven, there are only 2. A dozen in medium nations, and over 40 in small ones. The number of secular individuals is immense. Martial arts are merely rudimentary skills for enhancing the bodies of ordinary people and engaging in brutal combat. Such skills can be learned by anyone. How could such crude and simplistic martial arts produce a figure like the leader of the Celestial Master Alliance, whose strength nearly eclipses any nascent soul cultivator in southern heaven? This is utterly impossible. Throughout history, no one has ever spoken of the path of martial cultivation. They remained fixated on NG. A mix of anger and an urgent thirst for knowledge in their eyes. They sought the truth, not this web of lies and evasive responses. Indeed, there has never been a flourishing martial way. The path of cultivation has seemingly always dominated the narrative. But where did the path of cultivation originate? Was it not carved out by the ancestors of mankind in the crevices of survival during the barbaric era? You cultivators bask in the glory of our ancestors' pursuit of the cultivation path. Why can I not forge my own path and establish an everlasting foundation for humanity? NG's words resonated powerfully, like the thunder of the heavens, echoing in the ears of every nascent soul expert, deafening in their clarity. Each nascent soul expert widened their eyes, their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. To forge a new path? To add an everlasting foundation for humanity? What grand ambition and vision this entails. Should martial arts succeed, such immortal achievements could illuminate the ages. But how much talent and genius would such an endeavor require? Throughout history, Some have relied on the demonic to carve the path of demonism, others on ghostly spirits for the path of the undead. Yet none have manifested the same freedom and enduring brilliance as the path of cultivation. To forge a new path is a monumental challenge. Yet the leader of the Celestial Master Alliance claims to have done so, and seems to have indeed achieved it. While the distance he has traveled remains unknown, he can already overpower nearly any current cultivator on the path of cultivation. Such audacity and talent are profoundly astonishing. Chapter 84. The culprit is the 6 demon sects. With hearts filled with shock and uncertainty, the observing nascent soul cultivators gradually departed. A great tremor was about to shake the entire cultivation world of southern heaven. Yet before that, the news of the Moon Concealment Sect's annihilation spread even faster. Even without the nascent soul cultivators disseminating the information, other cultivators had already sensed the turmoil brewing at the Moon Concealment Sect. Within a deep chasm of rubble and ruin, any cautious cultivator who approached would turn pale with fear. It has perished, vanished. The Moon Concealment Sect, which could be regarded as the foremost of the 7 elite sects in the nation of Yue, has been obliterated. Many cultivators displayed expressions of panic and disbelief. Not daring to linger, beams of light from various magical artifacts and escape techniques shot skyward from the vicinity of the Moon Concealment Sect's ruins, hastily fleeing. They needed to relay the news. It was too terrifying. A sect under the protection of nascent soul cultivators had been silently extinguished. Within a radius of several hundred miles, not a single member of the Moon Concealment Sect had escaped. Not even a corpse or a drop of blood remained. The sect appeared to have been directly crushed and annihilated. No one had time to flee. The nascent soul experts of the Moon Concealment Sect hadn't even had the chance to cry out for aid. A top sect that had stood in the cultivation world of Yue for thousands of years has simply vanished. How could these cultivators not feel a chill run down their spines and be filled with dread? What? The Moon Concealment Sect has been destroyed, with almost all chi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core cultivators within it perishing, not even the nascent soul ancestors surviving. How can this be possible? As the news spread throughout the nation of Yue, disbelief filled the eyes of nearly every cultivator, especially those of notable backgrounds, who understood that the Moon Concealment Sect boasted the backing of 3 nascent soul experts. Yet such a top-tier sect was obliterated, seemingly in a single stroke, crushed and silenced by a mysterious powerhouse. Had it not been for the cultivators investigating, the news of the Moon Concealment Sect's demise might not have leaked at all. What kind of terrifying expert could achieve such a feat? Some gasped in shock, feeling their skin crawl with fear. A force possessing 3 nascent soul experts is not insignificant even across southern heaven. To silently annihilate such a force would require at least twice the nascent soul strength of the Moon Concealment Sect. The Moon Concealment Sect has been extinguished? Truly gone. Why? Why did this happen to my master and senior sisters, who hold such a deep grudge against the Moon Concealment Sect that they would seek to wipe us out? Many disciples of the Moon Concealment Sect, upon hearing the news, covered their faces and wept or fell into a daze. Their sorrow and despair were palpable. The Moon Concealment Sect, once a formidable force, upheld by the 3 venerable nascent soul ancestors, found itself unparalleled within the confines of the country. Yet, in a most unforeseen turn of events, it faced utter annihilation. How could the disciples of the Moon Concealment Sect reconcile such a brutal reality? The sheer power to obliterate a top-tier sect could only belong to the malevolent 6 sects of the demon path, could it not? This seems likely, as the 6 sects have recently found themselves at odds with the Celestial Alliance, whose presiding judge has suppressed the true serpent of the Spirit Control Sect, thereby affronting the demon path and provoking retaliation. In hindsight, this reasoning bears a semblance of truth. Just prior, the leader of the Celestial Alliance had ventured forth, perhaps to assist the Moon Concealment Sect. The demon path sought to obliterate the Moon Concealment Sect as a warning to the Celestial Alliance, yet the presiding judge, with unparalleled cultivation, sensed the impending crisis and rushed to counter the threat. But what good was that? The Moon Concealment Sect has perished. Even had the presiding judge truly intervened, it could not alter the grim reality. The demon path is terrifying. Many speculate, attributing the downfall of the Moon Concealment Sect to the animosity between the 6 sects of the demon path and the Celestial Alliance. A chorus of lamentations arose for the Moon Concealment Sect, a victim of a feud that left it, an innocent party, in ruins. Several ancient nascent soul beings, mingling among the cultivators, displayed inscrutable expressions, showing no intent to rectify the chaos. Some ill-intentioned nascent soul cultivators even infiltrated the ranks of the Golden Core and Foundation establishment practitioners, stoking the flames of rumor with unbridled enthusiasm. Their ulterior motives towards the 6 sects of the demon path were glaringly apparent. Meanwhile, those Moon Concealment Sect members who had escaped the calamity found themselves inundated with an unquenchable hatred for the 6 sects of the demon path. Yet, contemplating the towering might and dread of the demon path, they fell into despair. Thus, amidst a tumult of conflicting thoughts, they directed boundless resentment and fury towards the Celestial Alliance. If it were not for the Celestial Alliance's hubris in provoking the 6 sects of the demon path, how could our Moon Concealment Sect suffer such a calamity, falling to the overwhelming might of their numerous nascent soul ancestors? Truly, the words of our ancestors ring true. The Celestial Alliance will inevitably become a great scourge upon our nation, a lingering poison. No, the Celestial Alliance has already become the bane of our cultivation realm. The Moon Concealment Sect has suffered an undeserved disaster, nearly facing total annihilation, and the Celestial Alliance cannot escape culpability. Rage and infinite fury blazed in their eyes. The surviving practitioners of the Moon Concealment Sect brimmed with loathing and resentment towards the Celestial Alliance. They found themselves powerless to retaliate against the formidable demon path, yet against the Celestial Alliance, a mere nascent force with only one nascent soul ancestor, they felt emboldened to seek vengeance. Thus, the remaining disciples of the Moon Concealment Sect approached the Huangfeng Valley, the Blade Forge, the Clear Void Sect, the Great Sword Sect, and the Heaven-S Gate Fort, beginning to persuade their practitioners. As for the Spirit Beast Mountain, with its nascent soul ancestor gone, seeking their aid would be futile, especially since they are a faction of the demon path. Friends, the Celestial Alliance has risen with alarming speed, akin to a calamity falling from the skies, bringing countless misfortunes to our nation in recent years. Unless we eradicate the Celestial Alliance, they will become a great affliction to our cultivation realm. Today, it is the Moon Concealment Sect that suffers at the hands of the demon path. Who knows what tomorrow holds for your sect? The Celestial Alliance's reckless provocation of the 6 sects of the demon path is well known among our cultivators. If we do not act decisively, it will be too late, and our cultivation realm will face irreversible disaster. The disciples of the 5 major sects, upon hearing the appeals from the surviving members of the Moon Concealment Sect, changed their expressions. They felt the Moon Concealment Sect's words held weight. Today, it was the Moon Concealment Sect that was annihilated by the Celestial Alliance. Who could say they would not be next? Rest assured, friends of the Moon Concealment Sect, this matter is of utmost importance, and I shall relay it to our sect leader. Such crucial matters have a chance of reaching the ears of our ancestors at that time. Our Great Sword Sect and the other 4 major sects' nascent soul ancestors will ensure the Celestial Alliance is expelled from our nation. With the assurance of those swayed by the Moon Concealment Sect's disciples, the 5 major sect members returned to their respective sects to report the matter. However, those returning to their sects with fervent denunciations of the Celestial Alliance soon found themselves met with wrathful retribution. Thunderous roars erupted, figures were sent flying, blood raining from the sky as they fell far away, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. Why, Master Uncle, am I not correct? The Celestial Alliance is indeed the malignant tumor of our cultivation realm. To provoke the overwhelmingly powerful 6 sects of the demon path was one thing, but to cause the demise of the Moon Concealment Sect, leaving only a few fortunate disciples alive, was unforgivable. If the Celestial Alliance is not eradicated and expelled from our nation, who knows if we will be the next to face senseless destruction. Such a scene unfolded within the gates of the 5 major sections. The practitioners, bloodied and battered, disregarded their injuries, filled with rage as they cried out. They were unwilling to accept. Why did the higher-ups of their sects not heed their counsel? They understood the dire consequences of ignoring the plight of the Moon Concealment Sect, which had fallen to the demon path. Silence, you wretched fool. Our 5 major sects are united in allegiance to the presiding judge of the Celestial Alliance, and we will not tolerate your slanderous words here. Today, I shall strip you of your cultivation to make you aware that such matters are beyond the grasp of fools like you. The presiding judge possesses unparalleled talent and strength. A mid-nascent soul cultivator can easily suppress the insignificant 6 sects of the demon path. From within the 5 major sects, golden core cultivators emerged, their eyes ablaze with fury. The power of a single golden core reverberated, instilling terror. Those who had previously protested were swiftly rendered powerless, their dantians destroyed, bones shattered, meridians severed, their cultivation obliterated. They screamed in agony, despair etched across their faces, their eyes still reflecting shock and disbelief. The leaders of the 5 major sects, the Celestial Alliance. How could this be possible? As the pinnacle of the cultivation realm in our nation, how could the 5 major sects submit to anyone? How could the esteemed nascent soul ancestors choose to bow beneath another? The presiding judge of the Celestial Alliance is merely a young upstart newly entering the nascent soul stage. The words of the top golden core cultivators within the sect were simply inconceivable. They could not bear to accept this truth until they were cast from the gates, cut off from all spiritual energy, reduced to mere mortals. Some among them cried out in anguish, "The Moon Concealment Sect has led me astray. The Moon Concealment Sect has led me astray." Their voices echoed, their sorrow lingering in the air. Those who had once been familiar faces watched from a distance, filled with sympathy and shock, as a sense of endless dread took hold. The 5 major sects may indeed be under the dominion of the Celestial Alliance. Otherwise, the top golden core cultivators within the sect would not have acted so ruthlessly. The Moon Concealment Sect's practitioners are far too treacherous. They refuse to ally with our 5 major sects and thus deserve the annihilation wrought by the demon path. Indeed, they sought to deceive us, continually slandering the Celestial Alliance and the presiding judge. Such individuals are utterly despicable. Not just despicable. The next time I encounter a practitioner from the Hidden Moon sect committing an atrocity, I shall remember that my cousin fell victim to the temptations of one such practitioner, resulting in the tragic forfeiture of his cultivation. Once endowed with dual spiritual roots, he is now condemned to a life of mediocrity. How lamentable. Gradually, the cold and ruthless demeanor exhibited by the golden core experts from the 5 major sects has left all disciples in a state of shock. The thoughts and beliefs harbored by the practitioners of these sects have begun to undergo a profound transformation. They whisper among themselves, their words and glances brimming with disdain and murderous intent directed toward the remnants of the Hidden Moon sect. Were it not for the malicious influence of these individuals, how could their familiar cultivators have been stripped of their powers, severing their ties with the realm of the celestial? The remnants of the Hidden Moon sect must be exterminated. The nascent soul masters of the 5 sects observe this unfolding drama in silence, their gazes imbued with an air of aloof indifference. Every sect possesses its own prodigies, those with heavenly spiritual roots, mutated roots, and extraordinary physiques. In comparison to the millennia of heritage and foundation that their sects have amassed, these individuals are utterly insignificant. Those who have erred under the seduction of the Hidden Moon sect must pay the price. Otherwise, even if the Celestial Alliance refrains from holding them accountable, they shall remain in a state of perpetual anxiety. After all, the leader of the Celestial Alliance is akin to a saint of the wilderness, a paragon of wisdom through the ages. With the strength to carve a new path and even suppress the cultivation world, such extraordinary talent and daring are deserving of both reverence and admiration. The martial path is indeed a captivating existence. If one were to pivot towards martial cultivation, could we not also achieve rapid advancement and formidable strength akin to that of the Celestial Alliance's leader? The nascent soul masters of the 5 sects gaze towards the distant skies, their hearts a mix of reflection and melancholy. Meanwhile, the explosive news regarding Yue, who is comparable to the saint of the wilderness and a paragon of wisdom, has swiftly circulated among the circles of nascent soul practitioners in the southern regions. This information, disseminated by those who fled from the vicinity of the Hidden Moon sect, acts as a thunderous detonation within the community of nascent soul cultivators. Martial cultivation. Has the leader of the Celestial Alliance truly forged a new path? How could this be possible? Throughout endless ages, no practitioner has achieved a feat comparable to the saint of the wilderness or a timeless sage. What qualifications does the leader of the Celestial Alliance possess? Indeed, this news is so unsettling and shocking that it seems utterly inconceivable for this era. Our world has been shattered, and even the ancient divine transformation cultivators could not achieve what is now possible for the nascent soul practitioners. The harsh and barren environment is hardly conducive to forging new paths. Indeed, while the wilderness may be fraught with trials and tribulations, it is also rich in treasures, abundant in spiritual resources, and teeming with vitality. This is the true age for opening new paths. Many nascent soul masters find themselves in a state of bewilderment, struggling to calm their agitated minds. They sternly question and admonish themselves, seeking to quell the fear that has gripped their hearts. Everything seems too extraordinary. They are reluctant to accept such a reality, the establishment of a new path. Who can fathom the impact it would have on the current cultivation world? Moreover, regardless of the truth behind the rumors, news regarding the Celestial Alliance has spread like wildfire throughout the southern regions. The leader of the Celestial Alliance has gained notoriety, resonating throughout the community of nascent soul practitioners, inciting ire and resentment amongst many. After cultivating for centuries, they have never experienced such glory. Yet, this leader, who seemingly emerged from nowhere, has risen within a mere 3 years and has already made a name for himself among nascent soul practitioners across the South. It is no wonder that the nascent soul masters feel envious and furious. Chapter 86. The Uprising of the Nascent Souls in the South. The Celestial Alliance of the Yue Kingdom? I am eager to witness the true capabilities of this leader. To carve a path and aspire to be on par with the wilderness saint and timeless sage is nothing short of a fool's dream. Watch as I expose his true nature. I've heard that the leader of the Celestial Alliance has organized a grand assembly that has captivated over a dozen nations, attracting many ancient figures eager to observe and assess this leader's depths. Should this leader be but a charlatan seeking fame, I would not hesitate to obliterate him. Numerous nascent soul masters whisper darkly, their figures swiftly transforming into beams of light as they hasten towards the Yue Kingdom. The kingdom is hosting the Grand Assembly, already drawing numerous ancient figures to its fold. Even if they do not encounter any reckless individuals testing the leader's mettle, they stand to gain valuable insights from the assembly. Moreover, the leader's reputation has undoubtedly caught the attention of countless nascent soul masters. A significant upheaval is imminent in the Yue Kingdom. While it remains uncertain whether they will profit from this upheaval, it undoubtedly presents a substantial opportunity. If one does not seize the chance, how can one hope to encounter it? Yet, two profound and formidable presences silently observe these events, remaining entirely motionless. After a moment, one of the powerful beings speaks slowly, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes, and states, "Old demon, has the leader of the Celestial Alliance truly forged a new path? Such an endeavor is not trivial. A feat capable of rivaling the wilderness saint and timeless sage. A person with such talent and capabilities is surely not of the mundane world. You have drawn a multitude of nascent soul practitioners to the Yue Kingdom. Should the leader of the Celestial Alliance indeed possess extraordinary merit, yet falls victim to the mob of nascent souls, you shall be an eternal sinner among our kind." Wei Wuyo, one of the 3 great practitioners of the South, gazes sternly at the old demon of harmony, his eyes reflecting a grave intensity. However, his concern for the leader's safety is but a fade. In truth, he seeks to probe the old demon. The act of forging a new path is nothing to be taken lightly. The leader of the Celestial Alliance has indeed carved a new path. At the time, I was concealed in the shadows, inquiring directly of him. Furthermore, do you believe that a suspected divine transformation relic could not handle the swarm of nascent soul ants rushing towards the Yue Kingdom? The old demon of harmony wears a disdainful expression, yet a hint of trepidation flickers in his gaze, as if he recalls the haunting image of Ng shattering the heavens, annihilating a top-tier cultivation sect within mere breaths. Such unparalleled combat prowess is beyond his own capabilities. Otherwise, upon hearing of the demise of his sect's nascent soul masters at the hands of the Celestial Alliance, he would not have so suddenly retreated into the shadows. A divine transformation cultivator? To Wei Wuyo's astonishment, he suddenly pales. He gasps in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock at the old demon of harmony's words. Although the last divine transformation cultivator in the southern regions perished at least 2,000 years ago, as the supreme elder of the Transformation Sect within the 9 Nations Alliance, and one of the 3 great practitioners of the South, how could Wei Wuyo be unaware of the terror that divine transformation cultivators embody? Those of such a realm can reportedly commune with the exceedingly rare essence of the heavens and earth, a form of energy surpassing even spiritual energy. Their very presence exudes pressure and compulsion upon lower-tier practitioners, dramatically enhancing the strength of their nascent soul forms and granting them formidable powers. Yet, the old demon of harmony claims that the leader of the Celestial Alliance, who has emerged like a comet, is suspected to be a divine transformation cultivator. How can Wei Wuyo easily accept such a notion? Do you not believe it? Then try to see for yourself. Were it not for my knowledge of your less than noble character, I would never have shared such news with you. When the master of the Zhangxian Alliance obliterated the Yue sect, I was clandestinely concealed nearby, witnessing the event in its entirety. His martial prowess, the great wilderness prison heaven hand, was indeed extraordinary. With merely 4 fingers, he reduced a sect fortified by a grand protective formation, housing over 10,000 disciples and 3 golden elixir masters, into ruins in mere moments. Such an accomplishment is beyond my capabilities. Even if I faced that astonishing 4 fingers, I would have no confidence in withstanding it. No, it is not merely a lack of confidence. I could not possibly endure it. Moreover, he had yet to unleash his 5th finger. Whenever the annihilation of the Yue sect is mentioned, a look of trepidation and deep concern inevitably appears in the eyes of the old demon of Huan. He has summoned numerous golden elixir cultivators from Tiannan to the Yue Kingdom, perhaps with the intent of depleting the power and hidden cards of the Zhongxian Alliance's master. If an opportunity arises, he would spare no effort to eliminate the master of the Zhongxian Alliance. Having occupied a prominent position among the three great cultivators of Tiannan for so long, as the head of the demonic sect, how could the old demon of Hehuan tolerate someone standing above him? Since the master of the Zhongxian Alliance is so formidable, do you still dare to scheme against him, even harboring intentions of murder? Wei Wui, with a flickering gaze, looked at the old demon of Hehuan, speaking with uncertainty. Why not summon Ziyang as well? If you truly intend to seize the opportunity to slay the master of the Zhongxian Alliance, you should consolidate all the strength of the three great cultivators of Tiannan. At this moment, the old demon of Hehuan seemed to have calmed his mind. Sneering at Wei Wui, don't you know why I sought you out? If you were a reliable ally, I would certainly keep my distance from you. But given our similarities, collaborating with you is the most convenient choice. If Ziyang arrives, I fear he might immediately switch allegiance to the Zhongxian Alliance. A transformation stage cultivator could hardly have anticipated the existence of such a living fossil in Tiannan. Wei Wui shook his head slightly, resolutely stating, "Do not compare me to you, old demon of Hehuan. You demonic cultivators deserve to be exterminated, while I, of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, am a person of virtue, and there is no possibility of any resemblance to your demonic path. Should the master of the Zhongxian Alliance truly carve a path, dominating the cultivation world, he would embody the supreme glory of humanity, destined to be renowned for generations. I cannot bring myself to scheme against or harbor murderous intentions towards such a great sage of humankind. Depart now, old demon of Hehuan, lest you provoke my wrath." The old demon of Hehuan snorted coldly, uttering no further words, and transformed into a sharp streak of escape light, vanishing into the distance. With this, his objective had been accomplished. In his view, given Wei Wui's nature, he would rush forth at the first opportunity without needing prompting from another. In fact, Wei Wui was indeed stirred. In this era, could a transformation stage cultivator still have the chance to attain such a realm? Without ample celestial energy or sufficient top-tier spirit stones, this path is fraught with immense hardship. Wei Wui murmured to himself, gazing into the distant sky, momentarily lost in thought. In the next instant, he transformed into a swift streak of light, shooting towards the direction of the Yue Kingdom. Chapter 87. The Deceiver in the Yue Kingdom. Ji was entirely unaware of the immense turmoil his single strike had caused in obliterating the Yue sect. Even if he were aware, Ji would remain indifferent. He likened himself to a true dragon, and thus he paid no heed to the opinions of a swarm of ants. A true dragon soars through the 9 heavens, stirring clouds and mist, summoning rain and wind. Ants can only tremble in the realm that belongs to him. Shortly after returning to the Zhongxian Alliance, Hanli approached Ji with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Brother Ji, guess what rare treasure I have recently acquired. An extremely rare secret technique that can refine and strengthen one's divine consciousness. You must understand, divine consciousness is inherently limited by one's innate foundation and can only grow stronger with cultivation. Yet, no technique has ever been able to directly enhance it." As Hanli spoke, his expression was filled with excitement. However, upon hearing this, Ji merely smiled faintly, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. "The Dianju, is it? Have you recorded it in a jade slip? Please provide me with a copy." Hanli was immediately taken aback. Stammering, he asked, "Brother Ji, how do you know this secret technique is called the Dianju? Have you perhaps encountered the Qian Bamboo sect from the far western region?" The Qian Bamboo sect lies in the far western reaches of Tiannan, far beyond Ji's interest. Even though the sect was founded by a late-stage golden elixir master skilled in mechanisms and puppetry, the current Qian Bamboo sect has lost its former glory. Ji was aware of Han Li's acquisition of the Dianju solely because it was destined to be part of Han Li's fate. The Dianju was created by a late-stage golden elixir master known as the Dian Divine Monarch, who was naturally gifted and poised to reach the transformation stage. However, he became enamored with the path of mechanisms and puppets, neglecting his own cultivation. Yet, the Dianju he crafted is truly remarkable. There exists a technique in the spirit realm that bears resemblance to the Dianju, known as the soul refining technique, a forbidden art of the immortal realm. Due to unforeseen circumstances, a space in the immortal realm that recorded this forbidden technique was shattered and fell into the spirit realm, becoming a sacred secret realm. The Dianju, comparable to the immortal realm's forbidden soul refining technique, showcases the extraordinary genius of its creator, the Dian Divine Monarch. However, Ji did not anticipate that Han Li's fate had undergone such a significant transformation. resulting in the Dianju falling into his hands. The fortuitous destiny of this fated child is truly extraordinary. Although Ng felt exhilarated at the prospect of acquiring the Dianju, he maintained a facade of composure. This is the basic conduct of an elder brother. Remaining unfazed by praise or blame is precisely what it means to be Ng. The Qian Bamboo sect is merely a small force in a remote area, unworthy of my attention. My knowledge of the Dianju comes from my own calculations. As Ng spoke, he tilted his head with pride. Han Li, rolling his eyes at Ng's demeanor, could tell he was lying. Noticing Han Li's skepticism, Ng huffed, "You don't believe me, do you? I'll show you right now." With that, Ng extended his right hand. Using his thumb to count the heavenly stems and earthly branches on each of his 4 fingers, creating a rather impressive display. "Oof, you deceiver." Han Li seemed to know Ng well, growing increasingly doubtful. He tossed a jade slip to Ng and turned to leave. He had no desire to linger with this deceiver, who merely bluffed and spoke untruths. Ng, indifferent to Han Li's dismissal, was also disinclined to engage with him further. Nevertheless, as Ng scanned the contents of the jade slip containing the Dianju, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. In this jade slip provided by Han Li, not only was there the Dianju, a secret technique capable of remarkably strengthening one's divine consciousness, but also the Qian Bamboo sect's treasured scripture, the Puppet True Scripture. This scripture expounds upon extensive knowledge and experience regarding mechanisms and puppetry, including 3 fundamental spells: the soul guiding technique, the soul condensing technique, and the soul refining technique. These spells can respectively draw souls from corpses, merge and refine souls, and process and temper souls. Though basic, they are exceedingly practical. Upon arriving at the 100 Paths Conference, with the immense knowledge from the Qian Bamboo sect's treasured scriptures, Ng felt as if his eyes had been opened. For instance, at the Swordsmanship Conference, the scene was bustling with excitement and throngs of people. When Ng arrived, he even heard that a golden elixir cultivator from the Sword Trial sect had brought the sword pavilion left by the founding golden elixir ancestor. Searching around, Ng was astonished to discover a towering sword pavilion nearby the Swordsmanship Conference. Within the sword pavilion lies a remarkable sword pool, which, rather than containing water, is filled with a substance akin to muddy soil, enclosed by a square wooden fence adorned with ancient carvings. Amid this peculiar setting, a dozen swords are haphazardly thrust into the pool, yet the most prominent among them, the divine sword, stands upright at the center, emanating a palpable sword aura. Any cultivator daring to step into the sword pavilion is invariably repelled by the overwhelming energy radiating from this legendary blade. How outrageous! The Sword Trial sect's decision to relocate this pavilion is nothing short of bullying. Everyone knows this sword has been without a master for over a millennium. Some mutter curses, seemingly privy to certain secrets. Curious inquiries arise, and soon, Ng, a mere onlooker, learns of the pavilion's history. It is said that this pavilion was extracted from a secret realm by the sect's founder, who endeavored to refine the divine sword within, yet to no avail. Allegedly, the founder invested considerable resources to enlist several nascent soul cultivators to assist in the sword's refinement, but the blade remained unyielding, merely exhibiting exceptional hardness and sharpness. Even in his final moments, the founder failed to uncover any extraordinary qualities of the sword and, in a fit of frustration, cast it back into the pavilion. However, upon its return, the sword began to exhibit signs of revival, accumulating sword momentum once more, compelling anyone who approached to retreat under its fierce intent. Yet, no nascent soul cultivators sought to claim it, for many understood that to wield the sword, one must first extinguish its accumulated momentum, rendering it no different from an ordinary weapon. Thus, the divine sword remains in the sword pavilion, awaiting a master, one capable of harnessing its potential for their own use. How intriguing! Could this master be none other than I? Ng chuckled to himself as he confidently approached the pavilion. However, a hand suddenly barred his path. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator grinned and said, "If you wish to attempt to seize our Sword Trial sect's treasured legacy, please pay 10 mid-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Ng couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. The Sword Trial sect certainly knows how to conduct business. Aware that the powerful dismiss the divine sword, and that ordinary cultivators cannot hope to tame it, they profit handsomely from entry fees. After all, many cultivators are overly confident in their abilities. What if he truly is the master the divine sword has awaited? Thus, 10 mid-grade spirit stones to try his luck seemed quite reasonable. Of course, for Ng, it was essential that it be worth it, undoubtedly worth it. "Here you go," he exclaimed, tossing 10 mid-grade spirit stones with flair before striding boldly towards the sword pavilion. At that moment, the onlookers gathered nearby felt a surge of determination radiating from him. They were thrilled, believing in Yue might truly succeed in claiming the divine sword, potentially causing the sword trial sect to suffer a significant loss. Yet, the sect's disciples merely chuckled dismissively. What use is fervor? They had encountered many like him before. Ultimately, would he not be expelled by the sword's accumulated momentum? But in Yue was anything but the ineffectual individuals the sword trial sect had previously encountered. A resplendent sun gradually emerged behind him, casting thousands of glittering golden flecks around him, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. And Yue harnessed the formidable power of this celestial sun, refraining from unleashing its full might. Otherwise, even nascent soul cultivators would tremble before its overwhelming force, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for lesser beings within a 100-mile radius. This golden wheel appears so familiar. I know. I have heard that the leader of the Celestial Alliance possesses a formidable secret technique, wherein a great sun rises behind them, radiating golden light, a sight truly terrifying. My heavens, could this individual be linked to the leader of the Celestial Alliance? His appearance resembles that of the legendary figure, though the displayed power seems less fearsome. As the great sun ascended, the cultivators around the sword pavilion were struck with awe at Yue's formidable presence. In the vicinity of the Celestial Alliance, news travels swiftly, and they are well acquainted with the leader's many feats. Yet, few could fathom that the leader would come to such a minor gathering, let alone attempt to claim a treasured legacy from a waning second-rate sect. However, even if the sword trial sect has lost its nascent soul guardians and fallen to a second-rate power, what does it matter? And Yue sensed that the divine sword enshrined within the pavilion is indeed a rare treasure. He did not intend to act recklessly. In a matter of steps, he entered the sword pavilion, where a torrent of sword energy erupted, sharp and fierce. It seemed to recognize Yue's formidable aura, and the intensity of the sword energy was enough to severely injure a golden core cultivator. Typically, this energy would be more subdued and less lethal, and Yue remained unfazed. The great sun behind him radiating brilliance as if thousands of slender divine swords were slicing through all obstacles. Within the pavilion, the swords thrust into the pool began to tremble, as if ready to unleash carnage, their once dusty blades gleaming with chilling sharpness. And Yue chuckled lightly, extending his hand to gently caress the air, and the intangible power of the great desolation prison hand subdued all the swords. Yet, this seemed to ignite the wrath of the divine sword at the center of the pool, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that pierced through the pavilion's roof, disrupting the sunlight and the winds outside. In an instant, numerous nascent soul cultivators turned their attention to the source of this disturbance, some astonished. Such a fierce and powerful sword energy, nearly capable of threatening a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that the divine sword within the sword trial sect has found its master? Or perhaps a nascent soul elder had come to investigate. However, who among the nascent soul cultivators would be so idle? That sword possesses no supernatural abilities. Amidst the swirling thoughts, several nascent soul cultivators focused their gazes through the distance, finally discerning the scene within the pavilion. They beheld the radiant brilliance of the great sun, an aura both majestic and restrained. And several nascent soul cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat, their eyes widening in disbelief. What is this? The leader of the Celestial Alliance. He intends to claim the divine sword that has been part of the sword trial sect's legacy for nearly 2 millennia. Does he not realize that this sword is of no use to cultivators like us? Even if he possesses overwhelming strength capable of neutralizing the sword's momentum, what practical purpose could a mere hard and sharp sword serve? Several nascent soul cultivators were left in shock, unable to comprehend why the leader of the Celestial Alliance, a figure capable of effortlessly slaying even mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, would take an interest in such a mediocre treasure. Cultivators excel in wielding supernatural techniques. A sword that merely accumulates momentum and awaits a master is typically disregarded even by most early-stage nascent soul practitioners. Wait, the sword may lack supernatural abilities, only able to gather momentum, yet it might hold tremendous value for the leader of the Celestial Alliance. After all, the leader is not a conventional cultivator. His true strength lies in the martial path he has forged with his own might. Suddenly, a nascent soul cultivator's eyes trembled as he articulated this realization. As their thoughts converged, the expressions of the other nascent soul cultivators shifted dramatically. Indeed, the leader of the Celestial Alliance is not a cultivator in the strictest sense. He is a formidable pioneer of martial arts, revered as a sage of the ages. The enigmatic realm of martial arts is indeed his forte. The fact that the Master of the Celestial Alliance has subdued this divine sword signifies its immense significance to him. This master, without employing any magical artifacts, possesses the power to obliterate a top-tier sect of cultivators single-handedly. If he were to acquire this divine sword, would there be any cultivator in the southern realms capable of contending with him? A Yuaning cultivator gazed in awe. The other Yuaning cultivators, upon hearing this, could not help but bow their heads in lament, their lips curling into bitter smiles. Indeed, the Master of the Celestial Alliance, unarmed and without magical weapons, is already terrifying enough to rival the three great cultivators of the southern realms. Should he gain possession of this divine sword, who among the southern cultivators could possibly stand against him? But could they dare to intervene? With their meager strength, they could be regarded as the pinnacle of the southern cultivation world, the apex of combat power. Yet before the Master of the Celestial Alliance, they are no different from mere chickens and dogs. Approaching him would be akin to offering themselves for free. Thus, they could only watch helplessly, their hearts filled with despair. They witnessed as Ji effortlessly drew the divine sword from the sword pool, waving it casually before him. His demeanor of ease and nonchalance left countless onlookers in stunned silence. The disciples of the sword-testing sect were nearly paralyzed with disbelief. He actually drew it out. The late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who had just asked Ji for 10 mid-grade spirit stones was left speechless. In an instant, he fumbled to produce the 10 mid-grade spirit stones, trembling hands perceiving their heaviness, wishing to discard them. He was on the verge of tears. Why did he foolishly accept those 10 mid-grade spirit stones, allowing someone who appeared to be a disciple of the Master of the Celestial Alliance to claim the divine sword? Having lost such a treasure, how would he face the golden core ancestor of his own sword-testing sect? The material and characteristics of this sword undoubtedly belong to the relics of ancient spirit realm cultivators, especially since it was crafted from the finest material of the spirit realm, Tai Platinum. Could it have been intended as a weapon against the three avatars of the demonic realm as saints? After scrutinizing the shimmering divine sword, resembling the rising sun, Ji was utterly astonished. Chapter 89. A sect's allegiance, the treasured artifact of the sword-testing sect, which had been passed down for nearly 2 millennia. Being taken away stirred quite a commotion throughout the 100 Dao convention. The strongest late-stage golden core cultivator of the sword-testing sect seemed to grasp the situation, remaining silent and not daring to utter a word. Many cultivators who had previously been swindled by the sword-testing sect's spirit stones could not help but clap their hands in laughter, feeling a sense of relief. Serves you right for deceiving so many cultivators of spirit stones, and now you've fumbled, having lost the legendary divine sword. Let us see how the sword-testing sect will entice those self-important fools to test their swords in the future. Meanwhile, Ji, having acquired the divine sword made of Tai Platinum, continued to wander around the 100 Dao convention, hoping to unearth more treasures. After all, this gathering attracted cultivators from at least a dozen nations, with countless sects and families represented. Each venue was filled with rare and exotic treasures. Even many Yuan-ing elders mingling among the crowd in search of fortune. Just then, a sharp voice suddenly echoed from afar. I am Jin Wuhuan, the Grand Elder of the Ancient Sword Sect, one of the 3 sects of Yum Mountain in the Kingdom of Shi. Hearing of the Master of the Celestial Alliance's extraordinary talent, I have come to seek guidance. Before his words faded, Jin Wuhuan appeared 20 miles away from the Celestial Alliance. Standing tall in the void, 3 resplendent golden star swords circled him, radiating a chilling sword aura, and a faint aura of peak mid-stage yuaning emanated from him, altering the very weather. Ah, Jin Wuhuan, who provoked him? With a chuckle, someone mused. Does he need any provocation? With his competitive nature and hearing the name of the Master of the Celestial Alliance, it would be strange if he didn't come to challenge. Jin Wuhuan's strength was likely nearing that of a great cultivator, which explained his audacity. The reputation of Jin Wuhuan, the Grand Elder of the Ancient Sword Sect, was known to many Yuaning cultivators. They gazed at Jin Wuhuan in the distant sky with varied expressions. He is a true powerhouse, particularly combative, having challenged nearly every formidable cultivator he encountered. His path and reputation in cultivation were forged through countless fierce battles. The emergence of such an experienced mid-stage Yuaning cultivator sparked a flicker of hope among many Yuaning cultivators. They wondered if Jin Wuhuan might draw forth the Master of the Celestial Alliance's other mysterious techniques in battle. However, at that moment, the true monarch Tian Yong of Tianke Fortress appeared, ascending to the heights of the Celestial Alliance, gazing at Jin Wuhuan and declaring, Grand Elder of the Ancient Sword Sect, are you certain you wish to engage in combat with the Chief Judge of the Celestial Alliance? Think carefully. Our Chief Judge is an unparalleled being of this era. and all beings are but ants before him. Should you insist on challenging our chief judge without offering your entire sect's allegiance as a price, he may not even spare you a glance." Tianyong's words resonated throughout the area. Many Yuan cultivators concealed in the shadows could not help but gasp, astonished or wryly smiling. The master of the Celestial Alliance is far too domineering. He even sends a Yuan cultivator to convey his will. Furthermore, he demands that Jin Wuhuan offer the full allegiance of the Ancient Sword Sect as the price, otherwise refusing to accept the challenge. It is worth noting that the Ancient Sword Sect is a top-tier cultivation power with several Yuan cultivators, even stronger than the Yinhua sect, which the master of the Celestial Alliance had annihilated, to decide the fate of such a powerful sect through a single battle. Only the master of the Celestial Alliance would dare to make such bold claims. Jin Wuhuan scoffed, stating, "You think the Ancient Sword Sect will submit to your demands? Not even the righteous or demonic paths possess such power. What merits does the master of the Celestial Alliance possess?" With that, he shouted, "Very well. I shall first strike you down and see if he dares to show himself." Jin Wuhuan bellowed, launching the 3 golden star swords towards Tianyong with astonishing speed. Tianyong did not anticipate Jin Wuhuan's reckless audacity, daring to attack on the territory of the Celestial Alliance. Alarmed, he quickly summoned the Tianyong ring for defense. The Tianyong ring spun rapidly around him like a compass, rotating in 360 degrees with no blind spots, almost transforming into a sphere to shield against the 3-star swords. However, the quality of those 3 golden star swords was too high, further enhanced by Jin Wuhuan, a peak mid-stage Yuan cultivator, rendering them beyond the defensive capabilities of a mere early-stage Yuan cultivator like Tianyong. The thorny, curved edges of the Tianyong ring shattered upon impact with the 3-star swords, sparks flying, and the clanging of metal resonating across the heavens. This man is in grave danger. Observing the unfolding events, the Yuan cultivators in the shadows shook their heads, reaching a grim conclusion. Before the peak mid-stage Jin Wuhuan, the early-stage Tianyong had no chance of victory whatsoever. They could discern that the Tianyong ring was Tianyong's innate magical artifact. And with it suffering such damage at the hands of Jin Wuhuan, how could Tianyong, whose spirit was linked to the artifact, possibly endure? In no time at all, Tianyong was likely to become the first Yuan cultivator to fall since the rise of the Celestial Alliance. However, with a thunderous roar that resembled a clap of white lightning, a figure abruptly surged forth from the ranks of the Celestial Alliance. In that instant, countless onlookers felt as though they beheld shimmering silvery ribbons cascading from the heavens. Shortly thereafter, with a series of soft crackles, the 3 celestial swords that encircled the esteemed Tianyong Jinjuan were all severed in twain. They plummeted earthward, their once resplendent golden gleam now extinguished. No longer possessing their former majestic allure, the backlash left Jin Wuhuan gasping, blood spilling from his mouth, his complexion ashen. He gazed in shock and fury at the figure beside Tianyong Jinjuan, aghast that his life-bound treasure, the 3 celestial swords, had been annihilated. "The ancient sword sect of Yangming Mountain in the Shigua has harmed my Celestial Alliance's nascent soul cultivator, Tianyong Jinjuan, by damaging his life-bound treasure, the Tianyong ring. I shall destroy their 3 life-bound flying swords as a demonstration of retribution. Furthermore, the ancient sword sect of Yangming Mountain has dared to provoke the might of my Celestial Alliance, inciting my wrath. I hereby demand that the entire sect submit to my Celestial Alliance within 2 days to quell my fury. Otherwise, my rage shall rend mountains asunder and upheave the very heavens." And Ji, wielding the Tai Platinum Divine Sword, spoke with an air of indifference. He regarded all with disdain, as if extinguishing the ancient sword sect were as effortless as crushing an ant. Jin Wuhuan's gaze was fixed intently upon Ji. Yet he realized that the leader of the Celestial Alliance paid him no heed whatsoever, utterly dismissing him. In an instant, a blaze of fury ignited within his eyes. Yet within his heart, a chill of despair and disbelief set in. According to the intelligence he had received, the leader of the Celestial Alliance had always employed the martial art known as the Great Wilderness, capturing heaven against his foes. Why, on this occasion of his provocation, had he resorted to wielding a formidable weapon? He had never heard of the leader of the Celestial Alliance using arms before. Jin Wuhuan felt a bitter pang of regret. He had anticipated probing the leader's other techniques to glean the secrets of martial prowess. But now, it seemed that such hopes were dashed.